The capital, the Marquis of Yong'an's residence main hall. Mother, fourth sister, I truly did not do it on purpose. Zhang Yu knelt on the ground speaking in a pitiful tone. It was that wastrel from the Wang family who first insulted father. I was so enraged that I merely pushed him once, who knew he would lose his footing and actually break his leg. After his explanation, Zhang Yu rose to his feet and said, "The one who acts shall be the one to bear the consequences. I will go to the Jingzhou Prefecture Yamen to confess my crime and serve my sentence. I will never implicate the family." "You are not allowed to speak such nonsense." The Marchioness Qin Shuahua scolded lightly. "You are the second young master of the Marquisate. What kind of status is that? How could a filthy, squalid prison be a place for you to set foot in?" Zhang Heng's fourth sister Zhang Wanning spoke anxiously. "Mother, Hengdi has been frail since childhood. The prison is damp and filthy, how could he possibly endure it? But the Wang family are imperial relatives, and they also have a blood feud with our Zhang clan. If this matter is not properly accounted for, I fear it will alarm His Majesty." Qin Shuahua's face was full of worry. The Wang clan was not easy to provoke, someone had to take responsibility. Zhang Wanning let out a cold laugh. "Let Zhang Yu go. Let him take the blame for his younger brother. After all, it was dark that night, they did not clearly see my brother's face. They only know that it was a young master of the Marquisate who struck." When she mentioned the name Zhang Yu, her face was full of disdain. Everyone in the residence knew that the eldest young master who had been brought back from the countryside estate 3 years ago was a thorough and utter people-pleaser. In order to gain a foothold in the marquisate, Zhang Yu fawned on everyone with obsequious smiles. If the Marchioness so much as furrowed her brows, he could kneel all night. If Zhang Wanning sneezed once, he would run all over the capital to seek physicians. Such a spineless creature, letting him take the blame would simply grant him a tremendous opportunity to perform. He would probably even feel deeply grateful, thinking the Marquisate finally valued him. Hearing this, Madame Qin's thoughts stirred. Indeed, Zhang Yu had been raised on the rural estate since childhood and was accustomed to hardship. Spending a few days in prison would hardly matter. If he took the blame, he would certainly regard it as rendering meritorious service for the marquisate, as a chance to integrate into this family. At worst, I will simply praise him a few times. Qin Shuahua silently made up her mind. Nanny Zhou. She regained the composed dignity of the matriarch of the household and instructed her trusted servant, "Go invite the eldest young master here." "Yes." Nanny Zhou withdrew at once, a flash of understanding and disdain passing through her eyes. She thought to herself that the eldest young master was likely about to have his long-cherished wish fulfilled. Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Yu curled his lips into an almost imperceptible satisfied cold smile where no one could see. Zhang Yu, haven't you spent the past 3 years groveling like a dog, all for this pitiful bit of recognition? Today I shall fulfill your wish, go to prison and perform to your heart's content. Best if you stay there forever and never come out to be an eyesore." About half a cup of tea later, a figure followed behind Nanny Zhou and stepped silently into the main hall. The newcomer wore a somewhat worn indigo cotton long robe. His figure was tall and slender, and his steps were steady as he walked. This was none other than the eldest young master who had been brought back 3 years ago, Zhang Yu. "You have come." Qin Shuahua sat upright, her tone mild yet distant, like a condescending bestowal. It felt as if Zhang Yu were not her own flesh and blood but merely a servant. Zhang Yu stepped forward to salute, his movements impeccably correct. "Your son greets mother and pays respects to fourth younger sister and Hengdi." His voice was steady, his tone deferential, leaving no flaw to be found. Watching his submissive demeanor, the last trace of unease in Qin Shuahua's heart dissipated. She lifted her teacup and in the tone one used to direct servants said, "I called you here today because there is a matter for which you must share in the marquisate's burdens." She spoke lightly as though she were mentioning a trifling matter. Zhang Yu replied with a face full of respect, "Please speak, mother. Your son will do his utmost." "It is nothing serious," she said. Qin Shuahua briefly and offhandedly recounted what had happened, then concluded, "Your younger brother has gotten himself entangled in a lawsuit, yet he has been frail since childhood and cannot endure the suffering of prison. You will acknowledge this matter in his place and spend a few days in jail for your brother." Zhang Wanning folded her arms, watching in leisurely amusement, waiting to see how this so-called good elder brother would perform his loyalty and grateful devotion. Zhang Yu lowered his head slightly, his shoulders trembling as though he were struggling to suppress his guilt, when in fact he was desperately holding back the triumphant laughter surging up his throat. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yu slowly lifted his head. On his face there was none of the expected panic struggle or the frenzied joy of finally being needed. Naturally Zhang Yu was unwilling to go to prison. He was a transmigrator. The original eldest young master whom the Marquis had abandoned on the rural estate had died 3 years ago, starved to death. The original body's parents favored the younger son Zhang Heng. Just because of a single false accusation from Zhang Heng they abandoned the original child on the countryside estate for 10 years. The people there fawned on the high and stepped on the low, tormenting and mistreating Zhang Yu with all their might. 3 years ago the original boy was tortured to death by the servants. Even at the moment of death the original boy still wished his parents would come to see him once. After Zhang Yu transmigrated, his first thought was how to exact vengeance on the Zhang family and avenge the original owner. But as fate would have it, Zhang Yu awakened a character system. The very first persona was that of a people-pleaser, requiring him to desperately curry favor with all members of the Marquis and with his childhood sweetheart fiancée, his so-called White Moonlight. In that instant Zhang Yu was utterly stunned. To transmigrate was one thing, but why should he have to become a bootlicker flattering the cold-blooded family who had killed the original owner? His first thought was to refuse, even to flee immediately. However, faced with the terrifying punishments of the system, he could only bow his head. Fortunately the rewards from the system were abundant, which somewhat soothed his unwilling heart. System, you're not really going to make me go to prison, are you? Zhang Yu tried to negotiate with the system. He truly did not wish to be locked up. Ding. The host's people-pleasing persona progress is at 99%. Now issuing the latest task to please your family. Pleasing task: the refining of prison. Task objective: serve time in prison in place of Zhang Heng. First stage reward: for every full day spent in prison you will automatically receive the infusion of 1 year's worth of martial cultivation. Second stage reward: for every full 10 days spent in prison you will randomly obtain 1 system martial art inheritance. Does the host accept the task? If you refuse, persona progress will decrease and you will be subjected to electric shock punishment. Hearing the system's task, Zhang Yu's breathing quickened. He nearly cried out in excitement. Over 3 full years he had completed countless bootlicker tasks and obtained innumerable god-tier skills while also amassing wealth to rival nations. By relying on special skills and inexhaustible wealth and using the Marquis as a facade, Zhang Yu had secretly nurtured a vast intelligence and commercial network spanning the capital and several provinces. He had even, through certain strange items rewarded by the system, established clandestine connections with some Jianghu factions and frontier generals. Yet in terms of martial cultivation alone the system had been so stingy that it had not granted him even a single shred. He possessed boundless resources, yet he himself was a mere mortal, who could not even truss a chicken and thus could only temporarily hide his brilliance. Zhang Yu had wanted to cultivate on his own, but his innate aptitude was abysmally poor. 3 years of bitter training had barely made him a first-grade martial artist. Compared with the other sons of the Marquisate, this was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was also one of the main reasons the household looked down on him. Now, however, the opportunity had arrived. Prison. 1 day for a year of cultivation. 10 days for a martial art. This was not a mere task at all, it was clearly a heaven-ascending ladder tailored by the system leading straight to the pinnacle of power. Zhang Yu felt that he had to stay in that prison until the end of time, until he was invincible beneath the heavens. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, he shouted in his heart, "I accept the task." Whether it was to maintain his persona or to obtain the reward for going to prison, Zhang Yu had no choice but to agree to this matter. "Mother, your son is willing to go." He lifted his head and looked at Madame Qin with a docile expression. Younger brother Heng is still young and frail, he naturally cannot go and suffer the hardship of prison. As his elder brother, I ought to share his burdens and ease mother's worries. Qin Shuahua, Zhang Wanning and Zhang Heng exchanged knowing smiles at the same time. Zhang Yu's answer was entirely within their expectations. A bootlicker like him, how could he possibly refuse? "Then let us go. I will see you to the door and explain things to the Yamen runners from the Jingzhuan office so that they do not make things difficult for you." For once Qin Shuahua actually considered something on behalf of her eldest son. Zhang Wanning looked thoroughly displeased and snapped at Zhang Yu, "Why are you not thanking mother yet? For your sake she is lowering herself, putting aside her dignity to speak with those lowly Yamen runners. This is a great favor." She conveniently forgot that Zhang Yu was shouldering the crime in Zhang Heng's stead. If anyone should be giving thanks, it ought to be Zhang Heng. "Mother, rest assured I will by no means tarnish the Marquisite's reputation." Still wearing a mask of utmost respect, Zhang Yu turned to leave, intending to go to the Jingzhou office and confess of his own accord. Qin Shuihua and the others nodded silently, exceedingly satisfied with Zhang Yu's performance. An emotionless mechanical chime suddenly rang out in his mind, informing him that his voluntary acceptance of the scapegoat promise met the final requirements of the people-pleasing persona, bringing its progress to completion. The voice continued, stating that the people-pleasing persona task had been fully accomplished, and from this moment on he no longer needed to curry favor with the members of the Marquisate or his fiancée. Henceforth all choices in his conduct would be left to his own discretion. The icy mechanical tone crashed through Zhang Yu's mind like thunder from the ninth heaven. No longer need to deliberately maintain it. Free to choose on my own. 3 years. For more than 1,000 days and nights he had forced himself to wear the mask of a sycophant, desperately fawning over every person in the marquisate and over that damned fiancée as well. Now those hypocritical days were finally about to end. All of a sudden he turned around, slowly, excruciatingly slowly, and silently looked back at Qin Shuihua and the others. The humble, ingratiating expression he once wore was nowhere to be seen. Qin Shuihua was slightly taken aback by his gaze. An inexplicable trace of discomfort flitted across her heart. Those eyes were too still, so still that he no longer resembled the timid, obsequious Zhang Yu of before. Zhang Wanning also frowned, sensing that this useless elder brother was somewhat strange today, though she could not say exactly where the strangeness lay. When Zhang Heng met Zhang Yu's gaze, his heart lurched. That look clearly held no visible emotion, yet it still sent a chill creeping down his back. Zhang Yu's lips moved slightly. Qin Shuihua assumed he was about to say some useless words like "Mother, rest assured," or "Your son will remember," and was already preparing to avert her gaze. Instead she heard Zhang Yu ask in a solemn tone, "Mother, do you understand what it means if I go and take the blame?" For the sake of the cultivation reward he would still have to serve his time in prison, but since he no longer needed to please this pack of white-eyed wolves he had no intention of being polite any longer. "What do you mean by that?" Qin Shuihua shot to her feet, staring at Zhang Yu in disbelief. This son who had always submitted without complaint actually dared to question her, utterly outrageous in her eyes. The corner of Zhang Yu's mouth curved into a cold arc devoid of even the slightest hint of a smile, only frozen ridicule. "Mother, do you truly not understand, or are you merely pretending to be confused?" His voice was not loud, yet every word was clear. "Once I step out that door today and enter the Jingzhou prison bearing the crime of assaulting an imperial relative, my future will be completely ruined." Qin Shuihua's face darkened. "Nonsense. You're only going to sit in prison for a few days, how could it be that serious?" "Not that serious." Zhang Yu cut her off, his gaze like a burning torch stabbing straight at Qin Shuihua. "Setting aside the damage to my reputation, the Wang clan alone will not let me go. They have lost so much face and had the leg of a legitimate son broken, how could they possibly swallow such humiliation?" He slowly swept his gaze over everyone, his tone growing darker. "They cannot touch the Marquisate, they cannot touch your precious darling second young master. But can they not touch me, the willing scapegoat, the eldest young master? Once I am in prison, whether I live or die, whether I come out missing an arm or a leg, have you ever considered that?" He took a step forward, though his body did not change. An inexplicable aura of pressure emanated from him. "You, how dare you?" Driven back by his barrage of questions, Qin Shuihua's complexion turned pale, her chest heaving violently as the finger pointed at Zhang Yu trembled uncontrollably. She had never imagined that this ever-submissive son would one day utter words that cut so deeply, tearing open bloody reality and laying it bare before her. "I am being presumptuous." The last trace of warmth vanished from Zhang Yu's eyes as he said coldly, "No matter how presumptuous I am, it cannot compare to your favoritism. Zhang Heng is the flesh of your heart, something you fear to crack if held in your palm, fear to melt if held in your mouth. When he causes trouble, your first thought is not how to teach him to bear responsibility, but how to shield him and find a scapegoat in his stead. And what about me? Simply because of 2 unverified accusations from Zhang Heng, you could not even be bothered to investigate and instead cast me out to the countryside to fend for myself. Even when you later brought me back, it was nothing more than a means for you to showcase your so-called motherly kindness. And now you want me to ward off disaster for your precious youngest son again. Am I not your son as well? Am I fated to be pushed out as the scapegoat? Do I offend your eyes so much?" His thunderous rebukes left Qin Shuihua momentarily speechless. Her always compliant eldest suddenly turning on her, left Qin Shuihua surprised but even more enraged. "Eldest brother, how can you speak to mother like that?" Zhang Wanning shrieked, taking a step forward as if to shield Qin Shuihua, but Zhang Yu's icy gaze pinned her in place. "Zhang Wanning." Zhang Yu turned toward her, his tone flat yet all the sharper for it. Is it your turn to speak here? Other than fanning the flames and kicking people when they are down, what else are you capable of? Wasn't sending me to take the blame precisely your wonderful idea? Zhang Waning's face flushed crimson at the jab. Heng's status is noble and his talent in martial cultivation outstanding. How could he possibly go to prison and ruin his future? And you? You're just a useless waste with no talent for cultivation. Keeping you at home is pointless. It's better to put such trash to some use. Useless. Zhang Yu gave a short mocking laugh. Every coin spent on food, clothing and daily needs in this marquee, tell me which one was not earned by me. Whose cultivation resources among you were not gathered by my efforts? Without me, Zhang Yu, the entire Yong'an marquee would have long since been gnawing on bran and swallowing chaff. His words were somewhat exaggerated yet not entirely untrue. Before Zhang Yu's return, the marquee could still maintain a facade of dignity, but resources were extremely limited, insufficient to fully support the cultivation of 4 daughters and Zhangheng. After Zhang Yu came back, in order to maintain his people-pleasing persona, he used various god-level skills granted by the system to earn vast amounts of resources for the marquee. Only then could Zhangheng and the others cultivate at ease, free from worries over resources. Boastful nonsense. Zhang Waning scoffed. We are using the Marquisite's resources. When you do business, you trade under the Marquisite's banner and use its shops. Without the Marquisite's backing, you wouldn't be able to earn a single coin. To put it bluntly, with the resources and background of our house, even a dog sent out would be able to make money. Zhang Heng also voiced his displeasure. Eldest brother, that's where you're wrong. The marquee is vast and wealthy, with resources and connections laid out for all to see. Anyone sent to manage these businesses would do well. How can you claim the credit as yours alone? I think someone has grown used to being conceited and mistaken the platform for his own ability, Zhang Waning added with a face full of ridicule. Over the years, in order to avoid drawing attention, Zhang Yu had indeed always operated under the Marquisite's banner. This had given everyone in the household the impression that Zhang Yu was the one relying on the marquee. They did not realize that without Zhang Yu using various god-level skills to cultivate connections, the Marquisite's businesses would have collapsed long ago. Enough. Qin Shuahua's expression was equally frosty. If you are unwilling to take the blame for Heng, just say so. There is no need to stand here claiming credit. Besides, the Marquisite's current standing rests on a century of foundation and connections. It has nothing to do with you in the slightest. Zhang Yu, stop making a fuss. I know this matter wrongs you, and the marquee will certainly compensate you in the future. I will also regard you differently from now on. To her, Zhang Yu was a child throwing a tantrum to vie for affection, and she comforted him with a few perfunctory words. Zhang Yu, all this commotion is just to catch our attention, isn't it? With an air of derision, Zhang Waning said, fine, we acknowledge your efforts. Now hurry up and go obediently to the Jingzhou office to confess. Zhang Heng then put on the act of a considerate good brother. Eldest brother, I understand your desire to attract our family's attention, but you cannot resort to such extreme methods. Look at how angry mother has become. Hearing the self-righteous remarks of a few people, Zhang Yu gave a cold smile filled with sarcasm and absurdity. Well, what a fuss over winning favors. Zhang Yu felt somewhat speechless, thinking these people were out of their minds, seemingly unable to comprehend human speech. He could only be more straightforward. Today I, Zhang Yu, voluntarily go to Jingzhou Prefecture to take the blame for injuring a member of the Wang family, thus repaying the debt of life. From now on I will sever all ties with the Yong'an Marquisate, and there will be no further connection. After saying this, he turned and left without hesitation, heading alone to the offices of Jingzhou Prefecture. He spoke these resolute and heartless words clearly and calmly, without a hint of anger or agitation. However, these words fell on the ears of Qin Shuahua and the others, leading to a completely different interpretation. Qin Zuehua's tense expression eased slightly, even revealing a trace of mockery. Humph, isn't this just obediently taking the blame? She said softly to Zhang Waning beside her, her tone filled with disdain. I said his fuss is merely a reflection of his dissatisfaction and a way to assert his importance. Did you see that? No matter how loud his harsh words are, in the end he still has to honestly take the blame. It's just a child's tantrum. She didn't take Zhang Ye's declaration of severing ties to heart, thinking it was just a ploy to attract attention. Zhang Waning also curled her lips, wearing an expression as if she saw through everything. Exactly, thunderous words but little rain. I thought he could really stir up some waves, but in the end he still has to take the blame. What is he trying to scare? When he spends a few days suffering in jail, won't he still have to rely on the marquee to bail him out? At that time let's see if he still has the face to say such tough words. Zhang Yu also sighed in relief. Eldest brother is just like that, loves to get stuck in a rut. Mother-sister, don't argue with him. Once he comes out of jail and sees the difficulties outside, he will naturally know the goodness of home. There was no helping it. For 3 years Zhang Yu's image of being ingratiating had become deeply rooted. No matter what he did, everyone would think he was trying to please the Qin family. Zhang Yu did not go directly to the marquisate after leaving. He turned into a quiet street and entered a store called Mo Yunjai that sold brushes, ink, paper and inkstones. The store was not large and the shopkeeper appeared somewhat dazed. However, as soon as he saw Zhang Yu, his expression changed instantly, becoming very spirited. He quickly glanced at the door and lowered his voice. "Boss, what brings you here?" This was Zhang Yu's confidant named Li Dagong, who normally handled intelligence and business operations around the capital. Zhang Yu also lowered his voice, speaking without a smile. "My good brother Chen Heng has caused trouble and the marquisate wants me to take the blame for him." "That's too much." Li Dagong, who was promoted by Zhang Yu, couldn't help but voice his indignation. "This has happened so many times. Since they are heartless, why should the young master always offer his warmth to cold shoulders?" Li Dagong knew Zhang Yu's reputation for being pleasing, but he didn't understand why Zhang Yu continued to ingratiate himself with the pack of ungrateful wolves at the marquisate. As Zhang Yu's capable subordinate, Li Dagong was aware of the immense power Zhang Yu held, a force strong enough to easily overturn the Yangon marquisate. Thus theoretically Zhang Yu had no need to please the people of the marquisate, which was something Li Dagong could not comprehend. So he could only follow the crowd and think that perhaps Zhang Yu was simply lacking love in his youth, which led him to desperately seek the approval of his relatives. Zhang Yu silently nodded, saying, "This is the last time. From today on I will have no more ties with the marquisate." "Really?" This time it was Li Dagong who was skeptical, as Zhang Yu's past actions were vivid in his memory. "You talk too much nonsense." Looking at Li Dagong's disbelieving expression, Zhang Yu said irritably, "Stop thinking about all that messy stuff. I have an important task for you to do and it needs to be done quickly." "What are you trying to frame yourself?" Hearing Zhang Yu's instructions, Li Dagong was completely stunned, even more surprised than when he heard that Zhang Yu would no longer please the marquisate. How could someone frame themselves? Could the boss have gone mad from being bullied by those people from the marquisate? After a long silence, Li Dagong advised, "Boss, this is not a joke. Even if you want to attract the attention of the marquisate, there's no need to degrade yourself like this." After some thought, Li Dagong reached the same conclusion as the people from the marquisate, thinking that Zhang Yu was merely making excuses to curry favor. My goodness. Zhang Yu helplessly rubbed his forehead, realizing that his reputation for being ingratiating was indeed hard to shake off. "Stop talking nonsense, just do as I say." Zhang Yu was too lazy to explain and directly instructed, "You go and arrange for a batch of evidence. The charges shouldn't be too heavy or too light, preferably something that only lands me in jail without getting beaten." Li Dagong understood if the boss wanted to sit in jail for a long time in exchange for the marquisite's affection. Although he felt that this was somewhat unworthy, he still reluctantly replied, "I understand, I'll arrange it right away." "Very good." Zhang Yu nodded. "Also, my time in jail cannot be too harsh. Spend some money to grease the palms of the prison guards. I want a clean single cell, and the food and drink cannot be too poor, at least it should be clean." "Rest assured, boss, I will make sure everything is arranged perfectly," Li Dagong promised. After finishing all the instructions, Zhang Yu did not go directly to the prefecture office but waited until it was almost dark before turning himself in, giving Li Dagong some time to prepare. The next day at the marquisate, in the back garden, Zhang Heng stood tall like a pine tree, wielding his long sword with ease. At 17 he had already attained the 5th rank of martial arts, making him a standout among his peers. This was also a major reason for his parents' favoritism towards him. Beside him, Zhang Weining skillfully moved her brush, the canvas radiating brilliance as if dragons roared and tigers howled. She was a practitioner of painting as a way of cultivation, using her art to communicate with the spirits of heaven and earth. The two siblings, one practicing martial arts and the other cultivating the way of painting, were both immersed in their own worlds, diligently working hard without distractions. As for the one who took the blame for Zhang Heng, the now imprisoned eldest brother Zhang Yu had long been forgotten by them, as if he had never existed. Not just the two of them, but the entire marquisate seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally forgotten this name, as if wiping away a speck of inconsequential dust. "After a few days without seeing you, your martial arts have made considerable progress. Quite impressive," a bright and spirited female voice rang out. Accompanying her words, a figure dressed in red gracefully landed in the courtyard. The visitor was none other than Zhang Yu's fiancée Jiang Luohan. At 21 she was a year older than Zhang Yu with stunning beauty, yet her brows carried an air of determination that would not yield to any man. What drew even more attention was her cultivation level. At just 21 she had already reached the 7th rank of martial arts, hailed as the 3rd fastest cultivation genius in the history of the Wei Kingdom. Although she had a childhood engagement with Zhang Yu, she was extremely annoyed by her docile fiancé. Instead, she was very close to the handsome and sunny Zhang Heng, and the two often hunted and sparred together, drawing much discussion from the outside world. Zhang Yu, limited by the system, had no choice but to continue his licking dog behavior, becoming the subject of ridicule and earning the nickname Licking Dog. Sister Jiang. Zhang Heng's eyes lit up upon seeing her, and he sheathed his sword, greeting her with a bright smile. Zhang Weining also put down her brush, smiling. Sister Luohan, weren't you training in the military camp in the northern suburbs? Why are you back so suddenly? Jiang Luohan brushed off non-existent dust on her clothes and replied, I heard news in the army that Xiaoheng had a conflict with the Wang family and I couldn't rest easy, so I rushed back. On the way I heard that Zhang Yu took the blame for Xiaoheng. If this time he has shown some sense. Her tone revealed her unreserved affection and pampering towards Zhang Heng. As for Zhang Yu's act of taking the blame, it was met with only a faint recognition of, at least he's not completely useless. Zhang Weining immediately snorted coldly, Sister Luohan, don't think too highly of him. You haven't seen the look on his face at that time when Mother asked him to take the blame. He not only showed no gratitude but also complained that Mother was biased and that the Marquis treated him as a tool. She exaggeratedly described that day's scene, her words filled with disparagement towards Zhang Yu. Jiang Luohan's heroic eyebrows furrowed and her face showed clear displeasure and disappointment. Is that so? He has disappointed me greatly. In times of family crisis, when we need someone to step up, he not only refuses to share the burden but also speaks such heartless and ruthless words. It's simply ridiculous. She had never had much fondness for Zhang Yu, and hearing him defy the Marquis now only fueled her disgust. Seeing this, Zhang Heng quickly stepped in to mediate, wearing a smile of tolerance and helplessness. Sister Jiang, don't be angry. Eldest brother. Perhaps he just didn't think it through and was throwing a tantrum. He just wants to attract attention in this way to prove that he is also important and may not really have bad intentions. He seemed to be defending Zhang Yu, but in fact he solidified Zhang Yu's characterization as immature, throwing a tantrum and seeking attention. Qin Shuahua had also arrived in the garden at some point. Hearing Zhang Heng's words, she displayed a look of satisfaction. Henger understands, knowing to empathize with his elder brother, unlike that miscreant who cares nothing for the greater situation and only knows how to throw a tantrum. She turned to Jiang Luohan, her tone soothing and apologetic. Luohan, I apologize for making you laugh. That child Zhang Yu has been neglected since childhood and his temperament is somewhat off. Don't worry, his matters with the Marquis will not implicate you and your father. Jiang Luohan shook her head, her tone cold. Aunt Qin, you are too harsh. Zhang Yu's actions are not those of a worthy match. Although we have a marriage contract, I must also see what his character is like. It seems that. She did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was very clear. A few people were collectively disdainful of Zhang Yu when Butler Fu hurried in, bending slightly and whispering, Madam, the verdict for the eldest young master has been delivered. Qin Shuahua replied in a flat tone, how long was the sentence? A few months. Or 1 or 2 years. She anticipated the Wang family would exert pressure but thought that with the Marquis connections a brief confinement would suffice. Butler Fu swallowed hard, his voice dry. Madam. It is 50 years. Moreover, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the case has been handed over to the Dali Temple and the eldest young master has been imprisoned in the Tianlao. These matters were naturally orchestrated by Li Dagong with the Wang family's covert manipulation. Zhang Yu was now entangled in dozens of cases. Clatter. The celadone teacup in Qin Zuewa's hand slipped from her grasp, shattering on the ground and splashing tea everywhere. She suddenly stood up, her face pale. 50 years. This far exceeded her expectations. Though she did not have fond feelings for Zhang Yu and had even tacitly approved of Zhang Heng's various petty actions, she had never considered wishing for his death or lifelong imprisonment. Zhang Weining gasped, covering her mouth, and a hint of barely suppressed glee appeared in her eyes. Serves him right. That annoying, useless older brother is finally going to disappear completely. Zhang Heng's gentle smile froze instantly, his pupils contracting slightly. 50 years. His original plan was to let Zhang Yu suffer in prison for a few years, endure torment and ideally die behind bars. But he never expected the Wang family to be this ruthless, nor could he have predicted that the case would escalate directly to the Tianlao. In a place like Tianlao, how long could that waste of space Zhang Yu last? Jiang Luohan's brows furrowed tightly as she said solemnly, "This matter is suspicious. It must be that the Wang family has woven other charges behind the scenes employing deadly measures. Mother, it's all my fault, all my fault." Zhang Heng was the first to react, kneeling and lamenting, "If it weren't for me taking the blame, how could my older brother end up in such a predicament?" He pounded his chest and stamped his feet, playing the role of a deeply remorseful and affectionate younger brother to the hilt. Seeing this, Zhang Weining immediately stepped forward to defend him, her tone sharp. "Xiao Heng, get up. How can this be blamed on you? If there's blame, it lies with Zhang Yu himself, who told him to behave improperly, leaving the Wang family with leverage. Now with multiple charges stacked against him and a 50-year sentence to Tianlao, it's justly his own doing, he deserves it." She was eager to see Zhang Yu nailed to the pillar of shame, pushing all the blame onto him. Jiang Luohan glanced at Zhang Weining. Though she found her words harsh, she had to admit that if Zhang Yu were truly innocent, the Wang family would struggle to fabricate so many charges. Zhang Ye's fall to such depths must surely be his own fault. She remained silent, neither agreeing nor rebutting. Qin Shuahua wearily closed her eyes and waved her hand, saying, "Perhaps this is his fate." She attributed everything to fate, skillfully avoiding responsibility for having pushed Zhang Yu to take the blame while also dodging the faint, unwilling guilt that stirred deep within her. Indeed, it was Zhang Ye's unfortunate fate, a calamity he was destined to face unrelated to her and the Marquis' choices. Then, as if just remembering something, she turned to Jiang Luohan, her face showing the right amount of difficulty and regret. "Luohan, look. Zhang Yu is now imprisoned in Tianlao, sentenced to 50 years, and it seems you are his fiancé. What should we do?" Her words seemed to show concern for Jiang Luohan, but in reality they were a probe and a prelude to the following conversation. Zhang Weining immediately interjected, "Mother, what is there to hesitate about? That useless Zhang Yu was never worthy of Sister Jiang. Now that he is trapped in Tianlao with his future ruined, should we let Sister Jiang live in mourning for him and waste her life? This engagement must be dissolved." "Exactly," Qin Shuahua nodded in agreement, her tone resolute. "I will take charge and annul your engagement with Zhang Yu. He is now a man with a stained reputation, and we in the Marquis household in any case cannot let you be dragged down any further." Jiang Luohan had long held this intention and even secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Ye's imprisonment granted her an excellent and legitimate reason to withdraw from the engagement. At the same time, she discreetly glanced at Zhang Heng, who was secretly observing her, and a ripple formed in both their hearts. Zhang Heng was ecstatic. He was already prepared to formally take over Zhang Ye's fiancé. Zhang Weining's eyes flicked and she added, "Mother, Sister Jiang, the annulment is inevitable. But for Sister Jiang's reputation, shouldn't we meet with Zhang Yu and have him write an annulment letter himself? This way, with it clearly documented, we can avoid future accusations that Sister Jiang kicked him while he was down." Her words sounded honorable, but her heart was dark, wanting to see Zhang Ye's miserable state in the Tianlao and to step on him again. "Yes, Mother." Zhang Heng also raised his head and agreed, "Since Big Brother is facing such a calamity both morally and logically, we should go see him once. Clarifying things would also count as fulfilling the last shred of brotherly affection." He spoke beautifully, but in his heart he was sneering continuously. To see Zhang Yu? Of course we must go. He had long arranged a good show to completely shatter Zhang Ye's last shred of dignity and hope right before his eyes in the Tianlao. The struggle for succession was always a matter of life and death. He needed Zhang Yu to be utterly ruined with no possibility of a comeback. Qin Shuahua pondered for a moment and felt that her children's words made sense. The annulment must be handled decisively without leaving any room for future issues. Visiting Zhang Yu to settle matters would also be acceptable. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, a clear, pleasant yet somewhat distant female voice suddenly came from the entrance of the garden. "Mother Xiao Heng, fourth sister, Sister Luohan." Everyone turned to look, and they saw a girl dressed in light blue academy attire with an ethereal and cool demeanor walking gracefully. She appeared to be around 18 years old, strikingly beautiful, yet she had an air of aloofness akin to snow on a mountain. It was none other than the third miss of the Marquis household, Zhang Qingyue, a well-known talented girl in the capital who had been studying away and rarely returned home. "Third sister. How come you're back?" Zhang Weining was somewhat surprised. Zhang Qingyue nodded slightly, acknowledging them, her calm gaze sweeping over everyone before finally resting on Qin Shuahua. "I've returned since the academy is on break. I vaguely heard some words outside. Her tone was flat and unfluctuating, revealing no emotion. "I've heard about Big Brother's situation. Since he has been sentenced and the evidence is conclusive, the law of the land will handle it. As for the engagement, it should indeed be resolved early to avoid misleading both others and oneself." Her words were concise and calm. She neither delighted in Zhang Yu's misfortune like Zhang Weining nor pretended to grieve like Zhang Heng, nor did she shift blame to fate like Qin Shuihua. She merely stated the facts and offered the most rational suggestion: cut ties as soon as possible. She had always had a lukewarm relationship with Zhang Yu and even felt a bit disdainful of his past, fawning behavior. Now that Zhang Yu was in trouble, she viewed it merely as a result of his own misdeeds, and the Marquis household should cut ties decisively. Qin Shuihua saw that her daughter, who was always opinionated and renowned for her talent, was also saying this, which further strengthened her resolve. She nodded. "Qin Yue is right. Since that's the case, let's all go to the Tianlao together. We'll say what needs to be said and handle what needs to be handled. I see the sky is getting dark, let's go tomorrow instead." Zhang Heng suddenly interjected, pushing the matter to the next day. Previously he thought Zhang Yu would serve his sentence in the Jingzhou Mansion prison. He never expected Zhang Yu to be thrown into the Tianlao, so he needed time to reorganize his plans against Zhang Yu. As evening fell in the inner chamber of Mo Yun's studio, Li Dagong frowned deeply, hurriedly writing at his desk. He was following Zhang Yu's orders to detach and transfer the properties related to the Marquis residence. It won't be long before the people of the Marquis residence realize that it has become nothing but an empty shell. Since the persona has been perfectly established, Zhang Yu has no intention of indulging that group of vampires any longer. Beside Li Dagong, a young man dressed in a black tight outfit was lounging in a rather unrefined manner on a recliner, one leg draped over the armrest, holding a wine gourd and occasionally tilting his head to take a swig. He was Mo Zhai, the top expert under Zhang Yu and one of the earliest loyal followers, only 20 years old, yet already achieved the pinnacle of the 6th rank. In fact, with Zhang Yu's financial resources, even hiring a 9th rank expert or even an innate master would be more than sufficient. However, due to his low cultivation level, he dared not recklessly recruit those of higher cultivation for fear of backlash from his subordinates. Thus he chose to carefully cultivate loyal individuals and operated under the guise of the Marquis residence. Suddenly Li Dagong's signaling jade pendant lit up. He looked down and his expression immediately became somewhat strange, even twitching at the corners of his mouth. "What's wrong?" Mo Zhai keenly sensed the change in Li Dagong's demeanor and lazily asked, though his gaze sharpened. With a complicated expression, Li Dagong handed the note to Mo Zhai, his tone carrying an absurdity. "You take a look. Someone has set their sights on the boss chrysanthemum." "Chrysanthemum?" Mo Zhai was taken aback, took the jade pendant, and then a menacing smile spread across his face. "Interesting. Since the boss brother wants to make the boss chrysanthemum wither, let's allow him to experience the feeling of being wounded all over first. Old Li Heirace, what you should do." Mo Zhai whispered while Li Dagong hesitated. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" The next day in the Great Li Temple's dungeon. This place mostly housed serious offenders, key criminals, or innocent people pulled into major cases. However, the internal conditions of the dungeon were not a uniform torment. Here money and power could still carve out a sliver of light amidst the darkness. The area where Zhang Yu was located was the heaven side in this ice and fire contrast. Thanks to the vast sums of money Li Dagong had prepared in advance, he was not thrown into a cramped, foul-smelling cell filled with dozens of inmates like most prisoners. He had a small independent cell. Though it was only about 10 square feet compared to the crowded and filthy large cells outside, it was already a VIP-level treatment. The cell contained a relatively clean wooden bed furnished with new bedding sent in by Li Dagong, along with a small wooden table and a stool. At this moment Zhang Yu was leisurely lying on the mattress-covered wooden bed, his hands resting behind his head, legs crossed, and even chewing on a grass stem he had found somewhere. "Dinner is served." A lazy shout from a guard outside the cell was accompanied by the sounds of clanking chains and dragging wooden buckets. Zhang Yu sat up at the sound. Before long a relatively kind-looking guard came over carrying 2 food boxes. Unlike the rough treatment of other prisoners, he did not shove the food through the bars but instead took out a key, opened the small window on the cell door and handed in the 2 food boxes one by one. "Young Master Zhang, your meal." The guard lowered his voice, attempting to ingratiate himself. "As per your request, it's light and delicious, just freshly cooked." Zhang Yu nodded, taking the food box. Upon opening it he found a bowl of crystal-clear white rice, on top a plate of stir-fried vegetables, below another plate of braised meat and a bowl of chicken soup with golden oil swirling and an appetizing aroma wafting up. This was the home-cooked meal, costing 50 taels of silver per serving. In the Greatly Temple's dungeon, as long as you paid enough and had a strong enough background, you could still enjoy food almost as good as outside. Zhang Yu ate slowly, contrasting sharply with the curses and sounds of fighting from the next cell, which erupted over a bit of moldy porridge. His gaze occasionally flicked over to the opposite cell of similar specifications. That was said to be the usual hangout of the only son of the Prince Jing. That cell was even more spacious than Zhang Yu's, containing not only a bed and table but also a bookshelf and a set of tea utensils. At this moment the young prince was half reclining on a silk-covered couch with two young maids dressed as handmaidens standing beside him, one fanning him and the other peeling grapes for him. The curtain was drawn halfway, blocking most of the view, but the occasional teasing sounds and some ambiguous movements made it easy to guess what was happening inside. With power and influence one could still indulge in a life of pleasure even while imprisoned. Zhang Yu was leisurely enjoying his 50 prison meal, and just as he picked up the last piece of meat his chopsticks hesitated slightly. There seemed to be something unusual at the bottom of the bowl. He discreetly used his chopsticks to part the rice, his fingertips brushing against a small piece of oil paper. It was a message from Li Dagang. "I've already entered the dungeon and this good brother of mine still isn't letting me off the hook." He sneered inwardly, then tore the note into shreds. Just as he finished dealing with the note, he heard chaotic footsteps coming from the end of the corridor, accompanied by the guards' deliberately raised voices and the clattering of keys. Before long several guards were bowing and leading a group of people, stopping at the door of his cell. The light was dim, but Zhang Yu recognized the visitors at a glance. Qin Shuihua had a complex expression, gazing down at him with a scrutinizing air and a barely discernible irritation. Zhang Weining did not hide the glee and disdain in her eyes, looking at him as if he were a piece of filthy trash. Zhang Qingyue still wore that cold and ethereal demeanor, though there was now a hint of impatience and aloofness in her brow, as if stepping into this filthy place was a great humiliation. And standing at the very front was his fiancée Jiang Luohan. The guard quickly opened the small viewing window on the cell door and respectfully stepped aside. Jiang Luohan stepped forward first. Today she was not in her battle attire, but rather dressed in a simple elegant gown which made her icy complexion stand out even more. "Zhang Yu." Her voice was clear and bright, filled with undisguised disappointment and reproach, which was especially jarring in the quiet dungeon. "You have disappointed me greatly." She gave Zhang Yu no chance to speak, coldly stating, "I thought that although you may be of mediocre talent and soft in temperament, at the very least you would have a good heart and think of the family." "But what about you?" "Regarding the Wang family's matter, Xiaoheng got into trouble, and though it is indeed unfair to have you take the blame, in light of the bigger picture, what do personal gains and losses matter? That was your opportunity to alleviate the burdens for the Marquis residents and for Hengdi. But look at you." She grew more and more agitated, her delicate finger nearly poking through the wooden bars. "Not only do you fail to show gratitude, but you also voice complaints, even saying something as absurd as severing ties with the Marquis residents. Do you still have parents in your eyes? Do you still have siblings? Do you still have I your fiancé's reputation?" Her sharp and stern critique positioned herself on a moral high ground, belittling Zhang Yu as if his imprisonment was solely his own fault, while her disappointment was entirely justified. Zhang Qingyue furrowed her brows slightly, her clear voice ringing like pearls falling on a jade plate, yet with an icy edge. "Elder brother, your actions this time are indeed reckless. Regardless of the reasons, defying mother and disregarding the family is not the way of a son or a brother. Given your current situation, it is time for some serious reflection." She said little, but each word was like a knife firmly pinning the labels of thoughtless and irresponsible on him. Zhang Yu listened quietly, his expression betraying no signs of emotion. Once they finished speaking, he set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth and moved with a calmness that felt as if he were in his own living room. He raised his eyes, his gaze calmly sweeping over Jiang Luohan and Zhang Qingyue, finally landing on Qin Zuihua's face, and suddenly let out a soft laugh. The laugh was light but caused Jiang Luohan's accusations and Zhang Qingyu's reprimands to come to an abrupt halt, appearing somewhat ridiculous. Disappointed? Not knowing the greater picture? Zhang Yu spoke, his voice not loud but clear and steady, echoing in the oppressive cell. "Miss Jiang's second sister, you stand here dressed in fine silk, smelling the stench of the prison, telling me, a criminal in prison garb enjoying prison food, that you are disappointed and that I do not understand the bigger picture. Don't you find that amusing?" He paused, his gaze turning to Jiang Luohan. "Have you forgotten that this matter was instigated by Zhang Heng? It is indeed me who does not wish to take the blame, and that is me not considering the bigger picture." He questioned her. Why must he not be the one to shoulder the responsibility for the trouble he caused? Jiang Luohan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking at the frightened Zhang Heng, who had his head down beside her. Her lips moved but no words came out. Yet in her heart she thought, with Hengdi's talent and prospects, how could he endure such unfairness? Zhang Yu did not wait for her to respond and looked towards Zhang Qingyue's second sister. Says, I disregard the family. So let me ask, has the family ever cared for me? 10 years on the estate without a word, is that care? Bringing me back as a tool to display kindness, is that care? The first thought when something goes wrong is to push me out to take the blame, is that care? Or do you mean to say that the family you speak of only includes those you acknowledge? And I, Zhang Yu, have never been considered a member of the Zhang family, just an expendable outsider who can be sacrificed at will. Zhang Qingyu's cold face finally showed a hint of change and anger provoked by the exposure of an unspoken truth, but she was always composed, merely pursing her lips and turning her face away. Qin Zuewa's expression darkened, her voice stern. Wretched child, do you dare to argue? The family raised you and nurtured you. The debt is as heavy as a mountain. Forcing you to take the blame was also a last resort to preserve the foundation of the Marquis residence. Not only do you fail to understand, but you also harbor resentment, and now you are here spouting nonsense, attacking your own siblings. Have you gone mad in prison? Attacking? Zhang Yu laughed, this time with an unmistakable sarcasm. Mother, don't you truly understand who is attacking whom? As for the debt as heavy as a mountain, the grace of spending 10 years on the estate, I remember it well. Therefore this prison disaster today can also be considered a repayment of that nurturing grace, right? From now on we are clear, isn't that clean? You. Qin Shuihua was choked, her chest tight, pointing at him, so angered she couldn't complete a coherent thought. She never expected that in such dire circumstances her son would still be so stubborn, even more arrogant than when he was at home. Zhang Weining, seeing her mother upset, immediately interjected sharply, Zhang Yu, stop your nonsense. You are useless and still blame the heavens and others. We are here today to make me sign the divorce letter, right? Zhang Yu interrupted her directly, shifting his gaze towards the increasingly flushed Jiang Luohan, then glanced at the expressionless yet urging Qin Shuihua and finally passed over the low-headed Zhang Heng, concealing his expression. He had long guessed that from the moment he stepped into this cell, from the moment he saw Jiang Luohan's angry Inquisition expression. Qin Shuihua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger, and replaced it with a heartbroken yet helpless expression. You err, since you are already trapped in a dungeon with your future ruined. Luohan is in the prime of her youth. She can't be allowed to waste her life because of you. This marriage, let it be put to rest. You write the divorce letter. From now on we part ways. This is for your own good and for Luohan's good. Zhang Heng spoke. Elder brother, I know you cannot bear to part with sister Jiang, but you must not be so selfish as to ruin her entire life. Rest assured, once the engagement is broken, I swear I will care for sister Jiang without fail, ensuring she suffers not the slightest grievance. To provoke Zhang Heng, he even deliberately took Jiang Luohan's hand. Jiang Luohan hesitated for a moment, yet neither resisted nor withdrew her hand. Her meaning was unmistakable. Qin Shuihua observed the pair standing side by side and thought them a perfect match, far more harmonious than Jiang Luohan ever could with Zhang Yu, that wretched elder son. She seized the opening. You or your younger brother speaks truly. Luohan is a fine girl, she cannot possibly waste her whole life on you. Since your bond with Luohan has reached its end and Henger harbors sincere devotion toward her, I believe, once the dust settles in a few days, we shall dissolve your engagement with Luohan, and formally betroth her to Henger. A most felicitous arrangement indeed. Though you languish in prison, surely you would wish nothing more than to see Luohan find a worthy future, and Henger attain his heart's desire. She delivered these words with such nonchalance, as if arranging a trivial household matter, utterly disregarding Zhang Yu, the very man whose consent was required, and Jiang Luohan's former fiancé. In her eyes Zhang Yu was already ruined, a broken vessel, whose sole remaining value lay in selflessly making way for his younger brother and his former fiancé. Silence fell instantly, within the cell and beyond its walls. Zhang Yu's gaze slowly swept across the clasped hands beyond the cell gate, lingered upon Jiang Luohan's shyly lowered face, paused at Zhang Heng's feigned concern, betraying triumph in his eyes, and finally settled upon Qin Shuihua's expression of unshakable entitlement. He felt no fury, no collapse, nor the faintest trace of sorrow or jealousy. Instead, an utterly bizarre expression flickered across his face, as though he had just witnessed something absurdly ludicrous, so comically incongruous it defied belief. Then he truly laughed, not a cold laugh nor a mocking one, but a spontaneous unrestrained chuckle, as if he had just glimpsed the world's most exquisite jest. Ha, ha ha. His laughter began low, then swelled steadily, echoing through the grim damp cell, rich with undisguised irony and unburdened delight. Zhang Yu flinched under that unsettling mirth, forcing calm. Elder brother, what are you laughing at? I know this wounds you, but, wound me. Zhang Yu halted, his laughter dabbed at non-existent tears with a fingertip, and met Zhang Heng's gaze with playful mockery. Why on earth should I grieve? I am overjoyed. He stepped forward, drawing near the iron bars, his eyes darting between Zhang Yu and Jiang Luohan with the amused curiosity of a connoisseur observing actors mid-performance. Zhang Yu, my dear devoted younger brother, you truly are a marvel. His tone was light, almost affectionate, yet laced with venom. Hardly have I taken your place behind bars, yet here you stand already claiming my inheritance. Even my fiancé, an object apparently, is transferred so seamlessly, so effortlessly. Tell me, do you find things I've touched especially fragrant? You. Zhang Yu's face flushed crimson, shock and rage warring within him. Jiang Luohan jerked her head up, glaring at Zhang Yu with burning shame and fury, trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Yu paid them no mind. Turning instead to Qin Shuihua, his smile widened, bright, incisive and merciless. And mother, your arrangements are nothing short of exemplary. Exquisite even. Scarcely have you cast me into this celestial prison, when lo! You rush to crown me with horns, bestowed by my own brother. How resourceful of you! Truly not a drop of family fortune shall spill beyond our gates. Shall I compose a letter of gratitude from within these walls, thanking you, revered mother, for your boundless consideration, for orchestrating my fate so flawlessly? With each sentence Qin Shuihua's complexion darkened, until at last her face turned leaden, her outstretched finger quivering violently. Wretch! What nonsense is this? Ungrateful! Zhang Yu arched a brow. Indeed, I am utterly ungrateful. Ungrateful for calling betrayal of kin kicking a man when he's down and looting the fallen virtue, and for labeling sycophancy wealth worship and opportunistic desertion vice. Your definitions of right and wrong, I simply cannot abide. He turned away from Qin Shuihua, speechless with fury, and fixed his gaze once more upon the newly paired couple, his voice now languid, dismissive. Enough. The performance is over. Your motives are transparent to me. One long coveted his elder brother's fiancée, the other, weary of her powerless betrothed, had long sought a loftier alliance. Now fortune smiles, the useless brother lies imprisoned, the prodigy ascends unimpeded. A match forged in heaven, or rather hell, wolf and tiger perfectly suited. Zhang Yu, silence. Jiang Luohan finally shrieked, tears brimming, whether from rage or humiliation none could say. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. Elder brother, how dare you slander our purity? We merely what? Mutual affection. True love. Or perhaps, adulterous passion. Zhang Yu scoffed. Spare those platitudes, for the gullible outside. Here they mean nothing. To me you are nothing but a pair of shameless lovers, rushing to entwine the moment I fell, seizing opportunity like vultures upon carrion. The words were brutal, stripping away all pretense. Zhang Yu and Jiang Luohan paled, trembling, speechless. That single phrase, shameless lovers, struck like thunder, draining their faces of blood and shaking Qin Shuihua to her core. Yet this foreboding celestial prison held more than just their fractured family. This domestic drama had already drawn the rapt attention of certain special spectators in neighboring cells. Across the corridor, in a lavishly appointed private cell, the Prince Jing's heir had set aside his wine cup. Now reclining upon a brocade-draped divan, chin propped upon one hand, he watched through the iron bars with keen, unhurried interest. His two maidservants had forgotten to fan him or peel grapes, both craning their necks equally entranced. Well now, what a spectacle! The prince drained his cup, clicking his tongue appreciatively, his voice pitched just loud enough to carry a marquisade's grand opera, brothers vying for a woman, a mother playing favorites, far more thrilling than any opera house excerpt. Already lawless by nature, he now reveled in chaos, delighting in every escalating twist. Other prisoners, less exalted yet well-informed, also pricked up their ears. Whispers drifted faintly through the cavernous chamber. Good heavens, what a sight! Takes the fall for his brother, and the brother immediately seizes his fiancée's hand, while the mother rushes to broker a new match. Has this marquisa's favoritism twisted so far it's lodged in her armpit? Was her eldest son found in a ditch? TSK, Miss Jiang isn't exactly blameless either. Barely has her fiancé stumbled, when she's already entangled with his younger brother. That young master's words hit the mark. Shameless lovers, exactly right. Who'd argue? It's monstrous. They reap every benefit, while he bears every disgrace. Marquiate nobles. Pa. Less honorable than common peasants. Though hushed, those murmurs slithered through the stillness, like slender needles piercing Qin Shuihua's, Zhang Heng's and Jiang Luohan's cheeks and hearts. Had they ever endured such humiliation? To be scrutinized, dissected and ridiculed by base convicts. Qin Shuihua's face shifted from ashen to violet, her chest heaved, her entire lifetime's dignity shattered in this single hour. Zhang Heng gripped Jiang Luohan's hand tighter, his knuckles whitening, not only from fury but from sheer mortification. Jiang Luohan stood paralyzed, humiliation and fury warring until tears spilled over unbidden and uncontrolled. Zhang Qingyue and Zhang Wanning blushed fiercely, prickling with discomfort. As noble daughters of the Marquisate, they had never imagined descending to such public ridicule. Enough. At last Qin Shuihua could bear no more, the invisible shame, the stinging whispers. She cried out sharply, desperate to halt the spectacle and banish those judging glances and voices. Yet Zhang Yu seemed deaf to the surrounding clamor, blind to their contorted expressions. His smile had vanished, replaced by a chilling absolute stillness. You wish to dissolve the engagement? Simple. His voice, low but resonant, cut cleanly through the murmurs, carrying the weight of irrevocable decree. Return every gift I ever gave you, and it is done. Qin Shui listened as Zhang Yu demanded Jiang Luohan return the gifts, her face filled with disdain and contempt. You wretched creature, even after reaching this point you still cling to gold and silver treasures. Zhang Wanning immediately chimed in, her tone sharp and caustic. Exactly, big brother, you truly are vulgar and unrefined. You wasted your time studying the classics, yet your heart is filled only with money. Sister Luohan must have had the worst luck to follow you. Breaking off the engagement is one thing, yet you still have the audacity to ask for gifts back. How can you even say that? At this moment Jiang Luohan felt as if she had grasped a lifeline to salvage her dignity, her tone dripping with condescension. It's just a trivial gift, returning it is no issue, lest you think I, Jiang Luohan, covet anything from you. She truly felt a sense of relief inside. The Jiang family is also a family of officials, with her father being the deputy minister of rights, thus they naturally weren't short on money. As long as she could immediately rid herself of Zhang Yu and sever their ties, she was willing to pay this small price. All right. Zhang Yu nodded, no longer looking at Jiang Luohan but instead turning to a small table that was already prepared with ink and paper and began to write. 3 years ago there were 12 tiers of the Merman pearls from the South Sea. These pearls are not ordinary but rather born from thousand-year-old clam essence, glowing at night and possess the effects of calming the mind and aiding cultivation. Priced at 30,000 taels. Jiang Luohan's eyelids flickered. She indeed liked this pearl as it shone like the bright moon when placed in her room at night, but 30,000 taels. 2 years ago the genuine work pavilion by the river by the painting sage Li Si Sun during his later years, which contains a hint of the essence of landscapes, is beneficial for both painting techniques and a martial artist's understanding of the world, priced at 25,000 taels. Qin Shuihua frowned tightly. Li Si Sun's paintings are indeed valuable. Last year the autumn water sword forged from heavenly mysterious iron mixed with 3 taels of starlight sand and 2 qian of 10,000 years cold iron essence, painstakingly crafted by the 7th generation direct descendant of the reclusive swordsmith O Yizi over 81 days. This sword has begun to possess spiritual qualities, unmatched sharpness, and can amplify the power of water and ice-type techniques. Material, labor and connections, priced at 50,000 taels. Zhang Heng gasped. 50,000 taels for a single sword. This is simply robbery. Additionally, a 3-foot-tall blood jade coral produced from the eye of the East Sea. This coral grows an inch every 100 years, containing pure blood energy suitable for medicine and ornamental use, priced at 8,000 taels. A pair of moonlight nightlight cups from the ancient country of Lulan in the western regions, crafted from moonstone, naturally emanate a soft glow at night, and the wine served in them is sweet and refreshing, priced at 5,000 taels. As Zhang Yu continued to list item after item, Jiang Luohan's expression gradually shifted from proud to pale, while Qin Shuihua and others furrowed their brows tighter and the surrounding discussions grew louder. This was no longer a few gifts but a fortune capable of bankrupting an ordinary wealthy household. Yet this was merely the beginning. Zhang Yu dipped his brush in ink and continued writing, his tone still flat. Additionally, I present to Miss Jiang the following cultivation aid elixirs. Premium heart purifying jade dew pill in 3 bottles, 3 pills per bottle. This pill is made from the hearts of thousand-year-old snow lotuses and calming grasses, having extraordinary effects of eliminating inner demons and stabilizing realms, with a market price of 1,500 taels per pill, totaling 13,500 taels. Premium Foundation Strengthening Pill in 5 bottles, 5 pills per bottle. This pill uses rare medicinal materials like 300-year-old mountain ginseng and solidifying fruits, effective in solidifying foundations and healing hidden injuries, especially suitable for stabilizing realms after breakthroughs, with a market price of 2,000 taels per pill, totaling 50,000 taels. Nourishing ointment made from 1,000-year-old snow ginseng in 10 boxes. This ointment not only nourishes the skin but also warms the meridians, compensating for cultivation losses, valued at 800 taels per box, totaling 8,000 taels. The value of these elixirs far exceeded that of the previously mentioned jewels and artifacts. Zhang Yu paused, raised his eyes to glance at Jiang Luohan, and in a calm tone uttered the final item, which was the true heavy blow: Bodhi pill, 1 piece. As these 3 words were spoken, the entire prison area fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The Crown Prince of Jing Wang suddenly sprang up from the soft couch, his wine gourd clattering to the ground, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yu, his face filled with disbelief and shock, as if seeing this person for the first time. Bodhi pill. That is a legendary holy item. Its effects are considered defying the heavens. Not only can it wash the muscles and marrow, reshape the foundation, and significantly enhance one's aptitude, but it can also increase the success rate by at least 30% when breaking through major realms. Its value cannot be measured by ordinary gold and silver. One could say that Jiang Luohan's current cultivation relies entirely on the effects of this Bodhi pill. Zhang Yu seemed unfazed by the crowd's shock and continued in a calm tone, "The Bodhi pill is priced at 500,000 taels. 500,000 taels. Zhang Heng exclaimed in surprise, his voice cracking, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Jiang Luohan was left dumbfounded, her mind blank, her body cold as if she had fallen into an ice cave. 500,000 taels. Just for 1 pill. How could this be possible? When she took it back, then she only felt the medicinal power was pure and immense, helping her break through her bottleneck and rapidly advance in cultivation, thinking it was merely a top-grade spirit pill but never daring to imagine it was the legendary Bodhi pill. Zhang Yu. How could he possibly have such a thing? And he gave it to her. The Crown Prince of Jing Wang murmured to himself, his voice filled with shock and incredulity. 500,000 taels. Bodhi pill. This kid. Is he really willing to give such a thing away? The surrounding prisoners erupted into a frenzy, gasping, exclaiming and discussing in disbelief. 500,000 taels. My dear mother. Bodhi pill. I've only heard about it from storytellers. Is this young master of the Marquis house a reincarnation of a generous benefactor? Miss Jiang just swallowed a mountain of gold and is now expected to spit it back out. Zhang Yu set down his brush, picked up the densely written list that was enough to make one's heart race, and gently blew on the ink. He then handed it to the already dumbfounded and trembling prison guard, signaling him to pass it to the pale-faced Jiang Luohan outside the prison. Miss Jiang, please take a look. All items have a source and can be verified. If there are no doubts, please return them according to this list. The autumn water sword and pavilion by the river must be returned as is, while the rest can be compensated in silver at market price. After removing the fractions, the total comes to 768,500 taels. Zhang Ye's voice remained calm, yet it sounded like thunder in everyone's mind. 768,500 taels. Jiang Luohan trembled like a leaf in autumn, receiving that weighty list, staring at the glaring numbers and the line Bodhi pill, 500,000 taels, feeling as though the world was spinning. Let alone the 500,000 taels for the Bodhi pill that she could never repay, even the earlier gifts totaling nearly 270,000 taels she couldn't produce immediately. You are talking nonsense. What Bodhi pill? What 500,000 taels? You are speaking irresponsibly, extorting. Jiang Luohan screamed hysterically in denial. This was her last struggle, but her voice was filled with despair. Zhang Yu seemed to have anticipated her reaction, calmly stating, "Whether it is extortion or not, there will be a fair judgment. Tears of the Merman can be authenticated by the chief manager of the treasure pavilion. A pavilion by the river can be appraised by the doctoral experts of the Hanlin Academy. Autumn water sword can be verified by master craftsmen of the Ministry of Works or personnel from Tianjian Mountain Village. As for the elixirs, especially the Bodhi pill, its remaining medicinal power is unique and can be examined by the chief physician of the medical office or a master from Yawang Valley to ascertain your meridians and qi si. A single test will reveal the truth. As for the prices, they are all based on recent auction sale prices or industry-recognized valuations, with no deceit to the young and old alike." He paused and turned cold. "If Miss Jiang insists on denying, then we will have to take this to court and ask the Jing Zhao Yin and even the Dali Si and the Du Cha Yuan to settle the matter." You. Zhang Luohan was furious yet had no way to refute him. Wait, Zhang Yu, stop spouting nonsense and extorting Sister Luohan. Zhang Wanning suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Zhang Yu in the cell, her face filled with self-satisfied malice as if she had uncovered a lie. You say these gifts and elixirs are worth 768,000 taels. What a joke. You, a so-called young master who grew up in a village and has only been back for a few years, how could you afford such things? Without waiting for Zhang Yu to respond, she immediately answered herself, raising her voice higher to ensure everyone could hear. Unless you took advantage of your position managing part of the Marquis estate to line your own pockets, embezzling the Marquis money to please Sister Luohan. The more she spoke, the more convinced she became she had grasped the truth. Turning to Qin Shuihua, she exclaimed, Mother, did you hear that? Zhang Yu is not only useless himself but also has dirty hands. He must have secretly misappropriated the funds of the Marquis estate and might even have forged accounts, embezzling huge profits to afford these ridiculous items. What tares of the merman and Bodhi pill, all bought with our Marquis money. She then turned to the pale Zhang Luohan and said in a tone of sudden realization, Sister Luohan, don't be scared. These things are nominally given by Zhang Yu, but in reality it was all our Marquis money spent, which is equivalent to the Marquis giving them to you. He a fraudster, what right does he have to demand gifts on behalf of the Marquis? If anyone is to demand them back, it would be the Marquis requesting back the embezzled funds from him. Zhang Wanning's words were extremely malicious and also extremely confusing. She directly twisted Zhang Ye's personal act of gifting into bribing with public funds from the Marquis estate, and placed herself on a moral high ground of recovering family embezzled funds, attempting to completely deny Zhang Ye's legitimacy in seeking the return of gifts, and even wanted to bite back, labeling Zhang Yu as embezzler. Zhang Heng also reacted quickly, hastily agreeing, Fourth sister is right. Big brother, you must honestly confess, where did the money for these gifts come from? Did you misappropriate the estate's silver? Or did you engage in some illicit dealings? He appeared to be questioning, but in reality was guiding everyone to think along the lines of embezzlement. Zhang Luohan revealed a look of disdain. Zhang Yu. You actually used the Marquis money to appear generous, deceiving me for so many years. These items I won't return. If I must return, it will be to the Marquis. The surrounding discussions shifted due to Zhang Wanning's words. Some people became skeptical. Embezzlement. This indeed seems possible. The young master of the Marquis estate misappropriating a bit of the estate's money to please his fiancée makes sense. If that's really the case, then this list is indeed problematic. The Crown Prince of Jing Wang raised an eyebrow, revealing a playful expression, making it even more interesting. Faced with Zhang Wanning's absurdity and counterattack, Zhang Yu showed no signs of panic on his face. Instead, a more pronounced smile filled with sarcasm appeared. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as if observing a poor performance. Zhang Yu met the proud gazes of several people and nodded calmly, Indeed, I do not have that much money. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanning's eyes instantly erupted with wild joy, as if Zhang Ye's guilt had been firmly established. She couldn't wait to exclaim sharply, Look, he admitted it himself, he doesn't have that much money. Then how did he acquire these items worth 760,000 taels? It must be that he embezzled the funds of the Marquis residence. Qin Shuihua also let out a long sigh of relief, her face regaining its usual authority and a hint of disdainful, just as I thought. The way she looked at Zhang Yu was as if she were gazing at a filthy truth that had finally been exposed. Zhang Luohan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She believed that as long as Zhang Yu was confirmed to have committed embezzlement, this exorbitant debt could be shaken off. Even the usually indifferent Zhang Qingyue frowned slightly, her gaze towards Zhang Yu carrying a trace of barely perceptible disdain. Misappropriating vast sums of money from the residents to please a woman was, regardless of the reason, an extremely foolish and immoral act in her eyes. The surrounding discussions again shifted towards the Marquis residence. He admits he has no money. Then it must certainly be that he used the residence's funds. There's no way out now, he's truly embezzled. Miss Jiang is also a victim deceived by an embezzler. The heir of the Jing Wang also curled his lip, feeling a bit bored, thinking that he had expected some sort of twist. However, just when everyone thought Zhang Yu would plead guilty and submit, he shifted his tone, remaining calm and unperturbed. Although I have no money, I can borrow. Borrow? Zhang Wanning laughed scornfully as if she had heard a tremendous joke. Elder brother, do you think we are 3-year-old children? 76,000 taels, who would lend you that much money? Even if it were a money shop without sufficient collateral, they would never lend such a large sum to a young master of the Marquis residence. Who do you think you are? Qin Shuahua coldly retorted, "You scoundrel, at this point do you still wish to argue?" Zhang Yu looked at them as if observing a group of jumping monkeys and said slowly, "There are indeed channels for borrowing money. As for who the creditor is and where the IOU is." He calmly produced several neatly folded sheets of paper stamped with a bright red seal. That was the IOU. In black and white the amount was substantial and the borrower's name was unmistakably signed as Zhang Yu along with a clear fingerprint. This. How is this possible? Zhang Wanning exclaimed, her earlier pride instantly freezing into incredulity. She couldn't fathom how Zhang Yu could borrow that much money. Qin Shuahua, Zhang Qingyue and Zhang Heng all displayed faces of disbelief. That was more than 70,000 taels of silver. Zhang Yu actually managed to borrow it. How did he do it? To be able to borrow such a sum is quite a talent. The heir of the Jing Wang nodded silently. After the initial shock, Zhang Heng was the first to wake up. He knew that this debt could not be acknowledged. If it were, Jiang Luohan would be in trouble and the Marquis residence would also be implicated. His expression instantly switched to one of deep distress and he loudly declared, "Elder brother, even if this money is borrowed by you, so what?" He climbed onto his moral high ground, speaking earnestly, "A gift once given is like water poured out. How can one take it back? By acting in this manner, are you not embarrassing Sister Luohan, bringing shame upon our Marquis residence and making Uncle Jiang lose face? You are too inconsiderate, too shameless." Zhang Wanning immediately understood and chimed in sharply, "Exactly. Zhang Yu, are you still a man? To give something and then expect to take it back? What a disgrace to the Zhang family. Our Marquis residence has no such petty and sordid descendants." Qin Shuahua also steadied her mind with a stern face, taking on the demeanor of a mother. "Yuer, the value of a gift lies in sincerity. Once given, it belongs to Luohan. If you demand it back now, it is improper and would only make our Zhang family a laughingstock, showing a complete lack of grace." They attempted to bind Zhang Yu with these vague concepts of feelings, face and family reputation, denying the legitimacy of his pursuit. Seeing that everyone from the Marquis residence was speaking on her behalf, Jiang Luohan felt a bit more secure as greed and luck took the upper hand. She bit her lip, forcing her voice to sound justified although it trembled slightly. "Zhang Yu, when I accepted those gifts I did not know you borrowed money to buy them. Now that you want me to return them, it is equivalent to asking me to repay your debt. This is unreasonable in every sense. Your creditor should be the one to ask you for money, not me. The items. I will not return them." She decided to act shamelessly, thinking to herself, with the power of the Marquis residence and the Jiang family, would any money shop dare to force a debt? The surrounding prisoners let out sneers of disdain, receiving gifts without hesitation yet quick to default. They're about to run away with the little uncle's things yet still cling to their ex-husband's properties. How outrageous. The Jiang family of the Marquis residence is attempting to bully others with their power. Facing these accusations, Jiang Luohan's cheeks turned red, filled with shame and anger. But thinking of that astronomical figure of 76,850 taels, she gritted her teeth and stubbornly held her ground. Unable to pay, she could only endure. Zhang Yu looked at their performance, his face devoid of anger, only a trace of icy mockery, as if watching a group of poor actors. He nodded, his tone flat. "Miss Jiang seems to have a point. The debt is mine and it shouldn't be pursued from you." Jiang Luohan felt a slight relief in her heart. However, Zhang Ye's tone shifted, "But when I borrowed the money, not only did I sign an IOU, I also signed a supplementary agreement with the lender." His gaze swept across the crowd, who suddenly tensed again, and he slowly said, "The agreement states that if I, Zhang Yu, cannot repay the principal and interest on time, the lender has the right to directly demand the corresponding treasures used to purchase the gifts from the actual recipient, that is Miss Jiang Luohan. Of course, they can also claim compensation from my family." "What?" Jiang Luohan cried out in shock, her face drained of color. "Such an agreement exists. Does that mean she can't just default?" Zhang Wanning immediately jumped up, shouting fiercely but without confidence, "Nonsense, the agreement was signed by you. What does it have to do with Sister Jiang and the Marquis residence? The money was borrowed by you. Why should you demand items from Sister Jiang and the Marquis residence? Do you think our Marquis residence and Jiang family are just decorations? I want to see which blind money shop would dare to come and cause trouble at our Jiang family and Marquis residence." She directly showcased her family's influence, attempting to threaten potential creditors. "Think carefully, would you dare to offend the minister's residence and the Yangon Marquis residence for a bit of money?" Qin Shuahua also feigned calmness, coldly stating, "Yuer, do not spread alarm. Even if there are agreements, my Zhang family and Jiang family are not to be trifled with. Ordinary money shops, I doubt they have the courage. This was a typical case of bullying with power. They believed that with the might of the two residences they could intimidate most creditors and suppress this debt dispute. Just as Zhang Wanning was shouting who dares to come, and Qin Shuahua emphasized ordinary money shops lack the courage, Zhang Yu nodded as if he completely agreed with them. In a tone that was calm yet cruel he asked clearly word by word, ordinary money shops may not have this courage. But what about the Wang family? The Wang family. Zhang Wanning's arrogant expression froze instantly as she unconsciously repeated. Zhang Yu picked up the IOU, lightly tapping the three characters Wang Bingkuan with his fingertip, his voice not loud yet like thunder. It rang in everyone's ears. I forgot to tell you, this money was borrowed directly from old master Wang Bingkuan. Inside the cell there was a deathly silence. The discussions of other prisoners in the distance seemed to vanish. As Zhang Yu faced their incredulous, terrified and disbelieving eyes, he continued in that calm but heart-wrenching tone, you tell me the Wang family, who has made a deadly enemy with your Marquis residence and Jiang family and just had Zhang Heng break the leg of their direct grandson. Do they have the guts to come and collect the debt? And besides, Zhang Yu added with a hint of playful sarcasm, given the Wang family's style of doing things they would surely be very willing to make this matter known to everyone. Although Zhang Yu had to please Jiang Luohan and the Zhang family due to the constraints of his persona system, he was not one to passively submit. Borrowing money from the Wang family was a calculated move, anticipating this very situation today. Moreover, every act of pleasing Jiang Luohan and the whole residence was done with a contingency plan. This was merely the beginning. Qin Shuahua felt as if struck by lightning. Her body swayed violently, and without the support of Granny Zhou she would have collapsed. She pointed at Zhang Yu, her lips trembling, forcing out a voice that had turned shrill from her throat. You! How dare you! You actually borrowed money from the Wang family. You! This is a betrayal of your ancestors, a betrayal that could ruin our entire family. She finally understood that this was not a simple debt, it was a meticulously planned scheme by Zhang Yu, using the sharpest knife of the Wang family to publicly humiliate the whole residence and the Jiang family, a poisonous plot that would sever their flesh and blood. The Wang family wasn't just daring, they would undoubtedly make a grand spectacle of it, wanting the whole world to know they were collecting debts from the whole residence. This stripped the dignity of both the whole residence and the Jiang family and displayed it for all to see. Zhang Heng was completely flustered, his mind a blank. Brother, you are being foolish. How could you harm the whole residence and sister Luohan like this? He realized that this was not his brother's foolishness but rather an extremely calm, ruthless and well-thought-out act of revenge. Borrowing money from a mortal enemy to send gifts and leaving behind an agreement tailor-made for today, this was akin to roasting Jiang Luohan and the two residences over the flames of the Wang family's revenge. Jiang Luohan felt darkness envelop her, her entire body cold as if she had plunged into an abyss. The last shred of hope and courage to endure was utterly shattered. The creditor was the Wang family, the very family that hated them to the core and was eager for an opportunity to take revenge. The agreement was legal and the Wang family had the power, motive and reason to escalate this matter, ruining her reputation and leaving the Jiang family in disgrace. What could she use to defend against this? What could the Jiang family do? Would the whole residence and the Jiang family truly dare to go to war with the Wang family for her sake? The answer was evidently negative, and despair and regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. Zhang Wanning's arrogant demeanor was completely extinguished, her face turned pale, and though her mouth opened she couldn't utter a single word. Just moments ago she had shouted, who dares? Now the creditor was the Wang family, their mortal enemy that even the whole residence feared. Could she confront the Wang family heathen? Could the whole residence? Her earlier threats now seemed absurd and childish. Zhang Qingyue was also stunned by this overwhelming blow, her cold face displaying intense emotional fluctuations for the first time as she looked at Zhang Yu with disbelief and horror. This had far surpassed the realm of internal strife, it was a masterful application of family conflicts, human calculations and legal agreements to their ultimate extent, a single devastating blow with no room for maneuver. The surrounding crowd erupted in fervent reactions. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Borrowing money from an enemy to buy a gift for a fiancé while leaving behind such a cleverly crafted agreement. This isn't just debt collection, it's a heartrending blow. The Wang family must be ecstatic. The whole residence and the Jiang family have fallen into a pit, this time dug by their own sans-fiance. Now let's see how they continue to bully others. The Wang family holds greater power and they are their sworn enemy. The Crown Prince of Jing couldn't help but clap and laugh heartily. Ingenious, absolutely ingenious. Using a knife to kill, pulling the rug from under them. This Zhang brother is truly extraordinary. Today I have truly gained insight. Qin Shuihua felt as if her spine had been pulled out, collapsing in despair. Jiang Luohan's face was streaked with tears as she looked at Qin Shuihua and Zhang Heng, only to see the same grey despair and fear reflected back. Zhang Qinhua turned her face away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Finally Qin Shuihua, mustering her last bit of strength, hoarsely said to the equally pale Jiang Luohan. Luohan. This debt. We cannot escape, we can only endure. However, just as this atmosphere of near despair settled in, the usually calm and composed Zhang Qinhua suddenly furrowed her brow. She looked at Zhang Yu, who was calm within the prison, even carrying a hint of mockery and an anger of being manipulated and belittled overwhelmed her initial shock. Her cold voice resonated again, laced with a deliberately maintained rationality and a condescending critique. Elder brother, this time. You have gone too far. Her words attracted everyone's attention. To attract the family's attention, to make Sister Jiang reconsider, you actually resorted to such underhanded tactics, putting the whole residence and the Jiang family in such a compromising position, even colluding with external enemies. Zhang Qingyu's tone was icy, as if stating an obvious fact. Do you think that by doing this we will regard you any higher? You are mistaken. Your actions will only make us see your narrow-mindedness and extremism more clearly, and will only make us hate you even more. Until this moment, Zhang Qingyue, as well as Qin Shuihua, Zhang Heng and others deep down still clung to a stubborn belief that Zhang Ye's earth-shattering debt collection act was fundamentally aimed at that ridiculous seeking attention, proving himself and acting out in revenge. 3 years of being a dog had ingrained too deeply into their hearts, and they simply could not believe, or rather refused to believe, that Zhang Yu truly intended to sever all ties with them, possessing the ability and foresight to manipulate them in the palm of his hand. Zhang Wanning, upon hearing Zhang Qingyu's words, seemed to find her footing, momentarily breaking free from her earlier shock and fear. Yes, elder brother was just causing a ruckus, playing tricks to attract attention. She immediately straightened her chest with her familiar disdain returning to her face, scoffing. Third sister is right. Zhang, you don't think that such schemes will scare us? The whole residence is large and prosperous, earning no less than 100,000 taels a month. This little debt can be repaid by the whole residence. The more she spoke, the more she felt it was the case, even beginning to plan for Zhang Heng. Let's treat it as an advance gift for Xiao Heng. After all, Sister Luohan will eventually marry into our Zhang family. One's own water should not flow to outsiders. A monthly income of 100,000 taels. Not flowing to outsiders. Zhang Yu listened to this absurd talk, nearly bursting into laughter. These people at this point were still deceiving themselves. He calmly spoke. A monthly income of 100,000 taels of silver is because I have been secretly managing and supporting the whole residence. Without my maintenance and operation with the whole residence's outdated businesses, if they don't lose money, it would already be a blessing from our ancestors. You are talking nonsense. Zhang Wanning jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The whole residence's businesses are the legacy left by our ancestors, deeply rooted. Without you, this good-for-nothing, the whole residence would still operate. Stop trying to embellish yourself here, mistaking your platform for ability. Zhang Heng also seemed to have found a breakthrough to refute, saying to Qin Shuihua, mother, fourth sister is right. Elder brother is just sensationalizing, belittling the whole residence while elevating himself. Since elder brother thinks they can't do without him, then from today onwards I will handle all the logistical and financial affairs of the whole residence. Son will surely do better than elder brother, ensuring the whole residence's businesses thrive and never allowing certain people to see them become a laughingstock. His words were not only a rebuttal to Zhang Yu but also an opportunistic grab for power. He had long coveted the resources and channels that Zhang Yu controlled, and now that Zhang Yu was imprisoned, it was the perfect opportunity for him to take over. He was confident that with his own intelligence and skills he could do 100 times better than that good-for-nothing elder brother. At this moment Qin Shuihua was in a state of turmoil, suffocated by the immense debt, doubting Zhang Ye's words and feeling despair over the current mess. Hearing Zhang Heng voluntarily offer to take charge, she felt as if she had grasped the last straw, nodding repeatedly. Good. Henger has ambition, mother believes in you. You'll have to take more care of the affairs of the whole residence from now on. Zhang Wanning also immediately encouraged her brother. Heng, brother, you will definitely succeed much better than that good-for-nothing who only knows how to play tricks and betray us. Although Jiang Luohan was still immersed in the fear of debt, seeing Zhang Heng so responsible gave her a glimmer of weak hope and reliance. Perhaps Heng brother really can handle it well. Zhang Qinghua did not express her stance, but clearly she was more willing to believe in the foundation of the whole residence and Zhang Heng's abilities rather than Zhang Ye's sensationalism. Looking at their blindly confident expressions, the derision on Zhang Yu's face deepened. He did not argue further, merely saying calmly, "Very well then, we'll wait and see." His tone was calm, even carrying a hint of imperceptible anticipation. Anticipating to see them take over and discover the myriad cracks beneath the whole residence's shiny exterior, anticipating to see them full of confidence yet hitting walls everywhere, anticipating to see how that so-called monthly income of 100,000 taels quickly turned into an illusion, and looking forward to seeing what kind of spectacular expressions would appear on their faces when the Wang family came with the agreement, while the whole residence couldn't even muster the first installment of the debt. Zhang Yu said no more, turned around, returned to the bedside, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, as if all the noise, accusations, confidence and schemes from the outside world had nothing to do with him. Qin Shuahua and the others saw his surrender and inability to refute demeanor, feeling all the more that they were in the ascendant, regaining some face. Although they bore immense debt, at the very least they did not lose in terms of momentum and had seen through Zhang Yu's true colors and incompetence. Just as Qin Shuahua and the others turned to leave, Zhang Heng spoke again. "Mother, sister, please wait outside for a moment. Today's incident originated from me. I would like to speak with elder brother alone," hoping to persuade him to return to the right path. He had arranged a grand performance and naturally did not want to leave so soon. At Zhang Heng's urging, Qin Shuahua and the others temporarily left the prison cell and proceeded to a side chamber to wait. Zhang Heng exchanged a subtle glance with the jailer, who immediately understood and unlocked the cell door. The jailer then bowed deeply and retreated to the far end of the corridor, turning his back toward them, effectively standing guard. Inside the cell only the two brothers remained. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged upon the cot, eyes closed in quiet cultivation, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Heng's entrance. Zhang Heng strode directly to the sole crude wooden stool in the cell, lifted the hem of his robe with graceful poise and seated himself with unruffled composure, as though he were the master of this place, not its visitor. His gaze settled upon Zhang Yu, and a cold, unervingly sharp curve tugged at the corner of his lips, utterly incongruous with his youth. "Elder brother," he began, voice hushed and stripped of its usual feigned clarity and warmth, now laced with a venom rare even among adolescents. "I truly underestimated you." Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes, not with surprise but with an unfathomable stillness, meeting Zhang Heng's gaze unflinchingly. Zhang Heng continued, voice low and measured, 3 years ago I believed you had perished at the manor. Yet you survived, and returned alive to the Marquisate residence." He paused, a flash of razor-sharp intensity flickering in his eyes. "For these 3 years you bowed low and played small within the residence, currying favor ceaselessly with mother, with elder sister, with me, even with that foolish woman Jiang Luohan. All deemed you spineless, a contemptible wretch, a sycophant, a groveler. Even I nearly fell for your masquerade at first. But gradually I sensed something was amiss." Zhang Heng leaned forward slightly, locking eyes with Zhang Yu. "Each time you pleased, it coincidentally resolved some minor yet inconvenient trouble. Each time you yielded, you somehow reaped unexpected gains. You are like a venomous serpent, concealed in shadow, appearing harmless, even abject, yet always striking the most vital points, silent and unseen. Your patience, your methods, they frightened me." He exhaled softly, almost reverently. "From the day you stepped back through our gates I knew you would become my greatest adversary for life. To leave you alive is to forfeit my peace, day and night." Facing this near confession, Zhang Yu remained impassive, replying only with quiet disdain, "You are no slouch either. 13 years ago you pushed elder brother into the water, and afterward wore such flawless innocence, weeping louder than anyone else. Then you slandered me, claiming I had shoved you, and so I was cast out to the country manor, abandoned to die alone. Such guile, such cruelty, few possess it." He spoke of a hazy yet pivotal childhood memory buried deep within the original body's recollection. Zhang Heng's pupils contracted faintly, but he offered no denial, only a chilling, twisted smile. "Elder brother's memory is indeed sharp. Yes, it was I. A pity you lived to return. These past 3 years," Zhang Yu remarked, alluding to the system-bestowed survival and warning skills, "had it not been for constant vigilance, and a measure of fortune, I would have died countless times by now." Zhang Heng did not deny it. Instead he stated it as simple fact. What else could one expect in the contest for heirship? "You are the Marquisate's legitimate eldest son. So long as you draw a breath I cannot rest easy. The Marquisate's future belongs to me alone." His tone was calm, yet radiated naked ambition and lethal intent. This time, Zhang Heng shifted tone, eyes glinting with frost. "I intended to orchestrate your illness-induced demise or a convenient accident within the Jingzhou prefectural prison. Its guards are lax, its bribes easily arranged. Yet who could have foreseen, you would stir up such chaos yourself, accruing so many charges that you landed straight in the celestial prison. His voice carried a trace of regret and irritation. The celestial prison was heavily guarded and rigorously administered. Eliminating a high-profile inmate there quietly and without consequence was exponentially more perilous. Still, he added, the cruel curve returning to his lips, though I cannot claim your life today, I will not depart empty-handed. Elder brother, you have today humiliated me, disgraced the marquisate and burdened the Zhang family with crushing debt. As your dutiful younger brother, would it not be profoundly uncouth to offer you no reciprocal gesture? He rose, pacing slowly, his gaze sweeping the squalid cell before settling once more on Zhang Yu, his voice dropping to a predatory whisper, death may be spared, but punishment is inevitable. Elder brother, since your remaining years are fated to unfold within these walls, allow me as your compassionate younger brother to render your imprisonment infinitely more vivid and unforgettable. What say you? Rest assured, I will not let you die. Death would be too merciful, and make me appear heartless beyond redemption. I intend for you to live without dignity, without hope, without even the semblance of humanity, to live until mother, elder sister, and every soul present, including that idle young lord observing from next door, utterly despise you. You shall become a revolting mire, a name no one dares utter, a stain erased from memory. When you have rotted away completely within this prison, your reputation, your pride, your last ember of hope extinguished, I may deign to visit you once more. By then I hope you still retain the same sharp tongue you wield today. Zhang Yu smiled, a grotesque fusion of malice, triumph, and cruelty. His true purpose in coming here extended beyond confirming Zhang Yu's ruin or venting his fury at being outmaneuvered. It was to deliver a public declaration of vengeance, to crush Zhang Yu's spirit further, and to ceremonially inaugurate the execution of his plans. Finished. Zhang Yu remained seated cross-legged upon the cot, his posture unchanged, his stillness absolute. He lifted his gaze toward Zhang Yu. Deep within those tranquil eyes flickered something Zhang Yu could not decipher, pity. Or perhaps mockery. Your performance is commendable, Zhang Yu said coolly. Alas, the script is trite, and your mind shallow. Do you truly believe entering the celestial prison renders you my master? A faint icy smile touched Zhang Yu's lips, utterly unlike Zhang Yu's own, radiating not cruelty but cold, piercing insight. Still defiant to the end. Zhang Yu assumed Zhang Yu was merely clinging to false bravado, preserving face in desperation. A cruel, triumphant grin spread across his face. Without another word he raised his hand and clapped 3 times. Clap. 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 The sharp hollow sound pierced the silence of the prison corridor. The Wang jailer, the same man who had accepted Zhang Yu's bribe, appeared from the shadows of the passage, bowing obsequiously as he ushered in a figure behind him. The man was towering and massively built, his body corded with thick muscle. Heavy iron shackles clanked with each deliberate, unervingly steady step. Most arresting were his eyes, clouded yet burning with the raw bestial hunger of a predator, now fixed unblinkingly upon Zhang Yu inside the cell. The Wang jailer bowed again, stammering, "Fifth young master, the man has arrived, shall I?" Zhang Yu nodded approvingly, then turned to Zhang Yu, who sat serene and unmoved, and smiled, "Elder brother, see how devoted your younger brother is. Fearing you might grow lonely in the celestial prison, I've arranged a companion for you. This man is robust, virile, and particularly fond of male companionship, especially with refined fair-skinned gentlemen such as yourself." His tone feigned sincerity, his eyes however seethed with serpentine venom. He meant to witness Zhang Yu's humiliation, his torment, his terror, his collapse, until the final shard of his dignity lay shattered beneath his heel. He intended for the entire marquisate, and all who watched, to know the first young master of the Zhang family was nothing but a despicable broken thing, ripe for violation. As Zhang Yu spoke he studied Zhang Yu closely, searching for fear, for panic. He was disappointed. Zhang Yu showed no expression, not even a glance toward the monstrous brute looming at the cell door. Instead he spoke again in that same dispassionate tone, "Curious, I heard this valiant fellow favors young masters of your particular constitution. What are those 2 brothers whispering about?" The Crown Prince Jing Wang Shaoxing strained his ears, but unfortunately Zhang Yu and the others lowered their voices, making it impossible for him to hear clearly. The prisoners watching the commotion were equally anxious, feeling stuck halfway through a juicy melon. Suddenly an unexpected turn of events occurred. Before them stood the burly figure of the strong man known as Man Nyo, who, whether due to infatuation or provoked by Zhang Yu's words, suddenly grabbed Zhang Heng, who was standing at the cell door. "You bastard, you've got the wrong person!" Zhang Heng exclaimed, both shocked and furious, scolding loudly. He was the most favored fifth young master of the whole residence. He had never been so insulted before. Filled with shame and anger, he wasted no time unleashing the inner strength of a fifth-grade martial artist and striking back with a fierce slap aimed straight at Man Nyo's ugly face. He intended to give this ignorant commoner a lesson he would never forget. The wind from his palm whistled, clearly showing that in his rage Zhang Heng held nothing back. However, the anticipated crisp sound of a slap did not resonate. Man Nyo's hand, resembling an iron claw, swiftly intercepted Zhang Heng's wrist in midair with ease. Zhang Heng's hand, infused with inner strength, halted just 3 inches from Man Nyo's cheek and could advance no further. The immense force at his wrist made him feel as if his bones were about to be crushed. How is this possible? Zhang Heng's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief etched across his face. He was a fifth-grade martial artist. If this slap, although not delivered with full force, was surely not something an ordinary prisoner could easily withstand. Instinctively he mobilized all his inner strength, attempting to shake off Man Nyo's grip. Meanwhile his other hand transformed from an open palm into a fist, aiming directly at Man Nyo's vital point under his ribs. Man Nyo grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his eyes mingling lust and ferocity. He did not flinch or evade, he merely twisted Zhang Heng's wrist with a powerful jerk. Crack! A faint sound of dislocated joints echoed. Zhang Heng screamed in agony, the unbearable pain causing his other fist to go limp and all his inner strength dissipated. He was horrified to discover that his years of hard-earned fifth-grade inner strength shattered like paper in the face of the terrifying raw power of his opponent. No matter how he struggled, his captured wrist felt as if it were welded in an iron grip, utterly immobile. What is going on here? Zhang Heng was thoroughly panicked, a sense of ominous premonition washing over him. This Man Nyo was far beyond his expectations. Inside the cell, Zhang Yu's voice came leisurely, even tinged with a hint of mockery. "I forgot to tell you, my dear fifth brother. This Man Nyo brother possesses true martial prowess of the 6th grade. And specializes in external techniques exhibiting immense strength. How could you, a mere flower vase who just entered the 5th grade through pills, possibly be his opponent? I advise you to conserve your strength. The more you struggle, the more excited he might get. Why not? Enjoy the grand gift I've prepared for you." Zhang Yu's tone was calm, yet each word pierced into Zhang Heng's heart like ice shards. "Is it you?" Zhang Heng suddenly turned his head, fixing a fierce gaze on the indifferent Zhang Yu inside the cell. He finally understood why Zhang Yu seemed unconcerned by his threats. It turned out he had seen through everything and was leading him into a trap. Sadly, he had realized far too late. Only now realizing it, Zhang Yu stated flatly, no longer looking at him as if weary of this farce. Man Nyo had long been provoked into a beastly rage by Zhang Heng's struggles and screams. Coupled with Zhang Yu's words about enjoying, well, he lost any hesitations. He let out a low roar like a beast pouncing on its prey, and his other massive hand suddenly grasped the brocade robe on Zhang Heng's chest. Rip! The luxurious brocade was torn apart as easily as scrap cloth, revealing the pale skin beneath, which was taut with fear. "No, please. Let me go. Help. Mother, sister, save me." Zhang Heng let out a shrill scream, almost inhuman, his tears flowing as he desperately twisted, but he was like an insect caught in a spider's web. Every struggle under Man Nyo's overwhelming strength seemed futile and ridiculous. Next there was the sound of more clothes being violently ripped apart, mixed with Zhang Heng's increasingly desperate and painful wails alongside Man Nyo's excited heavy breathing. Inside and outside the cell a deathly silence reigned. The prisoners who had initially enjoyed the spectacle mostly fell silent, some even turning their heads away, unable to bear to watch. This scene had surpassed mere entertainment, becoming brutal and unsettling. Only the Crown Prince Jing Wang Shaosheng, who had initially been stunned, soon revealed an even more excited expression tinged with a hint of morbid curiosity. He not only did not avert his gaze but looked on with even greater interest. At the other end of the corridor, several duty officers who had been instructed by Zhang Heng to remain calm regardless of what sounds they heard exchanged knowing smiles and nodded silently. They had benefited from Zhang Heng and agreed not to bring the lady of the whole residence until later, no matter what happened inside. In the side room, Qin Shuahua and the others were anxiously waiting. Time passed minute by minute and unusual noises seemed to arise from within, but the duty officers merely stated, "The fifth young master is trying to persuade the eldest young master there's a bit of a dispute, no need to worry." After a moment the leading officer felt it was about time, wiped his sweat and said to the anxious Qin Shuahua and others, "Madam, it seems a bit quieter inside. Should I take you in to have a look?" Qin Shuahua had long grown impatient and upon hearing this immediately stood up urgently, following the officer towards the prison area with Jiang Luohan, Zhang Weining and Zhang Qingyue. However, when they arrived at Zhang Ye's cell the sight before them struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving them frozen in place, their minds blank. The strong man Man Nyo, who had been assigned by Zhang Heng to serve Zhang Yu, was leisurely adjusting his tattered pants, wearing a satisfied and cruel smile on his face. On the cold filthy ground of the cell, Zhang Heng was naked, curled up into a ball, his face filled with resentment and regret. When his blurred vision caught sight of the shocked faces of his mother Qin Shuahua's sister Zhang Weining, Jiang Luohan and Zhang Qingyue, he felt as if his soul had been torn apart in that instant. No. It shouldn't be like this. What they should see was the filthy scene of Zhang Yu being wantonly humiliated by Man Nyo. They should have looked at Zhang Yu with deeper disdain and disgust, completely erasing this family stain from their hearts. Then he, the wronged good brother, would appear at the right moment, comforting his mother, chastising his elder brother's disgrace, solidifying his image of being filial, understanding and innocent. But now, lying on the ground naked and filthy like a broken doll for others to admire, was Zhang Heng. And that supposed victim Zhang Yu stood inside, calm and collected, even his clothes unruffled. The immense humiliation and sense of failure crashed down on Zhang Heng like a tsunami breaking through his last defenses. He could almost hear the suppressed snickers of the surrounding prisoners, see the curious gaze of the Crown Prince Jing Wang next door, and feel the undisguised shock and disappointment in his family's eyes, even a faint hint of disdain. Pfft. In a fit of rage, Zhang Heng felt a sweetness in his throat, unable to suppress the churn of blood, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Then his eyes rolled back and he completely lost consciousness, collapsing onto the ground. As for whether he truly fainted from anger or was just pretending, no one knew. Anger. Qin Shuahua let out a scream so piercing it wasn't even human, her vision fading to black as she fell backwards. Xiao Heng. Zhang Weining also screamed, her face as pale as paper, staring at her brother lying on the ground, bloodied and unconscious, filled with fear and anger. Her gaze suddenly turned to the still calm Zhang Yu within the cell, a surge of rage boiling in her heart. Without a second thought she shouted angrily, "Zhang Yu, is it you? Did you harm Xiao Wu? You beast demon, may you die a miserable death." She didn't bother to think about the cause and effect, nor questioned why Zhang Heng was with Man Nyo, nor did she recall Zhang Heng's previous schemes. In her simple biased understanding, Zhang Yu was the bad guy, a waste, while Zhang Heng was the good brother, a heavenly favored child. Now that this good brother had encountered trouble, it must be the doing of the bad guy Zhang Yu, it must be that Zhang Yu used some despicable and shameless means. Such indiscriminate accusations were something Zhang Yu had long grown accustomed to over the past 3 years. He was even too lazy to defend himself, to explain that it was Zhang Heng who first bribed Man Nyo and the guards to harm him. He was merely acting in self-defense. Because it was useless. In the Yangon Ho residence, favoritism was a deeply ingrained habit. The one in the wrong was always Zhang Yu, and the one who was wronged was always Zhang Heng. An explanation. It would only be seen as a rationalization, as not knowing how to repent, as biting back at his brother. So when Zhang Weining harshly questioned him, Zhang Yu merely stood up slowly and walked to the bars. He calmly surveyed the unconscious Zhang Heng on the ground, the frantic attempts of Granny Zhou to revive Qin Shuahua, the distorted anger of Zhang Weining, and finally met her fiery gaze. Then in a clear, cold and even slightly weary tone he admitted, "That's right, it was me." No explanations, no justifications, no mention of Zhang Heng's schemes, just 3 simple words, "It was me." But in the context of the moment, these 3 words were more impactful than any lengthy debate, and even more heart-wrenching. It seemed to say, "Yes, I did it. What can you do about it? You admit it. You demon, I will kill you." Zhang Weining was utterly enraged by Zhang Ye's calm admission, her rationality consumed by fury in an instant. She screamed and recklessly reached into her robe, swiftly pulling out a scroll that glimmered faintly with spiritual light. That was her battle technique as a practitioner of the painting art, spiritual painting. It could seal the drawn monsters and weapons in advance, and at a critical moment she could activate it with spiritual power, summoning them to fight. Zhang Weining chanted incantations, pouring her spiritual power frantically into the scroll. However, The scroll only glimmered slightly if the phantom of the monster inscribed on it barely struggled to appear before being choked by an invisible hand emitting a painful cry. Then the spiritual light quickly dimmed and the patterns on the scroll became blurred, no longer able to be summoned. Zhang Weining was taken aback, her expression turning even uglier. She forgot that this was the criminal department's prison, a place for imprisoning serious offenders. How could spells run rampant here? The entire prison area had long been enveloped by a powerful forbidden array specifically designed to suppress spells and spiritual powers of prisoners and outsiders. Zhang Weining trembled with anger and unwillingly tried again, but it only darkened the scroll further. She herself turned pale due to forcibly activating her spiritual power, clearly suffering backlash from the array. Seeing that Zhang Weining's attack was ineffective, Jiang Luohan's eyes flashed with determination. She specialized in martial arts and was less affected. With a clang she drew her sword from her waist, shouted fiercely, and unleashed her 7th-grade martial artist's inner strength, the sword light like a silver thread piercing directly at Zhang Yu in the cell. However, her sword energy upon touching the thick iron bars of the cell, which were as thick as a child's arm, caused the ancient and obscure runes carved on the bars to suddenly glow with a faint light, forming an invisible barrier. Jiang Luohan's sword energy, powerful enough to split rocks, was effortlessly absorbed and extinguished by that barrier, failing to even shake the bars. Instead, a rebound force came back, numbing her wrist and making her sword hum. The prison bars were made with special metals specifically designed to hold martial artists and experts, and were engraved with runes for reinforcement, rebound, and prohibition. Let alone her 7th-grade cultivation, even an 8th or 9th-grade expert would find it impossible to break through these bars without special means or a key. Bastard, this broken cell! Jiang Luohan, anxious and furious, slashed several times but only managed to create sparks on the bars. Zhang Qingyue quickly interjected, 4th sister Luohan, stop. This is the prison. Attacking the cell is a serious crime and it won't work. The duty officers, who had only just come to their senses though shocked by today's events, quickly stepped forward to intervene and advised, Miss Zhang, Miss Jiang, please calm down. This is a serious place, you cannot use force here. If you disturb the prison, we cannot bear the consequences. The scene was in chaos. Qin Shuihua had fainted, Zhang Heng lay unconscious, and filthy Zhang Weining and Jiang Luohan were filled with impotent rage towards the cell, while Zhang Qingyue, a paleface, tried to intervene and the duty officers were in a flurry trying to persuade them. And at the center of this turmoil, Zhang Yu simply watched them quietly. He observed their anger, their futility, their loss of composure, and how they transformed from the esteemed daughters of the whole residence into this hysterical and wretched state. His gaze remained calm, indifferent, even tinged with a hint of mockery. It turned out that when the glossy superior veneer was torn away, the so-called noble of the whole residence, when powerless, would reveal such an unseemly face. They were no different from common street harpies. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Man Niu let out an excited laugh, his lustful gaze shifting towards Zhang Yu. I took on 2 jobs today, one for Zhang Yu and one for Zhang Heng. I didn't expect both to be brothers. Today I'll enjoy myself. What the hell are you going to do? Are you going to eat from both sides? As he watched the Maniu pounce towards him with a sinister grin, Zhang Yu cursed Li Dagong, who was responsible for arranging the Maniu, in his heart. What kind of unreliable character is this? There's no helping it, I'm a person who values credit. Maniu explained with a grin, since I've taken money from both sides, I have to handle matters for both parties. This is called the spirit of the contract. What a load of nonsense about the spirit of the contract, it's obviously just lusting after beauty. Zhang Yu cursed inwardly but quickly retreated. But the cell was so small that he was soon forced into a corner. The neighboring Prince Xiao Sheng was so excited by the unfolding scene that he nearly jumped up. He clapped the railing and whispered, so thrilling. The Zhang family members were momentarily stunned as they saw the Maniu turn its weapon towards Zhang Yu. Immediately Zhang Wanning was the first to react, shouting, ha ha ha, Zhang Yu, this is called retribution. You harmed Xiao Heng, now it's your turn. Serves you right, truly shooting yourself in the foot. Qin Shuihua, just awakened, leaned weakly against Grandma Zhou, and a hint of complex emotion flashed in her eyes as she witnessed this scene. Although Jiang Luohan was disgusted by the previous scene, seeing Zhang Yu about to suffer, she surprisingly felt a sense of venting arise in her heart. She even instinctively shifted her foot to block a young constable who wanted to step forward. Zhang Qingyue frowned tightly, feeling that the scene before her was increasingly unbearable. However, glancing at her mother and sister's expressions, she ultimately only pursed her lips and turned her face away. Though she was rational, the scale of familial affection still tilted. Even the unconscious Zhang Yu on the ground secretly opened his eyes a crack. He saw the Manyu lunging at Zhang Yu and his eyes instantly burst with joy and resentment. He frantically cheered for the Manyu, "Go kill him, make him suffer worse than I did." He even felt that the Manius behavior of eating from both sides, although reckless, was strangely very creditworthy. At least it was avenging him. The constables leading the way exchanged glances, wanting to step forward to stop it, but the Zhang family women were intentionally or unintentionally blocking them. They were mere small fry who dared truly step forward. Zhang Yu and others all knew that Zhang Yu's cultivation talent was extremely poor. In the 3 years at the Marquis residence he had barely reached the first grade of martial arts, notorious in the capital as a martial arts waste. And the Manyu was a 6th grade body cultivator. The outcome was without a doubt. Zhang Yu's fate was likely to be even more tragic than Zhang Yu's. Zhang Yu had a 5th grade cultivation and could struggle a bit, but Zhang Yu at this level was afraid he wouldn't even have the qualification to struggle. Zhang Yu leaned against the cold stone wall with nowhere to retreat. His mind raced, wondering if there were any instant life-saving methods in the system rewards or if Li Dagong had arranged any other backup. But it seemed there were none. Just as the Manius' filthy hand was about to grab his collar in a life-or-death moment. Ding! Detecting that the host has spent a complete day in the criminal department's prison, rewarding 1 year of martial arts cultivation infusion starting infusion. The system's prompt sounded like celestial music, like the last straw in Zhang Yu's mind. Hearing about a year of martial arts cultivation, Zhang Yu was initially delighted, feeling there was hope. But then came overwhelming disappointment and helplessness. After 3 years of hard training he had barely accumulated a 1st grade inner strength. This system's 1-year cultivation infusion, even if efficient, would at most allow him to break through to 2nd grade. It was of no help. However, in the next moment, boom! A terrifying surge of heat indescribable erupted abruptly from the depths of his dantian. This inner strength was so robust, far exceeding Zhang Yu's imagination, 10 times stronger than the pathetic inner strength he had accumulated over 3 years of hard training. As that overwhelming inner strength surged, it felt as though a thin membrane in his mind had been suddenly punctured, releasing a cool, mysterious and indescribable sense of power. It was not merely inner strength, it felt like an absolute sense of control and insight over one's own power and the surrounding environment. 6th grade martial arts. Moreover, it was a solid foundation with exceptionally pure inner strength, a preliminary integration of spirit and flesh at the 6th grade. Due to the high quality of the cultivation infusion from the system, it directly elevated him to the peak of 6th grade, just a hair's breadth away from 7th grade. His physical strength had surged by more than 10 times. What? What is happening? Zhang Yu was completely stunned, screaming in his heart. Wasn't it said to be a year of cultivation? Is this really a year of cultivation? Which martial artist's year of cultivation can be terrifying to such an extent? Which martial artist can advance from 1st grade to peak 6th grade in just 1 year? What a joke. It seemed the system sensed Zhang Yu's extreme shock and confusion and contemptuously stated, "Is the cultivation of a rural fool practicing basic breathing technique comparable to that of a peerless genius cultivating a divine-level technique, both being a year of cultivation?" Furthermore, the system's 1 year of cultivation does not merely refer to inner strength but also encompasses moral refinement and spiritual soul. The system's words were like a sudden enlightenment, allowing Zhang Yu to understand instantly. Indeed. Can a year and a year be the same? A waste of talent practicing for a year and a genius practicing for a year, can they be the same? Practicing a trash technique for a year and practicing a divine technique for a year, can they be the same? However, he had no concept of a year's worth of spiritual cultivation, as this was the first time he had heard that term since crossing over. At this moment it felt as if only an instant had passed in the outside world. The Manyu, seeing Zhang Yu suddenly roar, his body swelling and transforming, thought it was a fear reaction before death and grinned even more. "Scream even if you shatter your throat, it won't help." But in the next moment his grin froze on his face. Because Zhang Yu raised his hand and grabbed his outstretched right hand. The Manyu was taken aback and instinctively tried to break free. Yet the force of unimaginable recoil surged through the opponent's wrist, causing not only no movement but also making his fingers ache painfully. "You." The Manyu showed a hint of uncertainty for the first time in his eyes. Zhang Yu slowly raised his head, no longer displaying the previous panic and helplessness. Instead there was a coldness, as if he viewed a dead object with calmness. He tightened his grip on the Manyu's wrist, exerted a slight force and pulled downward. With a thud the Manniu knelt to the ground and the stone slab beneath his knees shattered, accompanied by a painful crack of bones. Ah! The Manniu howled in pain, looking at Zhang Yu in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Zhang Yu, who had just been weak and feeble, had suddenly become so terrifying. All of this occurred in a flash. From Zhang Yu's eruption to catching the Manniu's wrist to punching him away and striking his acupoints to completely incapacitate him, it took only 2 or 3 breaths of time. Inside and outside the prison there was a dead silence. The Zhang family members, Qin Shuahua, Zhang Wanning, Jiang Luohan, Zhang Qingyue, including the secretly peeking Zhang Heng on the ground, were all as if they had been hit by a freeze spell. Their expressions were frozen in shock, delight, mockery, indifference. Then instantly transformed into unparalleled astonishment, horror and confusion. What just happened? The waste Zhang Yu with first-grade cultivation just defeated the 6th-grade Manniu with 1 punch. How is this possible? An illusion? It must be an illusion. But the pitiful state of the Manniu on the ground mercilessly told them, this is real. Zhang Yu, the waste dog in their eyes, had right before their very eyes instantaneously acquired the terrifying strength to crush a 6th-grade martial artist in an unbelievable manner. In Zhang Heng's secretly opened eyes, wild joy and resentment had long been replaced by boundless fear and jealousy. Why? By what right? How could Zhang Yu possibly? How could he become so strong? Zhang Wanning's curse froze on her lips, her face pale and her body trembled slightly. Jiang Luohan's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly, her gaze towards Zhang Yu filled with disbelief and a hint of fear she herself was unwilling to admit. Zhang Qingyue suddenly turned her head back, her cool face displaying intense emotional fluctuations, for the first time a shock of recognition being completely overturned. Qin Shuahua felt an even colder chill watching her son in the prison seemingly reborn, and cold-eyed a wave of dread surged from her feet to her head. This scourge. Just how much has he been hiding? Has he been acting all these years? Zhang Yu kicked the Manniu away, shook his wrist as if he had just swatted away an annoying fly. He didn't even glance at the Manniu on the ground, who was barely breathing, but calmly swept his gaze over the petrified relatives outside the prison door. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Don't disturb me. Resting. The last 2 words he spoke softly, yet they struck like a heavy hammer in everyone's heart. Under this immense disparity of strength and shock, no one from the Zhang family or the constables dared to speak out or curse anymore. Finally it was Zhang Qingyue who first regained a hint of rationality. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves in her heart, and quietly said to the constables, "Please take 5th brother An. That person out quickly and summon a doctor." The constables, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly stepped forward, clumsily lifting the unconscious Zhang Heng and the limp Manniu hastily retreating. Qin Shuahua, supported by Grandma Zhou, prepared to leave in a daze, no longer daring to glance at Zhang Yu. Just as the bailiffs lifted Zhang Heng and the Manniu, the Zhang family prepared to flee in a panic. Zhang Wanning suddenly stopped in her tracks. She abruptly turned around and fixed her gaze on Zhang Yu, who had already sat back down in the cell. "Zhang Yu, do you really find this amusing?" This question brought everyone's actions to a halt. Zhang Wanning's chest heaved as if she had grasped the truth, speaking rapidly. "Don't think we are all fools. This is all a play you directed and performed yourself. A despicable and laughable act designed to attract our mother's attention and ours, to make us focus on you." She spoke passionately. "You first used schemes to plunge the whole residence into massive debt to showcase your ability and importance. Then through some sordid means you found someone to disgrace Xiaoheng. You wanted us to see Xiaoheng's filthy state of being insulted by a man, hoping we would despise him and distance ourselves from him because he lost his purity and face. In this way you could rescue him and regain the attention of our mother and father, as well as mine and Jiang Jie's." Her voice suddenly rose, her eyes sparkling with what she believed was insight. "You conspired with that Manniu to stage this latter act. You had him pretend to attack you, and then you suddenly exploded, showcasing your so-called profound cultivation. You wanted us to be shocked to think of you as someone who hides their talents, to regret previously underestimating you, and to turn around and value you, even beg you to return to the whole residence. Zhang Yu, you are so scheming, so malicious in your calculations. For the sake of vying for favor for that pitiful sense of existence, you can harm your own brother, so ruthlessly concocting such lowly and vile schemes. You are simply unworthy of being human." Zhang Wanning's well-reasoned and logically coherent, astonishing deduction was like a giant stone thrown into a murky pond, instantly stirring up greater chaos. Everyone inside and outside the cell, including members of the Zhang family themselves, were left dumbfounded. Qin Zuihua's initially horrified expression turned to confusion upon hearing Zhang Waning's words, gradually revealing a glimmer of reluctant belief. Indeed, Yue had previously been willing to endure any humiliation and partake in any absurdities to please them. If he staged such a cruel charade and reversal to regain attention, it seemed to align with his past obsessive people-pleasing character. Moreover, how could Yue have suddenly possessed such formidable strength overnight? If it was an act, if it was all part of collusion, then it all made sense. Jiang Luohan's tightly furrowed brow also relaxed slightly. She had found it difficult to accept the reality of Zhang Yu suddenly possessing the power to crush at the 6th rank, and she was even less willing to admit that she had misjudged him and made a wrong marriage choice. Zhang Waning's assertion of this being a performance, though far-fetched, inexplicably provided her with some psychological comfort. It wasn't that Zhang Yu had truly become stronger, nor that she had been blind, rather he had used despicable means to stage an act. With this thought, her fear of Zhang Yu instantly transformed into deeper disdain and loathing. She snorted coldly and interjected, "Zhang Yu, even if you scheme to the utmost, even if Xiaoheng truly has a stain, I will not cast even a second glance at you. Your despicable methods make me nauseous. I, Jiang Luohan, will always regret the fact that I once had a marriage agreement with you." Zhang Qingyue also inexplicably nodded. She looked at Zhang Yu with disappointment and a sense of condescension in her eyes. "Elder brother, for the sake of vying for favor you have resorted to such despicable means to harm your own kin, directing and performing this yourself. This will only make us see your narrow-mindedness and pitifulness more clearly, and not only will you not succeed, but you will also make it so that we can never forgive you. Moreover, do not think too highly of yourself. The Ho residence's businesses have their own foundations, even without you under Xiaoheng's leadership they can still thrive. Do not think to use this to curry favor or blackmail us." The servants of the Zhang family and the accompanying matrons naturally believed whatever their masters said, casting scornful and reproachful glances at Zhang Yu. Even some prisoners watching after the initial shock upon hearing Zhang Waning's reasonable deduction and recalling Zhang Ye's previous reputation as a people-pleaser and lickspittle found that many believed it 7 or 8 points. So that's how it was all staged by himself. To vie for favor, harming even his own brother, he truly is despicable. I thought, how could a useless person suddenly be so strong? It turns out it was all collusion. Tisk, this young master of the Ho residence for the sake of attention truly spares no effort. On the side, the crown prince of Jing Shaoxing did not laugh this time but stroked his chin, revealing an expression of utmost amusement as he muttered to himself, "Interesting. Truly interesting. How did this 4th young lady of the Ho residence come up with such peculiar words? Yet it seems that everyone else believes it. Ha ha ha, this young Master Zhang's lickspittle persona has truly penetrated deep, causing great harm." Facing Zhang Waning's wildly imaginative, self-absorbed accusations and the ensuing scorn and sudden realizations from the Zhang family and onlookers, Zhang Yu felt an absurdity strike him to the core, his head buzzing. What the hell is this? To attract their attention? To stage a performance? To collude with Maniu? Zhang Heng was beaten to such a state, reduced to nothing, and they still think it's acting. His very real 6th rank peak cultivation is being regarded as a collusive performance. Could these people have such an inflated sense of self-worth? Who do they think they are? Some prized delicacy. Worth him, Zhang Yu going to such lengths, gambling with his own virtue and future just to attract their pitiful attention. Zhang Yu was simply rendered speechless with rage. He looked at the faces outside the cell, some filled with indignation, others with disdain, or those who felt they had seen through everything, and the last shred of faint emotion stemming from blood ties within him gradually extinguished, leaving only endless coldness and indifference. Explain. Argue. What is there to say to a group of people living in their own fantasies and biases? Are you done? Zhang Ye's voice was calm and unperturbed, even carrying a hint of faint weariness. If you are done, please leave. As for whether the Ho residence's businesses will thrive under Zhang Heng's leadership. He paused, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight cold arc. I am also looking forward to it. After saying this, he ignored the reactions of anyone outside the cell and completely immersed himself in his own cultivation world. The surging internal power within him was far more deserving of his attention than the ridiculous and laughable sounds outside. Zhang Ye's demeanor of defaulting, having no strength to refute, and being left speechless after being exposed, further solidified Zhang Waning's hypothesis. It also dissipated the last shred of doubt in Qin Shuihua and others, replacing it with deeper loathing and a sense of as expected superiority. Let's go. Qin Shuahua supported by old Madame Zhou straightened her back as if regaining a moral and intellectual high ground. Ninger, we are going home. The Ho residence will only be better without certain morally dubious individuals. Once Henger wakes up he will be well taken care of and the Ho residence's enterprises will rely on him to flourish. Mother is right. Zhang Wanning linked arms with Qin Shuahua, casting a challenging glance at the cell. Jiang Luohan also followed with a cold expression. Zhang Qingyue took one last look at the silent and unresponsive Zhang Yu before turning to leave. After Qin Shuahua and the others left, the sky prison once again returned to its previous silence. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, yet his heart was enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. All of his mind and spirit were immersed in the earth-shattering changes within his body. The first sensation he felt was from the qi si in his dantian. His internal energy surged like a mighty river, relentless and continuous. Its grandeur far exceeded his previous understanding of a 6th-grade warrior, even faintly brushing against the threshold of the 7th grade. Following that was the perception of his physical body. Every muscle, every bone, even every minute fascia was infused with explosive power. This sheer rise in physical strength brought an unparalleled sense of control and security. However, what astonished and puzzled Zhang Yu the most was the third type of power. It was neither stored in the dantian nor contained within flesh and blood, but seemed to permeate the depths of his consciousness, or rather was intricately connected to his spirit and intention. This power was formless and intangible, yet undeniably real. System, Zhang Yu silently inquired in his heart filled with intense curiosity, what is this third kind of power? In my understanding of martial arts cultivation it seems to be absent. The system casually replied, this power is called divine soul power, which involves the essence of life and spiritual elevation, and indeed belongs to a level of understanding beyond that of ordinary warriors in the current world. Typically only those who step into the realm of earthly immortals can initially touch and utilize this power. Earthly immortal. Zhang Ye's heart shook. This title was entirely unfamiliar to him. In his understanding, in the Wei Kingdom where he resided, the 9th grade represented the pinnacle of the mundane, above which were the extraordinary innate warriors, and beyond them were martial masters capable of founding sects and dominating a nation. To his knowledge, in the vast Wei Kingdom there were only 3 masters publicly acknowledged, each a pillar of the nation, like dragons whose heads appeared but whose tails remained hidden. As for the grand masters above the masters, they were mere legends, with one emerging once every 100 years. And this earthly immortal. He had never even heard of that name. The system seemed to understand his confusion but did not elaborate further, simply adding, divine soul power has limitless applications and its specific use requires the host to explore and comprehend on their own. Explore on my own. Zhang Yu suppressed the shock in his heart and redirected his focus inward. He saw 3 distinctly different yet subtly resonating parallel cultivation routes, like 3 ceaseless rivers deeply imprinted in his meridians, acupoints, and even the depths of his consciousness. One set primarily focused on internal energy, its route complex and profound, guiding the energy through extraordinary meridians, with intention residing in the dantian, causing the lake of internal energy to ripple with each cycle, becoming increasingly pure and refined. Another set focused on the physical body, its route traversing through every limb and bone, stimulating every inch of flesh and bone, constantly strengthening and refining, bringing waves of warmth and comfort. The last set, the most mysterious and obscure. The route seemed to operate not entirely within the physical meridians but involved some indescribable acupoints and the flow of consciousness. Though he had never encountered these 3 sets of techniques before, at this moment it felt as if he had diligently practiced them for countless seasons, mastering them effortlessly with no sense of awkwardness. This is the so-called 1 year of cultivation infusion the system mentioned. Zhang Yu suddenly realized in his heart, while a towering wave of excitement surged within him. This was no ordinary warrior's year of diligent cultivation results. This was clearly a reference to a peerless genius achieving the results attainable after a year of arduous cultivation under optimal conditions. Moreover, it was the outcome of simultaneously cultivating the 3 systems of internal energy, physical body and divine soul. An ordinary warrior, even at the end of their life, might find it difficult to reach the pinnacle of even one of these paths. Yet he, under the system's bug, started with the simultaneous cultivation of 3 paths with a terrifyingly high starting point, and was practicing top-tier techniques he had never heard of. No wonder just a year of cultivation allowed him to rise from a 1st-grade martial waste to the pinnacle of the 6th grade, even brushing against the threshold of the 7th grade. With this realization, Zhang Yu no longer felt any concern regarding his 50-year prison sentence, but instead was filled with unprecedented anticipation and fervor. 50 years over 18,000 days. Each day he could receive this peerless genius triple cultivation infusion as if he had practiced top-tier techniques for a year. What a heaven-defying opportunity this was. Suddenly a voice came from the next cell. "Hey, that kid over there." It was the son of the Jing King Xiaosheng. Zhang Yu subtly furrowed his brow, slowly opened his eyes and looked across. Xiaosheng took a sip of wine, smacked his lips and said leisurely, "You kid, quite appealing to this prince. You're quite patient, quite ruthless, and your mind is sharp." He sat up a bit straighter, his tone taking on a hint of the allure of a higher authority. "Are you interested in coming to work for this prince? Rest assured, being with this prince, not to mention other things, high officials and rich rewards, fine clothes and delicacies are basic conditions." If Xiaosheng's words fell upon any ordinary prisoner or any martial artist eager to cling to power, they would undoubtedly seem like a heavenly breakthrough. The son of the Jing King, a royal scion with overwhelming power, receiving his favor was akin to a blessing from the ancestors. However, upon hearing it, Zhang Yu's expression showed no change, he merely listened quietly. Seeing that he did not immediately express gratitude and agree, Xiaosheng took no offense but rather found it more interesting and continued, "In that case, as long as you nod, this prince can think of a way to help you avoid this prison disaster right now." As soon as these words were spoken, the two beautiful maidservants attending nearby also displayed expressions of shared honor, feeling that their young master was indeed benevolent, granting this fallen young master an enormous fortune. However, upon hearing the words "avoid prison disaster," Zhang Yu's eyelids twitched violently and alarms went off in his heart. Get out of prison. What a joke. He had only just grasped the system's bug and was finally savoring the sweetness, with his physical body, internal energy and divine soul soaring across the board, his future looking bright. Now you want him to leave? To abandon this cultivation treasure land? Wouldn't he be losing out immensely? What high officials and rich rewards, what beauties and treasures, all paled in comparison to the steadily increasing power leading to the pinnacle. Absolutely not, he would never leave prison, not even if Jesus came. He had made his decision. Though anxious enough to jump out of his skin, Zhang Yu's face revealed nothing. He didn't immediately respond but rather slightly lowered his head as if deep in thought, when in reality he was calming the 3 consecutive refusals that almost slipped out. After a moment he stood up, cupped his hands towards Xiaosheng and said solemnly, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Your esteemed identity is noble, and to receive your favor is the luck of my lifetime. However, Your Highness, I appreciate your goodwill, but it is indeed difficult for me to comply." Xiaosheng raised an eyebrow, seemingly not expecting Zhang Yu to refuse so outrightly. But due to his status he said no more, merely snorted coldly and ignored him. The slightly older, bolder maidservant in green could no longer contain herself. In her eyes it was a tremendous grace for their young master to condescend to recruit a convict. This convict not only showed no gratitude but also outright refused, which was simply ungrateful and asking for trouble. With her willow brows furrowed, she stepped forward and scolded Zhang Yu, "Outrageous. Zhang Yu, what do you think you are? His Highness looks up to you, pointing you a clear path, yet you are ungrateful, pushing back instead. Do you really think you are someone of importance? You will certainly regret today's decision." Another maidservant in pink also looked displeased, feeling that Zhang Yu lacked wit. Zhang Yu paid no heed to the maidservant's scolding, simply cupping his hands again towards Xiaosheng before sitting back down. He closed his eyes, adopting a posture of "My heart is set." No need for further words, yet internally he was silently mocking. Regret? I regret nothing. In a few days, when my cultivation rises even further, who knows who will be begging to see whom. Xiaosheng stared at Zhang Yu for a while, suddenly chuckling and lying back down, taking a big gulp of wine. Forget it, he waved his hand to the still angry green-clad maidservant, saying, "Everyone has their aspirations and one cannot force them. If he thinks this prison is more comfortable than my royal mansion, then let him be." His tone seemed carefree, but the fleeting coldness and displeasure in his eyes indicated that this young master was not truly unconcerned. As the son of the Jing King, he had never been so directly rejected by someone like this, especially not by a prisoner like Zhang Yu. Humph. The pink-clad maidservant huffed angrily, pouring wine for Xiaosheng while casting sidelong glances at the cell across. "Your Highness, you are too kind-hearted. For someone who doesn't appreciate your offer, you should let him fend for himself." Exactly. In my opinion, he is just young and arrogant, clinging to that miserable bit of pride. Wait until he spends a few more days in this dark, stench-ridden prison, being ground down by those fierce and savage prisoners, and see if he can still maintain his so-called spirit like today. By then he will probably be crying for his parents, regretting it terribly, and it will be hard for him to even get a chance to see His Highness. As she spoke, she found it increasingly plausible, as if she could already envision Zhang Yu's future pitiful pleas, a smug smile appearing on her face. Xiaoxing listened to the two maidservants without rebuttal, merely taking another sip of wine, the corners of his mouth curling into an ambiguous arc. Perhaps he said lightly, as if speaking to the maidservants yet also to himself, young people always need to suffer hardships, hit a wall before they know to turn back. This prison is certainly not a dignified place. I hope his hard spirit can last a few more days and not disappoint this prince too much. His words affirmed the maidservant's judgment and preemptively set the scene for Zhang Yu's future regret, even hinting at a subtle expectation of watching a joke unfold. He was already resolute in his decision that even if Zhang Yu truly could not endure the prison's hardships and regretted it later, he would not grant him another opportunity. Those who do not appreciate favors do not deserve a second chance at Xiaoxing's favor. The dialogue between the master and the two servants, along with the unreserved disdain, ridicule and prophecy, naturally reached Zhang Yu's ears. Zhang Yu remained seated with his eyes closed, breathing steadily as if an old monk in meditation, deaf to the noise from the outside world. Yet beneath his calm expression a hint of cold mockery rose in his heart. Regret. Crying for parents. Begging to see you. How naive. Sitting in a well to observe the sky, summer insects, speaking of ice. You have no idea that I am not in prison, I am on the celestial path to supreme power. Not long after, a visitor arrived in the prison cell. The jailer led three individuals with Li Dagong and Mo Ji at the forefront. The third person followed behind, shrouded in a black cloak, their face obscured. The jailer, evidently having received some benefit, respectfully opened the small viewing window and stepped aside. As soon as the jailer left, a 7-inch shoehorn was thrown in from a distance, wielded by Zhang Yu. Do you still have the face to see me? Do you know how close I was to losing my integrity? Zhang Yu was furious. The thought of almost being compromised by Li Dagong's people made him wish he could strangle this unreliable scoundrel. Li Dagong nimbly dodged the stinky shoehorn, looking aggrieved. Boss. It was an accident, purely an accident. His voice was tinged with a whimper, clearly aware of the shocking scene that had just unfolded. The person he had brought nearly compromised their boss. Mo Ji stepped forward, directly betraying his teammate, and joked, Boss, it was old Li who found the person, I think he should commit seppuku as an apology. You are throwing stones at someone who has fallen into a well. Li Dagong was infuriated, pulling Mo Ji down with him, saying, Boss, this cannot be entirely blamed on me if the idea was Mo Ji's. He was unhesitating in shifting the blame. Mo Ji's expression of schadenfreude instantly froze as he glared at Li Dagong. Hey old Li. You can't just sell out your teammates like that. That was merely a suggestion, you were the one who executed it, found the person and verified their background, wasn't it all you? You didn't screen properly, bringing in a lunatic, and now you want to drag me down with you. You were the one who said to find someone fierce. Li Dagong argued back. I only said to find someone fierce, I never asked you to find a lunatic who enjoys eating brothers. Mo Ji continued to pass the blame. But you didn't remind me not to find someone like that. Isn't it obvious? The two of them actually began to argue quietly outside the cell, pushing the responsibility back and forth in front of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked at his two subordinates, feeling speechless. Their commotion had somewhat dissipated his anger, but he still needed to maintain his dignity. Shut up, he barked. Li Dagong and Mo Ji immediately fell silent, standing at attention. Zhang Yu coldly scanned the two of them, one came up with a bad idea and the other failed to execute it properly. You both cannot escape responsibility. Li Dagong and Mo Ji quickly bowed their heads in agreement, knowing they couldn't escape this punishment. However, seeing that the boss' tone had softened somewhat, they felt a bit at ease. Your two subordinates are quite interesting, but unfortunately their cultivation is lacking. The man in the black cloak chuckled and suddenly spoke. Zhang Yu turned to look seemingly unfazed and nodded slightly to the cloaked man. My subordinates lack understanding, and I hope Mr. Du is not offended. Not at all. The man in black, Mr. Du, chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. I envy you, my young friend. The incompetent ones under me go silent when they see me. If they are respectful but also unbearably dull. They can't compare to the lively atmosphere here with you. As he spoke, he seemed completely unfazed by the grim atmosphere of the heavily guarded prison, speaking as casually as if chatting in a tea house. For the past 3 years Zhang Yu had befriended various powerful figures thanks to the divine-level skills rewarded by the system, and Mr. Du was one of them, one with significant weight. Zhang Yu did not pick up on his mention of liveliness but directly asked, Mr. Du, with your busy schedule, what brings you here in person this time? It's not anything urgent, Mr. Du casually waved his hand. I just heard that you seem to have encountered some trouble and ended up in this prison. I thought since we haven't seen each other for a long time I would come by to take a look. He paused, then asked with a hint of concern, my young friend, is it comfortable staying in this prison? If it's uncomfortable or if you find this place too filthy, I could expend some effort to speak with the current Emperor of Wei. I could have him issue an edict today to release you from this place. Mr. Du spoke as if it were a trivial matter, as if rescuing a wanted criminal from this heavily guarded prison was as simple as buying a cabbage at the market, just requiring him to spend a little effort to speak with the Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, not only did Li Dagong and Moji freeze, but even the guards and prisoners nearby who had been eavesdropping all revealed expressions of absurdity and disdain. PFF, a nearby prisoner with a face full of flesh, couldn't help but laugh. Where did this madman come from? Talking to the Emperor. And to release someone today. What a spring and autumn dream. Exactly, this is the criminal department's prison with cases adjudicated by the Supreme Court. It's no joke. This old fool must have lost his mind. Another prisoner whispered in agreement. Looks like he's gone mad trying to rescue someone spouting nonsense to fool that young Master Zhang. Though the guards did not dare to speak loudly, their gazes towards the cloaked Mr. Du were filled with disdain and wariness, thinking he was either a fraud or a lunatic and perhaps even a potential prison breaker. Meanwhile, the young master of the Jing royal family, Xiao Sheng, who had been watching the show from the opposite cell, also set down his wine gourd, his expression revealing keen interest. Peering through the bars, he scrutinized the cloaked man. Though he could not see his features clearly, the aura he exuded did not seem like that of an ordinary fraud. The maid in green beside him, however, had no such reservations. Upon hearing this, she immediately laughed and deliberately raised her voice. I wondered why young Master Zhang was so defiant, outright rejecting my family's young master's good intentions. It turns out he already has a fallback plan. Unfortunately. It seems he's found a lunatic full of empty boasts. Her words openly mocked Mr. Du while simultaneously belittling Zhang Ye's perception and intelligence. The maid in pink immediately chimed in with a sharp tone, isn't that right? Rescuing someone from a prison, especially a heavy offender sentenced to 50 years. Even someone of our young master's status would need to go through a lot of trouble and leverage numerous connections. You, this old man who just appeared from nowhere simply by exchanging a few words, claim you can have the Emperor issue an edict to release someone. Isn't that the very definition of a fraud? Young Master Zhang, you must not be fooled by such a charlatan wasting your time foolishly. The two maids harmonized perfectly, belittling Mr. Du and implicitly Zhang Yu while elevating their young master and conveniently kindly reminding Zhang Yu not to be deceived, achieving multiple goals at once. They were certain that this old man in black was just boasting, and if Zhang Yu believed him, he would only become an even greater laughingstock. In the face of the scornful mocking and curious gazes from those around, including the unreserved sarcasm from Xiao Sheng's maid, Mr. Du in black seemed oblivious. He continued to stand there quietly without even moving the shadow beneath his hood. Li Dagong and Mo Ji exchanged nervous glances at Zhang Yu, then at Mr. Du. They knew that Mr. Du had a mysterious identity and immense power. But just how powerful he was they were not quite sure. To claim he could directly rescue someone from the Emperor. That sounded too shocking. However, Zhang Ye's expression showed no change, neither embarrassed by the mockery nor surprised or doubtful about Mr. Du's wild claims. After a moment, Zhang Yu slowly spoke, I appreciate Mr. Du's kind intentions. However, I do not wish to leave this prison just yet. It's quite tranquil here, perfect for self-cultivation. As for the Emperor's decree. Zhang Ye's lips curled into a faint meaningful smile, there's no need to trouble Mr. Du about that. I can bear my own matters myself. His words once again declined the suggestion of getting out of prison. The reasoning remained that of tranquility and self-cultivation, causing those nearby to roll their eyes, feeling he was merely putting on airs, suffering for the sake of a meager pride, using the madman's nonsense as a way out. Xiao Sheng's maid could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle, believing that Zhang Yu was trapped and could only stubbornly maintain his facade. However, upon hearing Zhang Ye's answer, Mr. Du in black seemed to slightly shift in the shadow beneath his hood, then let out a low pleasant laugh. Haha, good, a wonderful tranquility, a splendid self-cultivation. Mr. Du's voice showed no hint of displeasure at being rejected. Instead, he seemed quite satisfied with Zhang Ye's response. Your temperament, my young friend, is indeed extraordinary. Since that's the case, then I shall not impose further. His words were somewhat mystical, leaving those around him feeling that he was just talking nonsense to save face. Tisk, what a charade. The maid in green scoffed. This old man puts on quite a show, as if he really has the ability to rescue someone. The maid in pink also laughed. Xiaosheng felt that Mr. Du was overdoing it and angrily said, "Old man, if you continue to speak so brazenly here, I will have someone take you away and see if you truly have the ability to save yourself from this prison." Mr. Du, who had remained calm all along, finally furrowed his brow, turning to look at Xiaosheng, revealing his true face hidden beneath the black robe. Mr. Du, whose real name is Du Jun, is the renowned president of the Pharmacist Guild in the Wei Kingdom. The Pharmacist Guild is a vast organization that spans multiple nations with intricate connections and influence far surpassing that of ordinary sects and noble families. As the president of the Wei Kingdom branch, Du Jun holds an extremely esteemed position. Even the Emperor of Wei treats him with respect and does not dare to show any negligence. Zhang Yu was able to meet this extraordinary President Du and become his young friend thanks to the system reward of the god-level alchemy skill. In order to obtain a stable and high-quality source of medicinal materials and to access higher-level pill sales channels, he had to undergo certification as an alchemist. Zhang Yu was well aware of the principle of having a jewel brings trouble. At that time his martial arts cultivation was low. If he suddenly revealed his god-level alchemy standard, he would likely become the target of various factions, envy, competition, or even imprisonment. Therefore, during the certification assessment he deliberately suppressed his true level. Even so, the prowess he displayed still astonished Du Jun, leading them to become friends. The two often engaged in discussions of philosophy and practiced alchemical techniques together. In reality, it was Zhang Yu who deliberately suppressed himself, accompanying Du Jun in playful banter, treating it as if he were entertaining a child. When Zhang Yu was imprisoned, Du Jun was quite surprised upon hearing the news. He knew that Zhang Yu was not weaker than himself as a pharmacist. As long as he actively revealed this significant identity, he would certainly not be in any life-threatening danger. Du Jun came this time to see what this young friend was up to. Unexpectedly, he was met with ridicule. Even with Du Jun's good temper being repeatedly provoked made him feel a flicker of anger. The moment Du Jun pulled down his black robe, the leisurely drinking Prince Jing's son Xiaosheng was instantly struck as if by lightning. The golden wine jug in Xiaosheng's hand slipped from his grasp and crashed heavily onto the stone floor. He abruptly sat up from the soft couch, his eyes wide open, fixated on the elderly face revealed after the hood was removed. The blood drained from his face in an instant, his lips trembling as if he had seen a ghost. Du. President Du. A trembling voice filled with disbelief and sheer horror escaped from Xiaosheng's throat, breaking slightly due to shock. How could he not recognize this face? Months ago he had attended the Pharmacist Guild ceremony with Prince Jing and had seen Du Jun once. Prince Jing had repeatedly warned him afterwards that this person held an exceptionally noble and special status with power and influence surpassing that of ordinary nobility. He was a true figure capable of reaching celestial audiences. Such a figure must not be offended. If one could befriend him, it would greatly benefit the royal house. But now, this President Du, who even the emperor must treat with deference and who is rarely seen, unexpectedly appeared in this filthy, lawless dungeon housing serious criminals. Xiaosheng recalled the scene where he and the maid had mocked Du Jun together, and a wave of icy dread shot up from his feet to the top of his head. It's over. I've caused a great disaster. Offending Du Jun means that not only he, a mere son, but even his father Prince Jing and the entire Jing royal house would likely face dire consequences. If the Pharmacist Guild were to develop a grudge against the Jing royal house because of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The green-clad maid, upon hearing her master's distorted cry of President Du and seeing his pale, horrified expression, finally realized what was happening. To make the son react so uncharacteristically and refer to the elder as president, who else could it be in the capital of Wei? The maid's legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips quivered, but she couldn't utter a word, only drowning in boundless fear. The pink-clad maid was also terrified, her face drained of color as she knelt down, trembling all over, too afraid to look up. The surrounding prisoners and guards who had been sneering earlier now understood. Seeing the Prince Jing's son and his arrogant maid instantly scared out of their wits, how could they not comprehend? The old man in the black robe they had mocked for so long was undoubtedly a formidable figure. In an instant the entire prison block fell silent, the sound of a pin drop could be heard. All eyes focused on the gaunt old man, filled with awe, fear, and lingering dread. The few prisoners who had just ridiculed him wished they could bury their heads in their laps. Du Jun seemed oblivious to Xiao Sheng and his servant's terror, and he didn't pay attention to the change in the atmosphere around him. With a calm expression he adjusted his robe and turned his gaze back to Zhang Yu in the cell, revealing a hint of gentle smile as if the earlier ridicule had never occurred. "Young friend Zhang, it seems that your place here is indeed a bit special," Du Jun said with a hint of implication, then slightly nodded. "Since you have made your intentions clear, I won't disturb you further. Take good care of yourself. And nurture your spirit." With that he no longer looked at anyone, put his hood back on and walked calmly toward the passage. The black robe swept the ground, silent and discreet, soon disappearing into the shadows, leaving behind a dead silence in the cell and a group of stunned individuals. Only when Du Jun's figure completely vanished did the invisible pressure seem to ease slightly. Xiao Sheng gasped for air as if a drowning person finally surfaced, his back drenched in cold sweat. He looked apprehensively at the direction Du Jun had disappeared, then abruptly turned his gaze toward Zhang Yu in the opposite cell, who had remained eerily calm throughout. At this moment Zhang Yu no longer appeared to him as an interesting or resourceful prisoner, but rather as a mysterious figure shrouded in mist with an unfathomable background. What was Zhang Ye's true origin that allowed President Du to personally address him as young friend and visit this filthy dungeon? How deep were his hidden depths? And he had just wanted to recruit him. He had thought him ungrateful. Xiao Sheng felt a burning shame on his face, both in fear and embarrassment. Young master. The green-clad maid collapsed on the ground, spoke with a trembling voice on the verge of tears. "Shut up." Xiao Sheng growled, his voice hoarse, filled with anger and fear. He glared fiercely at the two incompetent maids, feeling a mix of shock, anger and regret. He glanced back at Zhang Yu, his expression complex, opening his mouth as if to say something. Ultimately he said nothing, picking up the shattered pieces of the wine jug from the ground, his gaze hollow, his heart tumultuous. He had lost face today. No, it was a narrow escape from potentially ruining the Jing royal house. And all of this was because of that seemingly down and out yet deeply concealed Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu remained indifferent to the reactions of Xiao Sheng and his servant, but he could not ignore the favor shown by Du Jun. Du Jun's appearance, seemingly provoked by Xiao Sheng, was actually to protect Zhang Yu from suffering in the dungeon. Now that the people in the dungeon knew Zhang Yu had such backing, they would certainly no longer dare to target him. "Boss, when we arrived just now, did you personally take down that mighty bull?" In the dungeon Li Dagong suddenly asked with confusion. Beside him Mo Zhai also reigned in his frivolous demeanor, gazing intently at Zhang Yu. The two of them were Zhang Ye's most trusted confidants, well aware of his public martial prowess, merely a pitiful first rank. For a first rank to defeat a sixth-rank body cultivator like the mighty bull sounds rather implausible. Zhang Yu casually fabricated an excuse. "You know my situation in the Marquis residence, so I can only conceal my true abilities and adapt to the circumstances." He paused and added, "Moreover, I'm hiding more than just this." Hearing this, Li Dagong nodded repeatedly. "I said it. Boss, how could you really be useless? Turns out you've been biding your time." Mo Zhai wore an expression of "I knew it all along" and declared, "I've always said our boss is no ordinary person." "You're just a backseat driver," Li Dagong immediately retorted. "Are you looking to die?" Mo Zhai was not one to be trifled with. As the two began their habitual banter, Zhang Yu frowned and admonished, "Both of you shut up." They immediately fell silent. Zhang Yu scanned them seriously and said in a deep voice, "You both heard Mr. Du's words just now. He said your cultivation is a bit lacking." While it was a joke, it was also the truth. Previously we developed in the shadows, using the Marquis influence for many things or operating behind the scenes. But now I have completely torn ties with the Marquis residence. The flag of the Yangon Marquis can no longer be used, and it may even become an obstacle or even an enemy. Going forward we must rely more on our own strength and means. Mo Zhai's expression turned serious and he clasped his fists, saying, "Boss, don't worry, within 6 months I will definitely break through to the 7th rank. 6 months is too long." Zhang Yu no longer concealed himself, directly taking out a Bodhi pill and throwing it to Mo Zhai. 3 days break through to the 7th rank within 3 days and 8 rank within 6 months. With his current alchemy skills he could easily refine Bodhi pills, and the one for Jiang Luohan was also made by him. Bodhi pill. Mo Zhai looked down and his pupils constricted in shock. Having followed Zhang Yu for a while, he knew well this legendary supreme-grade pill, which was incredibly precious. What? Bodhi pill. In the adjacent cell the heavy-hearted Xiao Sheng abruptly sat up, his eyes fixed on the pill in Mo Zhai's hand, his face filled with disbelief. This was a peerless divine medicine that could entice grandmasters. Where did Zhang Yu get another one? Previously he had heard that Zhang Yu gifted one to Jiang Luohan and he thought Zhang Yu was just lucky, never expecting there to be a second. Moreover, he casually gave it to his subordinate. Not only Xiao Sheng but some other prisoners in the dungeon who had some knowledge also gasped when they heard the words Bodhi pill, looking at Zhang Yu with a mixture of horror and greed. Casually taking out a Bodhi pill. What kind of background does he have? At this moment Du Jun's figure appeared in everyone's minds and they guessed the origin of the Bodhi pill while their greed was instantly dispelled. What exactly is the relationship between Zhang Yu and President Du to so casually give away such a pill? This was the question on everyone's mind. Mo Zhai held the extremely heavy pill, his hand trembling slightly from its preciousness. Boss, this is too precious. Take it, just use it. Zhang Yu interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for debate. With your strength improved you can do more things and help me share more. Mo Zhai swallowed hard and declared resolutely, as your subordinate, I accept the order. In 3 days I will present myself to the boss as a 7th rank. Li Dagong watched enviously from the side, but more so he felt happy for his brother while also feeling a bit ashamed. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, boss, you know I am not very talented. Before he could finish he saw Zhang Yu flip his wrist. Another radiant golden light flashed. A second Bodhi pill lay quietly in the somewhat rough palm of Li Dagong. Li Dagong. Mo Zhai. The eldest son of the king Jing Xiao Sheng. What the hell? Everyone around who recognized the significance of the pill or not felt the same shock. Another Bodhi pill. When did this legendary supreme grade pill become as common as cabbages? He just pulled out 2. And he casually gave it to 2 subordinates whose cultivation was a bit lacking. Li Dagong was completely dumbfounded, struggling to form coherent words. Boss, what grace have I earned? Take it, just hold on to it. Zhang Ye's tone remained calm. You are not adept at martial arts and need this pill to improve your foundation. Li Dagong's nose tinged with emotion, his eyes instantly reddened. He knew his qualifications were mediocre and his abilities lay more in management and calculation, while his martial prowess had always been a shortcoming, causing him constant unease. Unexpectedly the boss not only did not disdain him but instead gave him such a precious pill. However, Zhang Ye's generosity was not yet over. Just as everyone had not yet recovered from the impact of the 2 Bodhi pills, Zhang Yu casually waved again. With a rustling sound, like magic, 7 or 8 jars and wooden boxes of different materials, all well sealed, appeared at the feet of Li Dagong and Mo Zhai. Each contained an intense and pure medicinal fragrance that invigorated the spirit upon smelling. These are fundamental strengthening pills, bone refining powder, tranquil heart jade dew pill, century blood ginseng paste. All are top-tier pills that assist cultivation and solidify the foundation. You should use them appropriately according to your own situations. The potency of the Bodhi pill is overwhelming and it needs to be paired with these gentler pills to assist absorption and reduce risks. Zhang Yu casually introduced them as if discussing the pleasant weather. This time Zhang Yu truly stopped pretending. With Du Jun as a shield, no one would bother him in the short term. As for the future, he was not afraid at all. Looking at the pile of first-rate pills that made one salivate just from their fragrance, and then at Zhang Ye's normal operation calm expression, Li Dagong and Mo Zhai were completely numb. Boss, have you emptied the treasury of some ancient alchemy sect? Or are you yourself a moving alchemical treasury? Beside him the eldest son of King Jing Xiao Sheng was now too shocked to react. He merely gaped, staring blankly at Zhang Yu, his mind fixated on one thought: does my father's private treasury have so many top-grade pills? What exactly is the relationship between him and Du Jun? Du Jun is bearing the blame again. Boss, you are truly the best boss in the world. Li Dagong finally couldn't hold back. He thudded to the ground, directly throwing himself to hug Zhang Ye's leg, tears and snot streaming down as he cried sincerely, unrestrainedly. Zhang Yu kicked Li Dagong away with disdain, saying, why are you crying? With this time hurry up and go back to cultivate. Upon hearing this, the 2 quickly picked up all the pills from the ground, with great care bowed deeply to Zhang Yu and left the dungeon with hearts full of emotion. As the dungeon door closed, Zhang Yu watched them disappear and let out a light sigh. Investing in subordinates is an investment in the future. For him, as long as there are materials, he can refine these pills at any time. If they are not a big deal. However, being able to gain 2 loyal confidants and rapidly enhance their strength is worth it. Next door, Xiao Sheng's voice, sounding as if in a dream, came through. Lvy, pinch me, am I dreaming? Just now, were those 2 Bodhi pills? And a pile of top-tier pills. Lvy the maid in green spoke with a choking voice and tremors. Young master, it's true. I saw it too. What on earth is that Zhang Gongzi? The maid in pink was already completely speechless. Xiaoxing leaned against the wall gazing at the dim ceiling of the cell, his expression vacant, murmuring, Father, it seems I have provoked an extraordinary existence. No, I have discovered an incredible opportunity. At this moment his gaze towards Zhang Yu became extremely fervent, akin to the gaze of a love-struck girl. Zhang Yu felt the intense gaze from Xiaoxing and couldn't help but shiver. This kid won't have some special hobby like the mighty bull, right? I should keep my distance from him in the future. On the second day at the Yangon Marquis Mansion, Zhang Heng as a fifth-tier martial artist had a physique far superior to that of ordinary individuals. The Marquis Mansion with its deep foundation spared no expense and used its treasured healing elixirs. Over the course of one night Zhang Heng's injuries had mostly healed. Qin Shuahua personally brought over a ginseng soup, her tone filled with both concern and resentment. My poor Henger, you have suffered greatly this time. It is all that wretch's fault with such a malicious mind that he could even harm his own younger brother. Zhang Wanning gritted her teeth and said, exactly that beast Zhang Yu must be jealous of how mother dotes on you and envious of your talents, which is why he resorted to such despicable means to harm you. He thinks he can ruin you this way. Dream on. Zhang Qinghua said softly, fifth brother, focus on your recovery and don't dwell on those sordid matters anymore. Jiang Luohan sat on a nearby embroidery stool, her face forcing a look of concern, yet deep in her eyes there remained a hint of subtle detachment and lingering disgust. Zhang Heng's complexion was pale, his eyes cold and fierce. The fear and humiliation from the previous day had not fully dissipated but instead fermented into a deeper resentment within his heart. Listening to the comforting words of his family and the one he cherished especially, the unified condemnation of Zhang Yu, that burning anger and the impulse to prove himself surged once more. A glimmer of vengefulness and resolution flashed in his eyes. Isn't Zhang Yu the one boasting that all the glory and wealth of the Marquis Mansion are supported in secret by him? Then I will show him who is truly unable. He threw off the quilt and prepared to get out of bed. From today on, all business properties, farms and stores in and out of the Marquis Mansion will be handled by me, Zhang Heng. I will do 10 times 100 times better than that waste Zhang Yu. I will let him know that his little schemes and calculations are nothing but a fool's dream and easily crushed before me. Seeing his ambitious spirit, Qin Shuahua felt both proud and pained. Henger, with such determination your mother will certainly support you. You are smarter than Zhang Yu and your talent is high, you will surely do far better than him. Zhang Wanning also applauded, yes, Xiao Heng will definitely succeed, and let that waste see what true skill is. Zhang Qinghua slightly nodded, indicating her agreement. Jiang Luohan, watching Zhang Heng regain his spirits, felt her sense of detachment lessening. With the support and encouragement of everyone, Zhang Heng's confidence soared. He immediately called for a personal servant and instructed, come here, gather the staff, I want to check the accounts of each store one by one and understand their operational status. Yes, young master, the servant responded and went off. Under the service of the maid, Zhang Heng changed into a new outfit and was ready to set off. At that moment a sudden uproar erupted outside the heavy vermilion doors of the Marquis Mansion. People of Yangon Marquis Mansion, listen. By order of our master we have come to collect the debts owed by your Zhang Yu. The total amount is 768,500 taels of silver with promissory notes and agreements as evidence. Please open the door promptly and settle the matter clearly to avoid any discord. It was the Wang family who had arrived. What? The Wang family? Collecting debts. 76,000. Heavens, such a large sum. Quick look, there are many Wang family servants outside and they are banging gongs. Numerous servants gathered at the Marquis Mansion's entrance, whispering and displaying looks of panic. Qin Shuahua, Zhang Wanning, Zhang Qinghua and Jiang Luohan, who had hurriedly arrived upon hearing the commotion, rushed to the front courtyard. Hearing the shouts and gongs from outside, their faces turned pale as if they had been publicly slapped several times, the sting burning fiercely. Especially for Qin Shuahua and Jiang Luohan, with one being the mistress of the Marquis Mansion and the other the daughter of a minister, how could they endure such public humiliation of being pressured for debts? It felt as though their faces were being peeled off and thrown to the ground to be trampled. This is too much, the Wang family is being too much. Qin Shuahua trembled with rage, pointing at the door with a sharp voice. How dare they humiliate our Marquis Mansion like this? Zhang Wanning also cried out sharply, both anxious and furious. Zhang Qinghua tightly pressed her lips together, looking at the door, then glancing at the pale Zhang Heng and Jiang Luohan, who seemed on the verge of collapse, a chill spreading in her heart. She realized that Zhang Yu's prophecy had come true. This was not merely about debt, it was the Wang family's long-planned revenge and humiliation. The Marquis mansion had lost face this time. Jiang Luohan was even more furious and ashamed as this debt was hanging over her head. Mother, don't panic. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear and humiliation within him. He knew he could not act recklessly at this moment. This debt had black and white agreements and the Wang family was in the right. Escalating the situation would only lead to more embarrassment for the Marquis mansion. After thinking for a moment he said, this money. Just pay it off. Consider it a loss to avert disaster. We absolutely cannot let the Wang family look down on us. Right, repay the debt. Our Marquis mansion is not one that cannot afford to pay. Zhang Wanning also held her head high, trying to maintain the dignity of the Marquis mansion's young lady. But despite her words, 76,850 taels was no small sum. Although the Marquis mansion was wealthy, gathering such a large sum of ready cash would be extremely difficult at once. Madam Young Master, the usable cash on account along with the recent cash flow from various stores can only amount to 150,000 taels. The steward Fu Bo hurried over, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he reported in a low voice. 150,000 taels. Qin Shuahua frowned deeply. The gap was too wide. Mother, why not sell off some assets? Zhang Wanning suggested, but then hesitated. But those stores are making a fortune. If they are like golden egg-laying hens, selling them would be too regrettable. Moreover, selling them now would surely result in a low price from the Wang family. Indeed, those shops thriving under Zhang Yu's management were the Marquis mansion's best assets and also the reason behind their confidence in earning 100,000 a month, who would be willing to part with them. We cannot sell the shops. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and said, that is the foundation of the Marquis mansion and the foundation for my future ambitions. I just remembered, don't we have 2,000 acres of prime paddy fields and a small iron ore vein in the suburbs of the capital? Those are ancestral properties. Although the output is stable, the returns are indeed slower compared to the stores in the city. Qin Zuihua's eyes brightened at these words. In their view, while those 2,000 acres of fertile land and iron ore were also quality assets, their returns were slow and required management far less profitable than the rapidly earning shops in the city. Using them to fill this hole could solve their urgent needs without harming their foundation, making it a perfect choice. Only Zhang Qingyue frowned slightly. She was more rational than her mother and sisters, knowing that land and mines were the most stable foundation for the Marquis mansion. Although their returns were not as high as some lucrative industries, they were long-term. As for the shops in the city, while they seemed prosperous now, the risks of business fluctuations were significant. Moreover, she vaguely felt that without Zhang Yu's secret management, whether those shops could maintain their current prosperity was uncertain. Mother, fifth brother, the fields and mines are the foundation of our Marquis mansion. Shouldn't we reconsider? Or perhaps negotiate with the Wang family to repay in installments? Installments? Wouldn't that make it seem like our Marquis mansion can't even come up with this small amount and has to grovel to them for an extension? Qin Shuahua immediately shook her head. At this moment she valued face above all. Zhang Heng replied, third sister is overthinking. Even without that bit of farmland and mines, the Marquis mansion is still the Marquis mansion. As long as we master the business networks in the city, making money will only become easier. After I take charge, I will reorganize everything and the profits may even double. By then we can redeem the farmland. Seeing that mother and younger brother have made up their minds, Zhang Qingyue did not press further, but that lingering unease in her heart only grew stronger. Soon the Marquis mansion's representatives and the Wang family's steward began to exchange outside the door. A crowd of onlookers had gathered around, pointing and discussing, making Qin Shuahua and others feel like they were sitting on pins and needles, yet they had to force themselves to remain calm. Qin Shuahua took out the Marquis mansion's title deeds and land documents, handing them to steward Wang Er. She raised her chin slightly, trying to put on an air of the mistress of the Marquis mansion, her tone deliberately indifferent. These 2,000 acres of prime paddy fields and the iron ore vein 30 miles west of the city, priced at 620,000 taels, are to be used to offset your Wang family's debts. Additionally, 15,000 taels in cash, which is enough to settle your accounts. She pushed the land deed and silver note forward as if she were bestowing charity. Steward Wang Er verified the land deed, confirming its accuracy, a hint of barely discernible mockery flickering across his face. However, he said nothing more, swiftly signing and accepting the deed. For the Wang family, being able to swiftly obtain the Marquis mansion's valuable ancestral estate and publicly humiliate them had already achieved their goal. Once the exchange was completed, Steward Wang Er led his people away, banging the gong as they left. Zhang Wanning was seething with anger while Jiang Luohan's face was pale, feeling that the humiliation of today would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Zhang Heng watched the figures of the Wang family receding, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. This was a tremendous humiliation. It was all Zhang Ye's doing. Mother, sister Luohan, do not worry. Zhang Heng turned around, his eyes burning with flames of revenge and urgency to prove himself. This setback is nothing. Land and mines are merely lifeless objects. What is truly valuable are those shops, the connections, and the business acumen. I will take over all the stores and ensure that the income of the Marquis Mansion far exceeds the past. It won't be long before we can redeem those lands and mines. Qin Shuahua looked at him filled with fighting spirit, also feeling confident. Good, Henger mother trusts you. The future of the Marquis Mansion relies on you. Manage those stores well and you will surely earn money hand over fist, making those who laugh at us see us in a new light. Exactly what Zhang Yu can accomplish, Xiao Heng will definitely manage as well. Zhang Wanning regained her confidence. Jiang Luohan looked at Zhang Heng. Although she still had reservations at this moment, she hoped he could achieve results and restore their dignity. Only Zhang Qinhua felt that the shadow of unease in her heart was growing heavier. After sending away the Wang family's pests, Zhang Heng hurriedly led a few trusted subordinates to the most core and profitable enterprise under the Marquis of Yangon, Dingsheng Workshop. Dingsheng Workshop specializes in various types of elixirs, from basic healing and energy-replenishing pills to rare spiritual pills that assist in cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks, with a complete range of products. It is rumored that the net profit of Dingsheng Workshop each month accounts for nearly half of the entire income of the Yangon Marquisate, making it undoubtedly the money bag and pillar of the Marquisate. Standing under the majestic golden sign of Dingsheng Workshop, Zhang Heng looked up, and the gloom in his heart caused by debts and the Wang family's humiliation was instantly swept away. He could almost see that under his wise and martial leadership the profits of Dingsheng Workshop would multiply, bringing wealth rolling into the Marquisate. Fifth young master, you have arrived. We have been waiting for you for a long time. The head manager of Dingsheng Workshop, surnamed Qian, was a shrewd-looking middle-aged man. He had received the news long ago and was currently waiting respectfully at the door with a group of managers and assistants. Manager Qian, no need for such courtesy. Zhang Heng nodded modestly, striving to present the demeanor of a future master. Take me to review the accounts and then show me around various places. Yes, fifth young master, please come in. Manager Qian quickly stepped aside to lead the way, inviting Zhang Heng into a stylish and quiet study on the third floor where the core accounts were handled. Soon several thick and beautifully bound account books were presented before Zhang Heng. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and began to flip through them. It was a sight that stirred up a tempest in Zhang Heng's heart. The net profit of Dingsheng Workshop each month was astonishingly 128,000 taels of silver, which was simply a mountain of gold. Zhang Heng suppressed the urge to laugh out loud, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. He had only heard his mother and sister say that the Marquisate earned 100,000 a month, thinking it might be exaggerated, but he never expected that this one workshop far exceeded that figure. That useless Zhang Yu had the audacity to boast that the Marquisate relied on him for support merely because he managed such an enterprise. Ridiculous. This clearly demonstrated the deep foundations and quality enterprises of the Marquisate. Anyone who became the head manager here, as long as they weren't too foolish, could make a profit. Zhang Yu was merely fortunate, having picked up a ready-made bargain. After reviewing the accounts, Zhang Heng's confidence soared. He closed the account book and said to Manager Qian, "Let's go, take me to see the alchemy area. This is the foundation of our Dingsheng Workshop." Yes, fifth young master, this way please. Manager Qian led the way to the dedicated alchemy area in the back courtyard while excitedly introducing, "Fifth young master, rest assured our Dingsheng Workshop's alchemy area was built to the highest standards. The ground fire is stable, the alchemy furnaces are complete, and the alchemists we hired are all genuinely skilled." Zhang Heng nodded repeatedly, feeling even more assured. With a stable financial source and a professional alchemy team, Dingsheng Workshop was simply an inexhaustible gold mine. Taking over here was even smoother and more delightful than he had imagined. Passing through several corridors, they arrived at an area in the back courtyard covered by a formation where the temperature was noticeably higher. This was the core of Dingsheng Workshop's alchemy, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Fifth young master, look, this is our alchemy area. You. Manager Qian was pointing at the bustling scene, ready to flatter and boast further. The alchemy area was very spacious, with dozens of alchemy furnaces lined up. The ground fire was stable and the alchemists and apprentices were each performing their duties, creating a busy yet orderly atmosphere. Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction, sweeping his gaze over the entire scene filled with a sense of grandeur as if he were surveying his own territory. However, when his gaze passed over a corner he couldn't help but frown. There an unkempt old man was sprawled out on a worn-out bamboo recliner lying in a slovenly manner. The old man had his eyes closed, holding a colorless wine gourd in his hand, occasionally taking a swig and emitting a satisfied, tisk, sound leisurely contrasting with the busy scene around him. What displeased Zhang Heng even more was that the surrounding alchemists' apprentices and even managers, upon seeing their new master arrive, all put down their tasks and bowed respectfully, calling out, "Fifth young master." Only this slovenly old man seemed entirely oblivious to the large group of people continuing to lie there soaking up the sun. This was an outright disregard and provocation of Zhang Heng's authority. Zhang Heng's expression darkened instantly. As a newly appointed official, he was worried about not having the opportunity to establish his authority and reprimand the people below. This old man, ignorant of etiquette and lazy, was simply a gift delivered to his door. However, Zhang Heng was not entirely brainless. He understood that the alchemy area was the core of Dingxing Workshop, and the people here, especially the capable alchemists, were not to be easily offended. If this old man turned out to be a hidden master and he ended up cutting off a vital artery by dismissing him, it would be a significant loss. He suppressed his anger and did not erupt immediately, but turned to the ever-observant Manager Qian, asking in a calm tone laced with a hint of coldness, "Manager Qian, who is this?" Manager Qian followed Zhang Heng's gaze and replied in a low voice, returning to the fifth young master, "This person is named Chen Dongpeng, and he was recruited by the eldest young master a few years ago, by Zhang Yu. He usually is responsible for checking the ground fire, fixing the alchemy furnaces, and doing some miscellaneous tasks. His temperament is a bit lazy, but his skills are decent. He can handle the ground fire formations and minor issues. Zhang Yu recruited him. A handyman for tending the fire." Upon hearing these two keywords, Zhang Heng's eyes brightened and his doubts and reservations dissipated by half. This was someone recruited by that useless Zhang Yu, and he was just a helper who could only check the fire and fix the furnace. This made things easier. Zhang Heng sneered inwardly, having already made up his mind. He no longer hesitated, striding directly towards the slovenly old man Chen Dongpeng, who was lying on the recliner. Zhang Heng stood before Chen Dongpeng's recliner, looking down at the old man, who still had his eyes closed and reeked of alcohol, his voice suddenly rising, carrying an unmistakable reprimand and authority. "Chen Dongpeng, how dare you act so arrogantly? I am here inspecting, and you dare to ignore me sleeping and slacking off here." Chen Dongpeng seemed to have been awakened by this sudden reprimand, slowly opening a pair of murky old eyes, glancing at Zhang Heng, then closing them again, rolling over and muttering indistinctly, "Who is this little brat making noise? Disturbing my peaceful dreams." This attitude only added fuel to the fire. Zhang Heng was furious to the point of laughter. "Good, very good. It seems Zhang Yu had been too indulgent with you before allowing you to grow into such a pest that knows no respect and is lazy." He surveyed the surroundings, speaking loudly, "Everyone listen well, from today onward Dingxing Workshop will be managed by me, Zhang Heng. What I want are diligent people who create value for the workshop, not wasteful pests who merely take up space and eat without working." He pointed sharply at Chen Dongpeng, his tone decisive. "Chen Dongpeng, you are inherently lazy, oblivious to your superiors. You are like a mouse dropping, ruining a pot of porridge. Dingxing Workshop cannot keep people like you. You will immediately go to the accounting office to settle your wages and then get out. From now on you are not allowed to step into Dingxing Workshop again." As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings erupted in an uproar. Although this old man Chen was indeed lazy and had a mediocre reputation, he was still an elder in the workshop and his skills were somewhat decent. How could he just be dismissed like that? Wasn't it the first day of the new master's tenure? Manager Qian seemed hesitant to speak, as if wanting to advise, but upon seeing Zhang Heng's stern face and unquestionable attitude, he swallowed his words. Other managers and alchemists exchanged glances, not daring to speak. This time Chen Dongpeng finally fully opened his eyes. He sat up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, took another swig from his wine gourd, and then slowly looked at Zhang Heng, his expression devoid of anger or panic, instead displaying a strange look as if he were watching a child misbehave. "Little brat, are you sure you want to drive me away?" Chen Dongpeng faced Zhang Heng's reprimand neither angry nor agitated, and even wore a smile. "Impudent! Who do you call little brat?" Zhang Heng said sternly, "My word is law, hurry and get lost." Upon hearing this, Chen Dongpeng not only felt no fear but became even more excited. He rubbed his hands together and said, "You all agreed to drive me away, not that I, the old man, am breaking my promise. What Zhang Yu gave me, I certainly won't return it. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, then grew even more disdainful. What good thing could Zhang Yu give this old servant other than some worthless trinkets that this old man treasured? He snorted coldly, "Who cares about your junk? Get lost quickly." "Got it." Chen Dongpeng seemed to have received a pardon, happily responding and preparing to leave, looking less like someone being dismissed and more like someone finally on vacation. However, after taking just 2 steps he appeared to remember something. He rummaged in his pocket for a while, pulling out a crumpled piece of parchment and casually tossing it to Zhang Heng. "Here, this is for you." Chen Dongpeng burped, pointing at the piece of paper, and said, "According to Zhang Yu's instructions, the earth-fire formation in the alchemy area of the Dingxing Square, along with the auxiliary runes inscribed on the alchemical furnaces for fire-gathering, temperature control and stabilizing medicinal properties, have all been upgraded by me. This is the overall diagram of the formation. The formation nodes, rune connections and the flow of the earth-fire are all recorded on it. Remember to find a reliable formation master to maintain it regularly according to the markings on this diagram and to control it carefully. Otherwise... Don't blame the old man for not reminding you." He seemed quite attached to the formation he had upgraded himself, even kindly advising Zhang Heng before leaving. After saying that, he ignored Zhang Heng's reaction, picked up his wine gourd, hummed an even more nonsensical tune and staggered away. Upgrade? What upgrade? What overall diagram of the formation? Zhang Heng, holding the dirty and crumpled piece of parchment, furrowed his brow tightly. He was not the kind of wastrel who merely lived off others. As a 5th-grade martial artist he had a rudimentary understanding of formation runes. Upon hearing that the earth-fire formation and alchemical furnace inscriptions had been upgraded, a sudden unease surged within him. He instinctively felt that things might not be as simple as he thought. He quickly unfolded the piece of parchment. The lines on the paper were densely packed and crooked, mixed with many symbols and hasty annotations he could not understand, with ink of varying freshness, clearly not a work of a moment. Although the paper was dirty, upon closer inspection he could see that the lines indeed outlined the general layout of the alchemy area in Dingxing Square, as well as the distribution of the earth-fire pipelines and formation nodes. Many places had been altered with a different color of ink, adding more complex patterns. Zhang Heng felt a bit dizzy looking at it. "Manager Qian." Zhang Heng suddenly raised his head, looking at Manager Qian, who also wore a bewildered and anxious expression, and urgently asked, "What else does Chen Dongpeng do besides tending the fire and repairing furnaces? Does he understand formations?" Manager Qian wiped his sweat and stammered, replying to the 5th young master, "Old Chen, he usually likes to wander around those formation nodes and the alchemical furnaces. Sometimes he draws and writes with a charcoal pencil. We thought he was just bored or recording what needed repairs. As for whether he understands formations, I really don't know. He's never mentioned it, and I've never seen him work on formations formally. However, when the earth fire is occasionally unstable or the alchemical furnaces have minor issues, he often fixes them with just a few tweaks." Everyone thought it was just his experience and skill. Experience. Skill. Zhang Heng's heart sank little by little. Looking at the complicated, upgrade overall diagram in his hands and recalling Manager Qian's words, a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. This person he regarded as a warning example might very well be a hidden master of formations. Moreover, under Zhang Yu's guidance over the years he had quietly upgraded and modified the earth-fire formation and alchemical furnace runes in Dingxing Square. The high-efficiency, stable quality of elixirs and unusually stable earth-fire in Dingxing Square. Perhaps all resulted from this old man's secret upgrades and maintenance. And he, Zhang Heng, on his first day in office had driven away this potential invisible pillar of Dingxing Square, a master of formations. A chill surged from his toes to the top of his head, and cold sweat began to form on Zhang Heng's forehead. He suddenly remembered Chen Dongpeng's excited expression before leaving, mentioning that Zhang Yu had given him something. Zhang Yu definitely knew about this old man's abilities, if the items he gave were likely meant to keep him around. Yet he had personally dismantled the safeguard Zhang Yu left behind. "Quick, go fetch Chen Dongpeng back. Tell him I was just angry and misunderstood him. Please ask him to stay with double the pay." Zhang Heng urgently shouted to a nearby attendant. "Yes, young master." The attendant realized that things were not good and hurriedly turned to chase after Chen Dongpeng. However, after just a moment the attendant returned, panting and with a grim expression. "Young master. He's gone." That old Chen left the door, turned into a side alley and disappeared. I asked around the nearby streets and no one saw him. Useless. Zhang Heng angrily kicked over a nearby stool, his face pale with rage. His hand trembled as he held the piece of parchment. What to do now? He could not understand this diagram. It required a formation master for maintenance and control. But how competent was the original formation master of Dingxing Square? Could he understand this upgraded diagram? Could he manage this modified complex formation? If he couldn't take over, what would happen if the earth-fire formation went out of control? What if the alchemical furnace inscriptions failed? Wouldn't the alchemy business of Dingxing Square be paralyzed immediately? Manager Qian, where is the original formation master from the square? Call him here immediately. Zhang Heng almost shouted. Soon a middle-aged man in a blue robe sporting a goatee and looking quite serious was brought over. He was Lu, the dedicated formation master employed by Dingxing Square. Master Lu, please take a look at this diagram. Zhang Heng handed over the parchment with a sense of urgency. Initially Master Lu appeared indifferent as he received the parchment, but after glancing at it a few times his expression changed. The more he looked, the more serious he became, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter with beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Fifth young master. Master Lu raised his head, his face pale, his voice dry. This diagram indeed depicts the foundational structure of our alchemy area's formations, but many places have been altered. The added rune structures are extremely intricate and complex. Some even exceed my understanding. This extent of alteration is too great, and judging by the notes and structure, the person who made these changes clearly understands formations far beyond my level. He pointed to a few places marked in vermilion on the diagram, trembling, especially here. The newly added diverting and stabilizing Qi auxiliary formation at the Kuan position is simply masterful and can greatly enhance the stability of the earth fire and the success rate of alchemy. However, such intricacy also means that the difficulty of maintenance and control has increased exponentially. Here one must have an extremely deep understanding of the modifier's thoughts and methods. Otherwise, if one missteps, it could result in earth-fire riots or rune disruptions, leading to minor explosions and ruined elixirs at best, or a collapse of the formation with earth-fire erupting. What? Zhang Heng felt as if struck by lightning, his vision darkening as he nearly lost his balance. Earth-fire riots. Formation collapse. The consequences were too dire. If the alchemy area of Dingxing Square could be destroyed in an instant, then can you maintain and control it according to this diagram? Zhang Heng asked with a glimmer of hope. Master Lu smiled bitterly and shook his head, his face filled with despair. Fifth young master, it is not that I am shirking responsibility. The modifications on this diagram have elevated the original formations to an entirely new level. I am too inexperienced and can only understand about 30 to 40% of it. Moreover, the control techniques and spiritual energy input methods for crucial nodes are not detailed on the diagram, clearly unique secret methods of the modifier. Without the modifier providing direct guidance or leaving detailed instructions, it would be extremely risky for an outsider to take over. There is almost an 80 to 90% chance of problems arising. Zhang Heng's legs went weak and he slumped onto a nearby chair, his face devoid of color, his mind blank. It's over. Completely over. Not only did he drive away a potential master of formations, but he also offended the other party. Now the most critical alchemy area of Dingxing Square was like a super alchemical furnace, precisely modified but without a key or manual, ready to explode at any moment right before his eyes. And he, this ambitious new owner, on his very first day had personally planted a time bomb capable of destroying the foundations of Dingxing Square. What 12,800 taels a month? What mountains of gold and silver? If something happened in the alchemy area, all of this would vanish into thin air. Moreover, the Marquis residence would face huge compensation and even more severe reputational damage. Zhang Yu. It must be you. You anticipated this. Zhang Heng suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage and madness, gritting his teeth as he growled. At this moment he fully understood that Zhang Ye's words, "The Marquis residence without my support would be lucky not to lose money," were no empty threats. Zhang Yu had already set up the game and pulled away the most crucial pillar. And he, Zhang Heng, had foolishly stepped in with enthusiasm and personally kicked away the last stabilizing factor. Quick! Immediately invite the best formation master in the capital. No matter the cost, we must stabilize the formations. Zhang Heng shouted at Manager Qian, his voice changing pitch. Yes. Yes. Manager Qian was also terrified, scrambling away to make arrangements. However, Zhang Yu knew that even Lu, the original formation master of Dingxing Square, was helpless. Which other formation master in the capital could grasp the complexities of this upgraded formation in a short time? Even if a master were invited, they would need time to study, and during that time, could the alchemy area hold up? He looked at the dirty piece of parchment in his hand, feeling for the first time that it weighed 1,000 pounds, and for the first time felt a deep sense of fear and helplessness. On his first day taking over the business, before he could even start to showcase his ambitions, he faced a crisis that could be catastrophic. And all of this was merely because he had driven away an insignificant, lazy old man who drank and basked in the sun. Regret. He was regretting it deeply. But alas, there is no medicine for regret in this world. In the flourishing Fang, Zhang Yu anxiously sought help, but before he could find a formation master to replace Chen Dongpeng, a problem had already arisen with one of the alchemical furnaces. In the alchemy area, a seasoned alchemist was furious at a malfunctioning furnace. He shouted angrily at the sweating formation master beside him, "Can you even handle this?" When old Chen was around, he would casually stroll over with his pipe, take a look, and fix such minor issues with just a few taps. "You've been fiddling with it for half the day and the flame has become even more unstable. You're delaying my alchemy, can you afford the consequences?" The scolded formation master and the nearby manager Qian could only exchange wry smiles, feeling helpless. Only those who have truly interacted with the complex formation circuits and inscriptions of the alchemical furnaces upgraded by Chen Dongpeng can deeply appreciate how terrifying that scruffy old man was in the realm of formations. He had practically transformed the ordinary alchemy workshop into one that approached the standards of a core alchemical chamber of a small sect. Moreover, his methods were subtle and unobtrusive. Had he not left, everyone might not have even realized how exquisitely intricate and fragile this formation had become. At the same time, their hearts were filled with confusion and shock. How did the young master Zhang Yu manage to invite such an elusive master of formations to work at the flourishing Fang as a mere handyman? Of course, there was still more resentment and cursing directed at Zhang Yu, the new owner. This idiot second-generation heir on his first day actually treated the true treasure of the Fang as garbage and tossed it out. Now he's left with a mess he cannot clean up, and everyone is suffering because of it. Zhang Yu sat in the front hall like a needle on a hot seat, as if he could hear the complaints and mockery coming from all corners of the workshop. He felt like a joke. Just yesterday he was ambitious to surpass Zhang Yu, and today he was harshly slapped by reality, a slap he had handed to himself. Meanwhile, in the prison of the Ministry of Punishment in Zhang Ye's solitary cell, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the chaos of the flourishing Fang. It was eerily calm. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, yet he wasn't cultivating. The cultivation reward from the system was infused and required no deliberate practice. Thus, in the dim, silent prison permeated with a faint musty and rusty smell, he felt a tinge of boredom. Yes, boredom. He lazily stretched and murmured, "Tisk, this prison really is a bit stuffy. If Master Zhang finds it boring, I little Wang have a way." In the opposite cell, the young master of the Jing royal family Xiao Sheng perked up at Zhang Ye's complaint. He leaned against the bars, his face filled with a flattering smile lacking any trace of the aloofness he had yesterday. Since witnessing Chairman Du Jun's courteous attitude towards Zhang Yu yesterday and observing Zhang Yu casually producing 2 Bodhi pills and a pile of top-tier elixirs, Xiao Sheng had completely woken up. What was once a down-and-out young master of a marquis house, a prisoner awaiting execution. This was clearly a true deity with an unfathomable background. Now he had to curry favor. Clinging to this golden leg was more important than anything else. Thus, starting from yesterday afternoon, Xiao Sheng began his prison pet career. He immediately ordered the best restaurant from outside Drunken Immortal Tower to deliver the highest standard feast for Zhang Yu. Seeing that the light in the cell was dim, he quickly had several luminous pearls embedded into the walls of Zhang Ye's cell. When Zhang Yu wanted clean bedding, he directly had people bring in snow silkworm silk blankets from the western regions. Now, upon hearing Zhang Yu say bored, Xiao Sheng perked up even more, feeling that an opportunity to perform had arrived. If Master Zhang finds it uninteresting, I can immediately send someone to invite the Rainbow Dress Troupe. That's the most famous opera troupe in the capital. If the troupe leader can personally come to perform for you, you can request any play you wish to hear. Xiao Sheng suggested with a flourish, as if the prison were his family's stage. Seeing that Zhang Yu had no response, Xiao Sheng believed he didn't like opera and quickly changed his approach. How about I send someone to Drunken Immortal Tower to invite the most popular courtesans there to play the zither and sing for young Master Zhang to relieve his boredom. Or, if young Master Zhang has other preferences, please feel free to express them. As long as it's available in the capital I will definitely find a way to bring it to you. Zhang Yu. Is this the joy of top-tier second-generation heirs? Even in prison they can summon opera troupes and courtesans at will. No wonder this guy can still be so relaxed after being locked up. At the same time he felt a chill and helplessness at Xiao Sheng's sudden almost nauseating flattery. Ever since Du Jun appeared yesterday this guy's attitude had made a complete 180-degree turn from being aloof to a sycophant. The speed of this change was astonishing. Even the way he addressed him had changed to Master Zhang. Your Highness, your good intentions are appreciated. Zhang Yu waved his hand, his tone neutral. However, let's skip the opera and courtesans, it's too noisy. This prison is better kept quiet. Yes, Master Zhang prefers peace. I did not consider this. Xiao Sheng quickly nodded and bowed, showing no signs of discouragement. His eyes darted and he continued, then does young Master Zhang have any particular interests? I can. No need. Zhang Yu interrupted him, rubbing his forehead. Your Highness, you should entertain yourself. He really couldn't stand this guy's enthusiasm any longer and actually preferred his previous arrogant demeanor. Seeing that Zhang Yu seemed genuinely uninterested, Xiao Sheng dared not press further. At that moment a series of steady rhythmic footsteps distinct from the guards echoed from the end of the corridor. Xiao Sheng leaned forward to look and saw a woman approaching, escorted respectfully by 2 prison guards. The woman appeared to be in her late teens, dressed in a water-blue brocade palace gown, her skirt flowing like a gentle stream as she walked. The newcomer was none other than the legitimate daughter of the Jing Prince, Xiao Sheng's elder sister, Xiao Fenghua. Among the 3rd generation of the royal family in the capital of Wei Kingdom, she was considered a remarkable figure. The current emperor of Wei has 3 sons, with the Jing Prince being the second in line. Now the court was filled with intrigue and the typical power struggle for the throne had begun. Xiao Sheng, known for his flamboyant and dissipated lifestyle, was regarded by many as someone of little use. In contrast, his elder sister Xiao Fenghua had been exceptionally smart since childhood with extraordinary skills. When Xiao Sheng saw his powerful elder sister suddenly arrive at the prison, he was initially taken aback, followed by a subconscious expression of fear and guilt as he respectfully called out through the bars, "Elder sister, what brings you here?" Xiao Fenghua lightly shifted her steps, approaching Xiao Sheng's cell. Her calm gaze swept over the luxurious arrangements of his cell and a hint of helplessness and disappointment flickered in her phoenix eyes. Her gaze then shifted past Xiao Sheng and fell upon the young man sitting cross-legged and meditating in the opposite cell, Zhang Yu. Just a fleeting glance and Xiao Fenghua withdrew her gaze, turning back to her brother with a tone that concealed her emotions but carried an undeniable sense of pressure. I heard you sent a message home yesterday mentioning that you encountered Chairman Du Jun of the Apothecaries Guild in this prison. And that you have become quite close with a notorious criminal named Zhang Yu, even referring to him as young friend. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sheng's face lit up with excitement. Yes, elder sister, it's absolutely true. Yesterday Chairman Du personally came to visit young Master Zhang. I witnessed it with my own eyes, there is no mistake. He was eager to prove his words were not false and wanted to showcase his discovery of this treasure to his sister. Elder sister, this young Master Zhang is by no means an ordinary prisoner. Enough. However, Xiao Fenghua directly interrupted him, angry. Xiao Sheng, I thought you were reflecting on your mistakes here, hoping to make some progress. To my surprise, not only have you shown no remorse, but in order to leave this prison early you have even fabricated such an absurd and outrageous lie. What? Eldest sister, Du Jun the president is a figure of such stature that even our grandfather would show him respect, a person who seldom leaves his abode, like a dragon whose head is rarely seen. How could he come personally to this filthy prison to visit a son of the Marquis house condemned to 50 years for serious crimes? And how could he speak to him as an equal, calling him brother? She shook her head slightly, her disappointment deepening. Xiao Sheng, even if you want to concoct a lie you should at least make it believable. You think my father and I can be fooled by such an easily debunked tale? I think you've been locked up in this prison for too long, losing your sense of propriety and becoming delusional. In her view this was entirely the product of Xiao Sheng, her useless brother, fabricating a shocking adventure in order to escape his predicament or to gain the attention of the Marquis house. What President Du, what mysterious prisoner? It was merely a trick to evade punishment and attract attention. As for the claim that the prisoner could produce a Bodhi pill, that was pure nonsense, likely exaggerated by Xiao Sheng to enhance the credibility of his lie. Xiao Sheng was left dumbfounded by his eldest sister's fierce reprimand, his face turning red with anxiety. Eldest sister, I really didn't deceive you. If you don't believe me, ask Lu Yifan Dai and the others present if they saw it too. Enough. Xiao Fenghua barked sharply, her authority radiating from her, causing Xiao Sheng's words to choke in his throat. The maid by your side will naturally speak in your favor. And within this prison who wouldn't fear the majesty of my royal family? If you ask them to cooperate with your lies, would they dare to refuse? Xiao Fenghua was adamant, convinced that everything was a farce orchestrated by Xiao Sheng himself, with Zhang Yu merely being an inconsequential prop forced to comply. She couldn't even be bothered to glance at Zhang Yu, thinking that looking at him again would be a waste. Zhang Yu, however, appeared indifferent, closing his eyes to rest, adhering to the principle of survive quietly, avoid drawing attention, unaffected by Xiao Fenghua's accusations and disdain. The prisoners watching from the sidelines, influenced by Xiao Fenghua's powerful aura and reasonable analysis, began to doubt. Yeah, it's normal for the young master to fabricate a story to get out. What kind of person is President Du to come to a place like this? Perhaps it's all a well-rehearsed act. However, just as these doubts began to rise, as Xiao Fenghua was about to turn and leave again, Xiao Sheng in a panic jumped up, feeling helpless. A faint peculiar humming suddenly resonated throughout the entire prison area. The disturbance was so slight it resembled the faintest ripple. Without mastery in formations, one would not be able to detect it. The cells remained unchanged, the lights still flickered, even the flow of air seemed unaffected. But Xiao Fenghua, having cultivated the secret technique Ming Huang Heart Sutra of the Jingwang House and also skilled in formations, captured the anomaly in an instant. More importantly, she wore the secret treasure of the Jingwang House, the illusory eye, which allowed her to see through formations and illusions to a certain extent. Her footsteps halted abruptly, a glimmer of sharp light flashed in her phoenix eyes as she locked onto the source of the disturbance, Zhang Yu's cell. She saw Zhang Yu sitting cross-legged, still with his eyes closed, his expression calm. Yet the air before him began to distort and ripple like water in a way that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye but undeniably real. Then, to Xiao Fenghua's astonishment, a scruffy old man brazenly walked into the prison, approaching Zhang Yu. The old man was slightly hunched, clad in a drab oil-stained old robe, his hair gray and disheveled, and he seemed to be carrying a wine gourd. Strangely, aside from Xiao Fenghua, no one else noticed the old man. They didn't even see his figure. Had it not been for Xiao Fenghua's expertise in formations and wearing the illusory eye, she wouldn't have seen him either. The old man had silently embedded an exceptionally sophisticated illusion formation into the gaps of the prison's defensive array, perfectly hiding himself and eluding everyone's perception and sight. Such a method was utterly shocking. What was even more alarming to Xiao Fenghua was that Zhang Yu inside the cell seemed completely unfazed by the old man's arrival. As the old man approached him, he slowly opened his eyes. The scruffy old man was none other than Chen Dongpeng. He took a swig of wine, smacking his lips, somewhat complaining as he mumbled, "As expected of the prison, this turtle shell is really tough. It took me nearly a quarter of an hour to quietly embed the illusion formation, it nearly exhausted me." His tone was casual, as if he were commenting on the nice weather, yet the content made Xiao Fenghua's heart race. A quarter of an hour. Silently infiltrating the prison's grand formation. Without triggering the alarm. Is this something a person can do? Zhang Yu was not surprised by Chen Dongpeng's arrival, as if he had expected it. "Don't show off, you came to say goodbye, right?" Chen Dongpeng chuckled and took another sip of wine. "You know me well, the pill furnace formation and the earth fire veins you had me remodel, as well as those hidden back doors, I've done just as you instructed. Now that foolish boy," referring to Zhang Heng, "has kicked me out just right. I'm too lazy to serve anymore. I just came to say hello. I'm off to the south to find some good wine and enjoy some peace and quiet." Zhang Yu nodded. "The second half of the Zhou Tian Xing Yan formation diagram, I promised you I will have someone deliver it to the old place." Chen Dongpeng's eyes brightened, rubbing his hands together. Hee, I've been waiting for your words. Rest assured, everything I promised you has been arranged. Those contingencies are enough for those ungrateful wolves to drink a pot of." After saying that, he waved goodbye to Zhang Yu and turned around just as he had entered, ignoring the walls and bars swaying as he passed through. Once he left, the barely perceptible fluctuations in the prison's formations also calmed down. Throughout the entire process, besides Xiao Fenghua and Zhang Yu, no third person was aware. Xiao Sheng and the others remained in their original emotional turmoil, completely oblivious to what had just occurred. However, Xiao Fenghua felt a chilling sensation, as if she had fallen into an ice pit. Her fingers gripping the illusory eye turned pale from the strain, the blood drained from her beautiful face, leaving only boundless shock and fear. This old man could actually add illusion formations at will within the prison's defensive array and come and go freely. What level of comprehension of formations does this require? He is undoubtedly a master of formations. No, he is likely at the legendary level of a grandmaster of formations. And such a terrifying existence is actually being recruited by Zhang Yu. Moreover, from their conversation it seems that Zhang Yu possesses the inheritance of formations that could even entice this old man. The second half of the Zhou Tian Xing Yen formation diagram. Zhang Yu had him remodel the formations of the flourishing workshop and even left contingencies. Everything is connected. Du Jun's visit, the casual gift of the Bodhi pill, the obedience of this master of formations. What is this nonsense about being a discarded son of the Marquis house? This is clearly a deeply hidden, immensely powerful figure with numerous talented subordinates. Xiao Sheng's words were likely not exaggerated in the slightest, and he may have even understated it. Had she not meticulously studied formations and fortuitously worn the illusory eye, she would have been completely unaware of what transpired just now. The thought that she had arrogantly accused Xiao Sheng of lying and disparaged Zhang Yu as a prop washed over her with unprecedented shame and fear. She recalled her earlier reasonable analysis and disdainful assertions, feeling a burning shame on her face, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide. She had almost stirred up a horrifying existence that was completely unimaginable and far beyond her ability to provoke due to her arrogance and prejudice. Zhang Yu seemed to sense Xiao Fenghua's intense emotional turmoil and her horrified gaze. He slowly turned his head, looking calmly at Xiao Fenghua, who was still standing frozen in place. His gaze remained indifferent, devoid of mockery or pride, only an unfathomable calm. Yet this calmness instilled in Xiao Fenghua a deeper sense of pressure and reverence. Zhang Yu did not speak, merely watching her quietly. However, this silent gaze was more impactful than any verbal interrogation or slap to the face. Xiao Fenghua opened her mouth, her throat dry. If the authoritative reprimand she had previously delivered could not produce a single word now. In the face of absolute power and facts, all arrogance, prejudice and self-righteousness appeared so ridiculous and utterly vulnerable. She understood that the mistake she had made today was likely far more serious than any trouble Xiao Sheng had caused. Just as Xiao Fenghua's mind was shaken, plunged into immense shock and self-doubt, a surge of overwhelming aura suddenly erupted without warning. Boom! This was not a pressure targeting anyone, it was merely the majestic aura naturally released during a breakthrough in cultivation. Indeed, Zhang Yu had received his reward and had broken through. This is 9th rank. The aura of 9th rank martial arts. Xiao Fenghua's pupils shrank suddenly, her heart almost leaping out of her chest, her stunning face filled with disbelief and shock. Before arriving, she had already used the resources of the Jing King's manor to investigate Zhang Yu thoroughly. All the intelligence clearly indicated that this young master of the Yong'an Marquis house had poor martial arts talent, having only reached the 1st rank after 3 years of cultivation. But now, this aura, which many cultivators who had struggled for decades could only look up to, was emanating unreservedly from this so-called waste. Just a day had passed. From 1st rank to 9th rank. This was simply a fairy tale. It seems he had hidden his cultivation before. He must have already possessed the 8th rank cultivation just in time for today's breakthrough. Xiao Fenghua found a rational explanation, yet her heart was equally shaken. At 25 years old, with exceptional talent and top-tier resources, she had only just reached the peak of 7th rank. Called the #1 prodigy of the Wei Kingdom, Jiang Luohan at 21 years old had only just broken through to 7th rank with the help of Zhang Ye's Bodhi pills and various resources. Yet this Zhang Yu, seemingly 2 years younger than her, had already broken through to 9th rank. A 9th rank at 23. Xiao Fenghua's mind went blank with only this shocking thought echoing wildly. In the 300 years since the founding of the Wei Kingdom, there has never been such a record. No, not just in the Wei Kingdom. Looking at the Qingzhou where the Wei Kingdom is located and even the nearby continents, there has never been anyone who could reach 9th rank in martial arts at the age of 23. Suddenly she recalled records in ancient texts that spoke of the Tianzhou where the luck of the world converged, which seemed to have such gifted saints and goddesses. But that was merely an ethereal legend, as far from her Qingzhou and the Wei Kingdom as two different worlds. Yet now a living, breathing 9th rank martial artist, merely 23 years old, was sitting in the prison opposite her. At this moment Xiao Fenghua finally had a reasonable explanation for Du Jun's courtesy and the obedience to the mysterious formation master Chen Dongpeng. Indeed, it was Zhang Ye's talent. A martial arts talent so extraordinary it was despair-inducing. No wonder someone like Du Jun, who looked down on others, would lower himself to befriend him, calling him young friend. For what Zhang Yu exhibited was a quality that could vie for mastery, even hinting at even higher realms. Investing in him was akin to investing in a future martial arts giant. No wonder the formation master was willing to hide his identity, working as a laborer in Dingxing Fang, ready to take orders. Apart from the allure of possibly inheriting formation techniques, Zhang Ye's potential and future were likely also significant reasons. Is Is he breaking through to 9th rank right in front of me? As a warning. Xiao Fenghua felt a chill rising in her heart. A 9th rank martial artist in the presence of the Wei Kingdom royal family with a master overseeing them was indeed not a significant threat. Xiao Fenghua's own background was not one to fear a mere 9th rank. However, a 23-year-old 9th rank held an entirely different significance. It represented limitless possibilities and a terrifying future. As long as he did not fall midway, stepping into the innate stage and achieving mastery was almost a certainty. There was even a great hope of breaking through to Grand Master. Such an existence, even if currently not at his peak, was enough to make any force treat him with caution, even to exert great effort to befriend him. For no one knew what heights he might reach in 10 or 20 years. Offending such a genius who could possibly stand at the pinnacle of the continent in the future. That would be tantamount to digging one's own grave. Moreover, behind him stood an alchemy master Du Jun and a formation master. Even if others wanted to crush him in the cradle, it would likely be unrealistic. Realizing this, sweat broke out on Xiao Fenghua's back. All previous disdain and contempt for Zhang Yu had long since dissipated, replaced by deep trepidation, fear, and a hint of uncontrollable desire to befriend him. The Jing King's manor was currently in the critical period of the 9 dragons competing for the heir, and if they could gain the assistance of this future giant, even just establishing a good relationship would be an invaluable boon for the manor. But Xiao Fenghua was struck by a new doubt. If he possesses such talent and strength along with connections like Du Jun and the Formation Master, why would he allow himself to fall into such a predicament, imprisoned in this dark dungeon? With the means and background he has shown, escaping the charges would be as easy as pie. What does he really want? Looking at Zhang Yu in the cell, whose aura was gradually retracting, Xiao Fenghua felt that the mist surrounding this young prisoner was growing ever thicker. He was no longer merely a mysterious prisoner, but a monster carrying an extraordinary talent, harboring astonishing energy. And how should the Jing King's manor, or rather how should she, Xiao Fenghua, interact with such a monster? Should she continue to apologize for her previous offense, trying to make amends and forge a friendship? Or should she keep her distance and observe the situation? Xiao Fenghua's mind raced, and for a moment she found herself indecisive. But one thing was clear from this moment on: her attitude towards Zhang Yu must undergo a complete 180. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves in her heart, tidying up her somewhat disheveled thoughts and appearance, preparing to speak again. This time her tone and attitude would be entirely different from before. Yet Zhang Yu seemed completely oblivious to Xiao Fenghua's complex psychological activities, or perhaps he simply did not care. He was quietly savoring the surge of power rising within him once more. 9th rank. 2 days from 1st rank to 9th rank. What kind of prodigious genius standard was this system's 1 year of cultivation referring to? A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he silently gazed at Xiao Fenghua. Your Highness, I hope you will keep today's sights and sounds to yourself. And please attribute everything that has happened over the past 2 days, including yesterday's visit from President Du, to the mischief of young Master Xiao Sheng. For now I do not wish to attract excessive unnecessary attention. This was a technique of sound transmission that only 9th rank martial artists could utilize, allowing only Xiao Fenghua to hear Zhang Yu's voice. Xiao Fenghua felt a chill in her heart. Although she did not understand why Zhang Yu was so deliberately hiding his strength and background, she knew that since this mysterious 9th rank prodigy had spoken, she best cooperate. Given Zhang Yu's potential and hidden energy, if he wished to bring harm to the Jing King's manor or was merely dissatisfied, it would be enough to cause considerable trouble. Moreover, his current request was not difficult for her. Xiao Fenghua quickly concealed the shock and complex emotions on her face, readopting the earlier expression of anger and disappointment, and began to scold Xiao Sheng again. In short, Xiao Sheng was to take the blame. However, fearing that Xiao Sheng would offend Zhang Yu next, she subtly hinted to him to continue to please Zhang Yu. Leaving the prison, Xiao Fenghua was filled with restless thoughts. She had no intention of lingering, not even returning to her room to change out of the clothes that carried the prison's misfortune, and headed straight to the study of Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng. Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng was in the prime of his life, exuding a calm demeanor. His features bore some resemblance to Xiao Sheng, but his brows carried a deeper, more profound gravitas from years of political maneuvering. He was currently reviewing documents in his study when he noticed his usually composed and capable eldest daughter displaying an expression of shock that had yet to fade. Surprised, he set down his red brush and smiled, asking Fenghua, "What brings you here in such a hurry? Could it be that Shenger has angered you again?" "Haha, I have long said that he should suffer some hardship in the prison to temper his temperament." I never expected him to act even more recklessly, fabricating such a grand lie about President Du visiting the prison. He certainly needs a good lesson. His tone carried a hint of indulgence and helplessness, clearly having heard of the fabrications made by Xiao Sheng and like his daughter assumed it was mere nonsense. However, the words that followed from Xiao Fenghua caused his smile to instantly freeze. Father, Xiao Fenghua took a deep breath. I did not go to the prison today because I was angered by Xiao Sheng. On the contrary, I am convinced that what he wrote in his letter is not a falsehood. Xiao Jingfeng raised an eyebrow. Oh. You actually believe in Sheng'er's absurd claims? Fenghua, this is unlike you. At first I too, like you, believed he was merely making up stories to escape responsibility. Xiao Fenghua let out a bitter laugh, her expression turning incredibly earnest. But what I witnessed and heard with my own eyes and ears cannot be doubted. She then recounted in detail everything she had seen and heard in the prison that day. She described it with great detail, especially the intrusion into the prison's great formation and the illusory formation as described by Chen Dongpeng, along with the shocking scene of Zhang Yu's sudden breakthrough, his aura surging like the sea. All of this left Xiao Jingfeng, a prince accustomed to storms and tempests, utterly dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. This. Fenghua, are you sure you are not under some brilliant illusion? Or is it the prison's environment that affected your judgment? Xiao Jingfeng still responded with suspicion. The story sounded far too fantastical, too strange, almost like a legendary tale concocted by a storyteller in a tea-house. A 23-year-old 9th rank. A master of formations capable of silently infiltrating the prison's great formation. All of this revolving around a discarded child of a noble family. How could this be possible? Father. Xiao Fenghua's tone was resolute, her eyes clear. I wore the eye of delusion, and I have also studied formations possessing decent resistance to illusions. Though the prison's environment is peculiar, it could not possibly induce such clear hallucinations in me. Moreover, the aura of that 9th rank martial artist is unmistakable. I experienced it firsthand without a doubt. That transmission was also not something an illusion could mimic. She paused before adding, initially, like you, I believed Sheng'er was just making a fuss. But after my personal experience I realized how gravely I was mistaken. That Zhang Yu is unfathomable. Seeing the unprecedented seriousness and certainty in her daughter's expression, Xiao Jingfeng's doubts gradually faded, replaced by a deep shock and contemplation. He knew his daughter was meticulous, sharp-eyed, rarely making mistakes, and would never speak recklessly about such matters. Such a thing actually exists. Xiao Jingfeng murmured, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table as he processed this shocking information. After a moment he suddenly looked up. Immediately send someone to investigate everything about Zhang Yu. All details, no matter how trivial, must be thoroughly examined. From his birth until now, every experience, every person he has interacted with, every deed he has done, especially during the last 3 years since returning to the noble estate, not a single detail should be overlooked. Father, that won't be necessary. Xiao Fenghua shook her head, pulling out a neatly folded piece of paper from her sleeve. After receiving news from Sheng'er yesterday, I had already utilized the hidden network in the prince's estate to compile all the public information about Zhang Yu, as well as everything I could find. Zhang Yu, the legitimate eldest son of Duke Yong'an, was falsely accused by his younger brother Zhang Heng 13 years ago. His parents favored the younger brother and unhesitatingly abandoned him to fend for himself on the estate. He was brought back to the noble estate 3 years ago from the estate outside the city. After returning, his martial arts aptitude was assessed as low-grade, and after 3 years of cultivation consuming countless resources, he barely stepped into the first rank, being labeled as a martial arts waste. His character is weak and forbearant, overly accommodating towards his mother Qin Shuahua, younger brother and sister, and especially submissive to his fiancée, the daughter of the Minister of Rights Jiang Luohan, earning him the reputation of a bootlicker. In the noble estate he held a low status and was often looked down upon and bullied. Xiao Jingfeng listened while quickly scanning through the records on the paper, his frown deepening. The records bore an almost stark contrast to the image Zhang Yu now presented. A weak and inept bootlicker versus a mysterious prodigy capable of commanding respect from Du Jun and manipulating a master of formations achieving 9th rank at just 23. These were fundamentally two different people. What about his experiences before returning to the estate? Were there any anomalies? Any teachers? Any fortuitous encounters? Xiao Jingfeng pressed. The records from the estate are quite simple. He was weak and sickly with no anomalies. Moreover, under Zhang Heng's secret instructions, he was subjected to various hardships by the servants, nearly dying several times on the estate. As for teachers, There are no records. Fortuitous encounters. At least none visible. Xiao Fenghua replied. After returning to the estate he spent most of his time within its confines, occasionally going out mostly to buy gifts for Jiang Luohan or to handle some inconsequential duties. On the surface there seems to be nothing extraordinary. This is strange. Xiao Jingfeng set down the paper, falling into deep thought. Either he has been deliberately disguising himself for the past 3 years or even longer to an extreme degree. Or he has recently come across some unimaginable opportunity that propelled him to greatness. Either way it is extremely frightening. To have disguised himself for 3 years, fooling everyone in the noble estate and even the capital's eyes. This level of wit, perseverance and acting skills is terrifying. If he has recently encountered an opportunity, then the nature of that opportunity is also mind-boggling, capable of completely transforming a person and allowing them to soar to the heavens. Why did he enter the prison? And why was he sentenced to 50 years? Xiao Jingfeng pinpointed the critical question. This is precisely what I do not understand. Xiao Fenghua replied. Given his exhibited strength and background, he has ample capability to avoid imprisonment or easily escape. In fact, even the charges against him were deliberately arranged by his subordinate Li Dagong. It seems he willingly stays inside, even warning me not to disclose his true situation and to blame everything on Sheng'er's nonsense. It appears he does not want to attract too much attention and is intentionally hiding. Hiding in the prison. Xiao Jingfeng's eyes gleamed with insight. Is there something special about this prison for him? Or is he plotting something that requires this prison as a venue? The father and daughter exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity and confusion in each other's eyes. Zhang Yu was like a colossal riddle. If the more they probed, the more doubts they uncovered, the denser the fog became. Father, how should we respond? This person has limitless potential. His background is a mystery and his actions are bizarre. Whether he is friend or foe remains to be seen. But since he has asked me to conceal things, at least for now, he does not seem to have any intention of opposing our Jing prince's estate. Perhaps we can try to make contact or even befriend him. Xiao Jingfeng pondered for a long while before speaking slowly. This matter is of great importance and requires careful handling. Since he wishes to hide, we will cooperate for now and continue to play along with Sheng'er's nonsense. We will secretly strengthen our surveillance, especially on his 2 subordinates Li Dagong and Mo Ji, and assist them when the time is right. I understand. Xiao Fenghua nodded. Additionally, Xiao Jingfeng's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. As for Sheng'er, since he has taken on this burden, let him carry it to the end. You can go back and rebuke him a bit, urging him to be more honest. Perhaps letting him stay in the prison next to that Zhang Yu wouldn't be a bad thing. Sometimes an unintentional action can yield unexpected benefits. Xiao Fenghua understood, replying, yes, father. Xingfang workshop had descended into utter chaos. Zhang Heng, stripped of the confidence he'd exuded just yesterday upon assuming authority, now darted frantically between the alchemy zone, the accounting office and the reception hall, like a headless fly utterly overwhelmed. The Earthfire Grand Array and Furnace inscriptions upgraded by Chen Dongpeng functioned like an exquisitely calibrated instrument, precise to the finest degree, yet began malfunctioning at every turn the moment they fell under the care of anyone other than the sole master craftsman who truly understood them. Young master. The Earthfire beneath Furnace No. 7 in the East Zone has suddenly weakened. The entire batch of blood coagulating powder is likely ruined. Young master. The core temperature of the West Zone's Earthfire conduit is fluctuating abnormally again. Elder Array Master Lu warns that if stability isn't restored soon, we may have to shut down several furnaces temporarily. Young master. Master Zhao from Chengnan says there's a critical node on the blueprint he simply cannot decipher. He dares not tamper with it and urges us to seek a more competent expert. One catastrophe followed another, battering Zhang Heng until his vision blurred and his thoughts reeled. His vaunted intellect, so sharp in theory, proved woefully inadequate before the profound intricacies of formation arrays and the arcane discipline of alchemy. Worthless. All of you, worthless. Keep searching. Double the reward. Find someone who can read that blueprint and stabilize the array, now. Zhang Heng roared, his eyes bloodshot and wild. He dared not imagine the consequences should Xingfang's alchemical operations truly collapse, its monthly profit of 128,000 taels vanishing overnight, plunging the Marquis into perilous uncertainty. How then would he face his mother? How explain himself to the entire clan? Meanwhile, at the residence of the Vice Minister of Personnel in Zhang Luohan's private chamber, she concluded her daily cultivation and breath regulation practice, and instinctively reached into her robes for her premium qi-nourishing pills. These pills had long been indispensable to consolidating her cultivation and refining her inner force, if for 3 years she had never missed a single dose. Yet this time her fingers met only empty fabric. She paused startled, then her delicate willow brows furrowed as she murmured in mild reproach, "What on earth is Zhang Yu thinking? He hasn't delivered this week's qi-nourishing pills, not even once." Her voice cut off mid-sentence. A sudden jarring memory struck her. Zhang Yu was imprisoned. And their engagement, dissolved. They were now strangers severed in both duty and affection. An inexplicable wave of irritation and hollow emptiness rose within her. For 3 years she had grown accustomed to Zhang Yu's meticulous unwavering tribute, especially these cultivation-aiding pills never once in short supply. They had enabled her cultivation to proceed with remarkable ease. Though her 7th-rank cultivation foundation owed much to the Bodhi pill's extraordinary potency, the relentless accumulation of countless qi-nourishing pills had been no less vital to her ascent. "Damn Zhang Yu!" Zhang Luohan muttered under her breath, her tone layered with contradiction. Why didn't he stockpile more? Why insist on delivering only every 3 days, so miserly, so stingy? She had entirely forgotten how readily she'd accepted those gifts, how she'd even dismissed Zhang Yu's offerings as insufficiently refined. Nor did she recall, choosing instead to overlook, that his deliberate measured distribution had always been a calculated contingency designed precisely for this very moment. Grumbling aside, the pills were still needed. With no alternative, she summoned her personal maid. "Go, purchase some qi-nourishing pills from an apothecary outside. Ensure they are of superior quality." The maid hesitated, then asked cautiously, "Miss, how many should I buy?" Zhang Luohan nearly blurted out, 100. She refused to emulate Zhang Yu's parsimonious rationing. She intended to purchase in bulk, securing ample reserves against future need. "Miss, each premium qi-nourishing pill costs 800 taels of silver." The maid offered the reminder gently, then fell silent. "So expensive?" Zhang Luohan exclaimed, startled, and instantly grasped the maid's unspoken meaning. Though her father held the prestigious rank of Vice Minister of Rights, a 3rd-rank official, the Ministry of Rights was no lucrative post like the Ministries of Revenue or Works. His annual stipend, supplemented by seasonal ice and charcoal gifts and modest rental income from family properties, totaled barely 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels seemed substantial, yet household expenditures were vast, and maintaining official decorum, political obligations and social reciprocity consumed much of it. Truly discretionary funds were scarce. 80,000 taels was no trivial sum, not for her personally nor for the Jiang household. When Zhang Yu had supplied the pills freely, she felt no burden in now facing the cost herself. The sting was immediate and sharp. In that instant her heart churned with conflicting emotions: profound recognition of Zhang Yu's past sustenance, its tangible value, its effortless convenience, mingled with frustration and indignation at her present predicament. She raged at Zhang Yu's stinginess, yet also resented herself for being unsettled by so seemingly trivial a matter. "Enough." Zhang Luohan waved dismissively, changing her mind. "Prepare the carriage, I'm going to Shengfang workshop." She lacked the funds to buy them outright, but Shengfang was the marquisate enterprise now overseen by Zhang Heng. And Zhang Heng was her betrothed. What Zhang Yu had once provided ought now fall to him. Given Shengfang's immense profits, such a modest quantity of pills was but a single hair on a buffalo's hide. Recalling Zhang Heng's grandiose declarations yesterday, of seizing control of the Marquisate and forging a glorious new era, Zhang Luohan's composure steadied. Her noble poise, her sense of inherent entitlement returned. After a light touch of cosmetics, she departed for Shengfang with her maid, only to be stunned upon arrival, her newfound certainty crumbling at once. Outside Shengfang traffic flowed as usual, carriages and pedestrians bustling, but inside an unusual tension and disarray hung thick in the air. Attendants hurried past, their faces etched with anxiety. Beyond the familiar herbal fragrance, the air carried faint, unsettling notes of scorch and panic. She was ushered to the rear garden pavilion to wait, but Zhang Heng failed to appear. Instead, muffled shouts, heated arguments and the clatter of colliding objects drifted in from the alchemy zone behind. After roughly the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Zhang Heng finally entered, cloaked in the acrid scent of smoke and exhaustion, his expression harried and frayed. His robe was rumpled, his hairpin askew, his eyes bloodshot, utterly unrecognizable as the poised, ambitious 5th young master of the Marquisate she'd met just yesterday. Senior Sister Luohan, what brings you here? Zhang Yu forced a smile, stiff and brittle, unable to conceal his agitation. Suppressing her surprise and a flicker of displeasure, Zhang Luohan maintained her graceful composure and replied softly, Brother Hung, during today's cultivation practice I found my supply of qi-nourishing pills exhausted. Knowing you now oversee Shengfang, I thought I'd drop by, and perhaps collect a small reserve. The same quality Zhang Yu used to provide will suffice. Her phrasing was tactful, but her intent was unmistakable. I've come for my pills. Handle it. Zhang Heng's face tightened, embarrassment and discomfort flickered deep in his eyes. Under ordinary circumstances he would have spared no expense, not merely a few vials of qi-nourishing pills but even far rarer elixirs, to win Zhang Luohan's favor. But now, Shengfang was in crisis. The formation array remained unstable, alchemical output plummeted and the rate of failed batches soared. Existing stocks of finished pills were depleting rapidly, just to meet orders and daily sales. Refining high-grade qi-nourishing pills demanded absolute precision in flame control, a condition impossible to guarantee amid the current earth-fire instability. Success rates had collapsed. Stocks were likely already depleted, let alone any surplus reserved for her reserve supply. Although Zhang Yu was in a state of panic, he forced a smile to maintain his composure in front of Zhang Luohan. Sister Luohan, don't worry, I will handle this small matter. How many do you need? I'll have someone fetch them right away. He quickly calculated in his mind, realizing that the stock of high-quality nourishing qi pills in the storeroom might be running low, but it should be manageable to spare a few dozen to get through this moment, and he could replenish them later when the situation improved. Zhang Luohan's expression turned satisfied upon hearing this, and she said matter-of-factly, previously Zhang Yu sent me an average of 2 pills a day to please me for my cultivation needs. Just prepare 3 months' worth based on that standard. 2 pills a day. For 3 months. Zhang Yu's smile instantly froze, doubting his own hearing. Sister Luohan, are you saying Zhang Yu sent you 2 nourishing qi pills every day for 3 whole years? That's right. Zhang Luohan nodded, her tone flat as if she were discussing something utterly mundane. He started sending them shortly after he returned home and never stopped until he was imprisoned. The quality has always been excellent and has greatly benefited me. 2 pills a day. 2 pills a day. Zhang Yu subconsciously repeated, his mind racing. Combining this with the cost and selling price of the pills he saw in the accounts today at the Dingsheng workshop, a terrifying number quickly surfaced in his mind. The premium nourishing qi pill had an external selling price of 800 taels each, with a cost of around 400 taels. Even at cost price, 2 pills a day would amount to 800 taels of cost. With 30 days in a month, that would be 24,000 taels of cost. In a year, 12 months, it would be 288,000 taels of cost. Over 3 years, that's 864,000 taels of cost. If calculated at selling price, that amounts to 1,730,000 taels of silver over 3 years. Zhang Yu felt a surge of heat rush to his head, his vision darkening, and a tightness in his chest made it hard to breathe. Though he had previously known that Zhang Yu had given Zhang Luohan many gifts and accrued massive debts, those figures had seemed abstract. At this moment, as he genuinely began to engage in business and had a more concrete concept of money and resources, hearing about the detail of 2 pills a day for 3 years made him truly realize the suffocating extravagance and foolishness of it all. Zhang Yu, you wasteful son, fool. Zhang Yu finally couldn't hold back, exclaiming in a distorted voice filled with shock and anger, 800 taels per pill, that's 48,000 taels of silver a month over 3 years, that's more than 100,000 taels. Did he just give them out like candy? Did he not know what that money could do? How many soldiers could be supported with that? How many properties could be acquired? He simply couldn't understand. Zhang Yu was merely an unfavored waste young master of the Marquis estate. Where did he get so much money? Even if he had some secret means, spending like this was too outrageous. No wonder he could owe the Wang family hundreds of thousands of taels in debts. This was simply a fool who had no calculations, only knowing how to please women. In fact, Zhang Yu and Zhang Luohan should count themselves lucky that Zhang Ye's nourishing qi pills were delivered every 3 days, if the accounts were far too fragmented and he couldn't communicate with the Wang family in time to issue a sky-high IOU. Otherwise, if that over 100,000 taels were written into an IOU, it would be enough to bankrupt the Marquis estate. Zhang Yu's loss of composure made Zhang Luohan frown slightly, feeling that his reaction was excessive. In her view, it was only natural for Zhang Yu to send her pills. It was his duty to please her. As for how much it cost, that was Zhang Yu's business, not hers. Now that Zhang Heng was in charge of Dingsheng workshop, wasn't it only right to provide some pills for his future wife? Why make such a fuss, even speaking harshly? Brother Heng, Jiang Luohan's tone turned slightly cold as she reminded him, watch your words. Zhang Yu's actions are in the past. Now that Dingsheng workshop is under your management, can you not even supply this small amount of pills? Zhang Heng was awakened by Jiang Luohan's slightly dissatisfied tone, realizing that he had lost control. He hurriedly suppressed the storm of emotions and pain within him, forcing out a smile that looked more painful than crying. Sister Luohan, you misunderstood. I was just shocked by that fool Zhang Yu's extravagant gestures. Supplying pills for your cultivation is naturally a given. He said this, but his heart felt like it was bleeding. 3 months 180 premium nourishing qi pills at cost that would be 72,000 taels. Dingsheng workshop was currently facing a crisis, and every coin, every pill was extremely precious. But once the words were out, for the sake of face, he couldn't back down. Manager Qian, Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and instructed the manager waiting nearby, go and fetch 180 of the best nourishing qi pills from the storeroom and prepare them for Miss Jiang. Master, Manager Qian said, looking troubled as he leaned in and spoke softly, in the storeroom. The stock of high-quality nourishing qi pills is low due to unstable earth fire in the past few days, and along with fulfilling orders for several old clients, there are less than 50 left. And the subsequent replenishment, I fear it won't keep up either. What? Zhang Heng's face turned even uglier. He hadn't expected the situation to be so dire that they couldn't even gather 180 pills. Although Jiang Luohan couldn't hear exactly what Manager Qian was saying, she could guess from their expressions that it was likely about the pills being insufficient. Her dissatisfaction grew, feeling that Zhang Heng's ability to handle matters seemed less impressive than he boasted, unable to manage even this small task. Forget it, Jiang Luohan stood up, her tone completely cold. Since Dingsheng workshop is having difficulties, let it be. I'll have my family buy some elsewhere. You can go back to your big affairs now. She deliberately emphasized the words big affairs with a hint of mockery. After saying this, she no longer glanced at Zhang Heng's face, which was a mix of colors, and left with her maid. Watching Jiang Luohan's departing figure, Zhang Heng felt a surge of anger with no outlet, smashing his fist onto the nearby table, causing the teacups to rattle. Zhang Yu, it's all your fault, you wasteful fool, leaving behind such a mess. And that old fool Chen Dongpeng. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth, pouring all his anger onto the two who were not present. He completely failed to realize that the real problem lay in his hasty dismissal of key technical personnel and his own inability to cope with the complex situation. Instead, he blamed the previous person's extravagance and hidden dangers left behind. And Jiang Luohan, sitting in the carriage returning home, felt equally terrible. Zhang Heng's embarrassment, evasion and loss of composure, along with the subtle chaos in Dingsheng workshop, cast a shadow over her budding new relationship and future expectations. She couldn't help but think of Zhang Yu again. That waste had never caused her any trouble in these small matters. And now? She irritably rubbed her brow and said to the coachman, we're not going back to the estate, let's go check out the herbal pavilion in the west of the city. It seems that I will have to figure out a way to get my cultivation pills in the future. And Zhang Heng and Dingsheng workshop seemed to be less reliable than I imagined. A hint of regret like fine tendrils quietly took root in her heart without her noticing. Although she immediately tried to squash it, a crack had already appeared. In the Yangon Marquisate within the inner courtyard's flower hall, as the lights began to glow, a lavish round table made of exquisite rosewood was set with dishes that seemed somewhat out of place in this opulent environment. Although the dishes were well prepared in terms of color and aroma, with chicken, duck, fish and meat, they clearly lacked the lingering spiritual energy that was customary. Qin Shuahua, Zhang Weining and Zhang Qingyue sat around the table laughing and chatting, their conversation naturally revolving around Zhang Heng, whom they cherished deeply and who now bore the heavy responsibility. Henger has truly worked hard, Qin Shuahua said, picking up a piece of food with a pained yet proud expression. To take over the family business, he toiled in the bustling Dingsheng Square until late last night without returning. He went back early this morning, saying he needed to resolve some formation issues. This child is just too strong-willed and responsible. Zhang Weining immediately echoed her sentiments, her tone exaggerated. Indeed, Xiao Heng is far superior to someone who only knows how to eat from both sides and schemes against their own family. He wholeheartedly thinks of the Marquisate and our family. He is the true pillar of the family. Although Zhang Qingyue did not join in the praise, she nodded slightly, feeling that it was good for her brother to be diligent. In their conversation they naturally brought up Zhang Yu for comparison and criticism as if this would better highlight Zhang Heng's excellence. When their gaze truly fell upon the dishes on the table their laughter gradually ceased. Zhang Weining was the first to furrow her brow. What's going on? With a sharp sound she slammed her chopsticks down, her voice tinged with displeasure. Manager Wang, who arranged today's meals. Wasn't it always snow jade ginseng stewed with spirit crane, steamed dragon scale fish and stir-fried fire rhinoceros meat, these dishes infused with spiritual energy from magical beasts? At the very least there should be some spiritual fruits or spiritual rice, right? What are these today? Just ordinary meat dishes. Do you think we are from a destitute family? She was accustomed to consuming these expensive spiritual dishes that greatly benefited martial artists and magic practitioners. Today suddenly switched to ordinary cuisine, it tasted like chewing wax and she felt a loss of status. Zhang Qingyue also slightly frowned. Although she was not as picky as Zhang Weining, she noticed the anomaly and spoke in a cool voice. Moreover, the Qingyun ink I use for practicing calligraphy seems to have not been replenished for 2 days. This ink is made by mixing the powder of qingling stones with juices from several spiritual herbs, aiding in calming the mind and enhancing comprehension while writing. It is indispensable. How could the servants be so careless? Zhang Weining, reminded by her sister, immediately recalled, right, the I silkworm spirit silk and the special canvas I use for painting are also running low. Those are crafted from 100-year-old ice silkworm silk combined with snow spider silk, best for carrying spiritual power and revealing the spirit and essence of the painting. Why haven't they been delivered on time? The three mother and daughter turned their gazes towards the head steward of the Marquisate, Wang Mama, who stood to the side sweating profusely. This was certainly also part of Zhang Ye's prior schemes. The various luxurious supplies in the Marquisate were only stored for 3 days, just like Jiang Luohan's situation. Wang Mama felt distressed inside, forcing a smile on her face as she bowed and said, "Madam, please do not be angry. It is not that this old servant was careless, it is just that there is temporarily no extra money in the household accounts to purchase these items." No extra money? Qin Shuihua was taken aback, feeling it was somewhat ridiculous. How could the Marquisate have no extra money? Didn't we just withdraw silver from the various shops a few days ago? Wang Mama explained with a pained expression, "Madam, most of the cash withdrawn a few days ago was used to repay the debts owed to the Wang family and to cover some previous expenses. As for the remainder, the fifth young master sent someone yesterday to say that Dingxing Square urgently needed money to repair some important formations, so the cash flow from the various shops for this month along with any movable cash in the storeroom has been temporarily transferred. So the expenses for purchasing spiritual food, spiritual ink and art materials should wait for a while." What? Zhang Weining stood up abruptly, her voice sharp. "Xiaoheng has transferred all the money from the shops. Then what about our expenses? Are we to eat plain and rough food using those shabby items?" She simply could not accept this. In her view, the money of the Marquisate should prioritize ensuring the luxurious and exquisite lives of her and her mother. Zhang Heng took over the business to earn more money to support them, not to withdraw their expenses to fill the business's holes. Zhang Qingyue was not greedy for enjoyment, but the resources for cultivation and some necessary luxuries like Qingyun ink were essential for her daily needs. The sudden cutoff indeed had a significant impact. She had not expected that the issues with Dingxing Square had become so serious that they required tapping into the liquid funds of the various shops. Qin Zuihua's expression also grew somewhat unsightly. Although she felt heartache for her son and supported him in his endeavors, the sudden decrease in their living standards made her feel uncomfortable all over and embarrassed. Especially when she thought that all this tightness seemed to stem from the enormous debt caused by Zhang Yu, and the issues that arose after Zhang Heng took over. Her heart felt even more unsettled. "This Henger is too careless in his actions," Qin Shuihua couldn't help but complain. "Even if he needs money, he should have informed the family first and reserved the necessary expenses. How could he silently transfer all the money, leaving us here?" She paused halfway, suddenly recalling that during Zhang Ye's management, although they had been picky, they had seemingly never worried about these daily expenses and cultivation resources. Whether it was spiritual food, spiritual ink or art materials, or even the pills and tools needed for their respective cultivation, they had always been supplied on time in ample quantity and of fine quality, never lacking. At that time they had only felt that the Marquisate was well off and Zhang Yu was merely doing things according to protocol, even looking down on him for only knowing how to curry favor with small favors. Now that Zhang Yu had fallen and Zhang Heng had taken over, they suddenly realized that maintaining their kind of dignity and cultivation involved the need for continuous, stable and substantial monetary support. And Zhang Yu had quietly borne this burden for 3 years, never letting them worry about money. A subtle uncomfortable feeling spread in Qin Zuihua's heart. But she quickly placed the blame on Zhang Heng's youth lack of consideration as well as the mess left by Zhang Yu and the extravagance that led to the empty treasury. Mother, this matter cannot just be let go, Zhang Weining said angrily. When Xiaoheng returns we need to have a good talk with him. Let outsiders know that we can't even afford decent meals, wouldn't that be laughable? Zhang Qingyue remained silent, clearly dissatisfied with the current situation. The meal was tasteless and the three of them each held their own thoughts. The previous praise of Zhang Heng at this moment had all turned into subtle complaints and expectations, expecting Zhang Heng to quickly resolve the troubles and restore the dignity and convenience of the marquisate, especially in their lives. They were completely unaware that this dignity and convenience were built upon the painstaking maintenance and immense investment of Zhang Yu over the past 3 years. And when they pushed down this pillar themselves and hastily let an incapable successor take over, the collapse often began from the most subtle yet most personal aspects. The troubles of the Marquisate had clearly just begun, and the complaints and rifts within the inner courtyard perhaps revealed signs of crisis even earlier than the external threats. Just when Qin Shuihua and her 2 daughters were filled with resentment due to the decline in their quality of life, a chaotic and heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the front courtyard mixed with the flustered greetings of the servants. "Fifth young master, you're back. Fifth young master, what's wrong with you?" Immediately after, a figure stumbled into the flower hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Shuihua, Zhang Wanqing and Zhang Qingyue were all stunned, almost unable to believe their eyes. Zhang Heng appeared disheveled, his robe stained with ash and unknown grime, his eye socket sunken, his eyes bloodshot, his lips cracked, his face filled with extreme fatigue and despair. In just over a day, the 5th young master of the Marquis residence, who had been full of vigor yesterday, vowing to achieve great things. At this moment he looked as haggard as a disheveled middle-aged man drained of his spirit, a stark contrast to his usual glamorous image. He kept mumbling to himself, his voice hoarse, "It's over. It's all over. I can't refine anymore. I can't deliver." Qin Shuihua's heart tightened instantly, her voice trembling. "Henger, my Henger, what happened to you? What's going on? Don't scare your mother." Zhang Wanqing and Zhang Qingyue also rushed over, their faces filled with shock and worry. "Xiaoheng, speak. What's wrong?" Zhang Wanqing asked urgently. Under the constant questioning from his mother and sister, Zhang Heng seemed to finally regain some composure. He raised his head, looking at his family's concerned faces, his lips trembling a few times before finally breaking down and saying, "The alchemy room. The alchemy room in Dingsheng workshop. It's completely in chaos. The earth-fire array is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. The inscriptions on the cauldrons are failing one after another, and this afternoon 3 main furnaces exploded. Now less than 30% of the furnaces in the entire alchemy area can produce pills steadily, and the output is even less than 1/10 of the usual. This is not all." Zhang Heng's voice was choked with tears. "Those big orders we received earlier, especially the batches of high-tier pills ordered by the palace and several princes, are due for delivery in the next few days. But now, we can't refine anything at all. If we can't deliver on time according to the contract, we will have to compensate 3 times the deposit. Just the order from the palace alone has a deposit of 50,000 taels. 3 times that is 150,000 taels. There are several others. Altogether the penalty could exceed over 400,000 taels. 400,000 taels. Qin Shuihua felt a darkness before her eyes, almost fainting. Just recently they had mortgaged their ancestral property for a debt of 760,000 taels, and now they were facing a compensation of 400,000 taels. Even if the Marquis residence had mountains of gold and silver, it could not withstand such turmoil. Zhang Wanqing let out a shrill scream. 400,000 taels. How could it be so much? "Xiaoheng, what on earth did you do? In the past, Dingsheng workshop made a fortune daily and never encountered such a mishap. How could it go wrong just 2 days after you took over? And now we might have to pay so much." Although she felt sorry for her brother hearing such astronomical compensation and recalling the spirit beast canvas she had just cut off and the declining standard of living, a surge of anger mixed with fear rose in her heart. Thus she began to blame him indiscriminately. "Didn't you say you would do better than Zhang Yu? How did it end up like this? If I had known." "Shut up." Zhang Qingyue, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted Zhang Wanqing sternly. Although she was equally scared seeing her brother on the verge of collapse, she knew that blaming him at this moment would only make things worse. Fourth sister Xiaoheng has already exhausted himself for the sake of Dingxing workshop. He is mentally and physically drained. Zhang Qingyue spoke sternly. Moreover, this situation may not be entirely Xiaoheng's fault. Perhaps there were issues with the alchemy room when Zhang Yu was in charge which were just well hidden and only erupted after Xiaoheng took over. Right now the most important thing is to find a way to solve the problem, not to blame our own family here. Her words were both in defense of Zhang Heng and provided everyone including herself with an acceptable reason. It's not that Zhang Heng is incompetent but that the mess left by Zhang Yu is too troublesome. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuihua immediately felt as if she had grasped a lifeline, nodding repeatedly. She tightly hugged the dejected Zhang Heng, tears streaming down her face in pain. Yes, Qingyue is right, it must be that Zhang Yu's misdeeds had already buried the root of disaster. If anyone should be blamed, it should be that heartless beast. Mother believes in you, you just have bad luck and took over this mess. She once again skillfully shifted all fault and responsibility onto the absent Zhang Yu. Only in this way could she continue to indulge her son without guilt, maintaining the illusion that her son is the best. In the embrace of his mother and the understanding of his sister, Zhang Heng managed to catch his breath slightly, but the despair in his eyes did not diminish. He knew that regardless of who was at fault, the mess before them was real and the huge compensation was also real. But mother, what should we do now? Zhang Heng's voice was hoarse. The earth fire array and the cauldron issues the formation master we hired can do nothing, and the orders are about to breach the contract. Qin Shuihua was also panicking. As a woman from the inner household, how could she understand these matters? She could only anxiously look to the still relatively calm Zhang Qingyue. Qingyue, you usually have ideas, quickly think of a way. Zhang Qingyue furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment, and said, for now there are only two paths. First, at all costs quickly find a master who can fix the formation no matter what, stabilize the alchemy room, minimize losses, and see if we can negotiate an extension for delivery. Second, immediately take stock of the assets available in the residence, including those land deeds for shops, the remaining portions of the estates, and even some treasures in the treasury, preparing for the worst-case compensation. At the same time, see if we can borrow some from familiar families to get through this tough time. Her words were calm and realistic, but also tinged with helplessness. Whether hiring a master or selling assets and borrowing, it meant that the marquis residence would suffer severe injuries and its reputation and strength would both be greatly diminished. The flower hall fell into a deathly silence. The joyous laughter and luxurious comfort of the marquis residence's inner household was now overshadowed by heavy crises and panic. And the instigator of all this, Zhang Yu, was currently in the prison, peacefully receiving the infusion of the 1 year of cultivation, for the third day, his power steadily advancing towards a height they could hardly imagine. The backup plan he had left behind was like a precise scalpel slowly cutting through the glamorous exterior of the marquis residence, revealing its already hollowed-out shell underneath. And Zhang Heng's takeover and efforts were merely accelerating this process. The collapse of the marquis residence seemed to have entered a countdown. Yet those involved still clung to their last hopes, trying to attribute everything to bad luck and the schemes of the former, unwilling to confront their own inadequacies and shaky foundations. Actually, there is a simpler way. Zhang Qingyue said after long hesitation, her thoughts tangled. The one who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Her voice grew hoarse. As for the alchemy workshop, if it was Zhang Yu who left this mess, then he should be the one to fix it. That Chen Dongpeng cannot be found by others. Zhang Yu. He surely has means to track him down. If that old man returns, perhaps the array problem will be resolved with ease. At those words, the floral hall fell instantly silent. Qin Shuihua, Zhang Wanning and Zhang Heng all froze, then their faces changed in different ways. Exactly. Zhang Wanning's tone brimmed with self-righteous indignation. This mess was created by Zhang Yu, why should Xiaoheng take the blame? He must be held accountable. In an instant she redirected every ounce of blame and hatred with surgical precision back onto Zhang Yu. If they could force Zhang Yu to return and resolve things, the collapse of Dingxing Fang would no longer be Zhang Heng's incompetence but Zhang Ye's scheme. The crushing pressure of indemnities would have a scapegoat. Hearing this, a flicker of hesitation and entanglement passed across Qin Zuihua's face. She hated Zhang Yu as well, yet the memory of his cold eyes and resolute manner in the Tianlao made her uneasy. She faltered. But that wretch Zhang Yu is in a temper now. You saw how he was in the Tianlao yesterday. Would he willingly help us? Why would he refuse? Zhang Wanning snapped, utterly convinced of her own logic. He caused this trouble, if he doesn't put it right, who will? Besides, hasn't he always obeyed our mother? If she showed him a little kindness and spoke soft words, wouldn't he immediately behave himself? In her view, Zhang Yu's 3 years of ingratiating compliance were deeply rooted. She could not bring herself to believe that Zhang Yu had truly changed. She saw his current stance as petulance, a tantrum meant to attract attention or to retaliate. If they offered even a sliver of goodwill, that sycophantic elder brother would tail them like a dog and continue to serve them without question. Sister 4 is right. Zhang Heng chimed in at once. Right now he most needed someone to shoulder the blame and to solve the crisis before them. At the prospect of shifting the blame onto Zhang Yu, his spirits revived, but then he adopted a look of grievance and worry as he tried to poison Zhang Yu's image. Big brother has always been jealous of the attention I receive from the family, thinking I stole his limelight. He continued, he must have been waiting to see me fail. If he learns the alchemy workshop only faltered after I took over, he might revel in my misfortune and would hardly help sincerely. Perhaps he might even seize the chance to demand something excessive or deliberately make things difficult for me. With those words he absolved himself, primed the family for defense, and hinted that Zhang Yu might plunder in the chaos. Faced with Zhang Wanning and Zhang Heng's arguments, Qin Zuihua's remaining hesitation slowly dissipated. After all, hadn't Zhang Yu always been obedient? He would endure any humiliation for a compliment from her, he would do anything to please. Though this incident was grave, he was still her son and a scion of the Hou Fu. If the Hou Fu were truly to fall, what good would that do him? If she as his mother lowered herself and offered him a way out, could he really remain indifferent? Besides, as Wanning said, he caused this trouble. If he does not fix it, who will? Would she watch her own son and the Hou Fu fall into ruin? Yes, let's do that. Qin Zuihua finally resolved. After all, he is my son and the eldest of the Hou Fu. She admitted, I have been too strict with him in the past and neglected him. It is natural he harbors resentment. This time I will go to the Tianlao myself and speak to him earnestly. She promised, if he can find Shen Dongpeng and solve the trouble at Dingxing Fong, I will forgive past grievances. Perhaps in future the Hou Fu might even have a place for him. She already pictured the scene in which her earnest entreaties would reduce Zhang Yu to tears of gratitude as he readily agreed to help. Our mother is wise. Zhang Wanning applauded, just give him a little sweetness and Zhang Yu will immediately soften. Zhang Heng secretly exhaled a gleam of triumph and cold calculation in his eyes. If Zhang Yu would only clean up the mess, his failure could be buried and all blame could be laid at the feet of the hazards he left behind. As for later, once the crisis was resolved, they could deal with that useless scoundrel at leisure. No time to lose. Well, go to the Tianlao at once. Qin Zuihua smoothed her robes and recovered her usual composure, as if she were bestowing mercy rather than beseeching a favor. Only Zhang Qingyue, watching her mother, sister and brother assume that self-evident, almost superior posture, felt a quiet disquiet and a sense of the absurd welling within her. Mother, times have changed. When facing Zhang Yu we should lower our stance a little. I've heard he has won the favor of Du Huizhang of the Liandan Shi Guild. Zhang Qingyue could not help but warn them. She feared that blind confidence might cause the family to utterly botch matters. Although she did not know the full depth of Zhang Ye's situation, her intuition told her he was no longer the unpolished fool of old and must not be judged by their old standards. The moment she finished, Zhang Wanning laughed as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke, her laugh sharp and full of scorn. Ha ha ha. Third sister, haven't you heard? This has already been personally denied by the Fenghua Junju of Jing Wangfu. Zhang Wanning spoke with a triumphant smile. Yesterday the Fenghua Junju visited the Tianlao to see Xiao Shizi and exposed their ruse right then and there. It was never President Du in person. Xiao Sheng, desperate to escape, colluded with Zhang Yu to stage the whole thing. They had apparently found some old man with a similar build to impersonate Du Huizhang and employed some illusionary array tricks to fool people. The more she spoke, the more certain she sounded, disdain dripping from her words as she mocked Zhang Ye's clumsy schemes. If you ask me, this whole thing may have been Zhang Ye's idea. She said he knew he had become a cast-off and feared being forgotten, so he resorted to despicable means to inflate his worth and attract their attention and concern. Humph, did he think he could reach someone of Du Huizhang's stature? It's like a toad trying to swallow a swan. Zhang Wanning's confident revelation acted like a tonic, instantly dispelling the last traces of doubt in Qin Zuihua's mind, prompted by Zhang Qingyu's caution. I see now, Qin Zuihua said with a mixture of realization and disgust, nodding repeatedly. Of course, Someone of Du Wishang standing would not stoop to visit that wretch in the Tian Lao. It must have been him playing tricks again. That Zhang Yu, he is becoming more outrageous, resorting to any base tactic to win attention and favor. The more she thought of it, the more certain she became that Zhang Yu had always used petty kindnesses to curry favor, and now abandoned had escalated to even more extreme and absurd measures. That's it, he suddenly grew proud because he had the audacity lent by this little deception. Qin Shuahua sneered at the last vestige of fear that Zhang Yu might have real backing evaporated, replaced by deeper contempt and anger. He's hopeless, incapable of anything, so he resorts to crooked tricks. Pathetic and irredeemable. Exactly. Zhang Wanning agreed with a look of disgust. Third sister, you are simply too cautious. The Fenghua Junju personally denied it. How could that be false? Zhang Qingyue felt stunned by her sister's rapid volley of truths. The Fenghua Junju personally denied it. Xiao Sheng and Zhang Yu acting together. If that were true, had her earlier unease and intuition truly been needless? If what the Fenghua Junju said is true, perhaps I was worrying needlessly. Zhang Qingyue frowned, slightly uncertain in tone, yet her vigilance was not entirely gone. However, even if the Du Huizhang matter is false, the trouble with the alchemy workshop is real. We must go. Oh, third sister, don't be so fretful, Zhang Wanning interrupted impatiently. Even without Du Huizhang, what can Zhang Yu possibly do? He staged the alchemy workshop fiasco to force us to look for him. Now that he's achieved his aim and we bow to invite him, wouldn't he gratefully fix things? Wasn't he always that groveling? Qin Shuahua concurred, nodding, her countenance resuming that condescending air of benevolence. Wanning is right. That wretch caused all this only to make himself appear useful, to compel us to value him. We give him this chance, he should be overwhelmed with gratitude. As for posture. Humph. I am his mother, visiting him in the Tian Lao is already a great favor. Am I to abase myself before him? In her eyes, no matter what tricks Zhang Yu played, once his mother appeared, his grievances and petty schemes would collapse at once. Within the heavenly prison, Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the surging and increasingly refined inner strength within him, he was slightly disappointed. On the third day, the infusion of 1 year of cultivation was completed. The speed of his cultivation growth was slower than he had anticipated. He did not break through to the innate level as he had expected, but remained firmly at the peak of the 9th grade. It seems that the martial barrier between the innate and 9th grade is much greater than I imagined. Zhang Yu understood in his heart that he had only reached the 1st grade before, and his understanding of high-grade martial arts was limited. He only knew that the innate level was above the 9th grade, but was unaware of the vast chasm in between. Now experiencing it firsthand, he finally understood why in the vast Wei Kingdom, with a population of 80 million, there were only a handful of innate experts publicly known. This is not merely a matter of resource accumulation, it is a critical leap in the level of life, a profound comprehension of the true essence of martial arts, and a threshold for the initial control of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Countless exceptionally talented martial artists are stuck at the peak of the 9th grade throughout their lives, unable to advance. However, at this rate I will surely break through to the innate level by tomorrow. Zhang Yu was full of confidence. The system's 1 year of cultivation adhered to the standards of unparalleled geniuses of extremely high quality, and with a solid foundation, breaking through was merely a matter of time. Just as he was about to rise and stretch his limbs, his gaze swept over Xiao Sheng, who was diligently instructing the maidservants to serve him tea and water. He also glanced at the spacious passage that had been completely opened and connected between the 2 cells, secretly sighing. Power is truly a wonderful thing. Originally this prison was strict in rules and clearly divided. If it were only Xiao Sheng, even though he was the son of the Jing Wang, it would not have been easy to connect the 2 heavy criminal cells. However, now everyone in the Jing Wang's mansion, from Jing Wang Xiao Jingfeng to Princess Fenghua, had made a complete turnaround in attitude after learning of Zhang Ye's partial truth. They actually tacitly allowed and even secretly supported Xiao Sheng's nonsense. With the influence of the Jing Wang's mansion, connecting the 2 cells was hardly a difficult task. Thus Zhang Ye's single cell had turned into a suite. Not only had his activity space greatly increased, but the environment had also been arranged by Xiao Sheng to be comfortable and luxurious, contrasting sharply with the cold and filthy conditions of the other areas of the prison. Just as Zhang Yu was marveling at the convenience of power, a young voice full of mockery and ridicule came from the other end of the passage. "Oh, isn't this our renowned Jing Wang's son, Xiao Sheng? I heard that in order to escape quickly you staged a grand performance titled, Chairman Du's Secret Exploration of the Heavenly Prison, and colluded with prisoners, causing chaos in the prison." Your scheme was publicly exposed by Princess Fenghua. Do you still have the face to continue acting here? As the words fell, a young nobleman dressed in a purple robe with a golden belt swaggered over, surrounded by a group of attendants. He bore a slight resemblance to Xiao Sheng, but there was a hint of malice and arrogance in his features, and his gaze towards Xiao Sheng was filled with unmasked hostility and glee. The newcomer was none other than the son of the Rui Wang, Xiao Yun. The Rui Wang and the Jing Wang had always been on bad terms, often clashing in the court. With their fathers constantly at odds, naturally the two sons Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng could not have a good relationship. Now hearing that Xiao Sheng had made a big joke in the heavenly prison, how could Xiao Yun let go of this perfect opportunity to kick him while he was down? Upon seeing Xiao Yun, Xiao Sheng's face instantly darkened as he sneered, "What I do is none of your business. Humph, a stubborn dead duck." Xiao Yun pointed at Zhang Yu with his fan, sneering, "You're acting like a fool, colluding with this prisoner in a farce. Now who in the entire capital doesn't know about it? Mr. Zhang's great talent is beyond the imagination of a fool like you." As for Zhang Yu, Xiao Sheng appeared extremely restrained. "Just him." Xiao Yun glanced at Zhang Yu with disdain and said, "An abandoned child of the Yangon Marquis mansion looking like a crooked melon or a cracked pear, and you think you can associate with Chairman Du? Xiao Sheng, you should have found a better supporting actor for your act." Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling as if he had been personally attacked. "You are not allowed to humiliate Mr. Zhang like this." Xiao Sheng was furious, yet he dared not act out because he was no match for them. He could only grit his teeth and threaten, "Once I get out, I will make you pay. Hey, you should first think about how to explain to your royal grandfather about the rumors you fabricated regarding Chairman Du." Xiao Yun sneered coldly, his gaze falling on Zhang Yu once more. "And this prisoner colluding with you to act is actually daring to impersonate a friend of Chairman Du. This is a grave offense. As a royal family member, how could this young master turn a blind eye? Come here." Two fierce-looking guards stepped forward from among Xiao Yun's attendants, clearly skilled fighters. "Break the hands and feet of this audacious prisoner who dares to collude with Xiao Sheng and slander Chairman Du's reputation, and send him to the Alchemist Association to plead for mercy." Xiao Yun commanded sharply, his eyes flashing with a cruel light. He not only wanted to humiliate Xiao Sheng but also sought to use this fraud Zhang Yu to get closer to Du Jun. This was his true purpose for coming here. "You dare!" Xiao Sheng exclaimed in shock, quickly stepping in front of Zhang Ye's cell. "Xiao Yun, this is the criminal department's heavenly prison, not your family's garden." "So what if it's the criminal department's heavenly prison? I suspect this person is colluding with you for ulterior motives. What's wrong with taking him for interrogation?" Xiao Yun was fearless, knowing that his power from the Rui Wang's mansion held considerable influence in the criminal department. Capturing a common prisoner was merely a matter of a word. The two guards, having received the order, grinned as they approached to push aside Xiao Sheng and forcibly open the cell door to capture Zhang Yu. Xiao Sheng was in a panic, sweating profusely. He knew Zhang Ye's strength was unfathomable, but also understood that Zhang Yu did not want to reveal his true abilities. At this critical moment, Zhang Yu, who had seemed detached from the situation, suddenly sighed softly. Then he slowly raised his head and opened his eyes. His gaze fell calmly upon the two guards who were about to take action. There was no killing intent, no pressure, only an unfathomable tranquility. However, it was this calm gaze that caused the two seasoned guards to freeze in their movements. They felt that what they faced was not just a person but a volcano about to erupt, or a bottomless cold pool. Danger. Extreme danger. The expressions of both men changed dramatically, cold sweat soaking their backs as they involuntarily took a half-step back. The two instinctively placed their hands on their sword hilts, facing an enemy, and no longer dared to advance a single step. Seeing this, Xiao Yun frowned and angrily shouted, "Useless fools, what are you waiting for? Move!" However, the two guards seemed not to hear his words, only staring intently at Zhang Yu, their bodies trembling slightly, unwilling to make any sudden movements. Zhang Yu looked at Xiao Yun, a faint smile curving his lips as he spoke in a flat tone, "The son of the Rui Wang. You want to break my limbs and seek credit from Du Jun." Xiao Yun since childhood has been arrogant and overbearing, deeply favored by the current emperor Xiao Jingshan, and could almost walk through the capital with impunity. How could he have ever experienced such contempt? At this moment, being publicly questioned by someone he deemed a lowly prisoner made him feel utterly humiliated. "Do you think you are worthy to speak to me, this young master?" Xiao Yun's face darkened to the point where it seemed like water could drip from it, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "If you know what's good for you, cooperate obediently. Once President Du's anger subsides, perhaps this young master may spare your worthless life." If you dare to act recklessly again, there will be no other way but death. I've lived enough already, just go ahead and make your move. Zhang Yu replied in a calm tone, even carrying a hint of indifference. Such utter disregard ignited Xiao Yun's fury completely. He could no longer care about maintaining the demeanor of a young master and shouted harshly, "Seize him. No matter whether he lives or dies." The two fierce guards were filled with trepidation towards Zhang Yu, but with their master's order given they dared not disobey. The two exchanged glances, a flash of ruthlessness passing between them, and with a clang they drew their blades from their waists, one to the left and one to the right, ready to charge into the cell and forcibly capture Zhang Yu. Both guards were 8th-grade warriors considered quite skilled anywhere in the capital. At this moment they unleashed their full strength, their imposing aura brightening the dim cell with the glint of their blades. Xiao Sheng watched in horror. Although he knew Zhang Yu was formidable, he had never seen him truly fight. Seeing the two 8th-grade experts attacking simultaneously, he couldn't help but sweat for Zhang Yu. However, facing this fierce assault, Zhang Yu remained seated cross-legged on the bed, motionless, even failing to lift his eyelids. Just as the blades of the two guards were about to touch the bars, their forms about to enter the cell, "Kneel down." At that moment a sharp command echoed. There was no earth-shattering burst of power, no flashy exchanges of skills. But in the instant those two simple words left his mouth, the two fierce 8th-grade guards felt an irresistible wave of terrifying pressure, as if a colossal mountain were crumbling down upon their shoulders. It was not merely a pressure of strength, but an absolute suppression stemming from a level of life and the will of martial arts. In that moment their inner strength seemed to freeze, the chi and blood surging through their meridians came to a standstill, and their minds went blank, consumed by boundless fear and a sense of insignificance. This was the power of divine soul strength. Martial artists and cultivators around the world before ascending to the mythical earthly immortal seldom cultivate their divine souls. Yet Zhang Yu had 3 years of divine soul cultivation. Let alone two mere 8th-graders, even innate and master-level experts would find it impossible to fully escape Zhang Yu's divine soul attack. Thud. Thud. Two muffled sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Under the astonished gazes of Xiao Yun, Xiao Sheng and all the attendants and jailers, the two powerful 8th-grade guards truly knelt down on the cold hard stone floor as if they had heard a sacred decree. The sound of their knees hitting the ground was particularly jarring in the dead silence of the cell. The guards' faces turned pale, desperately trying to struggle and get back up, but it felt as if an invisible mountain were pressing down on them, rendering them unable to move even a finger. The look in their eyes when they gazed at Zhang Yu was filled with boundless fear and disbelief, as if they were witnessing a deity or staring into an abyss. How could this be possible? This completely exceeds their understanding. They are 8th-grade warriors. Even when facing 9th-grade and innate masters, they should never kneel down without the ability to resist just because of a shout. Unless the other party is a master. But how could that be possible? This young man before them looks barely in his 20s, how could he be the legendary martial arts master? In the entire Wei Kingdom there are only 3 publicly acknowledged masters, each of whom is an old monster known for decades instilling fear in their domains. Is this an illusion? Or some kind of profound sorcery? Not only were the two guards stunned, but Xiao Sheng beside them was also completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg and his eyes nearly popping out. He knew Zhang Yu was powerful, being a 9th-grade warrior, but this is just too ridiculous, right? With a single command to kneel down, these two 8th-grade experts really knelt down. Is this some kind of act? But looking at the pale faces and trembling bodies of those two guards, it was clear that they weren't pretending. Xiao Yun's sneer and anger instantly froze on his face like a duck whose neck had been grabbed, his eyes bulging wide, staring fixedly at his two loyal guards who were unable to move on the ground. Then he abruptly turned his head to look at the still calm Zhang Yu in the cell, his mind blank, momentarily unable to react. How is this possible? How could it be like this? Xiao Yun muttered to himself, his previously arrogant demeanor instantly replaced with shock and confusion. He could not comprehend everything happening before his eyes, as it completely overturned his understanding of martial arts. Good. 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 Xiao Yun suddenly came to his senses, a mix of green and red spreading across his face, shame, anger and disbelief intertwining. No wonder you're from the Yangon Marquis mansion, you indeed possess some sinister techniques. You dare to use sorcery to harm my guards. Do you think you can frighten this young master with this? This is the capital under the feet of the emperor. If you dare to touch a hair on me, my father and my royal grandfather will never let you off, and they will annihilate your 9 clans. Xiao Yun shouted, but his feet involuntarily took 2 steps back. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was not only unafraid but also had a thought flash through his mind. Annihilating 9 clans. That works perfectly. I've long wanted to send those people from the Marquis mansion away. However, it's better to handle this matter personally for more satisfaction. Relying on the royal family is too easy on them. More importantly, at this moment Zhang Yu's mindset had changed drastically from yesterday. Just now, when he easily crushed the 2 8th grade guards with a shout using his divine soul power, he clearly felt the transformation in his strength. This was not merely an improvement in martial arts cultivation but a qualitative change in divine soul strength. Martial artists and cultivators around the world seldom focus on cultivating their divine souls before ascending to the legendary earthly immortal. Even masters and grandmasters only possess a strong martial will with rough and clumsy manipulation of divine soul abilities, let alone defending against divine soul attacks. However, Zhang Yu, under the infusion of the system's 1 year of cultivation, had already attained the divine soul strength equivalent to that of an extraordinary genius who had painstakingly cultivated for 3 years. This was not just a quantitative accumulation but a qualitative leap. In this world where most souls are left vulnerable, his divine soul attack was akin to a dimensional strike. Let alone 8th grade and 9th grade warriors, even innate experts and those just entering mastery would suffer greatly under his sudden divine soul impact. But this was not his greatest confidence. With the explosive growth of his cultivation over the past 2 days, especially the enhancement of his divine soul strength, the once impossible divine skills that he could only theorize about due to his low cultivation level finally began to reveal a glimpse of their true potential. Among them, the most important was the divine array. Previously, by relying on theoretical knowledge of the divine array, he could easily confuse a reclusive master like Chen Dongpeng, making the other party willingly work as a helper at the Dingsheng workshop for 3 years. But at that time he had only theory without enough inner strength and divine soul power to support the actual manipulation of complex formations. Now it was different. His peak 9th grade martial arts cultivation provided him with a solid foundation of inner strength, while his powerful divine soul strength allowed him to perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and understand the intricacies of formations at an astounding level. Just moments ago, while he was resting and attempting to break through the innate barrier, his divine sense had quietly infiltrated the so-called prison that can trap masters, the defense array of the Tianlao prison. This array was set up at the beginning of the Wei Kingdom's founding, utilizing the strength of the entire nation and the collaboration of several array masters. Over the past few hundred years it has been reinforced and perfected, possessing immense power, indeed constructed according to the standards of trapping and killing masters. In the eyes of the Wei royal family, this array was as solid as a fortress, unbreakable and unassailable. But in the eyes of Zhang Yu, who possessed knowledge of the divine array, while this array was exquisite, it was not without flaws. Its core nodes, energy flow and rune points were all clearly visible to him, as if he were observing the patterns in his palm under his divine sense scan. With the recent visits from Chen Dongpeng and his own subtle probing, he had already identified several key backdoors and exploitable gaps. In the moment Xiao Yun shouted, Zhang Yu not only exerted his divine soul pressure but also in a single thought executed an extremely subtle resonance and connection with several key nodes of the prison array. Although he could not fully control this massive and complex array in this cell in this corner of the prison, he was already able to harness the power of the array to create a domain unique to him. Within this domain, the prison array was no longer his cage but his shield, his weapon. As long as he willed it, he could draw upon the power of the array. The reason the 2 8th grade guards knelt so readily was not only due to the divine soul pressure but also because Zhang Yu had subtly activated a portion of the array's weight. In the entire Wei Kingdom, the palace and the prison's array are the most powerful. At this moment I have initially grasped the prison array. A sense of control and security like never before surged in Zhang Yu's heart. Invincible masters. No. Within this prison, within the array, I can utilize, even if a master were to come, I have the confidence to battle. The power of the array combined with the unfathomable divine soul attack was enough to make any strong individual who underestimated him pay a painful price. Moreover, he also had the system with his strength rapidly increasing every day. In a few days, once he breaks through to innate, he wouldn't even need to rely on the array, he would possess the capital to contend against a master. Fearless of the royal family, fearless of masters. This thought arose in Zhang Yu's mind, leading to a fundamental shift in his mindset. The previous patient's low profile and even surviving in prison were more due to his insufficient strength and the need for time to develop. But now, although he couldn't say he was invincible under heaven in this little piece of land in the Wei Kingdom, he already had enough strength to protect himself. Whether it was the royal family or the Marquis mansion, in his eyes they were no longer the colossal entities that were unshakable. He looked at the arrogant Xiao Yun outside the prison, his gaze no longer indifferent but filled with a playful nuance like a cat watching a mouse beneath its claws. Young Master Rui Wang. Zhang Yu slowly spoke, his voice still calm but carrying a penetrating intensity that sent chills down Xiao Yun's spine. You think I wouldn't dare to touch a hair on you? He tilted his head slightly, a smile that was neither a smile forming on his lips. So what do you think would happen if I were to leave you in this prison for a year or so alongside your cousin Xiao Sheng? Could your father or your loving royal grandfather rescue you? As soon as his words fell, Zhang Yu's thoughts stirred. Xiao Yun, being of royal blood, quickly regained his composure from the shock brought by Zhang Yu's methods, bolstered by an ingrained sense of superiority and blind confidence in the authority of the royal family. Where is this place? It is the capital of Wei Kingdom, under the feet of the Son of Heaven, the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Who is Xiao Yun? He is the son of the favored Prince Rui, one of the most cherished royal grandchildren of the current emperor. He could not believe that anyone would dare to touch him beneath the royal castle. He acknowledged that he had underestimated Zhang Yu and accepted his strength, but he could not believe that Zhang Yu would truly dare to lay hands on him, a royal grandson. With this thought, the arrogance that had just been suppressed within Xiao Yun reignited, burning even more fiercely. A cold smile reappeared on his face as he pointed at Zhang Yu in the cell, his tone filled with provocation and confidence. Open your eyes wide and see where this is. This is the royal city of Wei Kingdom, the prison of Xingtian. I am the scion of the Xiao royal lineage, the beloved grandson of the current sovereign. If you dare to touch a single hair on me, you will be opposing the entire royal family, a treasonous crime. At that time, not only will you, a mere abandoned child of the Marquis residence, face annihilation, but even the entire Yangon Marquis house and your reckless accomplices will be exterminated, leaving no place for burial. The more he spoke, the more proud he became, feeling as if he was completely in the right and advantageous, as if he could already see Zhang Yu on the ground before him, begging for mercy and trembling in fear. In his view, although Zhang Yu's methods were extraordinary, they were utterly insignificant in the face of absolute imperial authority. The surrounding jailers and prisoners, upon hearing Xiao Yun's fierce threats, fell silent, lowering their heads and daring not to look up. They knew that what Xiao Yun said was the truth. Offending a royal grandson, especially one favored, was truly a dead end, even worse than death. If Zhang Yu was wise, he would surely choose to submit and plead for mercy. Xiao Sheng moved his lips, wanting to persuade but did not know how to advise. However, facing Xiao Yun's shouting, Zhang Yu did not even lift his eyelids, let alone show the slightest fear or hesitation. He simply uttered two words calmly. Kneel down. His tone was plain and cold, devoid of any warmth, yet it seemed to contain an undeniable cosmic law. But at the moment Zhang Yu's words fell, Xiao Yun felt an irresistible, terrifying force, like an invisible shackle suddenly binding his soul and body. The little bit of cultivation he possessed was instantly frozen, and the superiority brought by his royal bloodline, which he usually took pride in, appeared utterly ridiculous and insignificant before this force. He felt as if he were an ant facing the heavens, or a small boat in a raging storm, feeling tiny, powerless and hopeless. Thud. A dull yet resonant sound echoed in the dead silence of the prison area, under the horrified gazes of all present, as if they had seen a ghost. The scion of Prince Rui, Xiao Yun, who was once untouchable in the capital, truly knelt heavily on the cold and dirty stone floor. The pain of his knees colliding with the ground was nothing compared to the tidal wave of humiliation, shock and disbelief washing over him. How dare you? Xiao Yun shot his head up suddenly, his eyes bloodshot from extreme shock, anger and humiliation. How dare he? I am a royal grandson. I am the son of Prince Rui, one of the most esteemed individuals in Wei Kingdom. How can an abominable prisoner, a discarded child of a marquis, dare to do this? How dare he humiliate the royal bloodline in the imperial city beneath the feet of the Son of Heaven? Is he not afraid for his life? Is he not afraid of extermination? Xiao Yun's mind went blank with only the phrases, "How is this possible?" and "How dare he?" echoing wildly. All his superiority, confidence and reliance were shattered beneath this kneeling act. Xiao Sheng was also completely dumbfounded, mouth agape, his eyes wide, as if he witnessed the most incredible occurrence in the world. Though he was a playboy and a nemesis of Xiao Yun, he understood the royal family's authority could not be violated. For a favored royal grandson to kneel publicly, this was no simple conflict, it was a slap in the face of the entire royal family, a declaration of war against imperial authority. Zhang Yu. Has he gone mad? Even if he has Chairman Du backing him, even if he possesses some mysterious methods, this concerns the royal family's face, and Chairman Du may not be able to protect him. The surrounding prisoners and jailers were terrified, their faces pale, wishing they could bury their heads in their pants. What had they just witnessed? The scion of Prince Rui kneeling before a prisoner. This was simply earth-shattering. If this were to spread, the entire capital would quake and those present could even be silenced. He's gone mad. Gone mad. This Zhang Yu must be insane, muttered a prisoner, his voice trembling. This is over. The Prince Rui mansion and the royal family will never let this go. The jailers shivered, already contemplating how to distance themselves from this or make a quick escape. In the prison area there was a deathly silence. Only Xiao Yun's heavy breathing and the chattering of his teeth from extreme humiliation could be heard. Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calmly landing on Xiao Yun, who was staring at him. That gaze held no triumph, no mockery, only an unfathomable indifference, as if looking at an ant. Royal grandson. Zhang Yu spoke lightly, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a peculiar penetrating power. In this prison there are only prisoners, no royal grandsons. Your status and reliance here. He paused, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint yet chilling arc that made Xiao Yun feel as if he had fallen into an ice pit. Are worth nothing. From now on you will kneel here, watching whether your father and grandfather can support you in seeking revenge. After saying this, Zhang Yu no longer looked at him and closed his eyes again. Wait. Wait. Zhang Yu, just you wait. I swear I will not be human if I do not avenge this grudge. Xiao Yun squeezed out these words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and filled with deep-seated hatred. He knew that this kneeling today would be a humiliation he could never wash away in his lifetime. And Zhang Yu must repay it with blood and life. However, at this moment Zhang Yu was completely unconcerned about Xiao Yun's threats and resentment. Royal family. Imperial authority. Royal grandson. In the face of his absolute strength and the Suntoba completely mastered prison formation, they were utterly insignificant. At that moment Zhang Yu suddenly felt a stir in his heart, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle arc that was quick. He keenly sensed a powerful force forcefully cutting into the core hub of the prison's defensive formation in an extremely swift and domineering manner, attempting to reclaim control over this area. Clearly he had just used part of the prison's formation power to intimidate Xiao Yun, which had been detected by a formation master of the royal family. At this moment that formation master had reacted and chosen the most direct and effective approach immediately. Using their legitimate control privileges over the formation, they sought to forcibly expel him, the intruder, and reclaim control. Zhang Yu was not flustered, instead a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. Just right, I can use you to test my skills and verify my understanding of the divine-level formation knowledge over the past 2 days. He sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed as if he were an old monk in meditation. But on a level imperceptible to outsiders, his divine sense had already formed an invisible net, instantly connecting tightly with the countless subtle threads of the prison formation. Deep within the control center of the prison formation, a silent yet dangerously intense battle of attack and defense erupted instantaneously. In the depths of the royal clan's forbidden area, this place is usually solemn and austere, rarely opened except for significant sacrifices or national crises. However, at this moment the forbidden area, which symbolizes the highest power and heritage of the Xiao royal family, is bright with lights and bustling with voices. In the outer area many young royal descendants gather in groups, their faces filled with confusion and unease as they whisper among themselves. What exactly happened? Why are even the uncles and granduncles who have been in seclusion for years disturbed? I don't know, I was just listening to music at the music bureau when I received an urgent summon back. Given this commotion, could it be that enemy troops are approaching? Impossible. If there were battles at the border, the Ministry of War would have already been in chaos. In the core area of the Forbidden Zone the atmosphere is heavy to the point of suffocation. Here gather the true upper echelons and heritage of the royal family. Elders with white hair and deep ocean-like auras, either sitting or standing, each exuding the majesty and powerful fluctuations of profound cultivation that come from long-held positions. Among them are retired princes and dukes, the elders in charge of the clan house and the grand ancestral temple, as well as several martial arts veterans, the stabilizers of the royal family, who have been in closed-door training to reach even higher realms. Even with the current emperor of the Wei Kingdom Xiao Zhengshan present, he must show respect to these high-ranking ancestors and dare not display any negligence. However, at this moment these influential figures, who could cause the very ground of Wei Kingdom to tremble with a stamp, show an unusual solemnity, even a hint of disbelief. Have you confirmed it? Is the situation certain? An elder in a purple dragon robe with an ancient face, the current royal uncle Xiao Tong, asked in a deep voice. Reporting to royal uncle, it is absolutely certain. A middle-aged official responsible for the core of the royal formations knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Just half an hour ago the control of the Kuan position in the Tianlao defense array was forcibly seized by someone. The opponent's methods are extremely sophisticated, their understanding of the array's intricacies simply unfathomable. The three of us stationed at the core attempted to regain control, but we couldn't even break through the opponent's defenses. Instead, our divine senses were harmed. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly gasped in shock. What? The elder in purple robe abruptly stood up, his eyes flashing with intensity. The Tianlao array is one of the foundations of our Shao clan's establishment, fortified over hundreds of years, capable of imprisoning grandmasters. The control center is even protected by layers of prohibitions. How could it be easily taken over? Could it be that a foreign array master infiltrated the capital? No. It doesn't seem that way. The official broke out in a cold sweat. The opponent's manipulation techniques are unheard of and unseen. Moreover, judging from the energy fluctuations and divine sense traces, it seems the opponent is already inside the Tianlao. Inside the Tianlao. The elders were once again shocked. The Tianlao holds nothing but serious criminals and death row inmates. How could a person with such divine array skills possibly be there? Could it be that some imprisoned ancient monster is hiding their strength? Someone speculated. Whoever it is. The elder in purple robe's eyes flashed with sternness. The Tianlao array must not fail. If this array goes out of control, not only could the serious criminals escape, but it also concerns a crucial part of the capital's defense system. Send word immediately. First, seal the news. This matter must not be leaked lest it cause turmoil in the court and among the people. Second, mobilize the Forbidden Army and Dragon Martial Guards to immediately surround the Tianlao, allowing entry but not exit. Without the clan house's order, anyone who breaks in will be killed without mercy. Third, summon Xian Lao from seclusion. He is our royal family's foremost array expert and the only grandmaster we have. Only he may be able to compete with that mysterious figure. Yes. Everyone replied in unison, and the atmosphere instantly tightened to its peak. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Jing Wang, Xiao Jingfeng and Xiao Fenghua also received urgent orders and troop mobilization commands from the clan house. Father, the clan house has urgently ordered us to mobilize troops immediately to assist the Dragon Martial Guards in surrounding the Tianlao, and no one is allowed to enter or exit. Xiao Fenghua, holding the order, walked into the study with a grave expression. Xiao Jingfeng took the order, and after just a glance his face changed. Surround the Tianlao. What has happened? Why would they use the highest level troop mobilization order from the clan house? I'm not sure if they just mentioned that there was a change in the Tianlao concerning the royal family's safety. Xiao Fenghua frowned tightly, her unease growing stronger. Father, I have a feeling this matter probably relates to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Xiao Jingfeng was taken aback, then shook his head and chuckled. Fenghua, I know that Zhang Yu is mysterious, but you are overestimating him. The clan house mobilizing such forces could even alarm those elders if this involves the very foundation of the entire royal family. Even if Zhang Yu is impressive, he is just a young man in his 20s. How could he possibly? He was cut off midway as he noticed the unprecedented seriousness and conviction in his daughter's eyes. Xiao Fenghua took a deep breath and slowly said, Father, we have all underestimated him. We have not explored the depths of Zhang Yu. The matter with President Du, the incident with Chen Dongpeng and his bizarre cultivation. Now with this change in the Tianlao happening at such a coincidental time, if it has nothing to do with him, it is indeed hard for me to believe. Xiao Jingfeng fell silent, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. He also recalled the unbelievable scenes his daughter had previously described witnessing in the Tianlao. Regardless of whether it is him or not, military orders are absolute. Xiao Jingfeng finally said in a deep voice, immediately mobilize troops to surround the Tianlao. Remember, without my command you must not act rashly. If it truly is Zhang Yu, then this child is too terrifying. We must reassess our relationship with him. I understand, Father. Xiao Fenghua nodded, a complex light flashing in her eyes. Soon large numbers of elite Forbidden Army Dragon Martial Guards and the personal troops of the Jing Wang surged out like a tide, surrounding the criminal department's Tianlao tightly. The citizens of the capital, seeing this scene from afar, were filled with fear and speculation, thinking some earth-shattering event had occurred. Inside the Tianlao Zhang Yes single room, the external tumult and military encirclement seemed to have no effect on Zhang Yu at all. He remained seated, his expression calm. In his perception of divine sense, the probing and attacks from the royal formation's core came crashing in like relentless storms, wave after wave. The opponent clearly employed greater manpower and stronger forces to attempt to forcibly breach the defenses he had set up with brute force. Yet how could Zhang Yu's mastery of the god-level array be trifled with? His divine sense operated like the most astute commander, strategically managing the complex battlefield of the Tianlao array, cleverly guiding, dispersing and neutralizing each attack from the opponent. The opponent's force struck like fists against cotton, and like floodwaters rushing into the labyrinth he had meticulously constructed, dissipating and dispersing, never able to reach the core. He could even sense that within the opponent's ranks it seemed a more powerful presence. Xian Lao had joined in with seasoned manipulation techniques and an even deeper understanding of the array. But regrettably, before the god-level array skills awarded by the system, they still fell short. Interesting, but still not enough. Zhang Yu mused inwardly. He did not retaliate with full force, merely opting for passive defense. He was waiting for the right moment, waiting for an opportunity to utterly intimidate the royal family, preventing them from daring to provoke him again. In the apothecary guild's top-level quiet room, Du Jun was originally savoring his tea. Suddenly a vast and overwhelming wave of array fluctuations imbued with a hint of familiarity swept across the entire capital like ripples. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the roof, looking toward the direction from which the fluctuations came, the Ministry of Justice's prison. Such a strong array fluctuation, this aura seems to belong to that old fellow Xiao Xian. How did he break through and summon such a powerful array force? What happened over at the prison? Du Jun's heart was filled with uncertainty. Xiao Xian, the only grandmaster of the royal family, also the true pillar supporting the royal lineage. Due to his advanced age, he had been in seclusion for many years. Unless it involved the survival of the royal family, he would never appear lightly, let alone mobilize the prison's grand array with such fanfare. No, I must go take a look. This old fellow hasn't gone mad from training, has he? Blowing up the prison. Du Jun set down his teacup, and with a flicker of his form he vanished like a wraith from the quiet room. As a latest-age innate master, his agility was extraordinary, and with all his might he arrived outside the heavily guarded royal ancestral hall in no time. Halt! Who dares to intrude into the royal forbidden grounds? As soon as he appeared, several fierce Shao family disciples flashed from the shadows, sharply reprimanding him. Du Jun frowned slightly, about to introduce himself. Let him in. A voice, old and ethereal yet carrying undeniable authority, suddenly resounded above everyone's heads. Hearing this, the Shao family disciples trembled, bowed and opened a path. As you command, ancestor. Du Jun's heart sank upon hearing this. It was indeed Xiao Xian who personally ordered his entry. It seemed the situation was even more dire than he had imagined. Without further hesitation he stepped into the core area of the forbidden grounds. Upon entering the grand hall, Du Jun felt a heavy and oppressive atmosphere envelop him. Inside the hall, the core members of the royal family had gathered, from Emperor Xiao Jingshan to several princes and dukes. Each wore a solemn expression, as if facing a great enemy. At the center of the hall sat an elderly man clad in a simple gray robe, his hair and beard completely white, with an ancient face. He was sitting cross-legged, his hands pressing down on a crystal array plate, emitting a soft glow, exerting all his strength. It was the royal family's only grandmaster, Xiao Xian. At this moment Xiao Xian's face was flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly exerting all his energy in an attempt to regain control of the array. Suddenly Xiao Xian let out a muffled grunt, his body shuddering violently as his hands uncontrollably flew off the array plate. He stumbled backward uncontrollably, his complexion paling momentarily. Ancestor! Grandfather! Seeing this, everyone was greatly alarmed, exclaiming in shock, their faces filled with panic and disbelief. Even the ancestor personally intervened and yet had failed. How could this be? Even the ancestor cannot regain control. Who is the person in the prison? Could it possibly be the legendary grandmaster? What do we do now? Do we really have to destroy the prison's grand array? The crowd murmured, their words laden with despair. Destroying the prison's grand array would not only mean the collapse of a defensive system that took the royal family a century of effort and countless resources to build, but it would also affect the city's grand array, potentially harming the dragon vein and fortune beneath the capital. The cost was too great. So great that even the royal family could not bear it. Old friend, what happened? What matter has pushed you to this extent to even bring out the Xiantian array plate? Du Jun stepped forward looking at the pallid-faced Xiao Xian and asked in a deep voice. Xiao Xian took a deep breath, calming his turbulent qi and blood. He glanced at Du Jun, a trace of helplessness and bitterness flashing in his eyes. Brother, do you have arrived? Alas, it is strange, the prison's grand array has been seized of control. What? Upon hearing this, even the well-informed Du Jun couldn't help but gasp. The prison's grand array has been seized. How could that be possible? It is one of the foundations managed by your Shao family for hundreds of years, and you personally oversee the center. Who could possess such incredible means? He was astonished. The prison. Du Jun furrowed his brow tightly. Suddenly a name flashed through his mind like lightning: Zhang Yu. He abruptly turned to look in the direction of the prison, his eyes filled with disbelief. It couldn't be him, could it? The young man he regarded as a genius in pill refinement with limitless potential. That mysterious little friend trapped in the prison. But how could this be possible? Zhang Yu's talent in alchemy he had witnessed with his own eyes, astonishing and extraordinary. But array techniques, in contrast to alchemy, require countless efforts and time to study. How old is Zhang Yu? This is unreasonable. It completely defies logic. No, it can't be. Du Jun instinctively shook his head, denying this insane thought. There must be some unknown array expert still imprisoned within, or perhaps an array master sent by a rival faction seizing the opportunity to strike. Brother Du, do you have any way to deal with this? Xiao Xian looked at Du Jun, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. The apothecary guild had deep roots and extensive connections. Perhaps they could devise a clever plan. Du Jun gave a bitter smile and shook his head. If even you, the array master, cannot handle it, what can I do? Unless we call upon those legendary existences, but distant water cannot quench a near thirst. He paused, looking at Xiao Xian with a grave expression. However, I do have a guess. Recently, has there been any special individuals entering the prison? Special individuals? Xiao Xian was taken aback, looking at Emperor Xiao Zhengshan. Xiao Zhengshan hurriedly stepped forward and quickly recounted the list of important prisoners recently imprisoned in the prison, which naturally included Zhang Yu, the abandoned son of the Yangon Marquis house. Hearing the name Zhang Yu, Du Jun's heart stirred again, but he quickly denied his own thoughts. A person's energy is limited. It is impossible to simultaneously cultivate in both array techniques and alchemy. Forget it. Xiao Xian sighed deeply, his gaze returning to the crystal array plate, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. For now, perhaps there really is no other choice but that last resort. Destroy the array. Though the cost would be grave if the opponent controlled the prison's grand array, the threat would be even greater. Ancestor, think it over carefully. Xiao Zhengshan and several princes hurriedly dissuaded him. They could not bear the consequences of destroying the array. Once more the grand hall fell into a dead silence and despair. Please wait a moment, Ancestor. Prince Jing and Princess Fenghua have already arrived at the prison. Let's hear their news before deciding our next step. Xiao Zhengshan, holding on to the last hope, activated the image jade tablet linking to Prince Jing's jade tablet. In the next moment a light curtain appeared, showing the situation inside the prison. The atmosphere within the prison was oppressive and eerie. The son of the Rui Wang, Xiao Yun, still maintained a humiliating kneeling position, being firmly pinned to the cold ground by an invisible array force, unable to move. The resentment and anger on his face were almost overflowing as he glared fiercely at Zhang Yu, who sat cross-legged in the cell, continuously uttering venomous curses and threats. Zhang Yu, you bastard traitor! You dare to humiliate this young master like this? You are doomed, and your entire family is doomed. At that moment a series of hurried footsteps came from the end of the passage, accompanied by the clinking sound of armor clashing. Xiao Yun abruptly turned his head, and his eyes instantly erupted with a mix of ecstatic joy and deep resentment. Before him stood Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng and Princess Fenghua Xiao Fenghua, accompanied by a large group of fully armed royal guards striding in quickly. Uncle Jing's sister Fenghua, you arrived just in time. Xiao Yun, as if seeing a savior, shouted hoarsely, hurry, kill that traitor Zhang Yu. He has gone mad. He used demonic methods to control me and even forced me to kneel. He is slapping the entire royal family's face. You all must act and tear him to pieces. Although he had always been at odds with the Prince Jing faction within the royal family, they were sworn enemies. At this moment he firmly believed that in the face of Zhang Yu's blatant provocation of the royal family's authority, Prince Jing and Xiao Fenghua would undoubtedly side with him. This is not a personal vendetta, it's a matter concerning the dignity and face of the entire Xiao royal clan. He could not believe that Prince Jing and Xiao Fenghua would stand idly by and allow a prisoner to humiliate the royal bloodline like this. However, the scene he envisioned where Prince Jing and Xiao Fenghua would be furious and immediately order Zhang Yu's arrest did not occur. Upon hearing his cries, Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng and Xiao Fenghua merely glanced at him indifferently before ignoring him. Instead, they focused all their attention on the young man sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed meditating, Zhang Yu. Xiao Yun was stunned and then even angrier. Uncle Jing's sister Fenghua, what are you waiting for? Act now. Do you want to just watch this bastard continue to humiliate me? He is slapping the entire royal family's face. At last Xiao Fenghua turned her head, shooting him a cold glance. Shut up, look at yourself now. Aside from barking ineffectually, what else can you do? You. Xiao Yun was caught off guard, almost choking, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He never expected that Xiao Fenghua would not help him but instead reprimand him. You. He wanted to argue. Enough. Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng spoke, his voice low and carrying an undeniable authority. His gaze, however, never left Zhang Yu. At that moment Xiao Fenghua and Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng exchanged glances, both seeing unprecedented seriousness and horror in each other's eyes. As core members of the royal family, deeply favored and guided by the ancestor Xiao Xian, their understanding of formations was far beyond that of the spoiled brats like Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng. Especially Xiao Fenghua, whose exceptional talent made her a standout among her peers in the study of formations. The moment they stepped into this area, both sensed that something was amiss. The air was filled with a strange and unsettling energy fluctuation. The entire prison's defensive array, which had originally functioned like a finely tuned machine, now seemed to possess a unified supreme will. And the source of this will was actually that young man in the cell, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu sat there seemingly motionless, yet it felt as if he had fused with the entire prison array. He was the eye of the formation, he was the core. The invisible, vast, suffocating pressure emanated from his absolute control over this realm and this grand array. This. How is this possible? The blood drained from Xiao Fenghua's exquisite face, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He actually has completely mastered the prison's grand array. This is a national defense array that even the ancestor needed the Xiantian array plate to fully control. Although she had raised her assessment of Zhang Yu time and again, knowing he was not simple and might even be hiding his understanding of formations. But she never anticipated that Zhang Yu's level in formations would reach such an astonishing and horrifying degree. To completely master the prison's grand array, what does this mean? This means that within this prison even a master practitioner could do nothing against him. Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng's expression was equally grim, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He understood better than Xiao Fenghua what it meant to fully control the prison's grand array, the kind of terrifying power and consequences it entailed. This is not something an ordinary formation master can achieve. It requires an understanding of formations that approaches the Tao, along with an absolute affinity and control over the formations. Before, we underestimated him too much. Xiao Jingfeng's voice was dry, laced with bitterness and deep regret. No, it is we who were absurdly wrong. He recalled all of Xiao Fenghua's evaluations and warnings about Zhang Yu, remembering how he once thought his daughter was exaggerating. Looking back now, it wasn't that his daughter was exaggerating, but he simply did not understand the depths of Zhang Yu. He was like a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at a divine dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. Xiao Fenghua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in her heart, looking at Zhang Yu in the cell with an immensely complex gaze. She whispered to Prince Jing beside her, "Father, do you understand now? All my previous judgments about him were completely wrong. Our understanding of him before is likely not even the tip of the iceberg." Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng nodded heavily, a hint of despair and helplessness appearing on his face. As the illustrious Prince Jing wielding great power, he could almost command the winds and rains in this Wei kingdom. But at this moment, facing that quietly sitting young man, he felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance and powerlessness. Then, what do we do now? Xiao Jingfeng asked instinctively, feeling somewhat at a loss. Xiao Fenghua did not respond, her gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yu. At that moment she seemed to sense something and suddenly pulled out a sound transmission jade plate that was vibrating violently and emanating a soft glow. As the jade plate connected, a light screen appeared, revealing the scene inside the royal family's ancestral hall. The figures of the ancestor Xiao Xian, Emperor Xiao Zhengshan and Du Jun were clearly visible. Fenghua, how is the situation in the prison? Have you seen the one who controls the Grand Array? Xiao Zhengshan's urgent voice came through the jade plate. Xiao Fenghua looked at her father and ancestor in the light screen, then glanced at Zhang Yu in the cell and spoke, "Father ancestor. We have seen him. The one who controls the prison's Grand Array is the legitimate son of the Marquis of Yong'an, Zhang Yu." She paused, raising her hand with difficulty, pointing towards the figure in the cell. Buzz. As soon as her words fell, the entire royal ancestral hall fell into a dead silence, with everyone who saw this scene through the light screen staring in shock. All their gazes were fixed on the young man sitting cross-legged with a calm expression, as if they had seen a ghost. Zhang Yu. A brief deathly silence fell, then the grand hall erupted in muffled gasps and murmurs. Who is Zhang Yu? Most high-ranking members of the imperial court had never heard the name Zhang Yu. The eldest legitimate son of the Marquis of Yangon, the infamous martial arts failure and discarded heir of the Marquis household. Impossible. Could Princess Fenghua have mistaken him? Even those who recognized Zhang Yu recalled him only as a disgraced scion, a sycophant clinging desperately to favor. Out of the question, absolutely out of the question. One of the imperial princes cried out, his face twisted with incredulity and disbelief. I've heard of this Zhang Yu of the Yangon Marquisate. He is but a first-rank cultivator, a talentless wreck. Moreover, he was timid by nature, groveling endlessly before his stepmother and younger siblings, laughed at across the capital as a living joke. How could such a man possess powers that defied heaven itself? Niece Fenghua, are you certain you haven't mistaken him? Indeed, it is utterly preposterous. Others chimed in, refusing outright to accept the truth. To be humiliated, not by a reclusive master of legendary stature but by a man they dismissed as worthless, was an insult beyond endurance. It struck at both their intellect and the very dignity of the imperial house. Yet Du Jun suddenly shot upright from his seat, eyes locked unblinkingly upon Zhang Yu within the luminous projection, filled with unprecedented terror, and a bitter dawning realization. It is him, it truly is him. Du Jun whispered, awestruck. Unfathomable. This Zhang Yu not only commands peerless mastery in alchemy but also excels in formation art, and his proficiency rivals even Master Xiao Xian, the Grand Formation Master himself. How is this possible? He could scarcely fathom how one person might achieve supreme mastery in two such demanding disciplines simultaneously. Master Du, do you know this man? Xiao Xian whirled sharply, his gaze piercing like a hawk's. Du Jun let out a wry self-mocking laugh heavy with resignation. Know him. He is my junior friend across generations. A junior friend across generations. The assembly recoiled anew in shock. Who was Du Jun? The Grand Master of the Alchemists' Guild, so revered even the Emperor deferred to him. And yet he claimed kinship, not of blood but of spirit, with a discarded heir, a youth barely past 20. Precisely. Du Jun drew a deep breath and spoke solemnly. We have all misjudged him utterly. This Zhang Yu is no martial arts failure, no discarded heir. His alchemical attainment equals mine, or perhaps even surpasses it. What? His words struck like thunder again, shattering the hush of the hall. Alchemical mastery equal to Du Jun's. Du Jun was the unrivaled sovereign of alchemy in the Wei Kingdom, Grand Master and Supreme Pill Refiner. Could a mere 20-year-old truly eclipse him? How could this be? Brother Du, do you speak true? Xiao Xian's expression hardened to stone, his voice trembled with tension. A youth whose formation art defied mortal comprehension, and whose alchemical prowess rivaled Du Jun's. Was he even human? Utterly true. Du Jun affirmed with unwavering certainty, his eyes gleaming with layered emotion. I have watched him refine pills myself, his technique divine, his understanding of medicinal properties bordering on the miraculous. And, without hesitation, he produced the Bodhi pill, a legendary elixir long thought lost to history. The Bodhi pill. A collective gasp tore through the hall. That sacred pill, said to refine innate aptitude and shatter cultivation bottlenecks. Could Zhang Yu truly produce it so casually? Your Majesty, elder ancestor. At last the silent intelligence director stepped forward, presenting a meticulously compiled dossier on Zhang Yu. Xiao Zhengshan accepted the report and skimmed its contents, his expression shifting rapidly, confusion then shock then utter bewilderment. The dossier laid bare Zhang Yu's life in meticulous detail, painting a portrait so thoroughly wretched, so utterly abject that it matched the archetype of a waste, a coward, a family pariah. It bore no resemblance whatsoever to the enigmatic master on the projection, commanding the celestial prison formation, immobilizing grandmasters, earning Du Jun's unreserved praise. Then, what in the world is happening here? Xiao Zhengshan's hands trembled as he clutched the dossier. His voice cracked as he turned to the intelligence director. Are you certain, absolutely certain, this report contains no error? Sweat beaded on the director's brow as he bowed deeply. Your Majesty, the intelligence is verified, cross-checked repeatedly. As for why, this servant dares not presume to know. Indeed, why? That was the single most burning question in every mind present. How could a man universally branded a waste, whose file declared him irredeemably hollow, suddenly emerge as a transcendent genius, a formation savant and alchemical sovereign, leaving even Du Jun and Xiao Xian shaken to their cores? The sole explanation was this: he had been feigning weakness. For 3 full years, or longer. At the thought every spine in the hall prickled with cold dread. What profound calculation! What flawless deception! He had fooled the entire marquisate, deceived the capital's watchful eyes, and even bypassed the imperial intelligence network. What a Zhang Yu, what a discarded heir! Xiao Xian gazed at the serene young man on the projection, his eyes flashing with unease and something deeper still, a flicker of fear. 3 years of concealed endurance, then sudden thunderous emergence. Such temperament, such capability. This youth is terrifying beyond measure. Silence descended once more, thick, suffocating, charged with the weight of revelation. Then, what do we do now? Xiao Zhengshan turned to Xiao Xian, his voice betraying a tremor he did not recognize in himself. Within the imperial clan court the air hung dense and suffocating. Xiao Xian, the pillar of the imperial house, hesitated, casting a pall of uncertainty over them all. At that moment Du Jun observed his old friend's furrowed brow and grave expression, and broke the oppressive silence with a soft knowing chuckle. Old friend, there is no need for such alarm. Du Jun's voice carried calm assurance. I have crossed paths with this young Master Zhang on several occasions. He is no malevolent fiend. His extraordinary actions today must stem from cause, perhaps even misunderstanding. Xiao Xian's gaze sharpened as he looked to Du Jun. Brother Du, you are certain? Not 10 out of 10, but 7 or 8 without doubt. Du Jun nodded confidently. Let me speak with him. Without further pause he stepped forward. Facing the hovering projection he called out clearly. Young Master Zhang, what is the meaning of this spectacle? Do you intend to dismantle the Ministry of Punishment's celestial prison, or shall you overturn the imperial clan court itself? Look how you frightened old man Xiao, he's dripping sweat. If there is business to settle, speak plainly. No need for such theatrics. Inside the celestial prison Prince Jing and Princess Feng Huo exchanged startled glances, convinced anew that Zhang Yu and Du Jun shared an uncommon bond. His tone was far too familiar, too easy. Their conviction deepened, the ease of his address confirmed an intimacy far beyond formal courtesy. Brother, do you jest? Zhang Ye's voice was calm, tinged with a hint of nonchalance. I, Zhang Yu, am not a bloodthirsty person, nor do I intend to stand against the entire royal family of Wei. I sit here in my prison cultivating my path, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the pale-faced Xiao Yun kneeling on the ground, his tone turning cold. As for why I had to manipulate this grand formation, it is merely because some people relying on their status have gone too far, attempting to break my limbs and hand them over to Brother Du to vent his anger. I had no choice but to borrow the power of this grand formation for my own protection. To vent your anger on me. Du Jun raised an eyebrow, not expecting to find himself involved. Thus he pressed further. Young friend, what do you mean by that? Zhang Yu did not answer directly, but his gaze shifted to the anxious and guilty-looking Xiao Xing, a meaningful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. As for the specifics, Brother Du and the members of the royal family, you might as well ask the Crown Prince Xiao Sheng. He has seen everything clearly from the beginning to the end. Xiao Sheng. As soon as Zhang Ye's words fell, all eyes turned sharply like a spotlight, instantly focusing on the Crown Prince Xiao Sheng. Whoosh! Xiao Sheng felt countless gazes pierce through him like tangible swords, leaving him frozen, his scalp tingling, cold sweat pouring down in an instant. I. Xiao Sheng opened his mouth, his tongue seemingly tied in knots, at a loss for words. In order to please Zhang Yu and ensure his own safety, he had helped conceal many things for Zhang Yu, even collaborating in the act portraying Du Jun's visit as a conspiracy. Now to reveal the truth in front of so many royal dignitaries, especially in front of the ancestors and the emperor. He feared he would be flayed alive. Xiao Sheng. The Crown Prince Xiao Jingfeng's expression darkened as he sternly shouted, "What exactly is going on? Speak." The voice of Xiao Xian from within the ancestral hall also came through the light screen carrying an undeniable authority. Xiao Sheng trembled at these two stern calls, almost collapsing to the ground. It was the Crown Prince Xiao Yun. Xiao Sheng steeled his heart, deciding to clear himself first and shift the blame entirely onto Xiao Yun. It was he who started the trouble first. He pointed at the kneeling Xiao Yun, spilling the story like beans from a bamboo tube. Though frightened, Xiao Sheng was articulate enough to summarize the events, emphasizing Xiao Yun's arrogance and Zhang Yu's forced defense. What? Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Xiao Jingfeng's expression darkened further, his gaze toward Xiao Yun filled with disappointment and disgust. This fool, while arrogant, usually actually dared to provoke a figure like Zhang Yu, dragging the entire royal family into such a passive and embarrassing situation. In the ancestral hall, after hearing Xiao Sheng's account, the crowd was in an uproar. So it was Xiao Yun who caused the trouble. This reckless fool, incapable of achieving anything, only knows how to ruin things. Everyone's gaze shifted instantly from Zhang Yu to the kneeling Xiao Yun. The anger and hostility originally directed at Zhang Yu had now transformed into ire and reproach aimed at Xiao Yun. Even Xiao Yun's biological father, the Crown Prince Rui, felt an overwhelming urge to personally eliminate the source of this trouble. Although Zhang Yu's act of forcing the royal grandson to kneel was humiliating, it was provoked by Xiao Yun's initial actions. This would be considered self-defense anywhere. The royal family, even if they wished to pursue the matter, had no solid ground to stand on. Moreover, was it worth it to pick a fight with someone who controlled the grand formation of the prison and was unfathomably powerful, all for the sake of a worthless wastrel like Xiao Yun? Though Xiao Yun was pressed down by the formation's power, he could still hear. He heard Xiao Sheng's accusations, the discussions around him, and especially felt the anger directed at him from the royal elders who were supposed to support him. His heart sank instantly, a wave of unprecedented fear and coldness sweeping over him. He had originally thought that after his humiliation the royal family would go to any lengths to avenge him. But now he was terrified to discover that the situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Zhang Yu's strength and mystery had instilled fear and trepidation in the royal family. And he, Xiao Yun, this victim, had become the chief culprit of causing trouble and bringing disaster to the royal family. Especially when he caught a glimpse of the scene through his peripheral vision, where even the emperor had to show respect to the respected Du Jun, who was now treating Zhang Yu as a brother. Xiao Yun's heart turned completely cold. He realized that he might have kicked a hard-board one that even the entire royal family did not dare to provoke lightly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, watching everyone shift their blame to Xiao Yun, observing the subtle changes in the royal family's attitude, said expressionlessly, "This matter I have no intention of involving others. Xiao Yun's arrogance is why I punish him to kneel in front of my prison door for 3 days." Upon hearing that Zhang Yu only punished Xiao Yun to kneel for 3 days and did not propose any further excessive demands, both the Crown Prince Rui and the kneeling Xiao Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Though kneeling was humiliating, it was better than death. However, the royal ancestor Xiao Xian's brow did not completely relax. "Young friend, could you release the control over the grand formation?" Xiao Xian asked through the light screen, his tone carrying a hint of negotiation rather than a command. 10 days. Zhang Yu extended his index finger, his tone flat yet undeniable. "After 10 days I will return full control of the grand formation." Even after 10 days he was not afraid of the master, even without relying on the formation. Moreover, even after returning it he could always borrow it again, right? Good. Xiao Xian readily agreed, he had no other choice. Upon seeing that the ancestor had agreed, Emperor Xiao Jingshan also sighed in relief, hurriedly speaking to curry favor and mend some relationships. Zhang Yu, I know you were wrongfully imprisoned and have suffered grievances. I will issue an edict now pardoning your crimes and releasing you from prison immediately. In his view this was a great grace and Zhang Yu should feel deeply grateful. However, Zhang Yu's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Please don't. Zhang Yu shook his head vigorously. I quite enjoy the atmosphere of this prison. I will stay here regularly from now on to cultivate and seek enlightenment. What? Everyone was stunned, thinking they had misheard. Enjoy the atmosphere of the prison? What? What kind of bizarre quirk was that? Moreover, Zhang Yu continued, remember, do not unilaterally reduce my sentence nor attempt to get me out. Otherwise, after 10 days whether I return control of the grand formation is up for debate. The crowd There are actually people unwilling to leave prison insisting on staying incarcerated. This was simply unheard of. Although they found it absurd, the royal family only wished to quickly quell the incident and dared not go against Zhang Yu's wishes. Well, since the young friend likes it, then the prison will temporarily serve as the young friend's place for quiet cultivation. Xiao Zhengshan's mouth twitched slightly, forcing out a smile. I will issue an edict that no one is to disturb the young friend's cultivation and provide according to the standards of a prince. No need, the standard for ordinary prisoners is sufficient. I do not like extravagance. Zhang Yu waved his hand and closed his eyes again. The royal family exchanged glances, ultimately having no choice but to accept this outcome. A crisis that could shake the foundation of the nation had temporarily concluded in this strange manner. Zhang Yu continues to sit in prison. Xiao Yun is punished to kneel for 3 days and the grand formation is borrowed for 10 days. Crown Prince Xiao Jingfeng and Xiao Fenghua were given their orders and with their personal guards retreated like a tide. Before leaving, Xiao Fenghua cast a deep glance at Zhang Yu, who was sitting cross-legged with closed eyes in the prison, his expression extremely complex. Today's events are to be classified as the highest secret of the royal family. Xiao Fenghua coldly instructed his trusted aide beside him, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding prison guards and inmates who were silent as the grave. If there is even the slightest leak, it will be punishable by extermination of the 9 clans. Understood. Everyone's heart tightened, quickly responding. Just as the Crown Prince and Xiao Fenghua were leaving the prison, having just stepped out the door, Zhang Heng, Qin Shuahua and their group arrived at the prison. Inside the prison, Zhang Heng hurriedly entered with Qin Shuahua, Zhang Wanning and Zhang Qingyue. They had just witnessed the retreat of Prince Jing's army outside, their hearts filled with uncertainty yet unable to gather any information. The royal family had issued a gag order. Anyone who dared to speak out would provoke the wrath of the 9 clans. Since they couldn't find out anything, Zhang Heng and the others did not wish to waste their efforts as it was of no concern to them. They walked into Zhang Ye's cell and at first glance saw the Prince of Rui Xiao Yun kneeling helplessly on the side. This is... Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned. Zhang Qingyu's gaze flickered slightly as she calmly analyzed, could it be that Zhang Yu is trying something new with Prince Jing's son again? Last time he staged the Chairman Does Presence act, and this time he actually found someone who somewhat resembles Prince Rui Xiao Yun to perform. She completely disregarded the possibility of the real person being involved, thinking that Zhang Yu had invited an actor to attract attention. Zhang Wanning immediately showed interest upon hearing this. She stepped forward and without hesitation grabbed Xiao Yun's head, forcing him to lift it. Xiao Yun was immobilized by the power of the formation, unable to resist, and could only endure in humiliation and anger, yet he dared not speak out. He feared Zhang Yu, so he did not dare to offend Zhang Ye's family, silently enduring instead. Little did he know he had misread the situation. Zhang Yu would be delighted if Zhang's family faced misfortune. Oh! Zhang Wanning recognized Xiao Yun's face, first stunned then burst into laughter. Her tone was filled with mockery and jest. Zhang Yu, you are truly amusing. But I must say the actor you found bears a striking resemblance. This expression, this humiliating little gaze is performed excellently. How much did you pay for this? She treated Xiao Yun entirely as an actor hired by Zhang Yu, her words dripping with insult. Qin Shuahua also stepped forward, frowning as she glanced at the kneeling Xiao Yun, her face revealing disgust and displeasure. She reprimanded Zhang Yu inside the prison. Zhang Yu, what kind of nonsense are you up to this time? Last time you had a fake chairman do, and now you have a fake son kneeling here. Are you trying to further disgrace our whole residence? Do you want to gather all of Beijing to watch the joke? To them, Zhang Yu was merely a clown seeking attention, throwing a tantrum and even trying to extort the whole residence. He invited someone to act perfectly matching his usual character of inept rage and unwholesome thoughts. Inside the cell, Xiao Sheng almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. He looked at this group of blind Zhang family members, feeling an absurd sense of disbelief surge in his mind. A fake son. Acting. These people have truly imaginative minds. Impudent. Xiao Sheng couldn't help but scold, pointing at Zhang Wanning and Qin Shuahua. You ignorant women dare to disrespect Prince Rui. Do you wish to oppose the royal family? He knew that Zhang Ye's relationship with his family was extremely poor, so he showed no mercy in his reprimands. Enough, Your Highness the Prince. Qin Shuahua directly interrupted him, adopting the stance of an elder lecturing a junior. I know you have a good relationship with Zhang Yu, but you cannot let him run amok like this. Having a fake son kneeling here, what kind of order is that? If the real Prince Rui finds out, will our whole residence still survive? Quickly make him get up, stop the act. She completely did not believe that the Xiao Yun before her was real, only thinking it was Xiao Sheng cooperating with Zhang Yu in a performance. Xiao Sheng was nearly choked by Qin Zuiwa's words, pointing at her with trembling fingers. You people. Simply unreasonable and foolish. He was so angry that he didn't want to speak anymore. This group of people was beyond redemption. They had no idea who they were facing. Zhang Wanning disregarded Xiao Sheng's anger, turned to Zhang Yu in the cell and sternly criticized, Zhang Yu, do you still have the mind to engage in these ridiculous antics? Do you know how much trouble the person you found Chen Dongpeng has caused for Ding Shengfang? Now the ground fire array of Ding Shengfang is completely out of control. The alchemy furnaces are exploding one after another, suffering heavy losses. There are also a large number of orders that cannot be fulfilled. Do you have any idea how much we will have to compensate? All of this is the mess you left behind. You must take full responsibility. Zhang Heng immediately stepped forward, his face showing great sorrow and righteous indignation as he echoed, Big brother, I know you are angry, but you cannot harm the whole residence like this. Ding Shengfang is the pillar industry of the whole residence, and now it is almost paralyzed because of the person you found. How are we supposed to survive in the future? You must find a way to resolve this, otherwise I will never forgive you. Qin Shuihua also chimed in from the side, her tone icy. Zhang Yu, it was one thing when you made trouble before, but now you have caused such a huge mess, you must give the whole residence an explanation. Otherwise, even if you die in this prison, I will not forgive you. The three of them sang in unison, recklessly pushing all the responsibilities and losses of Ding Shengfang onto Zhang Yu. As if Zhang Yu were the culprit while they were the innocent victims. Inside the cell, Zhang Yu calmly scanned this group of shameless family members before him, a cold smile curving at the corners of his lips. Heh. He lightly exhaled a word, the sound not loud, yet it resonated throughout the entire prison area, carrying a chilling indifference. The formation of Ding Shengfang was modified by me with Chen Dongpeng's help, but it was you Zhang Heng who dismissed him, not me Zhang Yu. It is your own foolishness and incompetence, failing to recognize talent and driving away the real master of formations, treating him as a lowly servant. Who can you blame for that? It is you Zhang Heng who was impatient for quick success and stubbornly self-righteous, who destroyed the foundation of Ding Shengfang for the sake of your so-called establishing authority. Now that problems have arisen, instead of thinking of a solution, you come running to shift the blame onto me. Truly absurdly laughable. Zhang Ye's gaze was like a knife, piercing directly into Zhang Heng, his tone filled with unabashed disdain and mockery. Zhang Yu paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Qin Shuihua, Zhang Wanning and Zhang Qingyue before finally landing back on Zhang Heng, his tone flat but each word cutting to the heart. I have said, without me the whole residence is nothing. Now this is just the beginning. You think that by driving me away and driving away Chen Dongpeng you can seize power and enjoy riches and honor. Dream on. Wait and see, the collapse of Ding Shengfang is merely the first step. Next, even more surprises await you. I want to see how long you, this group of worthless fools who can do nothing but scheme against each other and shirk responsibility, can hold out. Zhang Ye's words were like cold daggers stabbing into the hearts of the Zhang family members, stripping them of their hypocritical masks and shameless excuses. Zhang Heng's face turned ashen, trembling all over, pointing at Zhang Yu but unable to utter a word. Qin Zuiwa's face turned pale with anger, her lips trembling. You ungrateful son, how dare you curse the whole residence like this? How did I give birth to this ingrate? Zhang Wanning even shouted sharply, Zhang Yu, you are outrageous. You are useless yourself and yet curse us here. Do you think you are someone special? Without you the whole residence will only fare better. Zhang Heng is 1,000 times 10,000 times stronger than you. Only Zhang Qingyue, her face pale, moved her lips but ultimately did not speak. She vaguely felt that Zhang Ye's words might not be entirely out of anger. The issues with Ding Shengfang were indeed strange and severe, seemingly not a coincidence. Meanwhile, kneeling on the ground, Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng in the cell watched this scene, feeling an immense absurdity and sadness. Xiao Sheng shook his head, murmuring to himself, crazy. This group of people is truly insane. They have no idea who they are offending. They have no idea that the person they are despising and insulting possesses terrifying power and influence. Xiao Yun also lay on the ground, filled with complex emotions. He both hated Zhang Yu for humiliating him and was shocked by the stupidity and shamelessness of the Zhang family. How could they treat such an extraordinary powerhouse, one that even the royal family feared and their ancestors could do nothing against, as a worthless person to insult and blame? This is simply seeking one's own demise. He even felt a bit of sympathy for Zhang Yu. To possess such heavenly abilities yet be treated this way by such a group of family members. Enough. At that moment the previously silent Zhang Qingyue finally spoke up. Her voice carried a hint of fatigue and hoarseness. Stop arguing. The most important thing now is to solve the problem. Big brother. Zhang Yu, regardless of the circumstances, do you have a way to resolve the issues with Ding Shengfang? She looked at Zhang Yu, her gaze carrying a hint of complexity and a faint, barely perceptible glimmer of hope. Zhang Yu glanced at her. If this third sister could be considered the only one in the Zhang family with a bit of sense. But he had long since lost all hope for the whole residence. Why would he offer assistance? Away. Zhang Yu chuckled lightly, his tone as cold as ice. Yes. But why should I help you? Watching you walk step by step toward the abyss, watching you pay the price for your choices, isn't that quite interesting? After saying this, Zhang Yu ignored the pale-faced Zhang family members, closed his eyes again as if they were merely a group of annoying flies unworthy of his attention. The Zhang family members stood frozen in place, their expressions shifting between green and pale with anger, resentment, unwillingness, and a hint of unutterable fear spreading in their hearts. They finally realized that Zhang Yu, it seemed, was truly no longer that useless person they could manipulate. All right, stop causing a fuss. I admit you are important to the Hofu and we will certainly pay more attention to you in the future. Zhang Wanning, after much contemplation, arrogantly presented her ultimate weapon. She thought that as long as she softened her tone and said a few flattering words she could win over Zhang Yu, making him obedient and solving the troubles for the Hofu as he did before. How ridiculous. At her words Zhang Yu did not get angry but laughed instead, his laughter filled with sarcasm and desolation. At this point Zhang Wanning still clung to such childish thoughts. Did she really believe that a few light words of acknowledgement and attention could erase all past hurts and make him grateful? What are you laughing at? Qin Shuahua, seeing that Zhang Yu was not appreciative, immediately exploded in anger. Wanning has already acknowledged your importance to the Hofu, she has given you a way out and you are still throwing a tantrum. She pointed at Zhang Yu in the cell and commanded imperiously, I order you to call Chen Dongpeng back immediately to repair the formation at Dingsheng workshop. If the Hofu's business is delayed and losses occur, don't expect us to visit you again. Her habitual way of bossing Zhang Yu around was deeply ingrained, she could not let go of her matronly airs. Within a few sentences she began to assert herself as if Zhang Yu were still that useless eldest son whom she could scold and command at will. Are you deaf? Or do you not understand human speech? Zhang Ye's smile vanished instantly. I said I wouldn't help you, I will only watch you walk towards the abyss. Do I need to say this a third time? How can you still be unsatisfied? Zhang Wanning felt her heart tremble under Zhang Ye's cold gaze, but her long-standing sense of superiority and disdain for Zhang Yu made her immediately bolster her confidence. She complained, my mother and I have both spoken nicely to you, acknowledged your importance, what more do you want? Do you really want us to kneel down and beg you? Kneel down and beg me? Zhang Yu scoffed, his tone filled with endless sorrow and hatred. Do you think a couple of words can resolve a deadly grudge? Zhang Wanning, you are thinking too simply. This grudge is not so easily resolved. This statement was made on behalf of the original host and for himself. The original host was killed by Zhang Heng with every member of the Zhang family as an accomplice. After he traversed here he was further tormented by the Zhang family. If it weren't for his system he would have been killed countless times by this biased family. In the cold winter months, forcing me to dive into the lake to retrieve the jade pendant, I nearly froze to death in the water. Did any of you ever ask me if I was cold? Zhang Heng feigned illness and had me test the poison-laced medicine. I suffered from excruciating abdominal pain writhing in bed for 3 days and nights. Did any of you ever call a doctor for me? During Zhang Heng's fights you unhesitatingly pushed me forward to take the blame, letting me rot in this dungeon. Did you ever feel a shred of guilt? Zhang Yu articulated every grievance endured over the past 3 years with precise clarity, drawing from both the memories of the original host and his own experiences. Every word was like a knife slicing open the hypocritical, selfish and cold reality of the Zhang family. With each incident, did you not wish for my death? On what grounds do you expect me to forgive? On what grounds do you think that a few light-hearted compliments can compel me to continue serving you as a beast of burden? Zhang Ye's voice was not loud, yet each word was filled with anguish and accusations echoing in the silent prison. Qin Shuahua and Zhang Wanning were rendered speechless, their faces alternating between green and pale. Of course they remembered these events. But in their hearts these were merely necessary sacrifices made for the greater good or things that Zhang Yu as the eldest son should do. They had never truly internalized it, let alone felt guilty. Zhang Yu, you are too petty. Qin Shuihua, having struck a nerve, showed no remorse. Instead she pointedly criticized, these things are all in the past. You are a man, why are you still holding a grudge and being so petty? In the past. Zhang Yu laughed in anger, his eyes flashing coldly. I am lucky to be alive, otherwise I would have died countless times by now. To you these are trivial matters. Yet for me they are matters of life and death. How can you dare to say I am petty? You call me petty? Aren't you still alive? Zhang Wanning shouted sharply from the side, her tone so presumptuous it was infuriating. Since you're still alive, then it's nothing to worry about. Now you dare to use these old matters to feign pity, is it amusing? What a fine aren't you still alive? Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Wanning's self-righteous inhumane expression. The last shred of hope he harbored for family love was completely shattered, replaced by an absolute coldness and determination. If that's the case, then there is nothing more to say. Zhang Yu displayed a resolute expression and no longer looked at them. Zhang Yu, don't be so ungrateful. Seeing that Zhang Yu was unyielding, Qin Shuihua tore off her facade and shouted harshly, the Hofu will continue to function without you. Do you think you're so impressive just because you have some ability? Let me tell you, there are many capable people in this world. I want to see how long you can remain defiant in this dungeon. Exactly. Zhang Wanning chimed in, her face full of resentment and disdain. Who do you think you are? Do you really see yourself as someone important? The Hofu will only prosper further without you. Just rot in this dungeon and never expect to come out again. After a round of debate, the Zhang family not only showed no signs of remorse but became enraged by Zhang Ye's ungratefulness and began to make threats. They were used to being high and mighty and could not tolerate Zhang Ye's sudden rebellion and stubbornness, nor could they accept their offer of humility being rejected. In their eyes, every action of Zhang Yu was merely a tantrum, a stunt to blackmail the Hofu. They firmly believed that without Zhang Yu the Hofu would remain unshakable, perhaps even better. And Zhang Yu without the Hofu's support could only wait to die in the dungeon. Good. Zhang Yu looked at them calmly, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I will wait and see. I want to see how long the Yangon Hofu can endure without me, Zhang Yu. I hope that when you find yourselves at the end of your rope you can still be as defiant as you are today. After speaking, Zhang Yu ignored their shouts and curses. His mind sank within, feeling the surging, increasingly powerful energy. He was not in a hurry. He wanted to watch. Watch how these selfish, cold-hearted, shameless family members would step by step march towards the abyss they had dug for themselves, all while believing they could function without you. And all of this was just the beginning. We are leaving. Qin Shuihua felt her heart tremble under Zhang Ye's final calm yet oppressive gaze. With a fierce wave of her hand she left the dungeon in a disheveled state, accompanied by the equally exasperated Zhang Wanning and Zhang Qingyue. They did not realize what they had lost today. Meanwhile, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun, who had witnessed everything, were already stunned into silence by the shamelessness and foolishness of the Zhang family. They have gone mad. This group of people is truly insane. Xiao Sheng mumbled to himself, watching the Zhang family's retreating figures, his eyes filled with pity and schadenfreude. They have no idea what kind of a great being they have just pushed away. Xiao Yun lay on the ground, his heart filled with a complex satisfaction. He hated Zhang Yu for bringing him humiliation, but at this moment, seeing how the Zhang family treated Zhang Yu, he inexplicably felt a twinge of pity for Zhang Yu and also a sense of fear. To anger such a powerful, resourceful and cold-hearted individual, the Yangon Hofu is finished. Inside the prison, Xiao Yun gazed blankly at Xiao Sheng, then glanced at Zhang Heng and the others who had just left. The meaning was obvious. Was there something wrong with this family? Xiao Sheng perfectly understood Xiao Yun's meaning, shrugging helplessly. He shared the same opinion as Xiao Yun. The Zhang family was indeed lacking in judgment. Meanwhile, in the royal ancestral hall's forbidden area, through the floating light screen, Emperor Xiao Zhengshan, ancestor Xiao Xian Du Jun and a host of core royal members witnessed the Zhang family's astonishing performance in the prison. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Even these seasoned royal dignitaries, who had seen their fair share of storms and understood the treachery of human hearts, were deeply shocked by the Zhang family's shamelessness and foolishness. After a long time ancestor Xiao Xian raised his hand drawing a circle on his forehead with his finger and asked the same question as Xiao Yun: is there something wrong with this family's brains? Having lived nearly 150 years he had seen all sorts of people. But he had never encountered a family like the Zhangs who would push a peerless divine person out and even seem to want to trample on him. This could no longer be explained as bias, it was simply as if their brains had been kicked by a donkey, and not just once but numerous times. Standing aside, Du Jun smiled bitterly at the words and shook his head. I have had some dealings with young friend Zhang and have heard a bit about his family. Every time I asked, young friend Zhang would always smile without speaking, his expression indifferent. The reason behind it is indeed puzzling. As an outsider he felt it was inappropriate to say too much about the Zhang family's affairs. Emperor Xiao Zhengshan also had a complex expression as he slowly said, I have indeed heard about the favoritism shown to the younger son of the Yangon Marquis, but I never expected it had reached such a shocking level. Your Majesty, ancestor. At this moment an official from the ancestral hall responsible for royal intelligence bowed and said, regarding the Yangon Marquis, I recall an old matter that may be related to this. Go ahead and speak. Xiao Zhengshan's eyes flickered. The official organized his thoughts and whispered, this matter may be related to the third prince of Dongsheng Kingdom, Sheng Yuntang, from over 20 years ago. The third prince of Dongsheng Kingdom, Sheng Yuntang. Hearing this, Xiao Zhengshan's mind conjured the image of that extraordinary young man. He frowned and asked, are you referring to the third prince of Dongsheng Kingdom who caused quite a stir during his visit to our Wei Kingdom? Exactly. The official nodded and said, back then the only daughter of Duke Qin Shuahua had quite an intimate past with Sheng Yuntang, which was known throughout the capital. Later, after Sheng Yuntang completed his travels and returned to Dongsheng Kingdom, the matter gradually subsided. Eventually Qin Shuahua married the heir of the Yangon Marquis, who is now the current Yangon Marquis, Zhang Jiuling. The Rui Wang interjected, his tone carrying a hint of gossip. Indeed, I remember this matter too. It is said. Only said, mind you, that Qin Shuahua was deeply in love with Sheng Yuntang, and there are rumors that when she married into the Zhang family she was no longer a virgin. Are you suggesting? Xiao Zhengshan's gaze sharpened as he looked at Rui Wang. Rui Wang cleared his throat and lowered his voice, I am merely speculating. Is it possible that Zhang Yu is not the biological child of Zhang Jiuling, but rather that of Sheng Yuntang? He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was quite clear. Absurd. Xiao Zhengshan's third son Qi Wang couldn't help but retort, even if Zhang Yu isn't Zhang Jiuling's biological son, Qin Shuahua is still his real mother, isn't she? Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Even if she resents Sheng Yuntang for abandoning her, she wouldn't treat her own flesh and blood like this, would she? Hate the house and the crow, do you understand? Rui Wang curled his lip. Perhaps Qin Shuahua has transferred all her resentment towards Sheng Yuntang onto this child who bears his bloodline. Moreover, you all saw how doting she was towards Zhang Heng, yet how different her treatment of Zhang Yu was. That distinction is too obvious. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Although Rui Wang's speculation was quite melodramatic, upon reflection it seemed there was indeed some truth to it. If it weren't for this, it would be hard to explain why Qin Shuahua would be so cold and ruthless towards her own son, even attempting to kill him multiple times. However, this is merely our speculation and lacks concrete evidence. Xiao Zhengshan waved his hand, not pursuing the matter further. Moreover, after so many years, the truth of the matter is probably known only to Qin Shuahua herself. What do you all think? Rui Wang's gaze flickered as he looked at Zhang Yu, who was sitting cross-legged with closed eyes in the light screen. Does Zhang Yu himself have any speculation on this matter? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Yu. Du Jun pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. This is hard to say. Regardless of whether he knows or not, Xiao Xian slowly began, his voice low. It is a foregone conclusion that he will sever all ties with the Zhang family from now on. For our royal family. Perhaps this is not a bad thing. Hearing this, everyone felt a stir in their hearts. What ancestor said is indeed correct. Xiao Zhengshan's gaze flickered, already formulating a plan. Once Zhang Yu breaks away from the Zhang family, he will be a free man. Even though he is unwilling to leave prison, as long as we treat him with respect and do not make him our enemy, perhaps he can be of use to our royal family. At the very least, we cannot allow him to become an enemy of our royal family. That is exactly how it should be. Xiao Xian nodded. Order it down. From today onwards, no one is allowed to provoke Zhang Yu again. We will do our best to meet his needs while he is in prison. As for the Zhang family. He glanced at the direction the Zhang family had left. In on the light screen, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. Since they are digging their own graves, let them do so. At this moment Jing Wang Xiao Jingfeng and Princess Fenghua Xiao Fenghua strode into the hall, kneeling on one knee and reporting. Rise. Xiao Xian's voice sounded. Then he focused his gaze on Xiao Fenghua, scrutinizing her carefully for a while. Xiao Fenghua felt uneasy under his gaze, feeling inexplicably confused, yet she did not dare to ask. The others in the hall were equally puzzled, not understanding what the ancestor was up to. Ancestor. What is this? Finally unable to restrain herself, Xiao Fenghua softly asked. Xiao Xian retracted his gaze and praised, tall and slender with a perfect figure, stunningly beautiful and exuding a cold and noble aura. She is a top-notch beauty. He paused, his tone calm yet firm as he commanded Fenghua find a way to get close to Zhang Yu. If there is an appropriate opportunity, then seduce him. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire hall seemed to freeze. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Seduce Zhang Yu. The ancestor actually wanted the royal family's most proud and dazzling daughter to use the beauty trap. Xiao Fenghua herself was instantly frozen in place, her mind going blank. The blood drained from her stunning face in an instant, replaced by an unbelievable flush of anger that reached her ears. She even doubted whether she had misheard or if the ancestor was joking. However, Xiao Xian's expression was serious, his gaze profound, showing no hint of jest. Ancestor Yu. What did you say? Xiao Fenghua asked in surprise. What? Didn't you hear clearly? Xiao Xian's brows furrowed slightly, his tone growing heavier. This Zhang Yu possesses boundless potential and extraordinary means. If we can win him over and bind him to our royal family, it will be highly beneficial to the Xiao family's reign without any detriment. Your beauty, intelligence and status make you the best candidate for this task. Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng nodded secretly upon hearing this. Analyzing from a father's perspective, Zhang Yu indeed seemed like an excellent choice for a son-in-law. Xiao Fenghua did not act like a young girl, stating directly, Fenghua accepts the mission. She had no particular feelings for Zhang Yu, yet she did not find him unpleasant. Moreover, given the interests of the royal family, since Xiao Xian had chosen her, she could not disobey. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, a charming and alluring voice laced with a hint of laziness and seduction suddenly echoed from the corner of the great hall. Ancestor, allow me to handle this matter. Although Sister Fenghua is both talented and beautiful, her personality is too aloof and she lacks understanding of romance, which may not make her the best choice. Everyone turned towards the voice and saw a woman dressed in a peach-colored palace gown gracefully stepping out from the corner. Her figure was enchanting, and as she moved, her skirt flowed gracefully, resembling a blossoming peach blossom. Her alluring eyes sparkled, radiating charm with every glance and smile, as if capable of ensnaring a man's soul. This was none other than the most favored daughter of Prince Qi Xiao Meyer, known as the Charming Princess. Xiao Meyer walked to the center of the great hall, bowing gracefully to Xiao Xian, Xiao Jingshan and the others, exuding elegance yet overflowing with allure. Meyer greets the ancestor, greets Uncle Huang, and greets all the royal uncles. Her voice was soft and delicate, as if laced with countless hooks that tickled the heart. She raised her head and glanced at Xiao Fenghua, whose complexion was pale and expression cold, a smirk of pride and provocation curving her lips. Sister Fenghua's demeanor is too cold. She has never liked getting close to men. If she approaches Zhang Yu, it is likely to backfire. This might irritate Zhang Yu, who would think our royal family sent an ice beauty to annoy him. As for Meyer, she gently brushed a strand of hair from her temples, her eyes sparkling as she said with a charming tone, Meyer knows best how to win a man's favor. Although Zhang Yu is formidable, he is ultimately a young man filled with vigor. As long as he is a man, there is no one who does not like gentle and considerate women. Ancestor, don't you think this makes sense? Her words were flawlessly crafted, simultaneously belittling Xiao Fenghua's lack of romance and potential to cause trouble, while elevating herself as understanding and claiming a higher success rate, presenting a blatant competition as if it were a noble endeavor. Within the hall, many princes and dukes looked at Xiao Meyer's enchanting appearance and couldn't help but silently praise her. Indeed, Xiao Meyer was a natural beauty. When it comes to charm and influence over men, the cold and noble Princess Fenghua is likely no match for her. Seeing someone trying to snatch away the son-in-law, he had set his sights on. Prince Rui said unhappily, my dear niece, the ancestor's command has its reasons. Do not cause trouble. Xiao Fenghua was infuriated by Xiao Meyer's provocation and coldly replied, isn't it just about seducing men? How difficult can that be? There's no need for my sister to worry. Xiao Xian's gaze shifted between Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding. Meyer's words do have some merit. Zhang Yu is a person of profound thought. He cannot be treated with ordinary methods. Fenghua's coldness may arouse his desire for conquest. Meyer's allure may allow him to let down his guard. Since you both share this intention. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he made a decision. Then let's proceed together. Fenghua, in the name of the royal family, go to the prison to visit Zhang Yu and discuss martial arts and formations with him, using your talent and grace to attract him. Meyer, act freely, approach him with your methods and test his weaknesses. Remember, your only task is, at all costs, to sleep with him. Whoever succeeds will become the great contributor to our royal family, and I will appoint your father as the Crown Prince. Crown Prince. These two words reverberated like thunder in the great hall. Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng and Prince Qi Xiao Jinglong were instantly shaken, their heads snapping up as unprecedented brightness exploded in their eyes. The Crown Prince, that is the future heir to the throne, the ultimate goal that these princes and grandsons yearn for and strive for throughout their lives. The competition for the throne is fiercely brutal. Now the ancestor has thrown out the immense stakes of appointing a Crown Prince for the sake of a Zhang Yu. This is no longer just a competition between two princesses, it directly escalates to the future fate of the Jing Wang and Qi Wang households. Whose daughter can win over Zhang Yu, whose father will become the heir and who will rule over the world in the future? Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng's breathing became rapid. He glanced at his resolute daughter Xiao Fenghua beside him, and a towering wave surged in his heart. Prince Qi Xiao Jinglong was so excited that he nearly jumped up. He had always favored Xiao Meyer, believing that this daughter was his lucky star, and now he was placing all his hopes on her. He looked at Xiao Meyer, his eyes filled with encouragement. Father ancestor, I also have a daughter. The urgent shout shattered the brief silence. It was Prince Rui Xiao Jingrui. Other princes and dukes with daughters of suitable age quickly reacted, scrambling to kneel and request, Father, my daughter. Ancestor, I have a daughter. In an instant the great hall was thrown into chaos. The royal relatives, who usually held themselves high and acted piously, were now competing fiercely for a chance to sleep with Zhang Yu, their faces flushed and their manners disgraceful. Xiao Xian looked at this scene, his brows furrowing slightly before coldly snorting enough. A powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire hall and everyone fell silent. This matter is extraordinary. Zhang Yu is proud and arrogant. If we send too many frivolous women, it will only annoy him. Fenghua and Meyer, one literary and one martial, one cold and one warm, are already the best match. No need to mention anyone else. Hearing this, Prince Rui and the others instantly looked as if they had lost their mothers, collapsing to the ground with despair written all over their faces. Meanwhile Prince Jing and Prince Qi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unabashed hostility and competitive sparks. This grand play of 9 dragons competing for the throne had unexpectedly escalated into a white-hot phase due to a prisoner in the prison in a manner no one had anticipated. Fenghua Meyer accepts the mission. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer bowed once more, their voices more determined than ever. This time they were not only fighting for the interests of the royal family but also for their father's grand ambitions and their own future glory. Go ahead. Xiao Xian waved his hand wearily, closing his eyes, yet his mind was already calculating. Zhang Yu, oh Zhang Yu, no matter how extraordinary your means may be, you are ultimately a hot-blooded young man. This gentle realm is but a hero's tomb. I shall see how you can escape from the meticulously woven net of our royal family. At this moment, far in the prison, Zhang Yu was completely unaware. Suddenly he frowned slightly, as if sensing an inexplicable chill. Achoo! He sneezed, opening his eyes in confusion and looking around. Strange. Why is it suddenly a bit cold in this prison? On the 4th day of Zhang Ye's imprisonment in Beijiang Lianfeng City, the Eternal Peace Marquis Zhang Jiuling has been stationed here for years, defending against the invasion of the northern Zhao kingdom. The Zhang family almost entirely resides here, including the old Marquis Zhang Yuanfeng and several elder members of the Zhang clan. This place is the foundation of both the Eternal Peace Marquis residence and the Zhang family, while Qin Shuihua and the others seem more like hostages left in the capital. Over the years the royal family has been wary of the Eternal Peace Marquis armed forces, and the Zhang family indeed exhibits behaviors of nurturing potential threats. Thus the royal family has started to intentionally withhold military funds and suppress them, leading to a severe shortage of resources in Lianfeng City, barely sustained by the continuous supply of provisions from Zhang Yu. Zhang Jiuling sat at the head of the table while the military supply officer knelt on the ground, trembling. Why hasn't this month's supplies and provisions arrived yet? What is Zhang Yu doing? Zhang Juling's voice rumbled like thunder laced with undisguised anger and a sense of rightful blame. Beside him his brother Zhang Juming wore an expression of dissatisfaction, scoffing. Eldest brother, I think that Zhang Yu is becoming increasingly outrageous. Even delaying my northern army supplies, he truly has the audacity. If he isn't of the Zhang family blood, he is certainly unreliable. Zhang Juling's face darkened further upon hearing this. Zhang Juming realized he had misspoken and quickly tried to amend. Eldest brother, please don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant. Zhang Juling lifted his teacup and slammed it down heavily on the table, splashing tea everywhere. Humph, that bastard. I've said long ago that he is not of pure thought, subservient and timid, and will never amount to anything great. If it weren't for his diligent management of the Marquis' affairs over the years and his timely delivery of funds, I would have. He did not continue, but his disdain and impatience were evident in his eyes. In his mind, Zhang Yu was always a character of no significance. A martial arts failure, timid in character, only knowing how to please Qin Shihuahua and the family. Before his father he was also timid and lacked the demeanor of a noble scion. If it weren't for Zhang Yu's mysterious ways of obtaining funds to support the northern army over the years, he would have completely marginalized this waste. My lord second young master, it isn't like that. The military supply officer stammered in defense. It seems there has been a major incident in the capital regarding the eldest young master. What major incident could he have? Zhang Juming interrupted impatiently. It's likely that he has been enchanted by that Jiang Luohan again, or bullied by Qin Shihuahua and Zhang Heng, too scared to speak up. He cannot even handle such trivial matters, truly a waste. His deep-rooted prejudice against Zhang Yu made him think first of Zhang Yu's incompetence and cowardice for any problem. Zhang Juling nodded in agreement, his tone filled with disappointment and disdain. Indeed, this is all he can amount to. For a woman to please his mother and brother, he can even delay important matters. He grew angrier as he thought, feeling Zhang Yu had let down his expectations. His so-called expectations were merely hopes that Zhang Yu could serve as an ATM, continuously supplying blood to the northern army without any complaints or mistakes. At this moment the military supply officer trembled and spoke up. There are reports from the capital. It seems the eldest young master has been sentenced to the Ministry of Punishment prison for 50 years. So the supplies are completely cut off. What? Zhang Juling abruptly stood up, somewhat surprised. This waste, incapable of achieving anything, only causing trouble. He cursed vehemently, his voice shaking the dust from the tent ceiling. He was not concerned about why Zhang Yu was imprisoned nor what he would endure in prison, but rather, the supplies were cut off. He actually got himself thrown into the prison. Does he not know what he is doing? This fool, this waste. Zhang Juming's expression also drastically changed as he said solemnly, eldest brother, this matter is suspicious. Although Zhang Yu is incompetent, he wouldn't be so foolish. The timing of his imprisonment is too coincidental. Could it be the royal family has noticed something? Is this the royal family deliberately targeting us, using Zhang Yu's incident to sever our supply line? Upon hearing this, Zhang Juling's heart jolted, his anger slightly subsiding, replaced by a chill. He has indeed amassed power over the years, exhibiting signs of nurturing potential threats. The royal family has long been dissatisfied, repeatedly withholding military funds. Zhang Yu's secret supplies were his greatest reliance for maintaining military strength. Now that this reliance is severed, it can't be. Zhang Juling forcibly calmed himself, shaking his head. This matter was done secretly. If the royal family should not be able to trace it back to Zhang Yu, it must be this unfilial son who caused this disaster, implicating the northern army. He paced irritably within the tent, his disgust for Zhang Yu reaching its peak. This won't do. The northern army's affairs are urgent and the Zhao kingdom is eyeing us covetously. Without supplies the army cannot hold out for long. Zhang Juling suddenly stopped, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. I must personally return to the capital. I want to see what this unfilial son is up to. Eldest brother, you must not. Zhang Juming exclaimed in shock, hastily stopping him. You are the commander at the border. Returning to the capital without an edict is a treasonous crime. If this is a trap set by the royal family, deliberately drawing you back to the capital and then detaining you, what will we do? Zhang Juling paused, his expression dark and indecisive. Zhang Juming was right. If he returned to the capital now, the risk was immense. The royal family was already struggling to find an excuse to deal with him. Just as he was caught in hesitation, you may go. If this time returning to the capital no one from the royal family dares to trouble you. A calm, steady voice suddenly echoed within the command tent. Both Zhang Jiuling and Zhang Juming jolted, turning sharply to look outside the tent. They saw the tent's curtain moving without wind, and an old man dressed in simple gray robes with white hair and beard was standing outside the tent, having arrived unbeknownst to them. It was none other than the old marquis of the Zhang family, Zhang Yuanfeng. "Father!" Zhang Jiuling and Zhang Juming exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly bowing in respect. As Zhang Jiuling looked at his father, his pupils suddenly contracted, revealing an expression of incredulous shock on his face. He felt that the aura emanating from his father was vastly different from months ago. If previously it was a deep pool, now it was a vast ocean. "Father! You made a breakthrough." Zhang Jiuling's voice trembled, filled with joy and anticipation. Zhang Yuanfeng walked slowly into the command tent, giving a slight nod, a faint yet confident smile appearing on his face. "Indeed, I have been in seclusion for months and finally gained insight fortuitously. Stepping into the realm of a master." "Master?" Zhang Jiuling and Zhang Juming gasped in awe, and then joy surged within them. A master! The Zhang family finally had its own master. In this world where martial prowess was revered, a master-level power could uphold a top-tier family and make the royal family wary. "Congratulations, father, congratulations." The two excitedly bowed again. Zhang Yuanfeng waved his hand slowly, saying this breakthrough was largely thanks to Lingyun. She brought back a breaking realm pill from her master's sect, allowing me the opportunity to break through to the master realm. Lingyun. Zhang Jiuling mentioned his eldest daughter Zhang Lingyun with pride on his face. Zhang Lingyun at a young age had achieved 8th grade martial arts proficiency and was accepted as a closed-door disciple by the master of Dongqingshan, who possessed master-level cultivation. Yes, it was all thanks to her. Zhang Yuanfeng also appreciated this granddaughter, praising her. "Lingyun's talent is extraordinary, and being taken in by a grandmaster, her future is limitless." Grandmaster. These three words struck like thunderbolts in the minds of Zhang Jiuling and Zhang Juming. If a master is a strategic level deterrent, then a grandmaster is a legendary existence capable of influencing a nation's fate and even the layout of the continent. Now that the Zhang family not only had a master ancestor but also nurtured a genius who entered a grandmaster's sect, their fortune was truly flourishing. In this moment all of Zhang Jiuling's worries, fears and hesitations vanished instantly. An unprecedented ambition and wild aspirations blazed fiercely in his chest. "Father! You mean?" Zhang Jiuling's voice was hoarse with excitement. "Indeed." Zhang Yuanfeng stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable dominance. "From this day forth the Zhang family shall no longer bow to anyone. The royal family, if they are wise, will coexist peacefully. If they are not wise—" He snorted coldly, leaving his statement unfinished, but the cold, killing intent made the temperature in the tent seem to drop several degrees. "Jiuling, I will return to the capital with you this time, and Lingyun will come shortly." Zhang Yuanfeng looked at his son, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "With me here and the support of Dongqingshan, the royal family does not dare to touch you. Perfect. Taking this opportunity, I will meet with the emperor to let him know that the sky above Wei Kingdom needs to change." "Yes, father." Zhang Jiuling straightened his back, his eyes shining with determination. The previous despair and hesitation swept away, replaced by boundless confidence and a hint of hidden ferocity. With a master father and Dongqingshan as support, he felt as if he held the fate of the entire Wei Kingdom in his grasp. "An." Zhang Yuanfeng paused, his gaze suddenly turning cold and piercing as if looking at an annoying insect. "Zhang Yu, that incompetent one, a bastard who tarnishes our Zhang family's bloodline. Handle him when we return. I do not wish to see him again." This statement is casually made yet carries a cold indifference to human life, treating it as mere grass. In the past the Zhang family relied on Zhang Ye's secret channels for supplies, and despite knowing his bloodline was impure, they held their noses and accepted it. But now Zhang Yuanfeng has become a master, and his granddaughter Zhang Lingyun has joined the Eastern Qing sacred land. The Zhang family has soared to new heights, no longer worrying about resources. Zhang Yu, this bastard, has completely lost his value and has instead become a stain that the Zhang family is reluctant to mention. "I understand, child." Zhang Jiuling nodded heavily, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. He has no paternal feelings towards Zhang Yu, only feelings of use and disgust. Now that his father has given the order, he naturally cannot ask for anything more. However, a hint of worry lingered in his heart as he said softly, "I just fear for the Shengyun Hall and the Eastern Qing nation." "Rest assured. Zhang Yuanfeng let out a cold laugh 3 years ago during the earth-shattering incident in the eastern Sheng nation. Nearly all the core members of the royal family perished. Even if Sheng Yunhao survived, they would be too busy to care about this bastard. You know this news, otherwise 3 years ago you would have watched that little bastard almost be ground to death on the estate. It was sheer luck that he later showcased his usefulness to the Zhang family, allowing him to barely survive until today. It turns out the higher-ups of the Zhang family were well aware of all this. When Zhang Yu was born, the Zhang family feared the might of the eastern Sheng nation, so they dared not act against him. After all, the eastern Sheng nation is a terrifying realm that possesses existences above great masters. 3 years ago, upon learning of the catastrophe that befell the eastern Sheng royal family, the Zhang family immediately adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards Zhang Yu, even tacitly allowing Qin Shuihua and others to drive him to the estate to fend for himself. However, later Zhang Yu unexpectedly demonstrated some method to showcase an astonishing ability to make money, becoming the lifeblood of the northern frontier. Only then did the Zhang family reluctantly allow him to live on, continuing to work like an ox. And now this ox has lost all value, so it is naturally time to unload the millstone and slaughter the donkey. What you say is absolutely correct. Zhang Jiling's face revealed a cruel smile. That bastard has managed to survive until today, which is already the Zhang family's mercy. Now that he has caused trouble and cut off the supply from the northern frontier, he is doubly guilty. This time, returning to the capital, it is time to settle old and new accounts together. At this moment the father and son were full of spirit and ambition. They could almost see the Zhang family under their leadership replacing the Shao family and ruling over the Wei kingdom in glorious future. And Zhang Yu, the bastard and ATM in their eyes, is about to be disposed of like garbage after fulfilling his historical mission. In the capital at the Yangon Marquis House, Qin Shuihua, Zhang Heng, Zhang Weining and Zhang Qingyue sat together, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Mother, we can't delay any longer. Zhang Heng's face was pale and his voice hoarse as he said, in the past few days, to repair the alchemy workshop I have already poured in over 100,000 taels of silver. But that underground fire array is like a bottomless pit, getting worse and worse, never filling up. If this continues, the entire Marquis house will be dragged down. Henger is right. Qin Shuihua wearily rubbed her temples, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Let's cut off the limb and close the Dingsheng workshop. Close it. Zhang Weining exclaimed, though she was somewhat prepared for it. Hearing this decision still caused her heart to ache. That is the Marquis house's most profitable industry. What else can we do? Qin Shuihua forced a bitter smile, her expression more sorrowful than a cry. We have already mortgaged every property and estate we can, even this Marquis house, just to barely gather enough to compensate for the breach of those orders. If we keep throwing money into the Dingsheng workshop, our whole family will end up on the streets. Zhang Qingyue sighed softly and said, fourth sister, mother is right. Without the Dingsheng workshop we still have the goods station and the divine armament workshop. These industries still earn over 100,000 taels a month, enough for us to maintain a decent living. Exactly. Qin Shuihua forced herself to be optimistic, patting Zhang Heng's hand, offering comfort. Henger, don't lose heart. You are the future heir of the Marquis house. This setback is nothing. Even without the alchemy workshop we can still live well. We absolutely cannot let that wretched Zhang Yu see us making a joke of ourselves. Yes, we cannot let him see us making a fool of ourselves. Zhang Weining immediately echoed, gritting her teeth and saying, does he think we can't survive without the Dingsheng workshop? Dream on. We will live well and make that ingrate furious. Zhang Heng inhaled deeply upon hearing this. Mother, sister, don't worry. Zhang Heng will never be defeated by such difficulties. Even without the Dingsheng workshop I can still support the Marquis house. I will definitely surpass Zhang Yu, making him realize who the true pillar of the Marquis house is. Good, this is my good son Qin Shuihua. Qin Shuihua smiled contentedly, her eyes filled with fondness and encouragement. Just then hurried footsteps approached as Jiang Luohan rushed into the front hall. Today she had dressed up meticulously, wearing a water blue long dress that accentuated her slender figure and stunning beauty. Aunt Xiaoheng, how is it going? Did Zhang Yu agree to help? Jiang Luohan entered the door eagerly, asking, her gaze fixed tightly on Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's face stiffened, the false confidence he had just built crumbling in an instant, awkwardly turning his head away. Qin Zuiwa's expression darkened and she snorted coldly, don't mention that wretched child. Not only did he refuse to help, but he also mocked us, saying he would watch the Marquis house fall into the abyss. He is simply an ungrateful wolf. What? He won't help. Jiang Luohan's expression of hope instantly froze, soon replaced with deep disappointment and a hint of resentment. She had come today expecting Zhang Heng to persuade Zhang Yu to bring back that mysterious old man Chen Dongpeng to repair the alchemy workshop. As long as the alchemy workshop returned to normal, she could continue to get high-quality nourishing qi pills for free from Zhang Heng to support her cultivation. But now, hope has been shattered. How could he do this? Jiang Luohan's voice was sharp, filled with dissatisfaction and complaints. He clearly has a way, why won't he help? Did you not explain it clearly to him? Or is he deliberately putting us in a bind? Zhang Heng felt humiliated by her words, his anger flaring as he replied, how could I not say? I wore my tongue out trying to convince him. He is just a hard-hearted bastard. Now that he has grown wings, he no longer takes us seriously. I see he is simply intent on watching us suffer. This ungrateful and heartless person. Jiang Luohan stomped her feet in anger, her delicate face distorting slightly. Has he forgotten how he used to curry favor with me? Now he is so ruthless. Doesn't he fear retribution? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, the more hatred she felt. Zhang Yu used to cater to her every whim, and she had long been accustomed to such a life of indulgence. Now with Zhang Yu suddenly turning against her, not only cutting off her pill supply but also watching the Marquis house fall into hardship without lifting a finger, in her eyes this was simply a heinous crime. Sister Luohan, don't be angry. Zhang Weining quickly stepped forward to comfort her, her face filled with indignation. Zhang Yu is just a waste and ungrateful wolf. We will no longer seek him out. Without him we can still live well. Exactly. Zhang Heng immediately chimed in. Luohan, rest assured, even without the Dingsheng workshop, I Zhang Heng can still get you the best cultivation resources. When I make the goods station and divine armament workshop bigger and stronger, what kind of pills do you want that I can't get for you? Jiang Luohan looked at Zhang Heng's earnest yet lackluster demeanor, feeling a wave of annoyance and disdain in her heart. She's not an idiot. Without the Dingsheng workshop, that cash cow, how could Zhang Heng have extra money to buy her expensive nourishing qi pills? Jiang Luohan forced a smile, nodding, but her disappointment and resentment remained undiminished. Without Zhang Yu, without the Dingsheng workshop, what else does the Yangon Marquis house have? A goods station. A divine armament workshop. Those industries might make money, but how can they compare to the Dingsheng workshop that brings in gold every day? Moreover, without Zhang Ye's mysterious methods and connections, how long can these industries maintain their glory? A strong wave of unease and regret surged within her heart. Perhaps, we shouldn't have been so eager to break off the engagement with Zhang Yu. But this thought only flickered through her mind before she forcibly suppressed it. No, Zhang Yu is just a waste, a discarded pawn. Even if he has some abilities, he is still just a prisoner. How could I, Jiang Luohan, possibly marry a prisoner? In the capital city, at the residence of the Marquis of Yong'an, in the study. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Zhang Qingyue slowly raised her head. Her gaze was the calmest, revealing a shrewdness that could see through human hearts. Actually, we still have a way out. Zhang Qingyu's voice was not loud, yet it silenced the noisy discussions. I believe that Zhang Ye's unusual behavior is not due to a hardened heart but rather has its reasons. What do you mean by that, third sister? Zhang Heng asked with a frown. Zhang Qingyue stood up, her gaze sweeping over the crowd as she articulated her thoughts clearly. Think about it, what kind of person was Zhang Yu before? He obeyed his mother without question, was always accommodating towards his younger brother Heng, and was especially responsive to sister Luohan, almost willing to give his heart away. But why has he suddenly changed? She paused and emphasized, it all began from the moment he took the blame and went to prison, as well as when he learned that Heng was to be engaged to sister Luohan. These two events ruined his future and took away his beloved. For a man, this is a great humiliation and a catastrophic disaster. Qin Shuahua nodded thoughtfully. Qingyue makes a valid point. That wretch, despite being useless, used to listen to me. His reaction this time was indeed too extreme. So, Zhang Qingyue said, a calculating smile forming at the corner of her mouth. His current stubbornness may very well be an extreme form of self-protection, a way to vent his inner dissatisfaction. He does not truly wish to ruin the Marquis residence, he simply wants us to see his pain, to know that he has his own temper. Third sister, are you saying he's acting? Zhang Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. You could say that. Zhang Qingyue looked at Jiang Luohan, her eyes filled with meaning, especially because of sister Luohan. We all know how deeply Zhang Yu feels for sister Luohan. To watch his beloved woman marry his own brother is a blow that could drive him mad. Everything he does now, refusing to help, watching coldly, is a show of force toward sister Luohan, telling her, if you leave me you will regret it. Jiang Luohan's previously restless mood changed instantly after hearing this. An indescribable sense of vanity and satisfaction began to spread within her like a toxic weed. So, is that how it is? Zhang Yu loves me so much that he cannot accept losing me, which has led him to become so extreme. Everything he does is to catch my attention to make me regret. This thought transformed Jiang Luohan's resentment towards Zhang Yu into a sense of superiority, as if she were in control of everything. She knew that Zhang Yu, this devoted fool, could never truly let go of her. His previous indifference was merely a clumsy tactic of feigned indifference. Qingyu's analysis is spot on. Jiang Luohan slightly raised her chin, regaining her proud fairy-like demeanor, her tone laced with a hint of pity and disdain. Zhang Yu indeed has deep feelings for me. But I never expected he would resort to such self-destructive means to gain my attention. It is truly childish and pathetic. Now that we know the crux of the issue, we can find a solution. Zhang Qingyue, seeing Jiang Luohan take the bait, immediately seized the opportunity. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. Since Zhang Yu was stimulated by the engagement with Sister Luohan and Heng, we should temporarily cancel the public announcement of this engagement. Cancel? Zhang Heng's expression changed, somewhat unwilling. It's just for Zhang Yu to see, it's not a real cancellation. Zhang Qingyue reassured, then let Sister Luohan visit Zhang Yu in the prison, speak some soft words to him and inform him that the engagement is cancelled. If necessary, comfort Zhang Yu a bit. This. Jiang Luohan frowned slightly, being asked to soften her stance towards that useless Zhang Yu felt like a trampling of her pride. Sister Luohan, I know this is a grievance for you. Zhang Qingyue held Jiang Luohan's hand, earnestly persuading, but this is for the future of the Marquis residence, for that gold mine that continuously produces nourishing qi pills. As long as Zhang Yu has a change of heart, the alchemy workshop can be reopened, and at that time, how many resources do you want? Yes, Luohan, Qin Shuahua quickly chimed in, just think of it as comforting a dog just to keep him steady. Once he repairs the alchemy workshop and pays off his debts, how things go afterward will be up to you, right? Jiang Luohan's heart was moved. She craved the nourishing qi pills too much, longed for the feeling of rapid cultivation. If all it takes is a few lies and a performance to regain all of this, perhaps it is not unacceptable. Moreover, Zhang Qingyue lowered her voice, her tone slightly seductive, just think how delighted will Zhang Yu be to see you return. He used to worship you like a deity, at that time won't he be at your mercy? Whatever you want him to do, he will have to do. Isn't that feeling of having control over a man's life and death wonderful? This statement struck a chord in Jiang Luohan's heart. She not only wanted the pills but also enjoyed the feeling of being adored and in control of everything. Making Zhang Yu kneel beneath her skirt, looking at her with gratitude for the little kindness she bestowed upon him, was a great source of joy. All right, Jiang Luohan finally relented, a condescending expression of reluctant benevolence appearing on her face. For the sake of the Marquis residence and for little Heng, I shall reluctantly go and enlighten Zhang Yu. Wonderful. Zhang Wanqing immediately cheered. I knew Sister Luohan was the kindest. Luohan, I appreciate your sacrifice. Zhang Heng also breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest to assure, don't worry, I know you are doing this for the greater good. I absolutely won't be jealous. Once the alchemy workshop is restored, I will definitely bring you the best cultivation resources. MHM. Jiang Luohan replied lightly, but her mind was already calculating. She began to think about how to control her tone when she saw Zhang Yu again, so that he would be both moved to tears and not take advantage of her. There's no time to waste. Luohan should prepare to go to the prison now, Qin Shuahua said eagerly, hope rekindled in her eyes. Jiang Luohan nodded in agreement and went alone to the prison. In the carriage she tidied her makeup with a small mirror, ensuring she looked breathtakingly beautiful enough to captivate any man. A confident and disdainful smile hung at the corners of her mouth. Zhang Yu, you useless fool. For me to lower myself to comfort you is your fortune from several lifetimes. You should obediently be grateful and continue to serve me like a dog. At this moment she could almost see Zhang Ye's surprised, excited and incoherent expression when he saw her, perhaps even kneeling to thank her for coming back to her senses. At this moment the Chen Dongpeng, whom the Marquis residence was desperately seeking, returned to the capital city. He was seen sighing as he headed towards the prison, saying, this Zhou Tianqing Yan formation diagram is still too profound and need to find Zhang Ziya's brother for some guidance. The main hall of the Jing Wangfu the night before. Jing Wangshao, Jing Feng and Jing Wangfei sat solemnly in the upper seats. Below them 7 or 8 concubines and favored maids stood with their hands clasped, each holding their breath, feeling anxious in their hearts. They wondered why the prince and princess had summoned them in the dead of night. Several favored maids exchanged furtive glances and whispered, "Sister, what is the prince planning to do? Could it be that he wants to reorganize the inner court? I don't know, but this atmosphere is unsettling. Could it be that one of our sisters has done something wrong and is about to be punished publicly?" Just as everyone was speculating, Princess Xiao Fenghua, who had been standing beside Jing Wang, took a step forward. Today she wore a dark purple palace dress adorned with golden phoenix patterns, her posture tall and imposing, her gaze sweeping over the crowd of maids like a bolt of lightning. "Mother, which of these women is most favored by father? Who has the most cunning methods?" Upon hearing this, Jing Wangfei shot a displeased glance at Jing Wang. "You should ask your father, he knows best who is most favored." The maids below, hearing this, immediately grew even more anxious, lowering their heads further, secretly lamenting. Being asked who is most favored in such a setting was like being put on the hot seat. The one pointed out would undoubtedly become the target of everyone's ire, resented by the master and envied by other sisters, making life in the inner court very difficult. Jing Wang Xiao Jingfeng felt a bit embarrassed under his wife's gaze, his eyes scanning the faces of several favored maids, hesitating and feeling shy. To admit in front of his wife and daughter which concubine was most favored would only bring trouble upon himself. "Cough, Fenghua, why are you asking this?" Jing Wang attempted to change the subject. Xiao Fenghua frowned, a hint of impatience and displeasure showing on her face. "Father, what time is it and you're still beating around the bush? Do you still want to be the crown prince? If you keep dragging this out and Xiao Meyer gets ahead, you won't even have time to cry later. Whether or not you want to be emperor is not my concern, but I cannot be outdone by that wretched Xiao Meyer." Xiao Fenghua's tone was sharp, her gaze piercing, even startling Jing Wang. Since childhood she had displayed extraordinary intelligence and capability. As Jing Wang gradually became mediocre and Xiao Sheng proved to be useless, she had long become one of the actual leaders of Jing Wangfu. Her words carried great weight within the Wangfu. Jing Wang felt somewhat embarrassed by his daughter's bluntness, but hearing the term crown prince made his heart tremble and he quickly regained clarity. Indeed, now was not the time to consider face. The ancestral command stated that whoever could win over Zhang Yu first would have their father become the crown prince. This concerned the future of Jing Wangfu and his imperial ambitions. Cough. Fenghua, what do you mean by that? Father Wang is naturally considering it. Jing Wang hurriedly replied, then quickly scanned the faces of several favored maids, finally settling on a girl dressed in a pale yellow gown, looking soft and delicate. If we discuss who is best at reading people's hearts and making Father Wang feel at ease, it would be Lu Shi. He awkwardly pointed to the girl in yellow. Upon being singled out, Lu Shi's face turned pale and she quickly knelt on the ground, her voice trembling. "Please spare me, your highness, please spare me, your excellency." She thought disaster had befallen her and that she would be held accountable by the princess and the Wangfei. Other maids watched the scene, some relieved, others gleefully watching Lu Shi. However, Xiao Fenghua ignored Lu Shi's fear, her voice calm yet carrying an undeniable commanding tone. "Lu Shi. Very well. Stand up. From today onwards you will no longer serve Father Wang, your only task is to..." Xiao Fenghua paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone before finally landing on Lu Shi, saying word by word, "Teach me all your tactics for seducing men, reading their minds and winning their favor without reservation." What? Upon this declaration everyone was stunned. Jing Wangfei and the group of maids below all stared at Xiao Fenghua in disbelief, as if doubting their own hearing. Princess Fenghua wants to learn the methods of seducing men. This was simply absurd. Who didn't know that Princess Fenghua had high standards and was always indifferent to men, focusing solely on power and cultivation, known in the capital as the Ice Beauty? How could she suddenly want to learn these feminine techniques? The decree from Xiao Xian circulated only within the royal family, so others naturally did not know, hence the shock at Xiao Fenghua's decision. Lu Shi was dumbfounded, kneeling on the ground, forgetting to get up, stammering, "Your Highness." What? What did you say? I dare not. What is there to be afraid of? Xiao Fenghua raised an eyebrow, her tone turning cold. "This is an order, not a negotiation." Jing Wangfei remained relatively calm, knowing her daughter was not one to speak recklessly, quietly waiting for her explanation. Xiao Fenghua turned to Jing Wangfei, her expression returning to calm and composure as she slowly explained, "Mother, you may not know, but there is a decree from our ancestor Xiao Xian. Whoever can win over Zhang Yu first, their father will become the crown prince. Mother and father both know what kind of person Xiao Meyer is. She is naturally charming and excels in these seductive methods. If I want to compete with her for Zhang Yu, I cannot maintain the demeanor of a princess as before. Zhang Yu is mysterious and immensely powerful. A forceful approach won't work. I can only rely on strategy. The best weapons against men are often not power or authority but the tender embrace. I may not understand these things, but that's fine, I can learn. Moreover, I believe that there is no method in this world that a daughter cannot master. Xiao Fenghua was confident in her ability to learn. She was indeed terrifyingly capable. Jing Wangfei understood the situation and proactively said, "Isn't it just attracting men? Mother can teach you, why rely on others?" Pfft. Jing Wang spat out a mouthful of tea, looking at Xiao Fenghua and saying, "Daughter, you must not learn from your mother, otherwise you are bound to lose." Xiao Jingfen, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Jing Wangfei's temper flared. Xiao Fenghua ignored the quarrel between the two and turned her gaze back to Lu Shi. "Lu Shi, you are the most favored concubine of Father Wang. To make Father Wang obey you, you must possess exceptional skills. Bring out all your abilities and teach me. If you can help me win over Zhang Yu and help Father Wang ascend to the position of Crown Prince, then you shall be the great benefactor of Jing Wangfu. In the future you will enjoy boundless glory and wealth. Moreover, I can take charge and elevate you to the position of a side consort." Lu Shi was taken aback at first, but her eyes soon sparked with unprecedented excitement. A side consort. That was a position she had long dreamed of. Furthermore, if Jing Wang truly became the crown prince, she would be the future empress. The immense temptation instantly dispelled her fear and doubts. She quickly bowed her head, her voice filled with excitement and determination. "I will do my utmost to teach you everything I know, and I will not disappoint your highness' expectations." The other maids watched Lu Shi, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy, but more so a sense of absurdity. Who would have thought that the tactics of these seductresses vying for favor in the inner court would one day be used by the lofty Princess Fenghua to contend for power in the world? Jing Wang watched this scene with a complicated expression. On one hand, he felt gratified by his daughter's decisiveness and willingness to lower herself for the greater good. On the other hand, seeing his most favored concubine teaching his daughter how to seduce men felt somewhat uncomfortable. But he knew this was the best approach for now. Xiao Meyer was indeed a formidable rival. If Fenghua wanted to win, she had to find another way. "Fenghua, I apologize for putting you in this position," Jing Wang sighed. "Apologize?" Xiao Fenghua scoffed, her gaze resolute. "To subordinate myself to Zhang Yu cannot be considered a grievance." She had always been so calm, rationally judging the gains and losses of matters. "All right, everyone disperse. Lu Shi, stay behind." Xiao Fenghua waved her hand, dismissing the other maids. Once everyone had left, only Xiao Fenghua, Jing Wang, Wangfei and Lu Shi remained in the hall. Xiao Fenghua approached Lu Shi, looking down at her with an expression that regained its usual coldness but added a hint of undeniable authority. "Lu Shi, let's begin. Tell me, how can I make a man fall deeply in love with you, completely at your service? Remember, what I want is not shallow seduction but methods that strike at the heart." Lu Shi took a deep breath, calming her excited heart. She raised her head, revealing a smile that made Jing Wang long for her and appeared pitiful. "Your Highness need not worry, I understand. To capture a man's heart first you must." A special training session on how to conquer men quietly commenced in the Jing Wangfu that late night. At the same time, Xiao Meyer was also working overtime. However, her research was not on seductive techniques but rather on the more advanced art of husband training. She lightly tapped the scattered documents on the table with her fingertips, her sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the words to see into the man's soul. 3 years ago, she murmured softly, her fingertip pausing on one of the records. Zhang Yu 3 years ago was merely a mediocre, timid person. 3 years later, however, he can stir up the winds and clouds of the capital. She raised her head to look at the restive Qi Wang beside her, a meaningful smile curling at her lips. "Father, do you believe in the existence of ghosts and deities? Or do you believe that a person can transform completely in a short time as if they were replaced by another?" Qi Wang was taken aback by her question and then shook his head. I only believe in power, not in ghosts and deities." "But Zhang Yu is indeed strange." "Indeed strange." Xiao Meyer picked up the top sheet of paper which recorded Zhang Yu's thrilling actions in the Ho residence, full of peril but ultimately turning the tide. Such methods, such schemes, how could they belong to the previously timid Zhang Yu? She stood up, slowly pacing in the study, her skirt flowing like clouds across the ground. That fool Xiao Fenghua thinks she can conquer such a man with deep thoughts merely with a bit of beauty. Xiao Meyer scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. She truly does not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. She paused, her expression regaining calmness but carrying an undeniable confidence. Father need not worry. No matter how talented or heroic Zhang Yu may be, I have ways to bring him under my control. The next day in the imperial prison of the capital. The once grim and deadly stronghold now exuded an air of bizarre luxury. To silence the matter, the royal family not only replaced all the guards but also cleared the prisoners, leaving only Zhang Yu, Xiao Sheng and the trembling Xiao Yun in the corner. What was even more astonishing was that overnight this place had been transformed into an extremely luxurious private club. The iron prison doors and heavy gates were all removed, replaced by intricately carved rosewood doors. The dim corridors were laid with soft Persian carpets with bright lamps embedded in the walls, illuminating the place as bright as day. Kitchens, living rooms and studies were all present, and there were even dedicated maids waiting in each prison compartment. Despite Zhang Ye's refusal, the royal family spared no expense providing the finest food and clothing, as if he were not here to serve his sentence but rather to live in seclusion like a high-ranking recluse. Zhang Yu, however, remained unfazed, reclining on a soft couch adorned with white tiger fur, holding a scroll, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding luxury and commotion. Xiao Fenghua, although already aware of this matter, felt her heart surge with shock upon witnessing the transformation of the prison into a palace. Suppressing the astonishment in her heart, she began her performance according to Aunt Liu's plan. She removed the crown that symbolized her status and power and donned an exquisitely beautiful pink dress. This outfit not only accentuated her curvaceous figure but also concealed the sharpness that once radiated from her. She abandoned her previous bold and imposing stride and instead adopted the graceful lotus step that Aunt Lu had taught her for an entire night. Her figure swayed, her steps light, deliberately controlling the sway of her waist, with each step striving to display a demeanor of a delicate willow in the wind. Though this manner of walking felt quite awkward, she persevered. It must be said that Xiao Fenghua was indeed a genius, quick to learn anything. In just one night she comprehended all that Aunt Lu had taught, and now it was time to integrate theory with practice. The crisp and slightly peculiar sound of her footsteps echoed in the vast and luxurious prison. Xiao Sheng, holding a plate of freshly peeled crystal grapes, turned instinctively at the sound, his face filled with obsequiousness, wanting to present them to Zhang Yu. Just one glance and he froze as if hit by a spell. The fruit plate fell to the ground with a crash, the sparkling grapes rolling everywhere, juice splattering. He gaped, his eyes wide as if he had seen some unbelievable monster. Elder sister. Xiao Sheng's voice turned sharp and distorted from extreme shock. What has possessed you? Or have you gone mad from practicing yesterday? Before him stood Xiao Fenghua, clad in a pink dress, moving gracefully, appearing like a delicate, helpless young woman. This was a stark contrast to the sister he remembered, who could wrestle tigers barehanded and commanded the battlefield. Faced with her brother's blatant horror and doubt, Xiao Fenghua's gentle smile froze instantly, a familiar murderous intent flashing in her eyes. That was the intimidation accumulated over many years as the legitimate daughter of the Jing Wangfu, the psychological shadow cast after countless educations by this sister. Xiao Sheng shivered, swallowing back his more audacious remarks, yet the shock on his face remained evident. Beside him Xiao Yun was also dumbfounded. If he could move he would certainly rub his eyes, questioning whether he was seeing things. After confirming that he was not mistaken, a manic grin quickly spread across Xiao Yun's face. The Jing Wangfu and the Rui Wangfu were mortal enemies, and Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Yun had clashed numerous times in the court and on the battlefield, harboring long-standing grievances. In Xiao Yun's memory this cousin had always been a dominating and imposing figure. How could she ever display such a coy demeanor, resembling a shy young girl? Ha ha ha, ha. Xiao Yun could no longer contain himself, erupting into a fit of hysterical laughter. Xiao Fenghua, what are you trying to do? Are you going to eat someone? Xiao Yun laughed so hard he nearly fell over, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Faced with her brother's terror and her enemy's mockery, Xiao Fenghua's gentle smile froze once again, a familiar murderous intent flashing in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She took a deep breath and forced out a smile she considered gentle and charming. Her gaze passed over the stunned Xiao Sheng and the laughing Xiao Yun, directly locking onto the calm figure of the man on the couch, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu raised his head, his gaze landing on the pink-clad figure at the door, momentarily stunned. This was not due to being awed but simply because he did not recognize her. The last time they met, this legitimate daughter of the Jing Wangfu was dressed in resplendent attire exuding grace and poise. At that time she was like a sword drawn from its sheath, fierce and imposing, as if she wanted to punish him on the spot. But the person before him now, wearing a dress that was completely at odds with her temperament, swaying as she walked as if she might fall at any moment, her expression rigid as if she were wearing a mask. This contrast was too great, so great that he almost thought he was seeing things. However, one thing remained the same at this moment: Xiao Fenghua also wished to punish him on the spot. "Princess." Zhang Yu tentatively called out, his brow slightly furrowed, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty and an indescribable strangeness. "Your attire today." He paused, his gaze sweeping over her, seemingly struggling to reconcile this strange woman with the dignified noble princess from his memory. Ultimately he could only helplessly comment, "It is quite unique." His tone was neutral, lacking Xiao Xing's terror and Xiao Yun's mockery. Xiao Fenghua is ultimately the legitimate daughter of the Jing Wang Fu, known as the Rouge Tiger, who can compete with men in both the court and on the battlefield, her tenacity far exceeding what ordinary people can imagine. She ignored the strange gazes from Xiao Yun and Xiao Xing, not even pausing for a second on Xiao Xing's twisted suppressed laughter, and directly looked at Zhang Yu on the soft couch. "Young Master Zhang." Xiao Fenghua's voice returned to its usual coldness. "Fenghua is here today not solely for official business." She spoke sincerely. "Yesterday, my two useless younger brothers Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun offended you here, young master." Upon hearing this, Xiao Sheng pointed to his own nose, his face full of disbelief. "What does this have to do with me?" It was clearly Xiao Yun who stirred up trouble yesterday. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, reacted calmly as he heard Xiao Xian's warning in his ear, forbidding him from speaking further, let alone laughing out loud. Xiao Fenghua ignored the two of them and continued, "Especially Xiao Sheng, who has been spoiled by me, acts recklessly and speaks without restraint. As for Xiao Yun, they are both my younger brother and cousin. When they make mistakes, it reflects my lack of discipline as their sister." Xiao Fenghua looked back at Zhang Yu, trying to squeeze out a hint of guilt on her face, but it came off a bit stiff. Thus Fenghua specifically came today to apologize on their behalf to young Master Zhang. "I hope young Master Zhang can be magnanimous and not hold it against them." This statement sounded grand, skillfully packaging the motive of the seduction as apologizing for her brothers. Zhang Yu leaned back on the soft couch, looking at her with a half-smile. "The princess is indeed like an elder sister with good intentions. However, I see your younger brother Xiao Sheng is adapting quite well here." Xiao Sheng nodded vigorously beside him, indicating that he was indeed very much at ease, even enjoying himself. Xiao Fenghua's lips twitched slightly as she ignored Xiao Sheng's hint. She took a deep breath, deciding to execute the next step taught by Aunt Lu, demonstrating shyness and fragility. She slightly turned her body, avoiding Zhang Yi's overly sharp gaze, raised a hand and pretended to casually tuck a few strands of hair behind her ear. This action was meticulously taught by Aunt Lu, said to showcase the elegant curve of a woman's neck and a kind of alluring charm that hints at unspoken words. However, due to the overly deliberate nature of the action and her intense inner anxiety, this tucking hair gesture looked more like swatting flies. "Young Master Zhang is joking." She tried hard to make her voice sound softer. "Xiao Sheng is just an immature child, and as his sister I am often exasperated by him wanting to cry from the frustration." Saying this, she secretly lifted her eyelids and quickly glanced at Zhang Yu. Then, like a startled deer, she swiftly lowered her head again, her face flushed with, well, it looked more like embarrassment and suppressed anger. "Pft, cough cough cough." Xiao Sheng beside her could no longer contain himself, letting out a series of violent coughs, his entire face turning crimson. He covered his mouth tightly, his shoulders shaking wildly like a goose having a seizure. His usual fierce sister, who could lift him with one hand and toss him 10 meters away, was actually pretending to be fragile. This was 1,000 times more shocking than witnessing the sun rise from the west. Xiao Sheng felt like he was about to go insane with laughter, but every time he met Xiao Fenghua's sharp gaze, the laughter that was about to burst forth was stifled into silent convulsions. For the sake of his life, he could only desperately pinch his thigh, using the sharp pain to maintain his sanity, his facial expression twisted like an abstract sculpture. Xiao Yun was also on the verge of breaking, exchanging glances with Xiao Sheng, both of them looking up at the sky. This pair of unfortunate brothers could not dare to look at Xiao Fenghua again, fearing they would burst into laughter. Zhang Yu was indeed unfamiliar with Xiao Fenghua and assumed she was naturally like this, not thinking much of it. The princess is too modest. Zhang Yu decided to go along with her words. "I get along with your younger brother quite well. There's really no need for apologies." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fenghua felt a secret joy, thinking her performance had worked and that Zhang Yu had developed a good impression of her. She remembered Aunt Lu saying that men like to be admired and relied upon, and decided to add fuel to the fire. She stepped forward half a step, slightly raised her head, her voice becoming even finer. Young Master Zhang is magnanimous. Fenghua is deeply grateful. In truth, Fenghua has always greatly admired your talent and demeanor. To remain calm in such a situation is beyond the reach of ordinary people. As she spoke, she mentally criticized Aunt Liu's cheesy lines, and the flush on her face deepened, making her appear genuinely sincere. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun watched from the side, feeling nauseous, burying their faces in their sleeves, their bodies shaking like sieves. Zhang Yu looked at the woman in front of him, trying hard to appear shy and admiring. Finally unable to hold back, he chuckled lightly. Haha, the princess is overpraising me. He shook his head, a hint of amusement in his tone. I am merely a prisoner and do not deserve the princess' admiration. However, the princess today seems quite different from the decisive figure rumored in stories. Xiao Fenghua's heart tightened, fearing he had seen through her act. She quickly lowered her head and spoke softly. The rumors are often exaggerated. Fenghua is actually just an ordinary woman. Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng cried out in their hearts. There is no exaggeration. The rumors are definitely not exaggerated. Ordinary woman. Zhang Yu repeated the phrase with significant meaning, his gaze sweeping over her tightly clenched fists due to nervousness, and then glanced at Xiao Sheng, who was almost laughing to the point of tears, suddenly realizing he chose not to expose her, finding this act increasingly entertaining. Since the princess is here to apologize, then I shall graciously accept this intention. Zhang Yu lazily leaned back against the soft couch, waving his hand. If there is nothing else, the princess may take her leave. This dungeon, although you have turned it into a temporary palace, is ultimately not a place for someone like you, a normal woman, to linger. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fenghua felt a sense of relief, yet also some disappointment. Relieved that this awkward performance could finally come to an end, disappointed that all this fuss seemed to have achieved no substantial progress. But she knew that haste makes waste. Being able to get acquainted today and eliminate some hostility was already quite good. Then, Fenghua shall not disturb young master's peace any longer. She once again curtsied in a shy manner, raising her foot to leave, as she could hardly keep up the act any longer. Just then a sound of footsteps approached. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun looked up, both stunned once again. Xiao Fenghua frowned upon seeing the newcomer, who was none other than her fellow princess Xiao Meyer. In the flickering light and shadow, the tall figure of Xiao Meyer slowly stepped in. Dressed in a form-fitting jet-black outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she exuded an air of competence and sharpness. Her inky black hair was not arranged in a complex hairstyle, but was simply tied back high with a simple black ribbon cascading cleanly and neatly down her back. The corners of her mouth were tightly pressed, her expression cold and proud, resembling a drawn blade that radiated a sharp aura that kept others at bay. This was a stark contrast to the impression people had of Xiao Meyer, who was known for her charming smiles and bold attire. Almost as if captivating souls was etched on her forehead, she seemed like a completely different person. If Xiao Fenghua's recent transformation was shocking, then Xiao Meyer's transformation at this moment was utterly revolutionary. Xiao Fenghua, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun stood frozen in place as if they had been cast under a spell, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng exchanged bewildered glances, both seeing the same confusion and terror reflected in each other's eyes. Xiao Yun appeared entirely lost. This is my cousin, who used to twist her waist with every few steps and spoke in a voice so sweet it could drown. Has she been possessed, or is she under the influence of some righteous heroine? Xiao Sheng was equally speechless. Crazy, they've all gone crazy. My sister wears a pink dress to look young, while Meyer dresses in black to look cool. Is today role reversal day in the capital? This world is too insane. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had heard a bit about this princess from the Qi King's residence, rumored to be a charming and seductive figure, but the one before him looked more like a cold-faced female assassin or a stern female general. Xiao Meyer took in everyone's reactions, a cold smile forming in her heart, yet her face remained aloof and distant. She had stayed up all night researching all of Zhang Ye's information, particularly the 3 years during which he had madly worshipped Jiang Luohan. She keenly observed that Jiang Luohan was proud and had always treated Zhang Yu coldly, almost like ice. Yet Zhang Yu was completely devoted to the icy Jiang Luohan, relishing his unrequited love. This led her to a bold conclusion. Zhang Yu might have a peculiar fetish. He likes women who are indifferent and cold towards him. Thus she decisively abandoned her usual charms and crafted a new persona for herself as proud and aloof, radiating sharpness. Of course she had prepared for both scenarios. If Zhang Yu did not respond favorably, she could switch back to her charming demeanor or find another way in. After all, her skills were not something a rookie like Xiao Fenghua who could only awkwardly pose could compare to. Xiao Meier cast a casual glance over the still immobilized Xiao Fenghua and the others as if they were mere air and confidently walked up to Zhang Yu. Unlike Xiao Fenghua, who acted shy and pretentious, she simply cupped her fist slightly and said coolly, "I am Xiao Meier, the cousin of these two useless fellows." She pointed to the corner where Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng stood looking bewildered, her tone flat as if she were discussing two unrelated people. "I heard they were rude to young Master Zhang yesterday, behaving inappropriately and lacking royal decorum." She continued, "I have come today to apologize on their behalf." Xiao Yun. Xiao Sheng. The two exchanged glances, seeing mutual helplessness and eye-rolling in each other's eyes. "Again. Using us as an excuse again. You two women, if you want to find Zhang Yu, can't you come up with a fresher reason? Who have we offended? One says we are ignorant children and the other claims we offended the young master, so we are merely your tools for flirting." Zhang Yu watched this scene feeling somewhat bewildered. He put down the book, glanced between Xiao Meier and the two scapegoats and said helplessly, "Princess, you are being too polite. Your brother has not committed any heinous act. There is no need for your royal family to apologize in turn." He simply could not understand why these two were acting so dramatically, one serving tea and being overly attentive while the other lay in the corner playing dead. What exactly had they offended him with? Why do they keep apologizing in shifts? But Xiao Meier looked serious, her expression stern as she said, "Young Master Zhang's magnanimity is their fortune. But wrong is wrong. As their elder sister, it is my responsibility to guide them. This apology is necessary." Her voice was cold and her demeanor was solemn, matching her outfit, giving her an air of impartiality and strict family principles. Listening to her grandiose and serious nonsense, Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng felt goosebumps all over and their stomachs churn. "Meier. Is this your persona? When have you ever guided us? When have you ever cared about royal decorum? You used to hate these formalities the most and believed in living in the moment. Stop pretending. Keep pretending." Xiao Yun suppressed the urge to retort, burying her face lower, afraid that if she couldn't help but laugh it would ruin her cousin's grand scheme. Zhang Yu looked at the cold and proud princess before him, feeling that her reasoning was somewhat forced, yet he believed in not striking a smiling face, especially given her proper demeanor. "In that case I accept your apology." Zhang Yu nodded, accepting the apology. Seeing the first step of establishing her persona and closing the distance succeed, Xiao Meier felt a secret joy, though her face remained expressionless and cool. Her gaze swept across the luxurious prison and she said in a calm tone, "Though this place has been renovated, it is still a cage. I apologize to young Master Zhang for the discomfort. If young master has any needs, please feel free to mention them. If the Qi King's residence will do its utmost to accommodate." Her attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, expressing concern while avoiding excessive flattery, perfectly fitting her current aloof persona. Xiao Fenghua, unwilling to be outdone although angry inside, could discern right from wrong in big matters. She did not undermine Xiao Meier, just as Xiao Meier had tacitly avoided mentioning her embarrassing pink dress. She took a deep breath, stepped forward and stated solemnly, "Young Master Zhang, my Jing Wang residence is also willing to assist. If you need anything, please feel free to ask." However, in this round Xiao Fenghua clearly fell behind. Her declaration seemed rushed and passive, as if merely to avoid being outdone by Xiao Meier, lacking the calmness of someone strategizing. Xiao Meier glanced at Xiao Fenghua from the corner of her eye, a barely noticeable cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Competing with me? You Xiao Fenghua are still too inexperienced. Thank you for your kind intentions, both princesses," Zhang Yu said calmly. "As for assistance, I do not currently need it." Xiao Meier would not easily give up. After all, before traveling to this world, Zhang Yu was just a student, intelligent but emotionally lacking. Since arriving, he had been busy with system tasks, and his few comebacks were all thanks to the system's advantages. His personal abilities and mentality were merely average. Xiao Meier, adept and perceptive, quickly closed the gap with Zhang Yu. She and Zhang Yu discussed the court's dynamics, border conflicts and economic livelihood, as well as martial arts cultivation. She referenced classic texts with unique insight, sometimes challenging Zhang Yu and at other times reaching a harmonious consensus. The two engaged in lively conversation, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of long-lost friends or rivaling partners who admired each other. Moreover, she adjusted her persona based on Zhang Ye's reactions, making it easier to align herself with his rhythm. Currently her persona had evolved from an initial cold elegance to a more bold demeanor. Standing nearby, Xiao Fenghua attempted to interject several times but found herself at a disadvantage, having lost the initial opportunity. Frustrated and angry, she could only clench her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Seeing the opportune moment, Xiao Meier felt a surge of inspiration and decided to add fuel to the fire. Talking with young Master Zhang today is worth more than a decade of study. Xiao Meier boldly declared such a wonderful occasion should not be without wine. Servants, prepare the feast. With her command, attendants from the Qi King's residence who had been waiting outside swiftly entered and set up a splendid banquet in the hall. Young Master Zhang, please. Xiao Meier personally filled a cup for Zhang Yu, then raised her own glass, gazing at him intently. Zhang Yu met her earnest and admiring gaze, pondered for a moment and raised his own glass, saying, "Princess, please." The two clinked glasses and began to drink heartily. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew even more amicable. With the influence of alcohol, Xiao Meier became bolder and more natural in her movements. She seized the opportunity to serve Zhang Yu food and pour him wine, her fingers accidentally brushing against the back of his hand or lightly grazing his arm. With each subtle physical contact, she carefully observed Zhang Yu's reaction. To her delight, Zhang Yu appeared somewhat uneasy with these seemingly accidental touches. Unlike those seasoned playboys who would take advantage of the situation or the hypocritical gentleman who would scold her, he instead awkwardly and subtly flinched away. Though his movement was minimal and restrained, Xiao Meier was perceptive enough to catch this detail immediately. A bold thought struck her like lightning, causing her heart to race and nearly bring her to tears of joy. Could it be? Zhang Yu is still a pure-hearted young man, untouched by worldly affairs. This discovery thrilled her more than finding a gold mine. Because a pure-hearted young man is the easiest to manipulate. With Xiao Meier's skills and intellect, dealing with an innocent youth would be a mere child's play. Xiao Meier held a wine glass, her peach blossom eyes examining Zhang Yu with a smile that was both teasing and coy. As she poured the wine, her fingertip accidentally brushed against the back of Zhang Yu's hand. The warm sensation made Zhang Yu retract his hand as if he had been scalded, and a suspicious blush crept up his ears. "Ha!" Xiao Meier couldn't help but chuckle, her voice as clear as silver bells yet laced with playful mischief. "I guessed right. I truly guessed right. The peerless talent before me, one who could confound the royal ancestors and manipulate the prison formation with a mind as cunning as a demon, turned out to be so innocent in matters of love." Zhang Yu felt somewhat uneasy under her laughter, cleared his throat and took a sip from his wine glass to cover his embarrassment, his gaze wavering as he dared not meet her eyes. Before his transmigration, he was a typical Shuten University student, spending his days either playing games or scrolling through his phone. He had never even held a girl's hand, let alone been in a romantic relationship. After his transmigration, he struggled to survive amidst the intrigues of the Marquis residence, with neither the opportunity nor the inclination to interact with the opposite sex. Although Jiang Luohan was nominally his fiancée, she treated him with disdain and only sought to use him, never granting him even the slightest chance for closeness. Deep down, he was still that naive and foolish university student, utterly inexperienced in matters of the heart. Seeing him awkwardly evade while trying to feign calm, a sense of achievement surged within Xiao Meier, stronger than when she first successfully ensnared a high-ranking official with her charm. This was Zhang Yu. A powerful figure feared even by masters. A prodigy capable of standing against the entire royal family. Yet at this moment he appeared before her, a veteran in the art of love, like a novice, nervous, awkward and utterly lost. This stark contrast filled Xiao Meier with an unprecedented thrill and pleasure. "Young Master Zhang," she said, setting down her wine glass and leaning slightly forward, "are you afraid of me?" "Afraid?" Zhang Yu instinctively retorted, his voice stiff and unnatural. "Why would I be afraid of you, princess?" "Not afraid." Xiao Meier chuckled lightly, extending her delicate finger to gently poke the back of Zhang Yu's hand, which had just retreated. "Then why, the moment I approached, do you seem so tense?" At that moment she had fully donned her seductive persona. Teasing an innocent youth was the best role to play. Zhang Yu felt a jolt as her fingertip touched him, his arm trembling slightly. He instinctively wanted to pull his hand back, but Xiao Meier locked his gaze with her own, rendering him immobile. He felt his cheeks growing hot, silently cursing his own ineptitude, yet his boda's instinctive reactions were beyond his control. "I am just not used to being so close to others." Zhang Yu forced himself to calm down, striving to make his voice sound steady, but the faint blush on his ears betrayed him. "Oh. Is it that you're not used to being close to everyone, or?" Just not used to being close to me. Xiao Meier pressed on her tone laced with mock grievance, yet the laughter in her eyes grew stronger. She discovered that teasing this emotionally inexperienced young man was far more entertaining than playing with those self-proclaimed charming young masters. Those men were like flies drawn to blood at the sight of her, only causing her disgust and weariness. But Zhang Yu with power that was terrifying had a heart as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Every touch, every probe left clear and intriguing marks on him. No. Zhang Yu was somewhat at a loss. Seeing that she had pressed enough, Xiao Meier decided to relent. She straightened up, lifted her wine glass and resumed her aloof and cold demeanor. It was as if the previous assertive and flirtatious woman was merely a figment of Zhang Yu's imagination. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, yet his vigilance towards Xiao Meier intensified. This woman was terrifying. Not only was she meticulous and skilled, but she was also a master at playing with people's hearts. She could seamlessly switch between being a cold ally and a seductive enchantress, leaving one utterly defenseless. Yet he had to admit that conversing with her ignited sparks of thought. Moreover, this novel experience of being teased and tested by someone, while it made him feel awkward, was not entirely unpleasant. Zhang Yu shook his head, casting aside these distracting thoughts and refocusing. Meanwhile, Xiao Fenghua, who had been completely ignored, watched the two of them laughing and flirting, her face darkening with a dreadful expression. Her tightly clenched fists dug her nails deep into her palms, drawing blood, yet she was oblivious to it. She had lost. Lost utterly. In terms of schemes, tactics and understanding of men, she was no match for Xiao Meier at all. A profound sense of helplessness and inexplicable bitterness gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. She glared at Zhang Yu, the man who made her feel defeated and humiliated, then turned her gaze to Xiao Meier, the woman who drove her to madness with jealousy. I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose, she screamed frantically, in her heart a flicker of madness and determination flashing in her eyes. She remembered what Aunt Lu had said: to win a man's heart one must first grasp his vital essence. Men are creatures who think with their lower bodies. She cast a cold glance at the servants surrounding them, as well as Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun, who were watching from the corner. A single look, no need for words. The servants and attendants who had been standing silently by immediately withdrew from the grand hall without a sound. In the blink of an eye, the spacious hall was left with only Zhang Yu, Xiao Meier, Xiao Fenghua and the cornered Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun. Xiao Meier felt alarm bells ringing in her heart. She didn't know what Xiao Fenghua was planning, but this clearing of the space was certainly not simple. Sister Fenghua, what do you mean by this? Xiao Meier stood up, the smile on her face vanished, her gaze sharpening. Xiao Fenghua still did not look at Xiao Meier, her eyes fixed firmly on Zhang Yu, as she said in a deep voice, Young Master Zhang, the conversation we are about to have involves some private matters. Those unrelated, should they not step away? As she spoke, her gaze pointedly swept toward Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun in the corner. This request was exceedingly abrupt, even bordering on rude. Princess, Zhang Yu's voice grew a bit colder. Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun's presence here does not seem to hinder our conversation. Young Master Zhang, Xiao Fenghua maintained her unwavering gaze on him, this matter is very important and relates to your lineage. Zhang Yu's heart stirred. He had his own network of information and knew a bit about his bloodline. However, due to the passage of time, he wasn't entirely clear on the specifics, so he silently nodded. He raised his hand to release the restrictions on Xiao Yun, then glanced at Xiao Meier and Xiao Sheng, signaling them to leave first. Seeing Zhang Yu agree, Xiao Fenghua felt a silent sigh of relief as she also closed the image jade tablet monitoring this area. After completing all this, she quietly reached into her bosom where the last trump card given to her by Aunt Lu lay. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, released from the restrictions, immediately ran out joyfully to stretch her limbs, followed closely by the puzzled Xiao Sheng. Though Xiao Meier was dissatisfied, she could not openly refute Zhang Yu, so she stood up and began to walk out. As she passed by Xiao Fenghua, she noticed her reaching into her bosom and teasingly asked, Sister, what good stuff do you have hidden there? Xiao Fenghua hurriedly dodged, but due to her nervousness she accidentally shattered the porcelain bottle containing the enchanting liquid. As the bottle broke, the liquid instantly vaporized, filling the noses of Zhang Yu and the others. This mesmerizing potion is no ordinary substance. It was crafted at great expense by Xiao Fenghua, who enlisted the help of a reclusive senior alchemist, using the saliva of the 7th-tier demon beast the Hahuan Jiao as the main ingredient, supplemented with dozens of rare spiritual materials. It is not an ordinary drug, it is colorless and tasteless with no antidote. Its effects are incredibly domineering, specifically targeting the vital energy of martial artists. Once inhaled, even innate martial artists find it hard to resist. Zhang Yu, Xiao Meier and Xiao Fenghua inhaled this deadly allure that permeated the air almost simultaneously within the enclosed quiet room. Xiao Meier was originally sneering, ready to enjoy Xiao Fenghua's misfortune, but suddenly felt an indescribable heat surge within her, enveloping her entire body in an instant. Her legs went weak and her once clear eyes were instantly clouded with a layer of mist, becoming enchanting and alluring. Xiao Fenghua. You shameless wretch. Xiao Meier quickly reacted, biting down hard on her red lips, trying to use the pain to keep herself awake. Her beautiful eyes were filled with indignation and murderous intent. You usually pretend to be dignified and noble, yet you actually resort to such despicable means. She wanted to escape, not wishing to submit to Zhang Yu for the time being. She understood that the easier something is to obtain, the less the man will cherish it. She attempted to circulate her inner energy, trying to expel this wicked fire from her body. However, the drug's potency clung to her like an unshakable curse, directly triggering the Buddhist instincts. The more she tried to circulate her energy, the more violently the drug reacted. Zhang Ye's situation was equally dire. He tried to channel the pure inner energy within him, but found that his energy was utterly ineffective against this drug that targeted the essence of life, only making his body burn hotter and more unbearable, as if adding fuel to the fire. Damn it! Zhang Yu cursed under his breath, his eyes quickly filled with bloodshot veins as his breathing grew heavy. No. It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Fenghua was also panicking. She looked at the jade vial in her hand, which was now half empty, her face turning pale. She only intended to drug Zhang Yu, but never thought of dragging Xiao Meier into this. Xiao Fenghua wanted to retreat, to escape this place that filled her with fear and shame. However, the drug's effects had taken hold and her body betrayed her will. An indescribable tingling sensation spread from her limbs, causing her legs to weaken and nearly collapse. As she looked at Zhang Ye's aggressive gaze, a hint of anticipation and desire unexpectedly arose in her heart. This contradictory feeling nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. No. It can't be like this. Xiao Meier held on to her last shred of rationality, trying to distance herself from Zhang Yu. She would rather die than lose her purity in this state of confusion. However, in Zhang Ye's eyes her actions appeared to be a tempting invitation. Xiao Meier exclaimed, suddenly pulled into Zhang Ye's embrace. Let go of me. Zhang Yu. Come to your senses. She struggled futilely, unable to break free. Meanwhile, Xiao Fenghua watched the vivid scene unfold before her, her jealousy growing like rampant weeds in her heart. No. That's mine. It's mine. She muttered, her gaze becoming blurred and frenzied. She looked at Zhang Ye's broad back and at Xiao Meier's entranced expression. A feeling of unwillingness completely consumed her. Why should it be like this? Everything was supposed to belong to her. Zhang Yu. Xiao Fenghua walked towards Zhang Yu uncontrollably, her eyes filled with desire. Zhang Yu, having never experienced such a scene in 2 lifetimes, found the blurred images from his past life suddenly materializing into an incredibly vivid reality. The suppressed desires that had been repressed for over 20 years erupted like a flood breaking through a dam at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, when the shameful sounds finally began to fade, the quiet room was left with only heavy breathing and faint sobs. On the ground lay scattered clothes and the air was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. Zhang Yu leaned against the wall, his mind in chaos. It was absurd. Too absurd. He shook his head, trying to shake off the chaotic thoughts. What a ridiculous situation. People often say that 2 together is beautiful and 3 together doubles the joy. If the subjects were a pair of sisters, then the joy would be tripled. Yet deep inside Zhang Yu, he was still an ordinary college student from the 21st century, unable to accept such a chaotic scene. At the same time, he didn't know how to face these 2 women. He silently walked out of the dismantled prison door, stood at the entrance for a long time, contemplating how to arrange things with the sister duo. Meanwhile, Xiao Meier and Xiao Fenghua had both awakened, yet neither dared to open their eyes, first unsure of how to face each other. Remembering the absurd scene from moments ago, both of them blushed and continued to pretend to be asleep. Xiao Meier felt a deep resentment. That damned Zhang Yu, who had been acting so innocent in front of me, how could a pure-hearted boy understand so many tricks? Thinking back on Zhang Ye's endless poses and tactics, Xiao Meier felt she had misjudged him. Little did she know that a 21st century otaku college student might be lacking in practical experience, but his theoretical knowledge was exceedingly rich. After all, during college, which man didn't have hundreds of gigabytes of adult content? Xiao Fenghua was the most embarrassed of them all. This unexpected event was, to put it bluntly, all her fault. Not only did she dare not face Zhang Yu, but she also couldn't face Xiao Meier. Just thinking about how proactive she had been moments ago made her wish she could die right then and there. As the three of them each contemplated their thoughts, a proud Jiang Luohan had already arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. She looked at the empty entrance devoid of any guards, feeling a bit puzzled. The dungeon is a heavily guarded place. Last time she accompanied the Zhang family here, they had to pass through several checkpoints before being allowed inside. This time, however, she saw not a single guard, which was truly perplexing. She naturally did not know that the guards had long been reassigned by the royal family, leaving only the maidservants attending to Zhang Yu. A crisp and confident sound of footsteps approached, breaking the eerie silence of the dungeon. Tap tap tap. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow, carrying an innate sense of superiority and pride. Zhang Yu frowned and looked up. At the entrance of the dungeon a graceful figure appeared. The visitor was dressed in a luxurious goose-yellow palace outfit, her figure slender with an unmistakable air of arrogance and confidence. It was Jiang Luohan. She seemed to have dressed meticulously for today, her makeup exquisite, resembling a proud peacock preparing to survey her domain. She had come to visit Zhang Yu, already having devised a plan in her heart. She wanted Zhang Yu to realize that without him she, Jiang Luohan, remained the lofty and superior daughter of heaven. She wanted to see Zhang Yu's disheveled and pitiful state in the dungeon with her own eyes, hoping to bestow a bit of kindness to make him grateful and once again become her most loyal sycophant. Jiang Luohan stood at the entrance of the prison, staring at the resplendent scene before her that resembled an underground palace, completely stunned. The everlasting lamps were embedded in the walls and the purple sandalwood carved doors. Is this really the once fearsome and dreaded prison of the Ministry of Justice? What is going on? Jiang Luohan's brows furrowed tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. Did I come to the wrong place? She instinctively took half a step back, wanting to confirm if she had indeed arrived at the wrong location. But the familiar layout and the faint unique chill of the prison in the air reminded her that this was indeed the prison. It must be that wastrel Xiao Sheng's doing. Jiang Luohan quickly concluded, a trace of disdain and disgust flashing in her eyes. Only a good-for-nothing like him who knows nothing would turn a place like the prison into such a bizarre sight. It's truly absurd. Xiao Sheng was once again taking the blame. Ever since encountering Zhang Yu, this young master seemed to have been shouldering the blame continuously, but now he had a new companion in misfortune. In Jiang Luohan's view, apart from the frivolous young master Xiao Sheng from the Jingwang mansion, no one else would do something so outrageous. She hadn't even thought of Zhang Yu. In her established perception, Zhang Yu was merely a powerless, easily bullied prisoner. How could he have the capacity to transform the prison like this? With this thought, Jiang Luohan's doubts diminished slightly, replaced by a sense of superiority. No matter how luxurious the prison was decorated, it could not hide the fact that it was a cage. And Zhang Yu, after all, was just a prisoner, a piece of trash with no hope of rising again. If it weren't for the circumstances, she wouldn't even have glanced at him. Jiang Luohan straightened her back again, regaining her proud peacock-like demeanor. She stepped gracefully onto the soft carpet, heading straight into the depths of the prison. The deeper she went, the more pronounced the sweet yet strange scent became. Jiang Luohan couldn't help but cover her nose with her embroidered handkerchief, her brows knitting even tighter. What is that smell? So unpleasant. She muttered softly, her tone filled with distaste. She was completely unaware that this unpleasant scent was the lingering aroma of the intoxicating water that could induce a state of infatuation. Although most of the drug's effect had been absorbed by Zhang Yu and the others, a faint aftertaste still lingered in the air. Soon Jiang Luohan arrived at the corridor where Zhang Yu's cell was located. From a distance she immediately spotted Zhang Yu standing beside the dismantled cell door. He appeared a bit disheveled, with scratch marks all over his face, his hair somewhat disordered, and an expression of complex fatigue on his face. His clothes were torn by Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier, and the scratches on his face were naturally the result of the work of these two sisters. Jiang Luohan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhang Yu standing awkwardly at the cell door. Aren't prisoners supposed to be locked inside their cells? Today she had encountered too many strange things. The prison had no guards, and Zhang Yu, this prisoner, was not confined within the cell. Everything felt so unusual. But when she saw Zhang Yu in ragged clothes and covered in wounds, a smug smile crept into her heart. She automatically imagined the scene of Zhang Yu being bullied and tormented in the prison, feeling utterly delighted. Those scratches to her were clearly the masterpieces of the prison guards or other prisoners. Zhang Yu, without the support of the Marquis mansion you must be having a hard time in the prison. She thought Zhang Yu had suffered greatly in the prison, feigning a tone of heartfelt admonition, so don't be too conceited, without the support of the Marquis mansion you would struggle to survive in the prison. Once Jiang Luohan was the unattainable white moonlight in the original owner's heart, a cherished love he would strive to protect. But now, seeing her high and mighty demeanor, Zhang Yu felt nothing but disgust. Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Zhang Ye's voice was flat and emotionless, as if speaking to a stranger. Jiang Luohan was taken aback by Zhang Ye's indifferent attitude. A wave of strong discomfort and anger surged within her. What kind of attitude is this? How dare he treat me this way? Has he forgotten how he used to follow me like a dog, obedient to my every whim? Now that he's locked up in the prison he dares to show me this kind of attitude. Jiang Luohan's expression darkened, her tone growing colder. Spending a few days in the prison has made you more temperamental. She habitually used the tone she had once employed to reprimand Zhang Yu, as if he were still the useless person she could easily bully and manipulate. Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, curved his lips into a faint, somewhat sarcastic smile. It's none of your business. He was currently annoyed and had no time to argue with her, directly asking, so what do you want? You. Jiang Luohan was choked by Zhang Ye's words, her face turning red as she pointed at him, trembling with rage. She never expected that Zhang Yu would dare to speak to her like this. Then she suddenly smiled, thinking Zhang Yu was throwing a tantrum over the engagement cancellation. Zhang Yu, stop messing around. She impatiently added, you're acting this way because of the cancellation of our engagement, right? Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow, wondering what kind of madness this crazy woman was indulging in. She couldn't possibly think that I still have feelings for her, could she? Zhang Yu guessed correctly. Jiang Luohan indeed believed this, consumed by her own narcissism. Jiang Luohan recalled the method discussed with Qin Xiuhua, preparing to continue to dangle Zhang Yu along, speaking arrogantly, all right, I can give you another chance to temporarily delay the engagement with Xiaoheng. But you must find Chen Dongpeng immediately and resolve the issues with the alchemy workshop for the Marquis mansion. She adopted a patronizing demeanor, as if she were granting Zhang Yu a great favor. Zhang Yu looked at this woman who was lost in her own world and felt utterly speechless. Who would be interested in your opportunity? You'd better get as far away from me as possible, or I don't want to see you again. Beside them, Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer, who were pretending to sleep, suddenly jolted awake. Jiang Luohan was Zhang Ye's white moonlight, and they feared that Zhang Yu would once again turn into a lovesick fool. They had already become involved with Zhang Yu, and if he continued to be infatuated with Jiang Luohan, continuing to fawn over her, they would truly feel utterly ashamed. Are you done? Finally Zhang Yu spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Jiang Luohan was taken aback, thinking he was feigning indifference to gain a larger promise, and said, Zhang Yu, don't push your luck. This is your last chance, you better not be ungrateful. If this matter fails I will never forgive you. I now order you to contact Chen Dongpeng immediately, and don't play those petty games of pretending to tease me, all that does is make me look down on you even more. Jiang Luohan looked down at Zhang Yu, her gaze filled with contempt, as if she had seen through all his tricks and schemes. She still believed Zhang Yu was deeply infatuated with her, and all his actions today were simply a manifestation of his temper. Oh my God! Zhang Yu felt as if his brain was being pierced by needles. He looked at the woman before him in disbelief, as if she were a monster that had escaped from a mental hospital. Does this woman have a hole in her head? How can she be so narcissistic? Is it that I haven't made myself clear enough, or is she selectively deaf? Zhang Yu looked at Jiang Luohan's smug expression, one that seemed to say, I've already seen through you, and felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Could it be that I used to fawn over her too much, causing her brain circuits to mutate? Zhang Yu was nearly going insane. In his 2 lifetimes he had never encountered someone so self-satisfied. Alright, you're impressive, your logic is invincible. Zhang Yu could only grit his teeth and say, Jiang Luohan, I'll say it again, I have severed all ties with the Ho residence. I have also broken off our engagement, so please do not disturb me again. Jiang Luohan sneered again, saying, I have also told you not to play such low-level tricks with me, it's utterly meaningless. Not only was she not intimidated by Zhang Ye's resolute words, but she also became more convinced of her judgment, believing that this was merely Zhang Yu playing a more sophisticated game of feigned indifference. The colder and more resolute he appeared, the more it proved he couldn't let go, the more he wanted to attract her attention and regret. Since you want to play. Jiang Luohan slightly lifted her chin, revealing a smile tinged with mockery and a sense of control, then I will play with you until you're satisfied. When you realize this tactic has no effect on me and you are at your wit's end, you will naturally come back to beg me. After saying that, she deliberately turned away with the utmost elegance, preparing to leave this inconsiderate man. She walked slowly, her skirt swaying gently, her waist twisting lightly. Every step seemed to be waiting for the suppressed regretful shout from Zhang Yu behind her, waiting for him to rush up like countless times before, grabbing her sleeve and humbly pleading for her forgiveness and to stay. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The expected plea and cry did not occur. There was silence behind her, only the sound of dripping water echoing from the depths of the prison, clear enough to make one uneasy. Jiang Luohan's perfect silhouette paused slightly. How could this be? He really didn't call out to me. A barely perceptible sense of panic like tiny ice spikes unexpectedly pierced her inflated confidence. Could it be? He has really given up completely. No longer kneeling and licking her boots as before. This thought caused a sudden sinking feeling in her heart. At this moment she felt a bit flustered. On the other side, Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier's expressions changed. If this was different from the information they had received, Zhang Yu didn't seem to be as subservient to Jiang Luohan as rumored. Simultaneously both felt a hint of joy, and no one wanted the man they had just been involved with to be subservient to another woman. Meanwhile, Jiang Luohan was somewhat flustered and hesitated whether to find a way out for herself. After all, she had come with a mission today and didn't want to leave just like that. Just as she was hesitating whether to soften her stance a little, a steady sound of footsteps came from the direction of the prison entrance. A figure appeared at the end of the corridor and walked toward her. Jiang Luohan instinctively looked up, and when she recognized the face of the newcomer she felt as if struck by lightning, instantly freezing in place. Chen Dongpeng. The mysterious expert that the Yangon Ho residents had been desperately searching for, capable of repairing the fire formation at the alchemy workshop, unexpectedly appeared here. In recent days Zhang Heng had been madly looking for Chen Dongpeng, drawing countless portraits, so Jiang Luohan naturally recognized him at a glance. Chen Dongpeng seemed to be holding an ancient scroll in his hands, his brow slightly furrowed, inspecting the newly arranged layout of the prison with a strange expression. He was clearly also shocked by the luxury of the prison's interior. Of course, who would decorate a prison like a royal palace? Although Zhou Dongpeng had obtained the Zhou Tian Xing Yen diagram, he could not comprehend it, so he intended to seek guidance from Zhang Yu. He had originally planned to sneak in quietly like last time, but found that there wasn't even a guard in the prison, so he simply walked in boldly. Unexpectedly he ran straight into Jiang Luohan, who was about to leave. Chen Dongpeng's gaze merely swept past Jiang Luohan indifferently, as if she were just an inconsequential passerby. His gaze directly passed over her and landed on Zhang Yu in the cell. Just as Chen Dongpeng was about to brush past Jiang Luohan and approach Zhang Yu, Jiang Luohan's chaotic heart suddenly settled. She abruptly turned around, the earlier fluster and uncertainty instantly replaced by a sense of just as I thought. She looked at Zhang Yu, a sarcastic smile tugging at her lips. Zhang Yu, you really have some skill. She pointed at Chen Dongpeng, who was looking at her in confusion, her tone firm and filled with a sense of superiority, as if she had seen through everything. Knowing I would come today, you had Chen Dongpeng brought in ahead of time. Earlier you deliberately treated me coldly, saying you had severed all ties. It turns out you were just waiting here to give me a surprise. She shook her head slightly, adopting an expression of helplessness mixed with disdain. Such small tricks are fine to use occasionally, but overusing them makes you seem childish and laughable. She was convinced that all of this was a carefully orchestrated performance by Zhang Yu to win her back and please her. First ignoring her to make her anxious, then letting her unexpectedly see Chen Dongpeng, whom she wanted to meet the most, creating a huge psychological disparity and surprise. Jiang Luohan even took half a step forward, her gaze flitting between Chen Dongpeng and Zhang Yu as if she were the one in control. For me, you really have gone to great lengths. Since that's the case, I will forgive your earlier rudeness. Zhang Yu. Chen Dongpeng. Zhang Yu looked at Jiang Luohan's smug expression as if she had seen through everything and felt a rush of blood to his head, his vision darkening. He opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for where to start with the sarcasm. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier looked disappointed. They also felt that Zhang Ye's actions were merely to surprise Jiang Luohan. At the same time they felt immense shock. Chen Dongpeng was a master of formations and Zhang Yu could summon him at will. Their understanding of Zhang Ye's terrifying abilities deepened. Meanwhile Chen Dongpeng was completely perplexed. He looked at Jiang Luohan, then at Zhang Yu, utterly confused by what this suddenly appearing woman was talking about. He had only come to seek Zhang Ye's guidance because he had hit a bottleneck while comprehending the Zhou Tian Xing Yen diagram. How had it turned into a coordinated act? The air fell into an odd silence for a moment. Only Jiang Luohan's confident smile stood out glaringly bright and absurd in the stillness. "Come with me." Jiang Luohan noticed Chen Dongpeng standing still, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her tone unmistakably impatient and commanding. She didn't even glance at Chen Dongpeng as if he were just an ordinary servant, commanding directly, "Stop dawdling, hurry and follow me back to the Ho residence to fix the fire formation at the alchemy workshop." In her eyes this old man was someone Zhang Yu had specially arranged to please her, so naturally he should listen to her and immediately attend to her most pressing matters. If she knew she was commanding a master of formations and a martial arts grandmaster, she wouldn't know what to think. Chen Dongpeng was taken aback by the sudden command, turning his head blankly toward Zhang Yu inside the cell, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. Who is this woman? How utterly devoid of decorum. Though Zhang Yu himself had no idea why Chen Dongpeng had arrived so unexpectedly, the sight of the elder's innocent puzzled gaze, paired with Jiang Luohan's haughty imperious demeanor, left him speechless. With a helpless shrug he silently mouthed a few words to Chen Dongpeng and gently tapped his own temple, a clear unspoken message: this woman is unhinged. Ignore her. Jiang Luohan however misinterpreted Chen Dongpeng's glance at Zhang Yu as deference to a master, her smug satisfaction swelling even further. Seeing the two exchange furtive glances, hesitating still, she sharpened her tone, growing increasingly sharp and dismissive. "Zhang Yu, how long will you keep up this charade? I've brought the man to you myself. The performance has gone on long enough. Hurry up and send this old man with me. Repairing the alchemy workshop cannot wait." She spoke without restraint, bluntly hurling the insult old man into the air. "Dare you?" A low icy rebuke, charged with suppressed fury, exploded like thunder across the celestial prison. Chen Dongpeng's previously calm, even bewildered expression hardened instantly, freezing over like frost upon still water. He was no patient, indulgent elder. A grand master of formation arts, and simultaneously a grand master of martial Tao, his status was nothing short of exalted. Even royal princes and dukes treated him with profound respect, addressing him reverently as Elder Chen or Senior Master. His prestige and temperament were forged, not by courtesy, but by sheer unassailable strength and sovereign standing. His earlier courtesy toward Zhang Yu stemmed solely from gratitude for the Zhou Tian Xing Yen Tu and deep-seated wariness of Zhang Yu's unfathomable depth. That did not mean, however, that any random fool could shout orders at him, or insult him with impunity. His gaze turned piercing. The aura he had kept carefully reined now erupted like a slumbering volcano breaking its seal. Boom! An overwhelming, crushing pressure surged skyward, no longer the refined subtle energy of formation manipulation but raw, domineering, terrifying martial might. The full unfiltered aura of a Grand Master flooded the entire chamber. The prison's opulent ornaments trembled faintly under its weight, yet the air thickened heavy as molten lead. Jiang Luohan struck first and hardest, felt an irresistible force slam into her chest like a sledgehammer. She couldn't even cry out, her face drained of all color, blood erupting from her lips in a violent spray. Staggering backward, she crashed hard against the icy stone wall before managing to brace herself. Grand Master. Her mind went utterly blank, only those two words echoed deafening, shaking her very soul. This elderly man was a martial Tao Grand Master. And not just any Grand Master, one whose aura ran so deep, so ancient, so terrifying in its sheer magnitude. What chilled her most, what bordered on absurdity and pure dread, was the realization that this fearsome Grand Master had just looked at Zhang Yu with quiet inquiry, and something unmistakably resembling reverence. Zhang Yu, what gave him the authority? A mere first-rank martial practitioner. A discarded scion of the Marquis's household. A prisoner confined within the celestial prison. How could he command, or even elicit such deference, from a Grand Master? Had the power behind him grown so vast that he could summon Grand Masters at will? That thought froze her blood, shattering every shred of confidence, every calculation she'd made about Zhang Yu playing along or needing her. Replacing it was bone-deep terror, and deeper, sharper regret. Meanwhile Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier, concealed within the cell and witnessing everything, were no less stunned. Indeed, their shock ran even deeper. They had known only that Chen Dongpeng was a Grand Master of formation arts, an eminent expert Zhang Yu had somehow invited to the prison. They never imagined he was also a Grand Master of martial Tao. And judging by the density of his aura and the sheer intensity of his presence, he was certainly no novice to Grand Mastery. A dual cultivation Grand Master, how rare, how formidable. His value and deterrent power dwarfed that of any single domain Grand Master. So why did such a figure obey Zhang Yu so readily? Zhang Yu's casual posture. Chen Dongpeng's instinctive deferential glance. Everything defied logic, defied comprehension. Xiao Fenghua clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with astonishment, replacing entirely the faint petty jealousy she'd felt moments earlier when Zhang Yu showed leniency toward Jiang Luohan. She realized with chilling clarity how vastly she had underestimated this man's mystery, and his terror. Xiao Meier's pupils contracted sharply, her heart hammered violently. She had spent her life analyzing, imitating, even attempting to control Zhang Yu, yet this scene lay utterly beyond her grasp, beyond any strategy she could devise. To command a dual cultivation Grand Master, just how deep was the abyss hidden behind Zhang Yu's calm facade? Her earlier mimicry of Jiang Luohan now seemed laughably childish, replaced by awe so profound it burned, and a desire to possess him, fiercer, hotter than ever before. Chen Dongpeng cast a cold, indifferent glance toward Jiang Luohan, slumped beside the wall, her face smeared with blood and raw terror, as if gazing upon a nameless, insignificant insect. He did not strike again, yet punishing a Grand Master's disrespect with such restraint was already an act of mercy. Turning away from the deranged woman, he faced Zhang Yu once more, his imposing aura receding, instantly replaced by urgency and genuine confusion. He waved the scroll of the Zhou Tian Xing Yen Tu and offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. Junior Zhang, this diagram, I have studied it for days yet remained stumped at this passage. I came specifically to seek your guidance. But no sooner had I stepped through the door, ahem, what exactly transpired here? A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Zhang Yu waved a hand dismissively, as though Jiang Luohan's insolence and Chen Dongpeng's Grand Master aura had been no more than a passing breeze brushing past his sleeve. He nodded, his gaze settling on the scroll. After a moment's thoughtful silence, he understood Chen Dongpeng's purpose. Their relationship ran deep, part mentorship, part friendship. Chen Dongpeng was fanatically devoted to formation arts, proud perhaps, but in scholarship uncompromisingly sincere and humble. Since he had come seeking instruction, Zhang Yu saw no reason to withhold it, offering insight freely and directly. His voice remained soft, his pace measured, but each sentence pierced straight to the heart of the matter, lifting layer after layer of obscurity from Chen Dongpeng's mind. His approach diverged markedly from prevailing formation theory, some might even call it heretical. Yet upon reflection it proved flawlessly coherent, breathtakingly elegant, clearly rooted in the highest, most fundamental principles of formation artistry. These insights were gifts from his system, advanced formation techniques and esoteric knowledge. At first Chen Dongpeng frowned deeply, listening with rapt attention, then as Zhang Yu continued his eyes brightened, then widened, until finally enlightenment dawned, followed by uncontainable radiant joy. Ah, I see. I see. This elder is profoundly indebted to you. This was no polite formality, it was heartfelt, soul-deep submission. A dual cultivation Grand Master bowing inwardly to a young prisoner as if to his own master, this spectacle struck the three women watching like a celestial thunderclap, shattering their senses anew. Jiang Luohan sat slumped against the wall, blood still wet at the corner of her mouth, her spirit already shattered by the Grand Master's aura, now crushed utterly beneath this new revelation. Her eyes bulged with surreal disbelief, she nearly questioned whether grievous injury had conjured a waking hallucination. Zhang Yu was teaching a Grand Master. And that terrifying Grand Master, listening enraptured, applauding, declaring himself humbly instructed. It obliterated every assumption she held. Wasn't Zhang Yu supposed to be a martial failure, good for nothing but flattering women and kowtowing to family? When had he mastered formation arts of such staggering profundity? Inside the cell, Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier stood frozen mute with awe, their beautiful eyes locked onto the pair outside, one seated, one standing, one speaking, one absorbing, both utterly absorbed in the transmission of truth. Hands pressed tightly over pounding hearts, minds whirling in chaos. They knew Zhang Yu was unfathomable, but never dreamed he possessed the authority to instruct a Grand Master. After Chen Dongpeng departed, Xiao Meier burst impulsively from the cell, rushing to stand before Zhang Yu, burning with desperate need to unravel the enigma of this mysterious man. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Xiao Meier, Jiang Luohan's heart sank, a surge of nameless rage shooting up. A disheveled woman dressed in a tattered outfit emerged from Zhang Ye's cell. Who is she? What is her relationship with Zhang Yu? Why does she look like she just got out of bed? Countless doubts and anger instantly flooded Jiang Luohan's mind. She had previously looked down on Zhang Yu, considering him a disposable stepping stone, regarding him as a waste that could be summoned and dismissed at will without a doubt. However, now that she witnessed Zhang Ye's potential and fearsome nature, she naturally did not want to give up on this mysterious man. Moreover, she had always regarded Zhang Yu as an item she could abandon but would not allow another woman to possess. Moreover, this item now exhibited an unimaginable value. Thus, upon seeing Xiao Meier rush out from Zhang Yu's cell, a strong anger surged within her, feeling that Zhang Yu had betrayed her. Indeed, in her twisted perception, it was Zhang Yu who had betrayed her. Even if she no longer wanted him, he should remain loyal to her and suffer for her throughout his life rather than here, seeking pleasure. Who is this slut? Jiang Luohan pointed at Xiao Meier, coldly gazing at Zhang Yu like a wife questioning her cheating husband. Slut your mother. Xiao Meier was not one to back down easily, and at this moment being called a slut was intolerable. Her brows furrowed, and without bothering to retort, her internal true energy instinctively surged. Her figure moved like a streak of red lightning, closing in an instant. She clenched her delicate fist, the wind from her punch howling with a fierce and violent momentum aimed directly at Jiang Luohan's face. She wanted to smash this woman's foul mouth. However, at the moment her punch was released, Xiao Meier suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Damn it, I acted impulsively. It seems I can't defeat this slut. When she previously investigated Jiang Luohan, she knew that although this woman was not very bright, her martial arts talent was considerable, having already reached the midstage of the 7th rank at a young age. Whereas Xiao Meier was merely at the late stage of the 6th rank, a full major realm apart. If it came to a heated clash, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. But having already launched her punch like an arrow released from the bow, how could she take it back? Beside them, Xiao Fenghua also felt a tightening in her heart, fully aware of Jiang Luohan's martial prowess. Seeing Xiao Meier attack in anger, she silently called it bad news, circulating her true energy, prepared to intervene at any moment. However, the next scene left everyone astonished. Bang! The clash of fists produced a dull sound of energy colliding. Xiao Meier was jolted, her arm feeling numb, the blood in her veins surging slightly, but she was not seriously harmed. The difference in martial ranks often meant a tremendous gap in strength, especially when crossing major realms. Normally a 6th rank warrior could hardly withstand a counterattack from a 7th rank warrior, and even if not spitting blood on the spot, they would not simply take a few steps back and stabilize their stance. Xiao Meier looked down at her completely undamaged fist, then carefully sensed the surging true energy within her body, feeling bewildered. What is happening? When did I break through to the 7th rank? Xiao Meier felt her mind swirling like a stormy sea, unable to comprehend this sudden miraculous leap in her cultivation. Beside her, Xiao Fenghua was equally astonished, shocked that Xiao Meier could confront the midstage Jiang Luohan Heiden without defeat, even showing signs of a breakthrough. This completely exceeded her understanding of martial arts. How astute and perceptive Xiao Meier was! After the initial shock, she quickly grasped the only possible explanation. Could it be because of him? The thought flickered, and even she found it absurd. How could matters between men and women enhance martial cultivation? Yet apart from this, there was no other reasonable explanation. She suppressed the tumultuous waves and a hint of embarrassment in her heart, her beautiful eyes flashing with brilliance as she suddenly thought of a method to verify. While entangled with Jiang Luohan, she shouted to Xiao Fenghua, who was still hiding in the cell. Xiao Fenghua, immediately focus your mind inward and carefully check your own cultivation to see if there are any abnormal changes. Xiao Fenghua was momentarily stunned by this sudden question, instinctively centering her mind and carefully probing her own energy. Upon this probe, Xiao Fenghua's eyes widened in shock, her usually fair face displaying an unprecedented expression of disbelief and horror. My true energy. She couldn't help but exclaim, her voice trembling noticeably. How can it be? So pure and overwhelming. This is impossible. She clearly sensed that her originally early stage 8th rank martial arts cultivation had now firmly stepped into the midstage of the 8th rank. Even the distance to the late stage of the 8th rank seemed to be only one step away. I actually leaped from the early stage of the 8th rank to the midstage. Xiao Fenghua suddenly raised her head, looking at Xiao Meier. Her usually calm eyes were now filled with the same shock and disbelief. This breakthrough came too abruptly, too rapidly, completely defying all the martial arts principles she had understood through years of hard work. Seeing Xiao Fenghua's reaction, the last shred of doubt in Xiao Meier's heart dissipated, replaced by deeper shock. Indeed, not only her but even Xiao Fenghua had received such a terrifying and unreasonable enhancement. This was not a coincidence, nor could it possibly be a fluke. The gazes of the two women almost simultaneously turned toward Zhang Yu. Was it him? Could it really be because of him? But how could that be? They could not comprehend how a mere encounter with Zhang Yu could lead to such inexplicable breakthroughs, and yet they advanced by leaps and bounds. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment of their astonishment, the system rewards within Zhang Yu's body had just been granted. Zhang Yu broke through the acquired shackles, reaching the midstage of the innate realm, resulting in an earth-shattering change in strength. The cultivation technique Zhang Yu practiced was the supreme divine skill bestowed by the system, emphasizing the unity of essence, energy and spirit, a dual cultivation of life and death. The innate true essence refined from it was of utmost purity, with a quality far surpassing any known techniques of the present era, serving as an extraordinary elixir for ordinary warriors. During the three women's astonishment, their vital energies intertwined, nourishing each other. This was not a conscious absorption or gifting, but rather an unconscious nourishment and assimilation of higher dimensional energy by lower dimensional energy. The inner strength cultivated by Xiao Meier and Xiao Fenghua for many years was passively purified, refined and strengthened under the washing and baptism of this pure innate energy. Like iron being repeatedly forged, impurities were removed, enhancing toughness, with quantitative changes triggering qualitative changes. The cultivation bottleneck that had troubled them for a long time naturally broke through under the impact of this overwhelming pure energy. As the two women were swept away by turbulent emotions, shocked and at a loss, immersed in the terror of their rapid cultivation increase and speculations about the cause. Jiang Luohan, seeing that there was actually another woman in Zhang Yu's cell, felt an even greater surge of anger, cursing, "Zhang Yu, you're really something, managing to bring two women into the prison. Truly impressive." Jiang Luohan shouted sharply, filled with resentment and questions, "How could you do this to me? I am your fiancé, yet you shamelessly indulge in this affair with these two dishonorable women behind my back. You are shameless and vile." Zhang Yu, who had been observing coldly, finally spoke at that moment. "Jiang Luohan, have you lost your memory?" Zhang Yu looked at her as if she were a clown. "Isn't our engagement already void? To be precise, it was torn apart by your own hands. Now how do you have the face to call yourself fiancé?" Jiang Luohan was momentarily stumped, but soon became even more agitated, spewing forth a distorted worldview. "My cancellation of the engagement with you was forced by circumstances. I had no choice. How can you debase yourself here, mingling with these two harlots?" This statement not only made Xiao Meier's eyebrows furrow, but even caused a layer of frost to appear on Xiao Fenghua's icy face. Xiao Meier laughed bitterly, looking at Jiang Luohan as if she were some incomprehensible filth. "You've become a whore yourself, yet you expect others to erect a monument for you. Zhang Yu has long severed ties with you. Him seeking 100 women has nothing to do with you." Jiang Luohan's face turned crimson from the insults. At this moment she sensed Zhang Yu's mysteriousness and terror, but she would not give up, cursing, "You two shameless bitches, fox spirits, how dare you shamelessly seduce my fiancé? You are truly despicable. Look at your lewd appearances, you must be whores coming out of some brothel." Slap. A crisp slap struck Jiang Luohan's face, interrupting her venomous curses. It was not Xiao Meier who struck, but Xiao Fenghua. She had appeared before Jiang Luohan like a ghost, so quickly that Jiang Luohan did not see her coming. At this moment she had already attained mid-level 8th grade martial arts cultivation, capable of crushing Jiang Luohan entirely. Xiao Fenghua grabbed Jiang Luohan's wrist, her icy, bone-chilling true energy instantly invading, sealing several of her acupoints, rendering her unable to move. Jiang Luohan's head was violently turned to one side, her cheek swelling visibly, with the corner of her mouth cracking and oozing blood. She widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at the coldly elegant woman before her who was so ruthless in her actions. You dare to hit me?" Jiang Luohan's voice was muffled, filled with humiliation and resentment. Xiao Fenghua's grip on her wrist did not loosen in the slightest, her voice devoid of warmth. "If I hear another word of filth, I will cut out your tongue." Her tone was flat, yet carried a chilling, murderous intent. You too." Jiang Luohan was intimidated by her aura, but deeper humiliation made her lose her reason, wanting to curse again. Slap. Slap. Two heavier slaps followed, alternating left and right. Jiang Luohan was hit until stars danced before her eyes, her cheeks swollen, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She could no longer form complete sentences, only emitting painful whimpers and shooting hateful glances. Xiao Fenghua continued to strike while subtly observing Zhang Yu from the corner of her eye. She knew that Jiang Luohan was Zhang Yu's emotional entanglement, and she wanted to see how Zhang Yu would react. If Zhang Yu were to show softness, then... Xiao Meier, watching from the side, found it refreshing and clapped, smiling. "Well hit, this filthy-mouthed thing deserves a harsh lesson. Sister, take a break, let me also have a few hits to vent my anger." She noticed that Zhang Yu seemed to have no intention of protecting Jiang Luohan, which eased her mind considerably. At this moment, however, Zhang Yu, contrary to what the two women expected, showed no sign of being moved by Jiang Luohan's plight. He had his eyes closed, brows furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, seemingly engaged in some difficult internal struggle. Within his sea of consciousness a storm was raging. His face contorted in pain, he was screaming and gritting his teeth in his heart, "Damn it, the original owner's obsession is acting up again." This obsession was not appearing for the first time. Over the past 3 years, although Zhang Yu was bound by the system, he had to please the Zhang family and the original owner's white moonlight fiancée. But his thoughts were free. He had many opportunities to secretly eliminate this family and Jiang Luohan, thus gaining his freedom. At crucial moments, whenever he wanted to act against the Zhang family and Jiang Luohan, there was always an obsession interfering with him. Thus Zhang Yu could only scheme in secret, maneuvering to block the Zhang family's means of survival. This time, witnessing Jiang Luohan being beaten, that obsession reared its head again. Especially Jiang Luohan, she is the original owner's white moonlight, a childhood sweetheart, and because she saved the original owner once, he became infatuated with her. Even now that he is dead, the obsession must still protect Jiang Luohan. Zhang Yu was so furious that his entire body trembled, feeling as if his soul were quaking. A dog liquor, truly a dog liquor, unworthy of death. Zhang Yu cursed in his heart, the remnants of sympathy for the original owner vanishing in an instant. But Zhang Yu suddenly felt something was amiss. Previously, when he was weaker, it was understandable to be influenced by a dead person's obsession. But now that he possessed such strong spiritual cultivation, why was he still affected? System, when did this damn thing become so powerful? Zhang Yu had no choice but to inquire of the omnipotent system. The system, which usually spoke little, surprisingly responded, "Your spiritual soul and the original owner's obsession share the same sea of consciousness. When distributing spiritual cultivation, it targets this body's sea of consciousness, so that damn thing now has the same spiritual cultivation as me." Zhang Yu was speechless. This situation was truly infuriating. What about in the future? When distributing spiritual cultivation, can I avoid him? Zhang Yu became somewhat anxious. If it continued like this, wouldn't he be affected by the original owner's obsession for a lifetime? The system was unconcerned. Why separate? What do you mean? Zhang Yu did not understand the system's meaning. Sigh, how should I put it? I was originally attracted by the original owner's obsession. But I was delayed due to some matters, and by the time I arrived, the original owner had already died. There was no choice. I randomly pulled someone from the countless worlds to fill in. To be precise, who was drawn in by your light. After the system's explanation, Zhang Yu became even more frustrated, realizing that he was just a fill-in. Zhang Yu scratched his head helplessly, knowing that he could not rely on the system any longer and had to find a way himself. This obsession, due to a bug in the system, had gained the same spiritual cultivation as Zhang Yu, leaving him flustered and only able to suppress it with all his might. Give me suppression. Zhang Yu roared in his sea of consciousness, wrapping, burning and suppressing all the churning remnants, obsessions, loves, pains and despairs of the original owner. You have died and your path has vanished. This body is now mine. Your loves and hates, your obsessions and delusions should also vanish with it. The two were engaged in a fierce spiritual battle deep within their souls, and for a moment there was no clear winner. There was no way. They were both taught by the same system and couldn't break the moves. Zhang Yu was engaged in a heavenly struggle with intense inner conflict, cursing the system for causing such a mess. Fortunately, this obsession only erupted when facing Jiang Luohan and the people of the Ho mansion, otherwise it would have been truly grave. Moreover, after Zhang Yu discovered that he was not of the Zhang family bloodline, the obsession had already become indifferent to the Zhang family, only retaining attachment to his birth mother Qin Shuihua and the white moonlight Jiang Luohan. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu found a way to deal with the obsession. As long as he let go of his feelings for Jiang Luohan completely, it might naturally dissipate. At this moment, outsiders observed that he occasionally furrowed his brows, his expression constantly changing, sometimes in pain, sometimes in struggle, and sometimes cold. This subtle change in expression seen by Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer made both women's hearts sink simultaneously. To them, Zhang Ye's agitated demeanor was clearly a manifestation of intense inner struggle and unbearable pain. They naturally believed that this was Zhang Yu still having lingering feelings for Jiang Luohan, unable to bear seeing her humiliated yet struggling with conflicting hatred. Xiao Fenghua's expression turned cold. The strange feelings she had towards Zhang Yu were instantly replaced by a chilling resolve. It seemed that Jiang Luohan's position in Zhang Ye's heart was far more significant than they had imagined. Keeping her alive would surely lead to endless troubles. Xiao Meier's murderous intent had also risen. As a naturally decisive and ruthless person, seeing Zhang Yu seeming to still have compassion for this venomous woman only strengthened her resolve to eliminate the danger in its cradle. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Fenghua, both seeing the same cold determination in each other's eyes. Kill her, Xiao Meier silently mouthed, her gaze sharp. Xiao Fenghua subtly nodded. Though she was not as ruthless as Xiao Meier, she understood the principle that failing to make decisive action could lead to greater chaos. Since Zhang Yu seemed not to have completely let go, then let them help him completely sever this entanglement. Both women had made up their minds, quietly preparing their lethal moves against Jiang Luohan. The icy killing intent felt like tangible ice needles piercing through Jiang Luohan's skin with a painful sting. She had never felt so acutely the weight of the word death. It hung in the depths of the eyes of the two stunning women before her. Xiao Fenghua's hand gripping her wrist was slender and fair, yet more despairing than the coldest black iron. No. Please. The pleading voice shattered, tinged with a cry. Jiang Luohan trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind. All her previous arrogance, calculations and cruelty were instantly crushed before the absolute power of death. All she wanted was to survive, even if it meant crawling like a dog to beg for mercy. Yet all she received was deeper indifference. Xiao Fenghua's fingertips tightened again and a surge of true energy erupted fiercely. Ugh! Jiang Luohan let out a short cry of pain, feeling as if her heart was gripped by an icy hand, suddenly stopping its beat. As darkness enveloped her vision, a heat that could burn through her internal organs surged from her back. Xiao Meier's hand, glowing with a strange crimson hue, was already close to the vital point on her back. The poisonous heat even scorched her clothing, curling and charring it slightly. Coldness and heat, two deadly forces, attacked from both sides while the scythe of death had already kissed her neck. It was over. Endless darkness and icy despair completely swallowed her. Her pupils dilated in extreme fear, reflecting no light, only a dead, dull gray. She had lost even the strength to utter a final sound. In that critical moment when life was about to be severed, a howl unlike that of a human, filled with chaotic and violent will, suddenly exploded in the depths of this dark prison. Before the sound faded, the ground walls and ceiling of the prison erupted with an unprecedented blinding light from the ancient and mysterious formations. The massive formation's energy exploded with an unprecedented violent force, not from an external infusion but from a sudden shift of control over the formation's core. An invisible, overwhelming barrier of formation energy precisely intervened between Jiang Luohan and the two deadly attacks. The icy true energy at Xiao Fenghua's fingertips collided with an invisible wall, instantly dissipating and rebounding, causing her fingers to tingle as she was forced to let go. Xiao Meier's expression changed slightly. Her palm, filled with sinister fire, struck into the unfathomable cold pool, and the crimson glow was extinguished with a hiss by the formation's power, causing her blood to surge, involuntarily stepping back half a pace. The space surrounding the two seemed to freeze in an instant. A suffocating force of bondage surged from all directions, firmly imprisoning them in place, unable to move. Zhang Yu. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier almost simultaneously raised their heads, their beautiful eyes flashing with surprise and anger, which ultimately transformed into a cold understanding and deep disappointment. In this prison, who else but that man could wield the power of the formation with such ease and overwhelming force? Indeed, he couldn't let go of this disaster. Once the prison formation operated at full strength, no one could resist it unless they possessed power beyond this realm. Though they were filled with reluctance at this moment, they could only be suppressed by the vast power of the formation watching helplessly. Having survived a calamity, Jiang Luohan felt as if all her bones had been drawn out, collapsing weakly to the ground, gasping greedily and awkwardly. Each breath tugged at her meridians, eroded by the cold, bringing a stinging pain. Cold sweat mixed with tears of fear smeared her face. But clearer than the pain was the terrifying energy fluctuations that filled the entire space, omnipresent. The fluctuations were domineering and brutal, filled with undeniable control. It was this force that forcibly reversed the rules at the last moment, pulling her back from the gates of death. She was still alive. This realization left her feeling drained, while a surge of indescribable emotions welled up in her heart. She struggled to turn her neck to look toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Indeed, the source of the power was Zhang Yu, but it was not Zhang Ye's hand that moved. For years the obsession lay dormant in her consciousness. If the system rewarded Zhang Yu with various godly skills which he could share, including mastery over godly formations. In a critical moment he bypassed Zhang Ye's suppression, relying on his spiritual power to control the formation, saving Jiang Luohan from the brink of death. Did Zhang Yu save me? Zhang Luohan looked puzzled. When did Zhang Yu acquire such immense power? Feeling the powerful and confused aura emanating from Zhang Yu, she was momentarily speechless. This pressure. She had only felt it from her family's ancestor who had been in seclusion for years, resembling a deity. That was the terrifying aura that only a true innate powerhouse possessed, transcending the mundane. How could this be possible? This thought exploded in her mind like thunder, shattering her soul and leaving her with no remaining glimmer of hope. Zhang Yu. The one she viewed as a waste of humble origins and mediocre talent. The one who had once obeyed her every whim, even used as a pawn that she could easily discard. How could he possibly be an innate powerhouse? An innate being in their 20s. This realization terrified her more than death itself. Across the entire Wei Kingdom, even among the 8 nations of the eastern region and in the legendary even larger Yuhua continent's 36 regions, those who entered the innate realm at such a young age were all legendary prodigies. They were destined to shake the world and stand at the pinnacle of existence. And she had actually pushed away such a once-in-a-lifetime genius capable of altering the fate of a nation as if discarding a worn shoe. And all this to cling to Zhang Heng, humiliating, betraying and plotting against him. A massive sense of absurdity gripped her throat like a cold hand. Immediately after, a deeper, more piercing fear and regret than when facing death engulfed her like a cold tide, instantly drowning her heart and nearly suffocating her. All her previous arrogance, all her self-righteousness, all her smug calculations seemed laughable in the face of this ironclad truth. She had actually, for a moment's vanity and short-sighted benefits, buried a mountain of gold which she had dug up with her own hands and even helped others to trample on him. Zhang Luohan's face turned as pale as a sheet, her lips trembling uncontrollably, her body shaking even more violently than when she faced death. She stared blankly at the direction of the terrifying energy fluctuations. Although she could not see Zhang Ye's figure, the abyss-like aura already spoke volumes. Once the owner of this aura had followed her with the most fervent and sincere gaze, offering her an unreserved heart to mold as she wished. Yet she had scoffed at it, even trampling over it with disdain. Now this aura was so powerful it made her tremble, yet cold as if encased in 1,000-year ice, unwilling to spare him another glance. The stark contrast felt like countless poisoned needles stabbing deeply into her heart. Regret. Endless regret twisted around her heart like a poisonous vine, almost crushing it. This regret stemmed not only from the fear of death being lifted, but also from seeing the greatest opportunity she might have missed in her life. An opportunity that could elevate her and her family to the pinnacle was buried by her own hands. Fear. Fear that penetrated to the bone. She feared the terrifying power Zhang Yu now possessed. Even more, she feared his attitude toward her. That cold formation power, that unhesitating action to block Xiao Fenghua and her sister. Was it truly to save her? Or was it merely to settle the score? She gazed at the shadow faintly in the center of the energy fluctuation, seemingly enduring some pain, her mind going blank. She wanted to cry, but the tears seemed frozen by extreme regret and fear, unable to flow. Only endless cold and darkness remained, swallowing her whole. What she had cast aside was not a waste that could be easily manipulated, but a dragon lurking in the depths. On the other side, Zhang Yu was utterly enraged. A mere obsession dared to steal my power. If I can't handle you, can't I still kill Zhang Luohan? You wanted to protect this wretch. I'll make her wish she were dead. In the next moment he angrily struck out, aiming a palm at the regretful Zhang Luohan. Just as Zhang Luohan was engulfed by boundless remorse and terror, her mind shattering under the strain, an even more violent and furious aura descended upon her without warning. This pressure was no longer mere control or restraint, it radiated glacial, unambiguous intent to kill. In its wake, a colossal palm strike shattered through the array's defensive barrier and surged toward her, crumpled helplessly upon the ground. Before the palm wind even reached her, its razor-sharp killing intent pierced her skin like icy needles. Zhang Yu, he truly intended to act with his own hands. Zhang Luohan's pupils contracted violently. The fleeting hope she had just nurtured vanished utterly, leaving only absolute coldness and despair. He still means to kill me, to exact vengeance with his own hands. This realization extinguished even the instinct to struggle. She could only close her eyes and await death. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Mei likewise stiffened, but then subtly relaxed. That Zhang Yu would personally eliminate this calamity was unexpected, yet it severed future peril at its root, far preferable to his inexplicable leniency, shielding her indefinitely. Yet that seemingly overwhelming palm strike mere instants before impact inexplicably lost most of its force. Once again that stubborn fixation had interfered with Zhang Yu's power. Pooh! Jiang Luohan was still struck by the residual force her body flung backward like a ragdoll slamming hard against the frigid stone wall. Her internal organs convulsed violently, she spat a gout of blood, vision swimming in blackness. Excruciating pain forced her into a fetal curl, but her consciousness remained piercingly clear. This blow had not claimed her life. He held back. Was it because he still harbored lingering affection? Or did he wish not to grant her a swift death but instead savor her slow torment? Jiang Luohan lay prostrate, coughing blood, her heart torn between shock and doubt, fear now twisted with a perverse fragile glimmer of hope. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier exchanged a glance, each recognizing the quiet certainty in the other's eyes. Indeed, Zhang Yu still harbored complex emotions toward this woman, reluctance to deliver immediate final judgment. Damnable! A low furious snarl erupted from the epicenter of the energy fluctuation, revealing his seething frustration at the fixation's interference. Then Zhang Yu's voice, glacial and commanding, resonated throughout the celestial prison. Xiao Fenghua. Xiao Meier. Drag this wretch outside, to reward the three armies. Afterward strip her bare and hang her from the city gate for public display. At these words Jiang Luohan plunged into an abyss of ice, her very blood seemed to freeze solid. Reward the three armies. Hang her from the city gate. This humiliation, this utter degradation, terrified her far more than death itself. She would rather die instantly. Zhang Yu resolved today he must subdue this fixation within him, or it would inevitably sabotage him later. Yet he altered his strategy. Instead of striking directly, he would suppress the fixation entirely and delegate the deed to others. Understood. Xiao Meier let out a silvery laugh, devoid of warmth, brimming only with the cruel playful amusement of a cat toying with its prey. In a flash she lunged forward, fingers curled into lethal talons slicing through the air toward the grievously wounded Jiang Luohan. No, please don't. Zhang Yu, for the sake of our past bond, for the sake of the life I once saved, beg you spare me this fate. Jiang Luohan shrieked, scrambling backward in terror, her blood-streaked face contorted with tears and snot as she pleaded desperately toward Zhang Yu. At that moment a voice echoed deep within Zhang Yu's mind, release her, plead with you, beg you, spare her life. If you do I will obey you utterly henceforth, never interfere again. She once saved my life, I cannot abandon her. The voice trembled with anguish and conflict, the very fixation that had long warred against Zhang Yu. So, just as he'd anticipated. Zhang Yu sneered inwardly, though his expression remained impassive. This groveling slavish fixation leapt forth the instant Jiang Luohan faced true annihilation. That was precisely the effect he sought. Moreover, Zhang Yu possessed no method yet to fully refine or purge the fixation, and dared not press it too far. Thus he interjected sharply, halt. Xiao Meier froze mid-motion, glancing at him with bafflement, and a flicker of disappointment, before obediently withdrawing her hand. Zhang Yu's gaze fell upon Jiang Luohan, crouched trembling on the floor. His eyes were fathomless, glacial, and he spoke slowly, no matter how despicable you are, you once saved my life. Today I grant you one final reprieve, to settle that debt of life. From this moment onward our ties are severed, our accounts balanced, no further obligation remains. Should you ever harbor treachery again, stir chaos anew, I shall show no mercy. Leave. Now. Xiao Meier pursed her lips, disgruntled yet aware that the karmic debt of Jiang Luohan's life-saving act was an immovable barrier. With a venomous glare cast at Jiang Luohan she retreated silently aside. Jiang Luohan, having narrowly escaped death, felt near collapse from sheer relief, yet Zhang Yu's final words, tied severed accounts balanced, stabbed her heart with fresh pain. Yet seeing that he had ultimately spared her, and invoked both her life-saving grace and their final bond, the calculating gears within her mind whirred back to life. Indeed, he still clung to sentiment. That life debt was his weakness, and layered atop decades of shared history. He must still hold some place for me in his heart. It is merely that those two vile women have clouded his judgment, and pride prevents him from admitting it. Jiang Luohan lowered her head, concealing the renewed flame of ambition blazing in her eyes. So long as he remained constrained by that past bond and that grace, she retained opportunity. With precise maneuvering, winning him back was not impossible. She struggled upright, daring not meet the frigid stares of Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier, or confront the impenetrable depth of Zhang Yu's gaze. Head bowed, she staggered unsteadily toward the prison's exit, her silhouette wretched, her thoughts already weaving intricate new schemes. After Jiang Luohan departed, Xiao Fenghua turned her gaze back to Zhang Yu, searching for answers. I swear, I loathe Jiang Luohan so deeply I yearn to kill her with my own hands. Do you believe me? Zhang Yu, unnerved by their strange scrutiny, found himself explaining involuntarily. We believe you. Almost in unison, Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meier replied. Xiao Fenghua's voice was crystalline and calm, imbued with an understanding that rendered explanation unnecessary. Xiao Meier's tone, by contrast, was honeyed and supple. If the earlier disappointment and disdain had largely dissolved, replaced by keen curiosity, and a deeper, more potent fascination. Relief washed over Zhang Yu. Dealing with intelligent people was effortless. They perceived his dilemma, asked no intrusive questions, and that was precisely what he needed. Yet before that sigh had fully left his lungs, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and Xiao Meier's lithe serpentine figure pressed against him without warning. Her upper body leaned almost entirely upon his arm, her crimson lips drew near his ear, exhaling warm, intoxicating breath that slipped directly into his ear canal. Sister helped you greatly this time, gave that full-tongued viper a thorough lesson. Her voice was velvet soft, laced with hooks. As she spoke, her warm lips grazed his earlobe, deliberately, teasingly, sending shivers of electric sensation down his spine. Tell me. She stretched the syllables, her fingertips tracing idly across his chest. Through fabric he could feel the astonishing resilience and heat beneath. Sister has done you such a great service, how exactly will you repay me? She emphasized the word repay, her eyes shimmering with unspoken promise, her allure thick and palpable. Zhang Yu had never encountered such audacious seduction. In his previous life he had been a reclusive university student. In this life his original self had been a guileless youth utterly manipulated by Jiang Luohan. Across both lifetimes his romantic experience amounted to virtually nothing. Against Jiang Luohan's artful, hypocritical white lotus facade he could remain coolly analytical. But facing Xiao Meier's raw, unfeigned, full-throttle seduction, he faltered instantly. His ears burned, a blush bloomed uncontrollably across his cheeks, his heartbeat quickened unbidden. Xiao Meier observed every reaction, her conviction deepening. She had suspected as much. Last night's intimacy combined with today's observation had revealed his nature immensely powerful, yet utterly inexperienced in matters of love and desire. At best he possessed theoretical knowledge, fundamentally he remained a bashful, flustered young man easily overwhelmed by genuine allure. This revelation settled her resolve, and ignited greater intrigue, and an ineffable secret thrill. Such a Zhang Yu, powerful yet pure, was infinitely more fascinating. A formidable yet innocent younger brother, exactly her type. Xiao Fenghua, observing Xiao Meier's conduct, barely perceptibly furrowed her brow and muttered inwardly, fox spirit. Yet inexplicably witnessing Zhang Yu's flustered, crimson-cheeked helplessness, a faint, almost imperceptible ripple stirred deep within the serene depths of her frost-cold eyes. Flustered and off-balance, Zhang Yu's voice tightened slightly as he asked, What form of repayment do you seek? Seeing his flustered yet stubborn composure, Xiao Meier's inner mirth swelled. She did not press further, instead stepping back half a pace, granting him space to breathe, yet her bewitching gaze remained locked upon him unwavering. Sister finds her current cultivation level rather unsatisfactory. She hooked a finger around his neck, drawing him closer. I wish to advance swiftly, just as we did last night in bed. To Xiao Meier emotions are intricate, but profit is straightforward. She might feel a flicker of interest, even a measure of fondness for Zhang Yu's innocent yet potent, little brother, manner, but it falls far short of true affection. What truly quickened her pulse was the fact that a single night's sleep could send one's cultivation skyrocketing, far swifter than any rare treasure or divine manual, and seemingly without consequence. This was an outrageously good bargain, the finest shortcut to cultivation in the world. She watched Zhang Yu's profile tinged with awkwardness and hesitation and laughed inwardly. This little man was terrifyingly strong, yet his face was thin-skinned. It seemed she would have to be the one to help him make up his mind. She slipped her fair jade-like arm around Zhang Yu's neck, her breath like orchids, her voice laced with a bone-soft seduction. Little brother. When I said help I meant like last night. Let us communicate properly again. She deliberately stressed the words, communicate, her fingertip grazing the nape of his neck and sending a shiver through him. You see, after last night's communication did not my cultivation rise? This time if we go a little deeper in our exchange perhaps I can break through to the mid-7th grade or even the late 7th. She exhaled warm breath heavy with an alluring scent, if the implication in her words was brazen to the extreme. Zhang Yu felt a hot tide surge to his head, his cheeks burning, his body rigid as stone, his hands and feet uncertain where to go. Seeing Zhang Yu's adorably naive embarrassment, Xiao Meyer's smile deepened and her resolve only hardened. She gave him no time to hesitate. With a slight tightening of her arm, half guiding and half leaning, she hauled the still stiff Zhang Yu toward that luxurious cell. At the doorway she paused, turned to the nearby visibly conflicted Xiao Fenghua and asked in a sweet voice, "Hey Miss Xiao, would you like to join?" She deliberately stressed the words gain cultivation, her gaze sliding with suggestive ambiguity between Zhang Yu and Xiao Fenghua. The lure of increasing one's cultivation is fatal to any martial artist. Xiao Fenghua had just experienced a leap from the early 8th grade to the mid-8th, she knew all too well how staggering such an advancement felt. Hearing Xiao Meyer's words, her heart skipped and a warm flush crept up her cheeks. Join. Like just now. Last night it had been the effect of the Mi Qing Shui potion that robbed the three of them of reason and gave rise to that absurd chaos. But now they were all sober. Snatches of last night's burning fragmented images rose unbidden in Xiao Fenghua's mind and her ears flushed crimson. She turned her face away, unable to meet Xiao Meyer's loaded look or Zhang Yu's stiff silhouette, and spat between clenched teeth, "Shameless, who would want to do that with you?" Having spoken, she seemed both afraid of wavering and eager to flee the disquieting atmosphere. In a flash she retreated to the doorway of another empty cell a little farther off, turned her back and tossed out in a clipped tone, "If you want to grow your cultivation, hurry. I'll wait at the door." She had meant to say she would leave first, but the words that escaped were strangely changed to "wait for you." Even she felt her face burn, she wished the earth would swallow her. Xiao Meyer snorted, raising her voice on purpose, feigning propriety. "Some people say no with their lips, but their bodies are far more honest." She paused for effect, a teasing, mocking tone in her voice, "And besides, don't forget who brought that Mi Qing Shui." The remark struck like an arrow, striking the most embarrassing, unmentionable spot in Xiao Fenghua's heart. Indeed, it had been her who had brought the Mi Qing Shui. Though her intention had not been what followed, the absurd chain of events that night had indeed begun with her. Had she not brought that cursed potion, how could the subsequent episodes have unfolded? Xiao Fenghua's delicate form trembled, with her back turned, her stiffness only increased and her ears burned as if they would bleed. Seeing this, Xiao Meyer arched a triumphant brow and turned away, no longer paying her any heed. With a little more force of her arm she ushered the still dazed Zhang Yu into the cell. The heavy exquisite door slowly closed behind them, cutting off inside from out. A soft thud, the door shut. From within a tempestuous clamor soon rolled forth like mountain and wave. Xiao Fenghua's body instantly stiffened as if frozen by a spell. She tried to stop her ears, but the sound seemed to find every crack and bore straight into her. The more she told herself not to listen, the clearer the noises became. Every slurred ending, every unbearable moan landed like a stone upon the lake of her heart, setting off ripples of chaotic longing. Fragments from last night invaded her mind uncontrollably, the searing heat, the entangled bodies, the muddled breath, slowly merging with the sounds now coming from inside the cell. An inexplicable fever rose from her core and spread through her limbs. Her cheeks burned alarmingly and her breath involuntarily quickened. She bit her lower lip until it hurt, fingers clutching the hem of her robe without realizing it, knuckles paling from the grip. Shameless. Absurd. She scolded herself over and over, unsure whether she was berating the reckless pair inside or the turmoil cascading through her own heart. Yet the three words, gain cultivation, murmured like a demon in her ear, refusing to be silenced. The mid-8th grade. That had been the reward she had inexplicably received last night. A single inexplicable union had equaled half a year of arduous cultivation. Such a speed of breakthrough defied all martial reasoning. And now the commotion within was so fierce and so long-lasting. What astounding secret did Zhang Yu conceal? Could he really transfer cultivation to others through such an unfathomable means? Xiao Fenghua's breathing grew more rapid, her chest heaving. Reason told her this was perverse, a crooked path, an abandonment of dignity. As the commandery princess of Jing Wangfu, how could she sink into such shameless methods to advance? If this were to spread, her name would be ruined and Jing Wangfu's honor would be sullied. Yet another voice cried out within her, the path of cultivation itself defies heaven. Before a chance like this, why cling to formality? The surge she had felt was so real, so exquisite. If she could press on. If she could break to the peak of the 8th grade, perhaps even glimpse the longed-for threshold of the 9th grade. The leap from 8th to 9th is an exceptionally daunting chasm in the martial path. Many with prodigious talent spend their lives trapped at the 8th grade peak, unable to advance a single step. Such a breakthrough demands not only vast reserves of true qi but profound insight into martial truth, exquisite control of one's meridians and qi, and a rare, almost impossible stroke of fortune. Its difficulty far surpasses the struggle from 7th to 8th, even adding the climb from 6th to 7th together. Xiao Fenghua's talent and resources were not lacking, yet to reach the 9th grade by her own painstaking effort would require at least 5, perhaps 10 years of patient polishing. And the risks were immense. A single misstep could damage the meridians and send one's cultivation regressing. Meanwhile, inside that cell, Xiao Meier seemed to be making an impossible leap merely through that method. The fluctuations of aura grew ever stronger, ever clearer. As Xiao Fenghua's inner strife reached a crescendo, her lip nearly torn by her bite, her body trembling from the effort of restraint and the strange heat, then a powerful surge of aura suddenly erupted from the cell. It was not directed at anyone, it felt like the uncontrollable spill of energy that accompanies a breakthrough. Xiao Meier had broken through to the mid-7th grade. After a while the aura swelled again, reaching the late 7th grade. The refinement and volume of that aura clearly indicated late 7th, even faintly brushing the threshold of the 7th grade peak. How could this be possible? Xiao Fenghua's cold eyes widened in disbelief, yet the normally impassive expression on her face was filled with astonishment. She remembered with absolute clarity that less than an hour ago, when confronting Jiang Luohan outside the cell, Xiao Meier had only just broken into the early 7th grade. Her aura had been stable then, it should have been impossible to break through again in such a short span of time. And yet, once. Just once. Moreover, it seemed not yet finished. Xiao Fenghua felt as if her heart had been struck by a heavy mallet. She had thought the miraculous rise of last night might have some special cause, perhaps a one-time fortune. But now Xiao Meier's actions told her, no. This was not accidental. It very likely represented a repeatable, outrageously efficient method of cultivation. And judging from the commotion, Xiao Meier's gains this time seemed even greater than the so-called accident of last night. Was it because she guided it more actively, because she was more invested? Or was it because of Zhang Yu? While Xiao Fenghua's mind reeled and her notions of martial truth were on the verge of collapse, the opulent cell door that had sealed off the boundless heat and shocking aura was pulled open from within. Xiao Meier emerged first, full of brio. What made Xiao Fenghua's pupils contract abruptly was that Xiao Meier's cultivation had surged from the early 7th grade all the way to the mid-8th, reaching the same realm as her own. Seeing Xiao Fenghua frozen at the entrance, face alight with shock, Xiao Meier's red lips lifted in a triumphant, provocative smile. She deliberately stretched her lithe form, accentuating the tempting curves and the lingering trace of something suggestive on her person. She approached Xiao Fenghua slowly, tilting her chin, her voice husky from the aftermath and brimming with unabashed display. "Well then, my dear sister. You stood there listening for so long, satisfied?" Her eyes flicked over Xiao Fenghua's slightly reddened cheeks and tightly pressed lips. Her smile grew all the more enchanting. "I told you gaining cultivation can be very fast. You see, I feel positively marvelous now, my whole body full of strength." Xiao Fenghua stared at Xiao Meier, mouth opening and closing. Her voice trembled in a way she herself had not anticipated. Your cultivation. How could it rise so quickly? In a single instance you could leap so far. She voiced the greatest doubt in her heart, the greatest shock. Earlier the three of them had only advanced a small rung from their original foundation. Yet Xiao Meier this time had virtually leapt several small ranks at once, utterly unreasonable. Hearing this, Xiao Meier laughed more coquettishly and replied in a low voice, "If once is not enough, I will simply come more times." Regardless of the process, the result of Xiao Meier's consecutive breakthroughs indeed filled Xiao Fenghua with jealousy. Xiao Fenghua, with no lack of talent or resources, would still require decades of diligent effort to achieve foundation establishment fraught with countless dangers and uncertainties. Yet before her there existed a shortcut. Xiao Meier was a living example. From mid-6th rank to mid-8th rank she nearly bridged the enormous chasm of cultivation simply by coming a few more times. What a terrifying speed! What an extraordinary opportunity! In an instant Xiao Fenghua's gaze became incredibly resolute, even carrying a sense of desperate determination. The remnants of shame and hesitation in her heart were utterly crushed by her thirst for power and fear of falling behind. She no longer looked at Xiao Meier's smug smile, suddenly turning around and striding directly towards Zhang Yu's cell. Xiao Meier couldn't help but be taken aback, instinctively asking, "Hey, where are you going?" Xiao Fenghua paused but did not turn back, coldly replying, "To cultivate." These three words were spoken firmly, without a trace of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Meier was first astonished, then burst into laughter, her voice filled with mockery and amusement. She did not expect that her usually proud and aloof, good sister, would actually be stimulated into lowering her stance and proactively delivering goods. "Oh, my dear sister, have you come to your senses?" Xiao Meier swayed her slender waist and walked to Xiao Fenghua's side, sizing up her feigned coldness which belied a flushed face. Xiao Fenghua's body stiffened, blood rushing to her face, yet she forced it down. She tightly pressed her lips together, ignoring Xiao Meier's taunt, simply stubbornly staring at the prison door as if it were the only entrance to the pinnacle of power. However, just as she took a deep breath and prepared to push open the door, Xiao Meier gently pressed down on her shoulder. "Wait, my dear sister." Xiao Meier's voice carried a hint of a strange smile as she shook her head, saying, "Today, it probably won't work out." Xiao Fenghua turned sharply, her clear eyes flashing with sharp light. "What do you mean? Why do you get to go but I can't?" She pointed at Xiao Meier, her voice slightly raised with agitation. She assumed Xiao Meier was deliberately blocking her, unwilling to let her share in the benefit, or perhaps wanting to monopolize Zhang Yu's incredible advantage. Yet Xiao Meier faced her questioning without a hint of anger. Instead, her smile grew more charming as she said lightly, "Why would I stop you? Just look for yourself." Xiao Fenghua followed her gesture and saw Zhang Yu leaning against the door frame, stumbling as he emerged from the cell. His complexion was a bit pale, with beads of sweat still drying on his forehead, and his gaze seemed somewhat unfocused, lacking the clarity it had before. Most importantly, his legs trembled slightly and his gait appeared awkward. He exuded an aura of exhaustion and weakness, contrasting sharply with the image of the unfathomable innate master he had been before. This appearance was akin to someone recovering from a severe illness, or as if his energy had been severely depleted. Xiao Fenghua. She stood frozen as if struck by a spell, her clear eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, filled with incredulity and absurdity. Zhang Yu. That terrifyingly powerful, seemingly innate Zhang Yu. How could he end up like this? Recalling Xiao Meier's radiant demeanor, her cultivation soaring, and her satisfied laziness, then looking at Zhang Yu, who was weakly propping himself against the wall. A preposterous yet entirely reasonable conjecture flashed like lightning through Xiao Fenghua's mind. She abruptly turned her head, fixing her gaze on Xiao Meier, her voice slightly distorted, filled with incredulous shock. "How many times did you have him? This? Did you nearly drain him dry?" Xiao Meier was amused by her reaction, her body shaking with laughter as she retorted playfully, rolling her eyes at Xiao Fenghua. "What are you talking about? I'm not that greedy." She purposely paused, watching Xiao Fenghua's expression of utter shock before leisurely continuing, "It wasn't that many times, just about 10 times. As she said this, she glanced meaningfully at the exhausted Zhang Yu, her gaze akin to that of someone admiring a precious tool that needed careful maintenance. Xiao Fenghua was utterly speechless. She looked at the vibrant and significantly improved Xiao Meier, resembling a fairy filled with vitality, and then at Zhang Yu, who seemed utterly drained. The contrast was too stark, too obvious. So this shortcut to cultivation had such a significant cost for Zhang Yu. She had initially thought that since she had decided to set aside her pride, she would maximize her benefits, ideally achieving a leap in cultivation like Xiao Meier. But now, seeing Zhang Yu's state, if she went in now, wouldn't she be sending this treasure boy away? For a moment Xiao Fenghua stood frozen, unable to move forward or backward. According to the law of conservation, energy can only be transferred, not created or destroyed. The growth in Xiao Meier's cultivation certainly came at a certain cost to Zhang Yu, but it was not as steep as imagined. The levels of energy infused into Zhang Yu by the system far exceeded that of ordinary internal energy, focusing on guidance and refinement. In that wondrous state of yin and yang merging, Zhang Yu's advanced and pure internal energy would guide and refine the woman's energy and meridians, purifying, expanding and awakening her latent power and insights. It resembled a peerless master expending effort, using his own advanced energy as a guide to wash the bones and cleanse the marrow for others, and to broaden the foundation of their paths. The woman's cultivation increase largely stemmed from her potential being guided and released, as well as a leap in the quality of her internal energy rather than a direct transfer of Zhang Yu's cultivation. This kind of effect was particularly pronounced the first time, and subsequent effects would diminish. Xiao Meier had to experience about 10 times to barely reach mid-8th rank from early 7th rank. Of course, this was under the condition that Zhang Yu's cultivation remained unchanged. If his cultivation increased, the effects would also strengthen accordingly. However, Zhang Yu's cultivation was increasing daily at a rate comparable to years. Nonetheless, despite the lack of loss in cultivation, a man forcibly drained 10 times in a row would not fare well. Even Zhang Yu, the innate master, would not be an exception. Thus Zhang Yu had turned into this miserable state. He weakly pointed at Xiao Meier. "I've repaid you for driving away Jiang Luohan. We are even now, and don't come looking for me again." Thinking back to Xiao Meier's previous relentless extraction, Zhang Yu felt a wave of fear. He did not want to experience that again. Of course, the most critical factor was that Zhang Yu was now in a state of post-event sage time, devoid of desire for women. "Oh." Xiao Meier smiled mysteriously, teasingly, saying, "Earlier during our passionate moment, didn't you say I would be perfect if I wore some black silk? Tell me what black silk is and I'll come find you wearing it next time." She resembled an alluring fairy, having perfectly captured Zhang Ye's attention. Zhang Ye's moment of sage time was also shattered by the mention of black silk, as he began to imagine Xiao Meier's long alluring legs adorned with black silk. A black silk girlfriend was the aspiration of every otaku college student. Black silk. Xiao Fenghua silently noted this keyword, planning to ponder it slowly when she returned. In the capital city, on the bustling main street, Jiang Luohan tightly covered her swollen and bruised face with her sleeve, eager to leave this place that filled her with immense humiliation and anger. She continuously circulated her internal energy, attempting to dispel the bruises on her face with her own strength. However, just as her blood began to accelerate, an indescribable strange feeling suddenly surged from deep within her lower abdomen. Immediately a mysterious heat rose from the depths of her body, enveloping her completely in an instant. "What is happening?" Jiang Luohan was startled and instantly realized something was wrong. She was not an innocent young woman unaware of the world. She had heard of certain despicable methods. This feeling was clearly the effect of an aphrodisiac. Indeed, it was because she had inhaled the remnants of the lust-inducing liquid in the dungeon. The remnants of the aphrodisiac she inhaled were extremely weak. Had it not been for her recent struggle with Xiao Meier, which accelerated her blood flow, the effects would not have manifested. At this moment, although the drug's effects were triggered, they were not particularly intense due to the low dosage. With the willpower and internal cultivation of a 7th-grade warrior, she could still barely maintain a shred of clarity. "Damn it, those two bitches must have played tricks on me." She was both shocked and furious, suspecting that Xiao Fenghua and her companion had secretly poisoned her. This was the main street. In her current state, if the drug's effects fully manifested, Jiang Luohan would be utterly disgraced, suffering more than death. "I can't go home." Absolutely not. Jiang Luohan quickly made her decision. With so many people at home, returning in this state would be disastrous if the servants noticed anything amiss. Looking for Zhang Heng? No, that won't do. After witnessing Zhang Ye's strength, she had already decided to give up on Zhang Heng. She must find a secluded place at once to find a way to dispel the effects of the drug. She suppressed the increasingly difficult to control heat and emptiness within her and arrived at a luxurious inn where she booked a room. Jiang Luohan grabbed the key without bothering to check the room number. The heat within her intensified and she even began to see double. By the time she staggered up to the 3rd floor, her consciousness was already somewhat hazy. In a daze, she seemed to see several figures standing guard in front of a room. But in the next moment their expressions changed drastically and they vanished without a trace. At this point, Jiang Luohan was already out of her mind. In her panic, she mistakenly entered the room that those people had been guarding. After entering, Jiang Luohan slammed the door shut behind her with a loud bang, leaning against the door panel as she slid down to the floor, gasping heavily. "It's so hot. So hot." She unconsciously tore at her clothing, her luxurious dress becoming a disheveled mess. "Who?" The voice was not loud, yet it carried a certain authority and coldness that resonated clearly in the quiet room. Normally Jiang Luohan might have been startled awake by such a voice. But at this moment her desire-addled mind was consumed by the most primal instincts. The deep magnetic voice sounded in her ears, not frightening but rather a deadly temptation that sent a shiver through her body. "Help! Help me! I feel awful." Jiang Luohan spoke incoherently, her voice tinged with tears as her burning body pressed forward recklessly. Uncertain how much time had passed, it felt as if a century had gone by. After an intensely passionate exercise, the drug's effects within Jiang Luohan finally receded like a tide. Jiang Luohan suddenly opened her eyes, instantly fully awake. She had actually been with a strange man. In the inn. Overwhelmed by boundless shame, regret and fear, she did not even dare to look back at the man's face beside her. Suppressing the soreness and discomfort in her body, she hurriedly fumbled through the scattered clothes on the floor, hastily putting herself back together. Before leaving, she left 50 taels of silver for the still sleeping man. Was this payment for services? Or was it for the medicine? She didn't know, only feeling a fierce heat on her face and a mix of emotions in her heart. Having done all this, she dared not linger and left immediately. Not long after she departed, the man slowly regained consciousness. He had been pursued by enemies and was seriously injured. Today he had secretly infiltrated the inn to heal and had even specifically stationed subordinates at the door. At the critical moment when he was most vulnerable in his healing, his internal energy was circulating, leaving him unable to withstand any interruption, rendering him almost incapacitated. Moreover, he did not know why his guards had suddenly left. Then Zhang Luohan barged in. And then things spiraled out of control. He was the master of the Wujian sect, Xiao Ruobai, who had dominated the 36 domains of Yuhua continent, a prodigy who had broken through to the grandmaster level by 30, yet he had been bedded by a woman. Moreover, the other party had even left behind 50 taels of silver as payment. Absurd and laughable, yet it carried an indescribable sense of humiliation and an even stronger interest. Come here. He spoke softly to the air. Though his voice was not loud, it bore an invisible pressure. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, 3 shadowy figures appeared silently in the room, kneeling on one knee. Their breaths were restrained, yet the fluctuations emanating from them were undoubtedly at the master level. 2 were formidable martial artists and 1 was a law cultivator with an inscrutable spiritual power. Where did you just go? How could an outsider intrude upon my healing space? The leading black-clad martial artist master replied in a low voice, we were at fault. Just now pursuers closed in on us. We feared they would disturb the young master during his healing, so we could only lead them away. Xiao Ruobai remained silent for a moment after hearing this. He naturally knew there had been an ambush earlier and could even vaguely sense the energy fluctuations outside. However, at that moment he was in the most critical and vulnerable stage of healing, unable to spare any attention. It was indeed the correct choice for his subordinates to lead the enemies away. He just hadn't expected such a coincidental intrusion. Forget it, Xiao Ruobai said indifferently, there are reasons for everything. With formidable enemies lurking, you did nothing wrong in your response. Thank you for your understanding, young master. The 3 masters breathed a sigh of relief, though guilt and fear swelled within them. They understood just how distinguished the young master's identity was and how confidential and urgent it was to conceal his injuries and heal. If anything went awry due to their brief absence, they would be unable to escape blame. Xiao Ruobai no longer looked at them, his gaze sweeping across the disheveled bed. Suddenly his eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the ribbon left behind in Zhang Luohan's hurried exit. He bent down and gently picked up the ribbon with 2 fingers. As he looked at it, the image of the woman, her expression filled with confusion and pain, flashed before his eyes, along with the empty bed and the cold silver ingot. His gaze darkened, a hint of undeniable coldness and possessiveness quietly rising within him. He swept his eyes over the 3 subordinates, his tone firm and decisive. Send word to the royal family of Wei instructing them to find the owner of this ribbon. If she is not found within 3 days, wipe out the kingdom. The 3 masters' expressions changed simultaneously at his words. Their faces paled, not because of the threat of annihilation. Wei was merely a small country easily destroyed by Wujian sect with a snap of the fingers. Their faces turned pale because in doing so Xiao Ruobai would expose his whereabouts. The leading black-clad martial artist master couldn't help but urgently advise, young master, you mustn't. The pursuing soldiers led by Ing Sha are nearby, you must not reveal your identity at this moment. If you need to find someone, it is best to return to headquarters and gather reinforcements first. Alright then, well, return to headquarters first. Xiao Ruobai was not a fool who could not distinguish right from wrong, he understood the pros and cons clearly. Woman, wait for me. He silently thought, his fingertips still lingering with the soft touch of the ribbon and its faint fragrance. No matter where you run, no matter how long you wait, we will meet again. At that time, this 50 taels of silver and this ribbon. We will settle the score slowly. In the depths of the prison within the luxurious single-room, Xiao Meyer and Xiao Fenghua had already left. With their departure, the prison seemed to fall into a deeper silence, yet it felt somewhat empty. Before long, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun returned with great enthusiasm. They wore excessively flattering smiles, addressing him as brother-in-law with an affectionate familiarity. Zhang Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, especially at the repeated brother-in-law calls that sent shivers down his spine, leaving him awkward and embarrassed. His complicated situation with Xiao Meier and Xiao Fenghua was already chaotic, and now being called out like this by the two made it even more peculiar. As for Xiao Yun, that cousin-in-law, Zhang Yu had originally planned to wait until Xiao Meier and the others left before properly educating him, making him understand why flowers bloom so red. But now, he had already slept with both of his beautiful prestigious cousins. Turning around to settle old disputes with Xiao Yun felt somewhat unjustifiable. Moreover, seeing the obsequious demeanor of the two, if he truly resorted to harsh measures against Xiao Yun, it would make him seem petty. All right, enough with the flattery. Zhang Yu waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Xiao Sheng's incessant chatter. The matter with your sisters was an accident. You are not to call out like that again. Yes, brother-in-law is right, it was an accident, absolutely an accident. Xiao Sheng eagerly nodded, his ambiguous smile of I understand remaining undiminished. I understand, Xiao Yun also cooperated wholeheartedly. Zhang Yu looked at these two lively brothers, each thicker skinned than the last, and felt a headache coming on. What kind of people were the Xiao family? Their innate ability to curry favor and seize opportunities was astonishing, pouncing on any benefit without regard for face or dignity. Including those two women. Get lost, all of you, get out. Zhang Yu, increasingly annoyed, had no patience to deal with these two clowns. He directly used his authority to manipulate the formation, temporarily confining the area where Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun were. Zhang Yu was in a foul mood. Previously, because of his low cultivation and the influence of the original owner's obsession, he could tolerate it. But now that his cultivation had increased, who knew that obsession had also grown stronger, and it was all the system's fault. Although he had just used strong measures to temporarily force the obsession into submission, it was ultimately a hidden danger. It was the 5th day of Zhang Ye's imprisonment morning. In the room of Jiang Luohan. In front of the bronze mirror, Jiang Luohan sat quietly gazing at her face in the mirror, which had swollen significantly but was now only faintly bruised. Her eyes were hollow and cold. The humiliation in the prison, the slaps from Xiao Meier and Xiao Fenghua, Zhang Ye's cold gaze, and the final strange maintenance and observation, not to mention, last night at the Yu Lai in that unfamiliar man. Various images swirled in her mind, mixed with humiliation, fear, anger and confusion, spinning like a revolving lantern, nearly tearing apart her sanity. She had never imagined that she would fall into such a disgraceful situation. In a single day her dignity was trampled to pieces, her body and mind suffered severe blows, and she had an unspeakable relationship with an unknown man. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Was it because she betrayed Zhang Yu, choosing Zhang Heng instead? But wasn't that the only reasonable choice? A waste, a promising heir of the marquis, even a fool would know whom to choose. She just never expected that Zhang Yu had hidden his true capabilities so deeply, already possessing innate cultivation. Fortunately, Zhang Yu still has feelings for me, Jiang Luohan said to her reflection in the mirror, a twisted confidence curling at the corners of her mouth. Realizing this, her chaotic emotions strangely calmed, even giving rise to a hint of excitement. She quickly tidied herself up and set off for the Yangon Marquis residence. She thought of the best way to appease Zhang Yu, having the Marquis residence intervene to restore her marriage to him. Inside the Marquis residence the atmosphere was tense. Zhang Heng, Qin Shuahua, Zhang Qingyue and others had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing her arrive they immediately surrounded her. Luohan, how did it go? Zhang Heng asked urgently, his eyes bloodshot, clearly overwhelmed by the current difficulties faced by the Marquis residence. Qin Shuahua also looked hopeful. Luohan, you are the most capable of us all. Does he still hold any old feelings? Zhang Qingyue pouted, murmuring, what ability could he have? It's just pure luck. I went and met him. Jiang Luohan gently shook her head, sighing, he is still throwing a tantrum, unwilling to relent and help. What? This ungrateful child. Qin Zuewa's eyebrows shot up in anger. The Marquis residence has raised him for so many years, and now that we are in trouble he forgets all his gratitude. Exactly, elder brother is too unreasonable, Zhang Qingyue echoed, he has no sense of the bigger picture. You went personally, what more does he want? Zhang Heng gritted his teeth that Zhang Yu really is ungrateful. Had I known this I should have. He didn't finish his sentence, but the malice in his eyes was evident. Jiang Luohan felt a secret delight. This was the effect she wanted. Once the others had vented their emotions, she finally spoke softly, her voice gentle yet carrying a tone of sacrifice, and Xiao Heng, Qingyue, please don't be angry. You all know Zhang Ye's temperament, he's stubborn and set in his ways. He is currently in a fit of anger, forcing him will only backfire. Perhaps, we should first let him cool down, allowing him to feel our sincerity and change. Sincerity. Change. Qin Shuahua frowned. What do you mean? Jiang Luohan lowered her eyelids, her voice softening further. What does Zhang Yu value the most? One is the Marquis residence's attitude towards him, and the other is our engagement. She lifted her head, scanning the crowd. The attitude of the Marquis residence can be changed gradually, showing him our transformation. As for the engagement, perhaps we can first leak some news or find a way for Aunt to step in and temporarily restore my engagement with Zhang Yu. As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell silent. Qin Shuahua and Zhang Qingyue were stunned. Zhang Heng's expression darkened considerably. Restore the engagement? Zhang Heng exclaimed, disbelief and a hint of betrayal flashing in his eyes. Luohan, how can you say that? Then what about us? Xiaoheng, let me finish. Jiang Luohan's gaze was gentle yet pleading. This is only a temporary measure to soothe Zhang Yu and let him lower his guard. She looked at Zhang Heng's still sullen expression and added, moreover, the Marquis residence currently needs his assistance. If we can temporarily bind him with the engagement, not only can we have him help the Marquis residence, but perhaps we can also gain more benefits from him. Upon hearing this, Qin Zuewa's eyes lit up. Luohan is right. She immediately expressed her support. Zhang Qingyue felt a bit uneasy but murmured, it seems it might work. After all, it's just temporary. Zhang Heng observed his mother and sister's attitudes, then looked at Jiang Luohan's affectionate and wronged eyes, his dissatisfaction and doubts being overshadowed by the greater picture and future benefits. He held Jiang Luohan's hand tightly, nodding vigorously, hope rekindling in his eyes. Luohan, you're right, I was momentarily confused. For the Marquis residence, for our future, I will temporarily put you in a difficult position. I believe you, Xiaoheng. Jiang Luohan secretly curled her lips into a triumphant cold arc that no one could see. Inside she was overjoyed. Everything was proceeding according to her plan. She believed that by re-establishing her engagement with Zhang Yu, not only could she appease him, but it would also allow her to approach him with justification. In the Shao clan's ancestral hall, Prince Qi and Prince Jing Shao Jingfeng confronted each other with their necks stretched out, their faces flushed with excitement. Prince Jing Shao Jingfeng stepped forward first, declaring, the words of our ancestor are golden. Whoever's daughter first captures Zhang Yu will be crowned the crown prince. He puffed out his chest, stating, my daughter Fenghua is both wise and brave, fully prepared to fulfill the wishes of our ancestors. The crucial strategic resource, the love potion, was painstakingly procured by my daughter. Therefore the first merit should belong to my Fenghua. The position of crown prince should naturally be. Stop. Prince Qi immediately interjected, dissatisfied. The ancestor said that whoever captures Zhang Yu first, their father, can be made crown prince, but did not say that whoever has the greatest merit will be chosen. Exactly. Yesterday in the prison the scene was chaotic, and with the formation concealing everything, the image jade tablet was also shut down early by Fenghua. This is a muddled account. How can anyone determine the order of events? I think this competition should be dismissed and we can compete again next time. Prince Rui quickly voiced his opinion, trying to muddy the waters. Since he had no daughter competing this time, he wanted to brush the matter aside. Thus, as an onlooker, he also saw an opportunity. Prince Jing, upon hearing this, became displeased and anxiously looked to Shao Jingfeng, saying, Father, it is actually easy to determine the order of events. The emperor felt a sudden unease in his heart, sensing an ominous premonition. Prince Jing loudly proclaimed, all that is needed is for father to issue a decree summoning Fenghua and Meyer to ask them to recount the details of yesterday, allowing for a comparison, and it will become clear, won't it? They are the parties involved and will surely remember clearly. Upon hearing this, Prince Rui and Prince Qi were both stunned, unable to suppress a shudder. Emperor Shao Jingfeng was first taken aback, and then his entire face turned crimson. He trembled all over, pointing a shaking finger at Prince Jing. You unfilial child, what nonsense are you spouting? Shao Jingfeng casually removed a shoe and threw it directly at him, saying, I will beat you, you shameless scoundrel. How can you even utter such words? You may not care for your face, but I do. The royal family does. How can you suggest I ask my own granddaughter about such matters? Prince Jing was taken aback by the emperor's sudden fury and projectile, realizing that in his panic he had said something foolish, and he immediately fell silent. The elder Shao Xian, who had been meditating with closed eyes, finally lifted his eyelids slightly and cast a bland glance at Prince Jing, his expression filled with disappointment. Seeing this, Prince Rui quickly took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, saying, "Exactly, such private matters cannot be spoken of, nor can they be inquired into. Moreover," he stretched his tone, saying, "that love potion is said to be quite powerful and intense. Those who are affected become muddled, their memories become hazy. Given the chaos at the time, even they might not remember the order of events clearly." His words seemed fair, but in reality he was just stirring the pot, supporting the idea of not counting anything. Prince Qi knew that Xiao Fenghua had the first merit in drugging Zhang Yu. If he ended up fighting Prince Jing to the end, he would surely lose, so he supported Prince Rui by saying, "That's right, let this competition be over." "You all." Prince Jing trembled with anger. "Report." Suddenly the argument was interrupted by the sharp and urgent voice of an inner court attendant from outside. "Your Majesty, Ancestor Princess Anping Xiao Fenghua and Princess Zhaohua Xiao Maya request to see you at the door." The bickering ceased abruptly. In the next moment Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Maya stepped in sequentially into the solemn and subtly charged ancestral hall. Almost the instant they entered, all eyes in the hall were fixed on them. At the same time a clear sound of inhalation echoed in the hall as all gazes sharpened with disbelief. Everyone present in the Xiao clan's ancestral hall was a core and pillar of the Wei royal family. While not all were the legendary innate realm, at least they were of the 9th rank. How sharp were their eyes! Almost at the moment their gazes landed on the two princesses, they instinctively sensed a completely different aura emanating from them. Xiao Fenghua was relatively well off. Originally at the early stage of the 8th rank, she had now broken through to the mid-8th rank, which was somewhat surprising but still explainable. But Xiao Maya. When everyone's perception swept across Xiao Maya, their expressions were spectacular. Shocked. Stunned. Incomprehensible. Even carrying a hint of bewilderment. This princess was known for her beauty and innocence, not particularly diligent or outstanding in cultivation. Just yesterday she was clearly at the mid-6th rank. Among the younger generation of the royal family that was only considered average, definitely not exceptional. But now, she stood there quietly, her light yellow palace dress seeming even brighter due to her change in aura. A far more robust and refined energy was subtly emanating from her. The intensity and quality of that aura clearly indicated that she had firmly stepped into the mid-8th rank. A breakthrough from the mid-6th rank to the mid-8th rank, a leap of 2 complete major realms. This could no longer be described as incredible speed. It was almost a violation of martial arts common sense, a heavenly ascent that only appears in legends. Forget about celestial materials or miraculous pills, even the legendary impartation of enlightenment could not possibly create such a terrifying leap overnight, leaving no trace of superficiality. The hall fell into dead silence. The earlier arguments about who was first, the love potion and the muddled accounts, now seemed extremely ridiculous and trivial. Everyone's attention was completely captured by this unbelievable surge in cultivation, creating waves of shock within their hearts. Prince Jing and Prince Qi also forgot their quarrels, staring dumbfounded at their daughters. Especially Prince Qi, who looked at Xiao Maya, whose cultivation seemed to have transformed completely, with his mouth agape, capable of fitting an egg inside. The previous urgency to claim credit was temporarily overshadowed by this enormous shock. Prince Rui also set aside his spectator mindset, his gaze flickering uncertainly over his two nieces, quickly calculating in his mind. And those present after the initial extreme shock almost in unison directed their gazes towards the same direction, the direction of the prison. A single name floated in everyone's mind: Zhang Yu. Yesterday the two princesses had entered the prison, one after the other, sharing a room with that mysterious youth. Afterward the ridiculous events occurred along with this even more ridiculous surge in cultivation. While Xiao Fenghua's increase could still be explained, Xiao Maya's leap was nothing short of miraculous. What other explanation could there be except for her connection to that extraordinary Zhang Yu? Could it be that being with Zhang Yu could bring such extraordinary benefits? This thought made everyone's breathing a little heavier, and their gazes became incredibly fervent and complex. The way they looked at Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Maya was no longer a mere examination of juniors, but as if they were assessing two recently unearthed treasures harboring earth-shattering secrets. In this bizarre and heavy silence the elder Xiao Xian, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slowly opened his eyes. His murky gaze slowly scanned over Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Maya, lingering on Xiao Maya for a moment as if trying to see through her completely. He did not emit any pressure, but merely by being gazed upon Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Maya felt an invisible weight, as if all their secrets were laid bare. Both subconsciously lowered their heads slightly, feeling anxious. Finally Xiao Xian spoke directly, asking the biggest question in everyone's hearts: Fenghua Maya. His gaze shifted between the two girls. What has happened to you? Why? Has your cultivation experienced such an abnormal surge? Especially you Meyer from the 6th to the 8th rank all in one day. Tell the ancestor what happened. His tone was very calm, devoid of any questioning, yet it was more disconcerting than any harsh reprimand. Because everyone knew that in front of the ancestor, in front of all the innate and 9th rank experts present, such a fundamental and illogical change could never be hidden. Xiao Fenghua felt a bit shy and hesitant while Xiao Meyer directly and generously recounted the entire process, including the matters she had pursued 10 times. Although everyone present had their suspicions when these conjectures were spoken by the involved parties, the impact was still earth-shattering. Hiss. Is it really true? This absurdity can actually bring such fortune. That Zhang Yu. Who exactly is he? How could his body have such miraculous effects? Instantly a wave of suppressed exclamations and whispers filled the hall. All the clan elders, no matter how dignified and solemn they usually appeared, now wore expressions of extreme shock, absurdity, disbelief, and a trace of ineffable fervor. Elder Xiao Xian, after hearing the accounts of the two princesses, remained silent for a long time. He slowly scanned the diverse expressions of those below and said sternly, "What happened today must not be spread outside. If anyone leaks a word, they shall be executed without mercy." Everyone understood the concerns of the ancestor. The astonishing effects of Zhang Yu were of immense significance. If other powerful forces or even those hidden sects were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly come to seize it at any cost. At that time the Shao clan of Great Wei would face endless turmoil and might even confront a calamity of extinction. Secrecy was essential to enjoy this treasure that had fallen from the heavens, the value of which was immeasurable. However, Xiao Xian's investigations did not cease. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as a vast and hidden divine sense quietly enveloped Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer. This time he was not merely sensing their cultivation fluctuations, he delved deeper into the subtle changes in their blood essence meridians and even the essence of their lives. After a moment a slight ripple appeared on Xiao Xian's otherwise calm face. It was a complex expression mingled with surprise, realization, and a deeper seriousness. Not just their cultivation. He spoke slowly, their root constitution has also undergone a transformative enhancement. Especially Meyer. Several hidden meridians within her body have been unblocked and her blood essence is now more vibrant and vigorous than ever, almost as if she has been reborn. What? It can actually change the root constitution. How? How is this possible? The crowd, who had just been stunned by the merciless killing, was once again ignited by this even more astonishing discovery. If the explosive growth in cultivation could be explained by some extraordinary inheritance or fortuitous encounter, then changing the root constitution and enhancing the physique touched upon the very fundamentals of martial arts. The root constitution is predetermined and difficult to alter thereafter, if this is a common knowledge in martial arts. While treasures that can enhance cultivation are rare, they do exist. However, those that can cleanse the marrow, reverse fate, and enhance root constitution are legendary items which one can only hope to encounter. Yet now Xiao Meyer had achieved such results after just one encounter with Zhang Yu. Emperor Xiao Zhengfeng could no longer maintain his composure and suddenly stood up from the dragon chair, his voice trembling slightly. "Ancestor. Are you saying that Zhang Yu can not only help others enhance their cultivation but also improve their root constitution and enhance their martial potential? This is simply unheard of." Others also regained their senses, looking at Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer with eyes that were no longer looking at treasures but rather as if they were observing living proof of two miraculous artifacts. The fervent gazes seemed almost capable of melting the two women. Especially the looks directed at Xiao Meyer were filled with indescribable envy, jealousy, and even a hint of desire. Her cultivation had improved the most and her physical enhancement was also the most obvious. Could it really be related to those 10 or so times? This thought sprouted wildly in the hearts of many. Xiao Xian paid no heed to the crowd's astonishment. His deep gaze returned to Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable command. "Fenghua Meyer. Since this has occurred, it is your fortuity and it is also an opportunity for our Xiao clan. From today onwards you both must do your utmost to keep Zhang Yu stable, and you must not let him develop any ill feelings towards our Xiao clan." After pondering briefly he continued, "If the opportunity arises, without causing him excessive aversion, you may try to bring suitable, reliable and discreet sisters from our clan to be close to him. Perhaps it could also be beneficial, enhancing cultivation and improving the foundation." His words were subtle but the meaning was unmistakable. To treat Zhang Yu as a special cultivation resource and a means to alter root constitution under the premise of being able to control him and maintain secrecy to let as many reliable women from the Shao clan as possible use him to mass-produce geniuses for the family. Both Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer trembled slightly. Though they had been instilled with the concept of family interests above all since childhood, hearing the ancestor hint at letting more clan sisters get close to Zhang Yu stirred a strong bitterness within them. They felt as if they had suddenly transformed from noble princesses into tools for the family to discover and test treasures. Yet in the end both lowered their heads and responded quietly, Fenghua Meyer. Obeying orders. They did not refute nor could they. The will of the family, especially the will of the ancestor, was above all. Ancestor is wise, this plan is excellent. Emperor Xiao Zhengfeng was the first to react, his eyes shining brightly. If this could truly happen, how could the Shao clan not prosper? The potential of the younger generation would undergo a qualitative leap. This was far more significant than merely enhancing the cultivation of a few experts. Although it could only enhance the talents and cultivation of women, the royal family was vast and marriages could occur beyond 5 relations, if thus these talented women would still be retained in the royal family. In this world of martial arts, strength is paramount. Concepts of chastity and face are nothing compared to power. Therefore these old fellows did not consider whether their own daughters or granddaughters were willing, and had already begun arranging for them to sleep with Zhang Yu to enhance their talents and cultivation. As Zhang Yu said, the Shao family was thick-skinned and shameless, and one could even say they were eager for quick results. For the sake of profit they would spare no effort. Ancestor, my youngest daughter is merely 28 with decent talent and a gentle disposition, she will definitely. Father Ancestor, my eldest daughter is remarkably beautiful and has reached the bottleneck of the 7th rank. If she could seize this opportunity she would surely break through and add strength to the family. Your Majesty Ancestor, my granddaughter. My niece. Almost as soon as Xiao Xian's words fell, the brief silence was shattered as the entire ancestral hall erupted. The crowd, previously intimidated by the ancestor's authority and the gag order, could no longer restrain themselves and rushed to recommend their own suitable daughters. The scene became chaotic, and the previously composed princes, nobles and elder members of the family seemed to have transformed into matchmakers promoting their daughters. Each one blushed, spitting out saliva, eager to immediately push their daughters, granddaughters, nieces and cousins in front of Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer. Fenghua, your little Ming sister, you have watched her grow up, she is clever and understanding, you see. A prince squeezed to the front, revealing an almost ingratiating smile at Xiao Fenghua. Meyer, my little Yu is closest to you, she is intelligent though her root constitution is slightly lacking, you must help her. Another royal relative tugged at Xiao Meyer's sleeve, speaking earnestly. As the commotion reached its peak, an older yet vigorous female voice filled with urgency and an unyielding face rang out, Ahem, Fenghua Meyer. An elderly lady, well preserved yet with deep wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, walked forward tremblingly with the help of a maid. She looked at the two women with eager eyes, grinning with slightly yellowing teeth, and said, you see. Could I, an old woman, also give it a try? She was nearing her end, hoping for a chance. If she could successfully break through, it might extend her life by 10 years. As soon as she spoke, everyone was stunned, looking at this elderly lady of considerable seniority. However, the elderly lady seemed oblivious to the gazes around her and continued to speak to herself. I just wanted to ask. How strict is Zhang Yu regarding age? Who knows, she might be into that. Pfft. Someone couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Before everyone could recover from the elderly lady's bold statement, a slightly effeminate handsome young man timidly spoke, Ladies. Could you help me inquire? His voice grew softer, but it was still clearly audible in the silent hall. Does Zhang Yu have strict preferences regarding gender? If he doesn't mind. I would also like to give it a try. The imperial family's ancestral hall was in constant uproar, filled with an array of bizarre and ingenious ideas, continuing until the sun began to set. Eventually Xiao Xian established the principle of enriching the first before the latter, aiming for a unified prosperity as everyone joined hands to stride towards a moderately prosperous society. He gazed at the pale-faced Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer, the two who were to be the first to prosper, along with the Emperor Xiao Zhengfeng, whose expression mirrored a bitter smile. As for the specific matters, let Zhengfeng, Fenghua and Meyer discuss and decide together. Having said that, he simply closed his eyes and fell silent. The dignified ancestor of the royal family arranging for the younger generation to serve as concubines for the sake of benefit. If this news were to spread, his old face. Forget it, no need to think about it, it gives him a headache. The ancestor could wash his hands of the matter, but the rest were left with a colossal headache. Because in practice the situation was fraught with difficulties. First, what did Zhang Yu himself think? Did he wish to be the sole stud? If he were unwilling and became enraged, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, even if Zhang Yu reluctantly agreed, how would the Shao family arrange matters internally? Who would come first and who would come last? Based on what criteria? Blood relations or merit? Or who was more willing to take it? This was an utterly unsolvable dilemma, and no matter how they arranged it, a large group would be offended, leading to new conflicts and jealousy. The old lady who wished for old trees to bear flowers and the young master with peculiar tastes were the two most troublesome examples. While Emperor Shao Zhengfeng, Shao Fenghua and Shao Meyer gathered in the imperial study, their brows furrowed over the list, feeling more troubled than handling national affairs. Report. A palace servant rushed in, his expression carrying a hint of unusual urgency. What is it? Shao Zhengfeng, already irritable, spoke in an unfriendly tone. The servant quickly knelt down, whispering, "Your Majesty, a scout reports that Zhang Yu's subordinates have encountered trouble." Since they were focusing on Zhang Yu, his subordinates naturally became a target of royal scrutiny. Though Li Dagong, Mo Zhai and Zhang Yu hid their relationship well, some traces were still uncovered under the royal investigation. Half a day ago at the residence of the Marquis of Yangon. At this moment the Zhang family was gathered in the somewhat spacious main hall, continuing to discuss how to mend their relationship with Zhang Yu. Luo Han is right. Although Zhang Yu has changed significantly in temperament, he probably still harbors lingering feelings for Luo Han. If we could restore the engagement, even if just nominally, we would have some room for maneuver. Qin Shuihua rubbed her aching temples, forcing herself to analyze. For now we can only do this. Zhang Qingyue nodded silently. Zhang Heng and Zhang Weining remained sullen and silent, having great objections to Zhang Yu and unwilling to engage in this topic. As the few discussed how to use Jiang Luo Han as a pawn to resecure Zhang Yu, Zhang Qingyue's communication jade suddenly flickered. Mother, Zhang Qingyue bowed slightly, her tone urgent. The Wenhua Academy I attend just sent a letter stating there's an urgent matter asking me to return immediately. The Wenhua Academy held a preeminent status among the 8 nations of the eastern region, establishing principles through literature and governing the country through Confucianism. It was a pride of the Marquis residence that Zhang Qingyue could study there, yet now it became a reason for her to leave. Qin Shuihua frowned. So urgent? Can't it wait a few days? The Marquis residence was in a tumultuous time, and she instinctively wished for her children to be by her side. Zhang Qingyue shook her head. The letter stated very sternly that violators might be expelled from the academy. I can't disobey. Zhang Heng waved his hand, saying, Go, the academy matters are important. Family matters, we will handle it. He felt vexed at the moment, believing that having his third sister stay would not help much. Zhang Qingyue felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, quickly taking her leave and hastily packing her belongings before departing from the Marquis residence. With Zhang Qingyue gone, the remaining few continued their previous topic, but the atmosphere grew even gloomier. Without Zhang Qingyue, the Marquis residence felt even more desolate, like a house on the verge of collapse. However, misfortunes never come alone. Madam, it's not good if something major has happened. The steward of the Marquis residence rushed in hastily. What is the panic about? What kind of manners is this? Zhang Heng, already annoyed, scolded sharply, Speak, what has happened? The steward fell to his knees with a thud, voice trembling. It's the cargo station in the west of the city. Something major has happened. What? The remaining few stood up abruptly, their faces changing dramatically. The cargo station. It was the second largest economic pillar of the Zhang family, second only to the alchemy workshop. Although not as profitable as the alchemy workshop, it still generated significant income. The cargo station connected merchants from the north and south, receiving rare goods from all directions at a low price and then selling them at high prices, yielding a stable net income of tens of thousands of taels of silver each month. This was a major source for the daily expenses of the Marquis residence, social connections and training private soldiers, and it was also the most important lifeline when filling the gaps of the alchemy workshop. What exactly is going on? Be clear. Qin Zuihua's voice turned sharp as she gripped the chair back tightly. The steward gasped for breath and spoke rapidly. Since this morning, all the major merchants who have long cooperated with us supplying rare goods and medicinal materials have sent people to say they want to renegotiate prices, as if it was all prearranged. Not just one or two, but all of them. Renegotiate prices. Zhang Heng was taken aback, then furiously retorted, Is that so? Haven't there been times to renegotiate prices in previous years? Do they really dare to be so unreasonable? Young master. It's not just unreasonable, it's a direct doubling of the price. The steward wore a mournful expression. The snow-ridged ginseng that used to cost 100 taels of silver is now asking for 250 taels. The high-quality furs from the northern desert have also increased by more than double. Pearls from the South Sea, gems from the western regions. All goods have increased by at least 50%, with most having doubled in price. Moreover, the other party's attitude is firm, stating that either we adhere to the new prices or they will immediately sell the goods to others, leaving no room for negotiation. Qin Shuihua gasped in disbelief. Double? All suppliers have doubled at the same time. How? How is this possible? Don't they fear offending our Marquis residents and ruining their future business? Zhang Yu's face was filled with disdain and the pride of being a Marquis heir. A group of merchants who don't know their own limits. Do they really think our Yangon Marquis residence is a soft persimmon that can be squeezed at will? He stood up abruptly, confidently declaring, Mother Wanning, you need not worry. Our Yangon Marquis cargo station is one of the largest in the capital and even in the northern territories, with a prestigious reputation built over 100 years. How many merchants from the north and south are eager to send their goods here, using our channels to sell them everywhere? Previously we continued to work with them because of our long-term cooperation and their relatively fair prices. Now that they are so foolish as to conspire to raise prices and threaten the Marquis residents, it's simply laughable. As he spoke, he felt more justified exuding dominance. Since they don't appreciate our favor, let's eliminate them all. Within and outside the capital there are plenty of merchants eager to curry favor with our Marquis residents and supply us. I refuse to believe that without Zhang the butcher we can't find a pig with hair. This is a perfect opportunity to replace them with a batch of more obedient and rule-abiding suppliers. Who knows, we might even drive the prices lower. Hearing her son's words, Qin Shuihua found them quite reasonable and her taut nerves relaxed instantly. The reputation and channels of the Marquis residents truly are a major advantage. Perhaps we can indeed use this to pressure those merchants and even find cheaper sources. She nodded, her tone becoming firmer. What Henger said makes sense. Our Yangon Marquis residence has a century-long foundation. How can we be manipulated by a few merchants? This matter will be entrusted to you and you must quickly find new and reliable sources. We cannot delay the cargo station's business. Indeed, these merchants must see that our Marquis residence is currently troubled, thinking there's an opportunity to extort a sum from us. Zhang Wanning also chimed in. As long as we present a strong stance, even hinting that we are looking for new suppliers, they might just become fearful and obediently lower their prices. The three of them exchanged words, becoming increasingly convinced that this was a typical merchant's extortion, regaining some confidence as the decision-makers of the Marquis residence, and began discussing how to pressure the old suppliers, how to find new channels, and how to restore the cargo station's prestige. However, sitting aside, Jiang Luohan furrowed her brow, feeling an increasing sense of unease within her. Aunt brother, Jiang Luohan ventured cautiously, her voice soft yet tinged with doubt, I feel that this matter may not be something to be taken lightly. Zhang Yu, caught up in the moment, waved his hand impatiently upon hearing this. Sister Jiang, you are overthinking. Merchants value profit. They must see our Marquis residents in temporary difficulty and want to seize the opportunity for profit. As long as we maintain a strong stance, they will naturally yield. Qin Shuihua added, Henger is right, we cannot be too courteous with these people. Rest assured, the foundation of the Marquis residence remains and these mere merchants cannot stir up a storm. Zhang Wanning also cast a dismissive glance. Seeing that they were not receptive, Jiang Luohan sighed inwardly and ceased to persuade further. A crisis had erupted at the cargo station, its implications grave. Qin Shuihua, still uneasy about entrusting the matter solely to Zhang Yu, decided to accompany him, bringing along Zhang Wanning and Jiang Luohan. They were unaware that this journey would prove utterly futile. For during Zhang Yu's tenure as overseer of the cargo station, every single procurement channel had been controlled behind the scenes by Li Dagang. At that time, Zhang Yu, desperate to fulfill his sycophantic mandate, had been compelled to generate vast wealth for the Yong'an Marquis to squander. Yet he could not simply produce cash outright, doing so would have invited suspicion. Thus he routed all transactions through the cargo station, fabricating the illusion that profit sprang organically from its operations. Now that Zhang Yu had severed ties with the Marquis, Li Dagang had no intention of playing the fool, and the Marquis would find no second patron willing to bear such losses. Meanwhile, the Marquis delegation deliberately bypassed the merchant guilds under Li Dagang's control and made their way to Bai Chao Xian, a renowned apothecary in the city's southern district famed for its trade in wild medicinal herbs from the northern territories. Upon entering, Zhang Yu immediately announced his identity, his tone laced with habitual condescension. "Where is the shopkeeper?" Zhang Yu, heir to the Yong'an Marquisate, has come to discuss a major procurement agreement. The shopkeeper was a wiry middle-aged man surnamed Hu. At the sound of the proclamation he hurried out from behind the counter, his face alight with exaggerated warmth. "Ah! The noble guests of the Yong'an Marquisate, what an unexpected honor! My deepest apologies for the delay." His obsequious demeanor deeply gratified Zhang Yu, who cast a sidelong glance toward his mother and sister, eyes gleaming with quiet triumph. "See! I told you so." Qin Shuihua's taut expression softened slightly. Zhang Wanning exhaled in quiet relief. Jiang Luohan too offered a faint hopeful smile. Guests and host took their seats. Master Hu personally poured tea, his attentiveness bordering on fawning. "Your Excellency, Madam and Miss, what may we do for you this day? Might the Marquisite's cargo station be seeking a consignment of northern medicinal herbs? Everyone along the northern trade routes knows the station's reputation. It is a golden brand, its throughput staggering. To forge a partnership with your esteemed house would be the greatest fortune this humble shop could ever hope for." And indeed the claim held truth. The Yong'an Marquisite's cargo station truly commanded renown across the north. Yet the shopkeeper harbored ambitions far beyond mere supply. He longed to become their principal vendor. Hearing these words, the lingering shadow of betrayal, cast by earlier suppliers' sudden defiance, lifted entirely from Zhang Yu's spirit. His sense of superiority surged once more to its zenith. He sipped his tea slowly, then spoke with deliberate poise. "Master Hu, you are a man of discernment. Indeed, our cargo station commands wide-reaching channels and immense volume, its integrity universally acclaimed. Provided prices are reasonable and quality impeccable, Bai Chao Xian may well become our most significant patron in the years ahead." "Yes, yes, Your Excellency speaks absolute truth." Master Hu bowed so low his spine nearly touched the tabletop. To board the Marquisite's mighty vessel would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for this modest establishment. "And pricing," he added eagerly, "shall be the most favorable we can possibly offer." Seeing his deference, Qin Shuihua interjected gently, "Master Hu is too kind. The Marquisate has always treated its partners with fairness. So long as integrity remains the foundation, enduring prosperity is assured. Madam's words are pure gold, I shall engrave them upon my heart." Master Hu thumped his chest in solemn vow, then gestured to an apprentice to fetch the price ledger. "Your Excellency, Madam, Miss, please peruse our current market rates for all herbs. As this marks our first collaboration with the Marquisate, I humbly offer an additional 5% discount, to demonstrate our utmost sincerity." Zhang Yu accepted the ledger with evident self-satisfaction and opened it with flourish. Zhang Wanning and Jiang Luohan leaned in to examine the pages. Yet barely past the first few entries, Zhang Yu's smile froze, then cracked. He snapped his head up, eyes locking onto Master Hu, voice sharp and rising. "Master Hu, what meaning lies behind this?" Puzzled Qin Shuihua and the others watched silently as Zhang Wanning took the ledger and scanned its contents, only for her face to drain of color instantly. The sincere prices quoted by Bai Chao Xian matched almost exactly those demanded by the previous consortium of suppliers. Indeed, they were marginally higher. What they did not know was that these were the genuine market rates. Meanwhile, the purchase prices recorded in the Marquisite's ledgers lay far below even the raw cost of sourcing goods, prices no honest merchant could possibly sustain. No one engages in business at a loss. Do you take me for a fool ignorant of market realities? This price exceeds our usual procurement rate by nearly double. With a sharp clap, Zhang Yu slammed the ledger shut and glared at Master Hu. The shopkeeper's ingratiating smile vanished, replaced by an expression both incredulous and strangely disconcerting. His lips twitched, suppressing an instinctive eye roll, as if struggling to contain words he dared not utter. For the first time his gaze swept over Zhang Yu and the others, not with deference but with unvarnished bewildered disbelief, as though gazing upon simpletons. He glanced reflexively toward the door, then back at Zhang Yu, as if doubting his own hearing. "Double, your usual procurement price." He repeated the phrase, his tone now stripped of courtesy. "Your Excellency, may I ask when, where and from whom did you procure goods at this usual price?" Without waiting for an answer, and heedless of protocol, he snatched the ledger from the table. Flipping to a specific page, he jabbed a finger hard against a figure, speaking in low-clipped tones. "A century-old snow ginseng from the northern wastes, the bare minimum acquisition cost from local herbalists after accounting for spoilage and culling begins at this figure." He tapped another number. "Then add the costs of escorting the shipment from the north to the capital, the bribes paid at checkpoint storage losses wages for porters. All told expenses rise by at least this much. He pointed again, this time to a still higher sum. Bai Chao Xian is a business, not a monastery. We pay taxes, support families, shoulder the risk of unsold inventory, surely we are entitled to some profit. The price I quoted you is already the lowest possible, the entry-level rate, granted solely out of respect for the Marquisite's illustrious name. His voice grew heated, his cheeks flushed, edged with the bluntness and quiet scorn of a seasoned merchant. Your Excellency, a procurement price half lower than what I've offered. I beg your pardon, but having served 30 years as a shopkeeper in this trade, I have neither seen nor heard of such a thing. He drew a steadying breath, forcing down his ire, yet his implication hung unmistakably in the air. Either your cargo station previously dealt with living bodhisattvas, divine beings who ran charities disguised as businesses, or... He paused, his gaze flickering meaningfully toward Qin Shuihua. Those figures in your ledgers were never market prices at all. I dare not presume to interpret such matters further. But should you doubt me, take this ledger to any pharmacy or warehouse in the capital, and inquire. Straightening his posture, Master, whose affability dissolved entirely, replaced by cool detached composure, ask whether any establishment will supply you at that usual price. Should one exist, even at half my quoted rate, I shall close this shop immediately and swallow the signboard of Bai Chao Xian myself. By now his words amounted to an unambiguous dismissal, brutal, final and irrevocable. Zhang Yu reeled under the onslaught, each sentence a precise, undeniable blow. His face flushed crimson, then paled, mouth agape, utterly speechless. Even his mercantile ignorance could not obscure the truth, Master, whose figures represented the absolute floor, the irreducible baseline of honest commerce. And the impossibly low prices recorded in the Marquisite's ledgers belonged to no world governed by reason or reality. Qin Shuihua's complexion had shifted, from iron gray to ashen white. Unlike her son, she grasped the subtext instantly. It was not that prices had risen, it was that the Marquisate had long enjoyed an impossible, unnatural discount. Whence came this anomaly? The answer surged forth, undeniable. Jiang Luohan lowered her eyes, her heart turning to ice. Zhang Yu. Only he possessed the means, and the motive, to sustain the Marquisite's colossal expenditures through such inconceivable silent machinations. And now the Marquisate itself had shattered that very pillar. Zhang Wanning stood paralyzed, watching her mother's pallor, her brother's humiliation, and Master whose frigid detachment, until the world seemed to tilt violently around her. Master who no longer deigned to look at them. Turning to his apprentice, he said flatly, "Our distinguished guests are departing. Escort them out." The message was unmistakable, cold, formal and absolute. It's a lie, that old fool must be deceiving us. Zhang Yu refused to believe the absurd truth, for it was too cruel for the entire Ho residence to bear. Zhang Wanning seemed to grasp at a life-saving straw, hastily agreeing, "Yes, Xiaoheng is right. That shopkeeper's eyes flicker, he is clearly not honest. Let's try somewhere else. In this vast capital city surely we can find at least one sincere merchant willing to do business." Qin Zuiwa's face was pale with fear, her lips pressed tightly together, her nails nearly digging into her palm. Deep down she knew that the words spoken by shopkeeper who were likely true. Yet as the matriarch of the Ho residence, one who had long enjoyed and tacitly accepted such low prices, she felt compelled to grasp at this last straw. She nodded heavily, her voice dry. "Let's go to Xing Long's shopkeeper. Zhao has some old ties with our Qin family. Let's see if he dares to deceive us like this." Jiang Luohan trailed silently behind, not uttering a word, but the icy premonition in her heart grew ever clearer. She watched Zhang Heng's explosive rage, saw Zhang Wanning's forced calmness, and observed Qin Zuiwa's faltering determination, feeling an overwhelming sense of irony. The group arrived at another merchant, Xing Long, which was larger in scale and had a fairly good reputation. This time Zhang Heng spared no pleasantries and directly stated the absurdly low purchase price recorded in the Ho residence's account books, demanding to secure a long-term large-scale supply at that price. Behind the counter, shopkeeper Zhao, a chubby old man who always wore a smile, momentarily froze at the mention of this price. He scrutinized Zhang Heng and the others, confirming their identities, after which his smile took on a subtle shift, revealing an unmistakable astonishment and a hint of pity. "Young master." Shopkeeper Zhao weighed his words, but the chill in his tone was unmistakable. "The price you mentioned. I have been in business in the capital for 40 years, from southern silks to northern furs, and I have some knowledge of medicinal materials as well. This price of yours. Not to mention the current market conditions. Even 20 years ago, when the weather was fair and trade routes were peaceful, after deducting all costs it would still be far from sufficient. He paused, observing Zhang Yu's face flush with anger, and gently yet firmly added, "Young master, it seems you may have been misled by the previous person in charge at your estate. At this price not only is it impossible to procure goods, but even if one were to pick them up directly from the source it would be unlikely to find any. If we were to sell at this price, this humble shop would face ruin, not to mention the imperial merchants in the palace." His words were as clear as day, imbued with a hint of the frustration of an elder trying to enlighten a naive junior. Zhang Yu stood there as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Zhang Wanning trembled as she clutched Qin Zuihua's arm. Qin Shuihua closed her eyes, the last flicker of hope utterly crushed. They continued to visit several more shops, big and small, familiar and unfamiliar. The responses they received were largely the same. Initially there was astonishment and confusion, followed by polite refusals. By the end, a few blunt shopkeepers even grew weary of the pretense, waving them off, their expressions clearly conveying, "What a spoiled rich kid, if you don't understand the market, don't come and cause trouble." As the setting sun cast long shadows of the group on the bluestone street, it appeared particularly desolate and wretched. The dazed individuals finally accepted this brutal reality. Having left Zhang Yu, they could no longer acquire the astonishingly cheap goods that defied market logic. Zhang Yu, who had just minutes ago boasted about expanding the goods station, now felt as if his backbone had been pulled away. His face was ashen, his gaze hollow. Before he could even begin to exert himself, he had already been knocked down by the harsh realities of life, his aspirations unfulfilled. This was not merely a failure, it was a complete negation of his abilities and understanding, more unbearable than a slap to the face. Everyone's heart felt as if it were weighed down by a leaden weight. They silently calculated, if they were to purchase goods at real market prices, even with the sincere prices offered by Chao Xian, the station's profits would shrink by 80% or even more than 90%. This was no longer a matter of earning more or less, it was a question of whether they could maintain operations or would suffer losses. The alchemy workshop had already collapsed, reduced to ashes and massive debts. Now the second largest economic pillar, the goods station, was set to plummet in profits, potentially becoming a burden. For the already drained Ho residents this was akin to adding insult to injury, a harbinger of disaster. At the same time, a chilling question, unsettling and unshakable, arose in everyone's hearts. How had Zhang Yu, that seemingly ordinary person, in their eyes a mere first-grade martial artist, managed to do this? Where did he find such extraordinary connections and skills to conjure goods that were priced below half the market cost? At that moment they recalled Zhang Yu's words, the entire Ho residence was supported by him. When they first heard this, Zhang Yu, Zhang Wanning and the others found it laughable, thinking Zhang Yu was overestimating himself, mistaking platform support for true capability. But now it seemed there was no denying the truth, that the entire Ho residence truly was sustained by Zhang Yu. Now, just 5 days after Zhang Yu's departure, the Ho residence was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Luohan's shock and regret reached a peak as she once again recognized Zhang Yu's hidden power and cunning. Fortunately, I discovered it early, and he still has some lingering affection for me. As long as I can salvage things, as long as the engagement can be restored, perhaps everything can still be salvaged. He is still mine, his power, his secrets will ultimately become mine. She told herself this as if grasping a thorny piece of driftwood amid despair. This sense of regret spread through the hearts of the group like a plague. The usually taciturn Zhang Wanning looked at her mother's pale face and her brother's dejected appearance, unable to hold back any longer, her voice trembling with tears as she softly said, If only we hadn't let Big Brother take the blame. If he were here, the alchemy workshop wouldn't have fallen, the goods station would still have a steady supply, and the Ho residence would still be that lofty Ho residence. Normally such words would draw a sharp rebuke from Qin Shuihua and Zhang Yu's furious wrath. But at this moment Qin Shuihua merely swayed slightly, her lips moved a few times, but she did not voice any rebuttal. That silence felt more like a powerless acquiescence. For she too felt regret for having Zhang Yu take the blame. Naturally, Zhang Yu also detected the barely concealed resentment in his mother and sister's words, a regret for having driven Zhang Yu away. This discomfort and anger were more unbearable than any direct accusations. All the failures, fears and helplessness instantly transformed into a deeper, more venomous hatred toward Zhang Yu, gnawing at his heart like a venomous snake. It's all Zhang Yu's fault, that bastard. He screamed in his heart, he deliberately concealed the truth, schemed against us and set the whole residence ablaze. Without him I would still make the whole residence's goods station prosper. Zhang Heng's face contorted in a grimace, his heart filled with malicious intent. He would not allow himself to be overshadowed by a waste like Zhang Yu. Bring everyone from the whole residence in me to discuss things with the goods station supplier. At this point he had become obsessed with no retreat left. Zhang Heng made up his mind and immediately returned to the Marquis residence, bringing along 2 family guards with 9th grade strength. Whatever the market price or the rules of the trade, they were all meaningless before the heir of the Marquis residence and the future Marquis. Since good words and following the rules have proven ineffective, he would resort to the Marquis' most adept methods, power and force. Qin Shuihua looked at her son in a state of panic and worriedly said, Xiaoheng, calm down. Business matters have always emphasized adapting to the market and fostering goodwill. If we take the lead in breaking the rules and force the other party to lower their prices, it would surely provoke public outrage. Mother, you are being foolish. Zhang Heng lowered his voice, yet it was laced with a self-righteous shrewdness. Those 3 merchants have signed long-term supply contracts with our Marquis residence. The prices had long been established and now they claim to raise them. They are the ones violating the moral code first, and they are the ones being untrustworthy. As he spoke more passionately, he felt increasingly justified, his voice rising. I am not going to force a sale, I am going to reason with them. I am going to act according to the contract. His twisted logic equated the price increase with a breach of contract. Jiang Luohan watched the quarrel between this mother and son with cold eyes, and the last glimmer of expectation she had for Zhang Heng was completely extinguished, replaced by a deep-seated disdain and disgust. Fool! A complete fool! She screamed frantically in her heart. Compared to Zhang Yu, who could make masters bow with a laugh, this Zhang Heng, who could only rage ineffectively, seemed like an uncivilized wild boar. Aside from relying on the legacy of his ancestors and that bit of pathetic strength, what else did he have? Jiang Luohan even found it somewhat laughable. How could she have given up on the potential dragon that was Zhang Yu to choose this pile of mud? Zhang Heng. Zhang Wanning felt that Zhang Heng was right and echoed, Mother, Xiaoheng is correct. They breached the contract first, so we can't be blamed for using our influence. In her view, it was perfectly justified for the Marquis residence to teach a lesson to the treacherous merchants. Growing up in the Marquis residence, Zhang Wanning was accustomed to seeing her father and elder brother using their power to intimidate others, and she had an almost blind confidence in the Zhang family's strength. Although Qin Shuihua felt uneasy under the persuasion of her son and daughter, that unease was suppressed by the notion that they were in the right. After all, it was the other party who raised the prices first. What was wrong with the Marquis residence seeking justice? With a legitimate reason backing them, the morale of the Marquis residence suddenly soared. In addition to the 2 strongest 9th grade family guards, Zhang Heng also gathered over 20 elite bodyguards, among whom were several 7th and 8th grade experts. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was already a formidable force capable of intimidating others. Let's go and make those unscrupulous merchants know that the Yangon Marquis residence is not to be trifled with. Zhang Heng mounted his horse, sword at his waist, and under the escort of his bodyguards headed straight for the southern business district. Meanwhile, inside the Shenglong Chamber of Commerce, a different scene was unfolding. Li Dagong was sitting with his legs crossed on a grandmaster chair with a thick ledger spread out before him. His fingers clicked on the abacus, revealing a pained yet joyful expression. Old Mo, look, just last year alone the difference we subsidized for the Marquis supply station exceeded 200,000 taels. Li Dagong pointed to the figures in the ledger with a pained expression. This is just on the surface. Considering transportation losses and storage costs, the actual loss is even greater. Now it's finally over, we can finally shed this heavy burden, and from now on all that money can go into our own pockets. Several merchants sitting opposite him nodded in agreement. What Master Li said is true, these years have really been hard on us. Exactly, it's frustrating to think that we could have made a fortune but had to sell at half price to the Marquis residence. As the crowd was getting into the conversation, Mo Zhai, who was sitting alone by the window, snorted coldly. He put down his wine cup and glanced at Li Dagong, saying, your worth is just this little. You probably haven't finished using the batch of body refining pills given by the boss, have you? Li Dagong chuckled awkwardly. I've been busy handling the Chamber of Commerce's matters. The Chamber of Commerce matters are managed by the managers. Mo Zhai stood up, his aura condensed as he had now broken through to the 7th grade. The boss wants you to quickly improve your strength. 6th grade. In the capital, that's hardly impressive. His tone was calm, but the merchants instinctively shrank their necks. Although Master Mo didn't often handle affairs, once he spoke, even Master Li had to give way. I know. Li Dagong waved his hand. I'll go into seclusion after I finish this busy period. Cultivation is nowhere near as interesting as making money. Just as Mo Zhai was about to say more, he suddenly frowned. Almost simultaneously, a panicked shout from the staff downstairs echoed, "You can't go in." Ouch. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps and the crash of overturned tables and chairs. Li Dagong frowned and said, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" But Mo Zhai had a serious expression, sensing several terrifying auras, and was deeply worried. Previously, Zhang Yu had been afraid of attracting too much attention and had avoided recruiting too powerful subordinates always trading under the Marquis name. Now that they had fallen out with the Marquis residents, the shortcomings of Li Dagong and his group became evident. Their cultivation was simply too low. If the strongest among them was Mo Zhai, who had just recently advanced to the 7th grade. As everyone was filled with doubts, the door to the hall was kicked open with a bang. Zhang Heng burst in, exuding a fierce aura, followed by over 20 bodyguards who filled the hall instantly. 2 9th-grade family guards flanked him, their cold gazes sweeping over everyone in the hall. Yet Li Dagong stood up leisurely, even wearing a professional smile. "Oh, how nice of the young master to visit our humble store." He clasped his hands, seemingly ignoring the glaring swords and knives. "Is there some major order from the supply station that needs attending to?" Zhang Heng suppressed his anger, gesturing for the bodyguards to bring chairs, and sat down, imposing as the master of the hall, trying to regain control of the situation. His gaze was sharp, his voice deliberately slowed, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. "Managerly esteemed managers present, we have cooperated for many years and have always coexisted peacefully. I have come today to simply ask one question. Why did you suddenly collectively breach the contract and audaciously raise prices? Is it because you think the Marquis residence is without support, or do you think I, Zhang Heng, am easy to deal with?" He believed this opening statement both clarified the breach of contract and showcased the dignity of the Marquis residence, demonstrating a manner of courtesy before force. Hearing this, the professional smile on Li Dagong's face faded slightly. He slightly clasped his hands, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. "What the young master says is incorrect. We open our doors to do business primarily for the sake of profit. The transactions with the Marquis residence were business before, and they are still business now. It's just that." He paused, meeting Zhang Heng's gaze steadily. "Before it was a friendship price, and now it's a market price. If the business incurs a loss, it is only natural to raise prices. That's just the way of the world." "What a friendship price." Zhang Heng seemed to have heard the biggest joke, slamming the armrest of his chair and laughing angrily. "Then why was there no loss before? Why was it only when I, Zhang Heng, took over the affairs of the Marquis residence that you suffered losses? Do you look down on me, Zhang Heng, or do you think my Zhang family is not as good as before?" As he spoke more passionately, his voice grew louder, filled with the arrogance unique to aristocratic youth. Zhang Wanning chimed in from the side, exclaiming, "Exactly. It's clear that you unscrupulous merchants are taking advantage of the situation, seeing my younger brother as young and foolish and banding together to oppress him." Faced with Zhang Heng's questioning and Zhang Wanning's accusations, Li Dagong showed no signs of fear on his face, but instead revealed a meaningful smile. He shook his head, his tone still calm. "The previous half-price sales and operating at a loss were not because of the Marquis residence nor because of you, the young master, but rather out of respect for the Marquis' eldest son, Zhang Yu." Li Dagong spread his hands, expressing a helpless yet slightly mocking expression. "Since young master Zhang Yu has severed all ties with the Marquis residence, we as merchants naturally have no need to sell this face anymore." "Young master, don't you think that's reasonable?" "Zhang Yu." Again it was Zhang Yu. These 3 words were like poisoned needles, piercing deeply into Zhang Heng's ears. His face contorted with rage, his eyes were bloodshot with fury and humiliation. He felt like a clown. All his previous questioning and all his arrogance turned into the most laughable joke in light of the fact of Zhang Ye's face. It turned out that the so-called profits and the prestigious name of the Marquis goods station over the years were entirely built on the charity of that good-for-nothing Zhang Yu. And he, Zhang Heng, the esteemed young master of the Marquis residence, was actually regarded as even less than the face of that illegitimate child Zhang Yu in the eyes of these merchants. Zhang Wanning and Qin Shuahua were also stunned, their faces drained of color. Although they had long suspected this, hearing it confirmed from Li Dagong's mouth still hit them like a ton of bricks. It turned out that the wealth they had enjoyed and the money they had squandered, even the military supplies of the Marquis residence in the northern frontier, were all dependent on that Zhang Yu whom they regarded as a waste and treated like trash. A tremendous sense of absurdity and deeper regret coiled around their hearts like cold vines. "Shut up." Zhang Heng suddenly stood up, his voice hoarse from extreme anger. "Zhang Ye's face matters, but does Zhang Heng's face not matter? What can a discarded pawn, a prisoner in the dungeon, offer you? I am the young master of the Yangon Marquis residence, the future marquis. He completely tore off the last shred of disguise, pointing at Li Dagong and the merchants, shouting sternly, I don't care about Zhang Yu or anything else, I only know that you have raised the prices and breached the contract. Now right away supply at the original price. Otherwise don't blame the Marquis residents for being heartless. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 ninth-grade guards behind him released their auras, the overwhelming pressure of strong martial artists enveloping the entire hall, and more than 20 guards unsheathed their weapons with a clatter, cold light flashing, murderous intent soaring. The air in the hall suddenly dropped to freezing point. The merchants turned pale, instinctively looking at Li Dagong, then secretly glancing at the serious-looking Moj. The smile on Li Dagong's face completely vanished. Facing Zhang Heng's almost murderous gaze, he sighed softly as if lamenting the other's foolishness. He did not look at the weapons nor heed the pressure from the 2 ninth-grade guards, but calmly spoke, his voice not loud yet clearly echoing in the tense hall, Young master, you probably forgot this is the capital city. This is a place where the law of the king is upheld and the rules of business are respected. Stop talking to me about the law and the rules. Zhang Heng completely tore off the last shred of pretense, his face twisted with rage and extreme arrogance. He stepped forward, his voice hoarse yet arrogant as he shouted, Today here I am the rule, I am the law. His blood-red eyes fixed on Li Dagong, he pressed with each word, Tell me, was it you who breached the contract and raised the prices first? Li Dagong replied firmly, We did not agree on a price, so how can we talk about breaching the contract? Dare to talk back. The murderous light in Zhang Heng's eyes surged. There was no need for him to give an order, a guard standing behind Zhang Heng suddenly moved. The motion was so fast that it only left a remnant shadow in the air. The guard stepped forward with his left foot, his right leg sweeping out like a steel whip, creating a whistling sound as it precisely and ruthlessly struck Li Dagong's left knee. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking exploded in the hall. Ugh. Li Dagong did not even have time to defend himself, his body fell sideways as if struck by a heavy hammer. His body flipped in the air, his back crashing heavily onto the floor tiles, raising a cloud of dust. The intense pain made his vision go dark, but what was even more humiliating was, before he could recover from the dizziness after falling, a heavy military boot, muddy and stained, stomped down hard. Bang! The sole of the boot pressed down on his left cheek, forcing his head firmly onto the cold ground. The rough texture of the sole rubbed against his skin, the searing pain mixed with the coldness of the tiles. Blood instantly gushed from his mouth and nose, a molar mixed with blood foam rolling out from the corner of his forced open mouth, rolling to Zhang Heng's feet. Cough. Li Dagong let out a painful grunt, trying to struggle, but the foot on his face felt like an iron pillar rooted to the ground, unmoving. He never expected that Zhang Heng and his group would act without any regard for rules and directly use their power to oppress him. Bastard. Seeing Li Dagong being humiliated like this, Moj could no longer suppress the raging anger in his chest. His 7th grade true energy erupted violently, his robes billowing without wind, the blue bricks beneath his feet cracking inch by inch. The black short blade in his hand emitted a sharp whine, flying from his hand like a beam of black light aimed directly at the throat of the guard stepping on Li Dagong's head, wanting to force him back. This attack, filled with rage, was without reservation a desperate strike. An ant shaking a tree. The 8th grade guard sneered, not dodging at all, taking a deep breath, his chest suddenly swelling, his skin taking on a bronze sheen. Clang. The black short blade struck his throat, producing a loud sound like metal clashing. The sharp tip only penetrated half an inch before being firmly blocked by his solid muscles and protective true energy, unable to advance any further. At the same time, another 8th grade guard launched a punch. The fist bore a light golden true energy that condensed like substance, carrying a fierce and relentless killing intent from countless battles. 7 kill-breaking army fist. Bang! The fists collided. Moj felt a torrent of overwhelming force surge towards him, his fiery palm strike crashing against an impenetrable wall of metal, instantly dissipating. Immediately after, the opponent's fist energy drove straight in, striking fiercely into his meridians. Puff! Moj's body trembled violently, a mouthful of blood spewing out, and he was sent flying backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise but felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, his meridians in excruciating pain, unable to muster any strength. The gap was too vast. The opponent was not just an 8th grade but an 8th grade forged in the military, with refined true energy, fierce combat skills and unparalleled practical experience. In just one encounter, Moj was rendered powerless, unable to even force those 2 9th grade guards to act. Drag him over. Zhang Heng coldly ordered, his eyes filled with disdain and pleasure. Immediately 2 guards stepped forward, tossing Mo Ji beside Li Dagong. One lay down and the other sprawled, both pinned to the ground, unable to move. Li Dagong's cheek pressed tightly against the cold tiles, and he could see Mo Ji gasping in pain out of the corner of his eye. His heart intertwined with anger and coldness, but he also recognized the harshness of reality more clearly. In the face of an absolute power gap, their struggle seemed so pale and powerless. The opponent only needed to deploy 2 8th-grade guards to easily suppress them. The 2 9th-grade guards who had remained silent as mountains had not even moved, let alone the innate experts in the Marquis residence. They were in a despairingly unequal position compared to a colossal entity like the Yangon Marquis residence. The merchants turned pale, not daring to take a breath. Qin Shuahua turned her head while Zhang Wanning clenched her fists in excitement. Jiang Luohan felt a chill in her heart looking at the miserable state of the 2 on the ground, and then at Zhang Heng's triumphant face she felt genuine disgust for this fiancé for the first time. This person was not only foolish but also cruel and merciless, acting without any bottom line. This world, after all, is one where the strong reign supreme and the weak serve as sustenance. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Yu in his earlier days of powerlessness had operated under the banner of the Marquis 8. "Speak, did you break the contract first?" Zhang Heng posed the question once more, demanding a definitive confession from Li Dagong to claim moral high ground. Li Dagong's left cheek was brutally ground into the cold marble floor by the coarse sole of a military boot. Blood and dust filled his mouth and nostrils. With agonizing effort he shifted his crushed jaw, his voice thick with blood but startlingly clear. "The contract, written in black ink on white paper, stipulates only long-term supply, at fair market price, no fixed rate. Where then is the breach?" This was a hidden move, planted years ago by him, or rather by Zhang Yu behind him. In that seemingly generous supply agreement the critical clause on unit pricing remained deliberately unfixed. From the outset Zhang Yu had never intended to leave the Marquis 8 any tangible leverage. He had calculated every variable, except the Marquisite's utter shamelessness and cruelty. Nonsense. Zhang Heng needed no logic, only an excuse to vent his fury and assert dominance. He slashed his hand through the air, cutting off Li Dagong mid-sentence. Spittle flew toward the man's face. "Custom has long established this price, it is ironclad law. Now you dare raise it unilaterally. That is betrayal. That is breach. That is a slap across the face of the Yong'an Marquis 8. He arrogantly equated commercial goodwill, born of personal ties and special intent, with legally binding contractual obligation. Custom is not contract. Even in such abject humiliation Li Dagong forced the rebuttal from his throat, the irony blazing in his eyes like molten scorn. What did these pampered scions know of commerce as warfare, of contracts as unbreakable edicts? Truly ignorant of death, Zhang Heng's eyes flared with savage malice. Without further command the 8th-rank guard pinning Li Dagong narrowed his gaze, and slammed his boot down with brutal force, twisting sharply. Crack. A faint snap of bone echoed, followed by Li Dagong's muffled groan. His cheekbone shrieked under pressure, fresh blood gushed from nose and mouth, vision dimmed, consciousness teetered on the edge of oblivion. Mod stared in anguish at Li Dagong, thrashing wildly, yet utterly powerless. Such is the tragedy of the weak. No matter your cunning, your loyalty, your courage, before absolute disparity of strength you are mere flesh upon the chopping block awaiting slaughter. Your reason, your resolve, your rage, these ring in the ears of the strong as nothing more than the whimpers of a defeated dog. Zhang Heng watched satisfied as Li Dagong slumped nearly unconscious beneath his foot, then glanced coolly at Mod, wildeed and desperate. The humiliation and fury born of being overshadowed by Zhang Yu finally found release. Straightening his posture he smoothed his sleeve as if he had merely crushed an insignificant ant. It seems Master Li requires time to regain his senses, and reconsider how best to answer his lordship's question. He spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over the other merchants huddled silently in the corner. As for you. He paused, a cruel smile curling his lips. Will you sign the new contract now, at the original price, or wait until Master Li comes to his senses? The merchants turned ashen-faced, exchanging terrified glances, then staring at Li Dagong, motionless and bloodied on the floor, their bodies trembling violently. Agree with him. A hoarse yet eerily calm voice cut through the silence. It was Mod, pressed face down onto the icy stone, his voice distorted by pressure yet laced with chilling clarity. He turned his head, fixing his gaze on Li Dagong's direction, each word squeezed from between clenched teeth. De Gang, agree, sign as he demands. He saw far more clearly than Li Dagong. Today's situation was absolute deadlock. 2 8th-rank guards had subdued them effortlessly. 2 9th-rank household generals stood idly by, unmoved, untouchable. And the Marquisite's true strength remained shrouded, immeasurable. To resist further meant certain death. And should they perish, Zhang Yu's enterprises, networks and intelligence apparatus would instantly crumble, or be devoured whole by the Marquis 8. Preserve the green hills and firewood will never run short. This was the iron law MOD had forged amid countless brushes with mortality. So long as breath remained, so too did the chance for reversal. Momentary disgrace held greater value than futile sacrifice. Hearing this, Zhang Heng's grimace softened, shifting into the amused predatory grin of a cat toying with its prey. He nodded approvingly, even clapped once. A wise man knows when to yield. Mr. You possess far greater sense than Master Li. I enjoy dealing with intelligent men. With a flick of his wrist, a guard stepped forward bearing the freshly drafted contract and sealing clay, kneeling before MOD. Yet. No, not possible. Li Dagong suddenly coughed up a torrent of black blood, wrenching his swollen, disfigured face upward. Bloodshot eyes blazed with a near-obsessive fire. He locked eyes with MOD, then strained to turn toward Zhang Heng, his voice shattered yet unyielding. Boss entrusted the guild to me. I cannot betray him. This price I will not sign. Greed. Yes, Li Dagong loved wealth. Lust. He openly indulged it. But his loyalty to Zhang Yu, forged over years navigating the gray margins of the underworld, remained his one unshakable line. You seek death. The fleeting flicker of satisfaction vanished from Zhang Heng's face, replaced by volcanic wrath. Every shred of patience, and every pretense of rational discourse, shattered completely. A low-born merchant, a crawling insect beneath his heel, dared defy him again and again. It ignited the most feral, unrestrained fury within him. I have granted you your chance. Zhang Heng's voice rose shrill with rage as he wrenched a standard-issue military saber from a guard's belt with a metallic ring. The blade was narrow, gleaming with lethal coldness, saturated with the unmistakable stench of battlefield carnage. Without hesitation, without warning, before anyone could react, Zhang Heng's eyes blazed with murderous light and his sword sliced downward in a vicious arc toward Li Dagong's exposed throat. The strike was ruthless and final, a manifestation of aristocratic fury at defiance and a violent catharsis for all his seething envy of Zhang Yu. No. No. MOD's roar tore from his throat like that of a mortally wounded beast. Qin Shuahua and Zhang Wanning paused, neither moved to intervene. In their eyes these merchants were mere insects, expendable, forgettable. Jiang Luohan said nothing either if the death of a merchant meant nothing at all. Boldly, who dares to harm the imperial merchant of Wei? Just as Zhang Heng's military knife was about to cleave Li Dagong's head, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the Chamber of Commerce like a bolt from the blue. This shout was not just a simple yell, it contained a rich and mighty true energy, its sound waves striking harshly against the eardrums of everyone in the hall. The guards with slightly lower cultivation felt a buzzing in their heads, their vision darkening, blood surging, and they nearly lost grip of their weapons. Before the shout could fade, a cold gleam had already arrived. A sharp sound of piercing air tore through the atmosphere as a dark light shot in from the open door at an almost untraceable speed, targeting Zhang Heng's throat with the intent to strike. Before the arrow arrived, the chilling intent to kill had already locked onto Zhang Heng, making him feel as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, every hair on his body standing on end. Be careful. Qin Shuahua and Zhang Wanning simultaneously let out terrified screams, their faces as pale as paper. Jiang Luohan's pupils constricted, and instead of advancing she instinctively took 2 steps back. A strong sense of ominous foreboding enveloped her. Someone daring enough to act against the heir of the Marquis during such a moment was undoubtedly no good, and their strength was terrifying. Zhang Heng himself was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. The arrow came too swiftly and too cunningly, filled with overwhelming murderous intent. Relying only on his family background and guards to act fierce, his own cultivation was nothing extraordinary. How could he have ever encountered such a situation? The shadow of death instantly seized his heart. He wanted to dodge, but his body felt as if it were frozen in place, leaving him to watch helplessly as the cold gleam rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Impudent. Protect the heir. The 2 9th-grade family guards standing like sentinels beside Zhang Heng had already sensed the danger the moment the arrow pierced the air. Seeing the heir in peril, the two of them shouted in unison, their figures flickering like wraiths as they dashed forward, narrowly positioning themselves in front of Zhang Heng. Clang! Clang! The sharp piercing sounds of metal clashing rang out almost simultaneously. The two ninth-grade family guards reacted swiftly, drawing their personal blades at the critical moment. The blade light glimmered like snow facing the deadly arrow. However, crack! Crack! The anticipated scene of the arrow being deflected did not occur, and two painful sounds of shattering resonated almost back-to-back. The two treasured blades, forged from refined steel and accompanied by the family guards for years, broke upon contact with the dark arrow as if they were rotten wood. But that was not all. The terrifying power contained within the arrow did not dissipate, it surged through the shattered blades. Puff! Puff! The two ninth-grade guards felt as if struck by lightning, their faces flushed red then turned pale, simultaneously spewing out a mouthful of blood. The arms holding the blades produced clear sounds of bones cracking, their bodies flying backward uncontrollably as if struck heat by a stampeding elephant. And they flew directly towards the stunned Zhang Heng. Bang! Bang! Two heavy crashing sounds followed. The heavy bodies of the two guards crashed down on Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng let out a shrill scream, his body lifted from the ground and then forcefully slammed back down. The power of a single arrow had led to this. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events and the terrifying arrow. Qin Shuihua and Zhang Wanning covered their mouths, watching Zhang Heng and the two guards lying on the ground bloodied and in disarray, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Jiang Luohan's heart raced like a drum, her gaze fixed on the direction of the door, fingers icy cold. The guards of the Marquis' residence were frozen in shock, their hands trembling while holding their weapons. The two strongest ninth-grade martial artists among them couldn't even withstand a single arrow from the opponent. What kind of strength did the archer possess? At the very least it was the peak of the ninth grade, perhaps even innate. Moreover, he shouted, Imperial Merchant of Wei. Mo Ji and Li Dagong had just escaped death, their hearts filled with immense surprise and horror. Imperial Merchant. When did we become Imperial Merchants? Who is this savior? In the dead silence, heavy and synchronized footsteps and the clanking of armor echoed from outside the chamber. A calm and dignified voice laced with official authority clearly rang out, the Royal City Department is investigating all unauthorized personnel. Immediately lay down your weapons. Those who resist will be dealt with as traitors and will be executed without question. With the words falling, a squad of about 20 armored soldiers surged in like a wave of black. They quickly occupied all the critical positions in the hall, surrounding everyone with an overwhelming killing intent. The leader was not armored but wore a dark purple robe embroidered with golden python patterns. His aura, though deliberately restrained, still exuded an oppressive presence that made every martial artist present find it hard to breathe. An innate expert without a doubt. His cold gaze swept through the chaos in the hall, passing over the severely injured Li Dagong and Mo Ji, finally settling on the blood-spitting Zhang Heng. He furrowed his brow slightly, his voice as cold as iron sand swept by a winter wind, in broad daylight in the open heavens, wielding weapons to commit murder, harming the Imperial Merchant. Zhang Heng, do you see any laws in your eyes? Do you still regard our de Weiss laws with any respect? The visitor was none other than the third son of the current emperor of Wei, Prince Xiao Jingyan. In the ancestral hall, upon learning that Zhang Yu was in trouble, the elder Xiao Xian issued an order prompting the three princes with aspirations for the throne to immediately respond, vying to take credit for aiding Zhang Yu. Whoever saved Zhang Yu first would gain an advantage in the elders' eyes and a significant bargaining chip in their quest for the throne. However, strength was the only passport. The third Prince Xiao Jingyan was the only innate expert among the three princes, so he arrived first, naturally the fastest. Thus the earlier shocking scene of the arrow turning the tide was born. At this moment Xiao Jingyan held the cloud-splitting bow that had accompanied him in battles and tasted the blood of his enemies, his figure as deep and imposing as a mountain. Wearing a dark purple robe embroidered with golden dragons, he appeared like a jade crown, exuding an innate majesty without needing to be angry. His gaze was calm yet profound, fixed on the utterly disheveled face of Zhang Heng. At this moment Zhang Heng's spirit was utterly shattered. How could he not recognize the person before him? The third Prince Xiao Jingyan was a prominent contender for the throne, gaining influence in court and supported by parts of the military, and he was an innate expert. Let alone Zhang Heng, even if his father Marquis Yong'an were present, he would not dare to act recklessly in front of this prince who was in the prime of his power. Upon learning that Li Dagong and others were from the royal family, Qin Shuihua, Zhang Wanning and the others turned pale. This matter involved the imperial family and things would become troublesome, potentially leading to self-inflicted harm. At this moment Zhang Wanning and Qin Shuihua both shot Zhang Heng a resentful glance, blaming him for provoking disaster for no reason. Zhang Heng felt quite wronged. He was not a foolish person. Before coming he had already inquired and learned that Li Dagong and others were merely ordinary merchants without a strong background, which was why he dared to act recklessly. In fact, not only was he frustrated, but Li Dagong and Mo Ji were equally confused about how they had become imperial merchants. There was nothing to be done if the title of imperial merchant was just granted to them by Prince Xiao, and it was normal for others to be unaware. Your Highness. I was unaware. When did these people become imperial merchants? Zhang Heng's insides were churning, but with the crisis at hand he wished to argue a point. Impudent. Prince Xiao Jingyan's eyes turned cold, his voice suddenly rising. Does the royal family need to report the appointment of imperial merchants to you, Marquis Yong'an, or seek the approval of you, Zhang Heng? Xiao Jingyan's stern questioning directly placed a crown of disdain for imperial authority upon Zhang Heng. No. I would never. I have no such intention, Your Highness. Facing the royal prince, Zhang Yu grew noticeably nervous and hurried to explain, we truly did not know they were imperial merchants, so. A cold snort escaped Qi Wang Xiao Jingyan. Before Zhang Yu could finish, the prince struck at the heart of the matter. By your logic, if they were ordinary traders rather than imperial merchants, you would be free to humiliate them and wield a blade at will. Does the law of our way protect only imperial merchants in your Yangon Ho and not common citizens? Your household rules, it seems, stand above the court statutes. The accusation rose bigger and heavier now, contempt for the law itself. I dare not, I would never dare, Zhang Heng stammered. Zhang Heng had nothing left to say. Frightened, he babbled the same denial repeatedly. At that moment Qin Shuihua drew a deep breath and forced herself to steady. She knew that if her son kept speaking, his crime would only deepen. As the mistress of the Ho household and a scion of a Guogong family, she had weathered many storms. Her mind turned swiftly to calculation. After all, even an imperial merchant was at root a merchant with business ties to the court. She guessed they were likely connected to Prince Qi's retinue, otherwise Prince Qi would not have intervened. Although they had used violence today, Li Dagong and Mod were not dead. The matter had not yet become irreparable. Would Prince Qi truly tear apart relations with the Yangon Hoa household that commanded troops over a few merchants? Would he risk a life-and-death schism? At most there would be apologies, heavy compensation, and some punishment for Zhang Heng to save appearances. The house foundations remained intact and the northern garrison was their sure backing. Comforted by that thought, Qin Shuihua regained a measure of composure befitting the mistress of the Ho household. She stepped forward, gave a low graceful bow to Qi Wang, and spoke with the deliberate calm of someone seeking to minimize calamity. Your Highness, please temper your anger. This day's offense was my son's recklessness. He offended your guests. On behalf of the Ho household, I offer my apologies to the two injured shopkeepers. She paused, then continued, fortunately their lives are spared, a small mercy amid misfortune. Yangon Ho will bear all medical expenses and present generous recompense. We will not shirk responsibility. As for my son Zhang Heng. She glanced at her disheveled child. A flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes, but was quickly replaced by resolve. Let your Highness handle him according to law. Our household will not complain. I only beg that in view of my house's generations of border service, if not for glory then for hardship borne, your Highness grant him a chance to reform and afford my house the chance to make amends. Her words, outwardly contrite and willing to accept blame, subtly invoked the Ho household's military merits and strength, an attempt to balance legal principle with sentiment and force. She sought to recast a near murder of an imperial merchant as a youth's rash mistake, hoping to smooth matters with wealth and face. To her mind this was the utmost concession the Ho could make. Prince Qi should be satisfied. If Li Dagong were but a common imperial merchant, her reasoning might have been sound. But she had underestimated Zhang Ye's standing within the royal household. Qi Wang Xiao Jingyan gave a disdainful smile and lightly shook his head. Madam Ho, Xiao Jingyan's voice returned to a steady calm, yet beneath that calm lay an ice colder than his earlier roar. Have you not yet grasped the situation? Qin Zuiwa's heart lurched and her brow tightened. Xiao Jingyan raised a finger toward the barely breathing Li Dagong and Mod on the ground and said, these two are no ordinary men. The people behind them are not ones you can offend. Qin Zuiwa's pulse fluttered, though she kept a measured tone. If they are relatives of some royal branch, your Highness please speak their names. I will go in person to beg forgiveness. If that is not enough, I will send the old Marquis and my father Qin Guogong to make amends. As she spoke, a certain anger rose in her. She truly possessed the confidence to confront ordinary royal kin. Yan Ganho commanded heavy forces and influence at court. Short of a true master taking residence, even the royal family would feel restrained. With the Qin Guogong connection by marriage, Yan Ganho stood among the very top echelon in all way. Even common royal kinsmen dared not behave rashly before them. It was for this reason they had grown so brazen within the capital even before a Prince Qin Shuahua believed she had bargaining chips. She imagined the gravest punishment would be personal suffering for Zhang Heng and financial losses to the household. Her words steadied not only herself but also lent Zhang Heng a lifeline. As agony and fear ebbed, the scion's arrogance and ingrained sense of superiority began to revive. Indeed, what family was Yan Ganho? The 10,000 men of the northern border were ours to command. Qin Guogong was our in-law. Even if Li Dagong had Prince Qi behind him, so what? A prince is not the emperor. Besides, the Wei had more than one prince. Would Prince Qi truly risk everything over a few merchants and force the north to rebel against us? Buoyed by such thoughts, Zhang Heng felt invigorated and straightened his spine. He forced himself upright, attempting to reclaim the bearing of a noble scion. Your Highness, as the proverb says, not knowing is no crime. We truly did not know Li the shopkeeper and the others were imperial merchants, nor that they had powerful patrons. If we have offended or collided with them, the younger generation begs pardon here. I ask your Highness to be magnanimous. He pronounced magnanimous with deliberate weight, as if that single concession were a grand offering that could end the matter with mutual face preserved. Yet no sooner had his words fallen. A coarse, furious shout thundered from outside the Guildhall, "Magnanimous, my ass!" It boomed like lightning, laced with impatience and vulgarity. A hulking figure then crashed through the door, striking aside the armored guards like a charging bull, his presence raw and unconcealed. The newcomer was broad-shouldered, his embroidered robe askew, emanating the brash aura of a battlefield veteran. It was Jing Wang Xiao Jingfeng. He burst in with such speed and bluntness that not a trace of princely decorum remained in his entrance. Before anyone could react, he whipped around like a whirlwind and seized Zhang Heng by the hair and the nape with a palm like a war fan. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare ask a prince to be magnanimous? Xiao Jingfeng spat a curse and, granting no one time to reply, grasped Zhang Heng's head and, as one might handle a chick, slammed him hard onto the stone floor. A dull, sickening crack filled the air. Zhang Heng's cheek and brow met the cold, rough tile, his nasal bone split with a crisp sound and blood smeared across his face. He had no chance even to scream, if the impact left him reeling. But Xiao Jingfeng was not done. Dragging Zhang Heng by the hair like a dead dog, he hauled him across the floor for several feet until he was thrown down beside the gravely wounded Li Dagong. Then came his show. He bellowed at the faint Li Dagong in a voice that sought to be heard above all, "Brother, do you see clearly now? It is I, Jing Wang Xiao Jingfeng, who has avenged you. If this scoundrel dares touch you, I'll make him suffer." He shook the half-conscious Zhang Heng to make sure everyone could see and shouted, "Remember this, when you report back to your boss, the credit goes to me. Be sure to speak my name, Jing Wang Xiao Jingfeng. Don't get it wrong." Zhang Heng, who had just been attempting to reason with Prince Qi, looked utterly stupefied. What had just happened? Who was this calamity that had suddenly appeared? Jing Wang. Everyone present was stunned, Qin Shuahua, Zhang Wanning and the whole household guards alike. What sort of day was this? One Qi Wang was not enough, now Jing Wang, infamous for his brusque military manner, had arrived. And by his bearing he seemed rougher and less reasonable than even Prince Qi. Standing aside, Qi Wang Xiao Jingyan's muscles betrayed him, his face twitched, a vein throbbed on his temple and the fingers grasping the Lai Yunbao whitened from tension. Damn you, Xiao Jingfeng, you take credit in this way. Xiao Jingyan felt as if 10,000 beasts thundered through his chest, he nearly let a royal obscenity slip. The austere dignity he had so carefully cultivated, the flawless script of royal benevolence he had prepared to favor Zhang Ye's followers, had been ruined by this shameless brute. That wretch had clearly come because his cultivation was lower and he had been late. Seeing the great merit of rescuing Zhang Ye's man slipping from his grasp, he had barged in crudely to snatch the honor. He had the nerve to tear off his own mask and perform such a crude, violent rush for glory, yelling at Li Dagong to remember his name. Shameless beyond measure. Royal comportment. Imperial ceremony. Has it all been eaten by dogs? Xiao Jingyan felt a hot surge of blood stuck in his chest, unable to rise or fall. He glared icily at the still jostling Zhang Heng and at Xiao Jingfeng, who seemed to be flaunting his trophy, and managed through clenched teeth, "Brother Jing Wang, truly. What swift feet, what? An original method of rescue. In truth, Qi Wang felt the loss because he had been overly reasonable and overly attentive to royal decorum, and so Jing Wang shameless and crude stole the credit. Qi Wang's grievance was simple. In being too scrupulous, he had let a brash commander seize the limelight. The Qi king was nearly engulfed by rage from the Jing king. However, lying on the ground, the severely injured Li Dagong and Mo Zhai along with the terrified merchants in the corner were truly at a loss. They were completely bewildered. Today's events were absurd and bizarre from start to finish. First, the heir of the Marquis residence Zhang Yu stormed in with a group being rude and unreasonable, nearly killing their lordly. Then divine soldiers descended from the heavens. A prince with an imposing demeanor and terrifying strength arrived with the elite of the imperial city, declaring with a single arrow that they were imperial merchants, vowing to punish the murderer. This was already enough for them to digest for a while. Imperial merchants. When did we become imperial merchants? Before they could recover from this astonishing identity, the even more outrageous Jing king barged in, actually shouting to take credit. They couldn't quite hear what the credit was about, but the big brother mentioned by the Jing king was clear to them. Big brother. Those two words struck like lightning in the dark, instantly illuminating the muddled minds of Li Dagong and Mo Zhai. Of course they had a big brother, and there was only one. The one who pulled them up from the mire, granting them new life and purpose, was currently imprisoned in the heavenly prison, Zhang Yu. So that was how it was. So the imperial merchants mentioned by the Qi king came about this way. So the Jing king put in such effort to perform and even resorted to public violence as a prince, all to curry favor with the big brother. These princes, who ordinarily looked down upon them from on high to the point they couldn't even see their feet, were now fighting to shine in front of their big brother, competing in such an ugly manner with such unique methods. After the overwhelming sense of absurdity, they felt an indescribable shock and a hint of inexplicable excitement. What exactly had their big brother done? Or what did he possess to make two popular contenders for the throne and powerful princes go to such lengths? Big brother, have you reached such a level already? Without needing to take action personally or even to express a clear stance, your mere existence had already made these top-tier nobles swarm towards you. This could no longer be simply explained by power or influence. It represented a recognition of value at a higher level and an investment in the future. In the corner, the merchants were so frightened that they dared not breathe, but their minds were racing. They looked at Zhang Yu, who lay on the ground like a bloodied gourd, glanced at the two awe-inspiring princes, and then thought of that mysterious figure, the big brother who had never truly revealed himself. Suddenly they felt as if they had inadvertently latched onto a terrifyingly thick, glimmering thigh. As for Qin Shuahua, Zhang Yu, Zhang Wanning and Jiang Luohan, they were equally perplexed. What on earth was happening today? Just dealing with a few merchants had attracted two princes. Who exactly was the big brother mentioned by the Jing king to make the dignified Jing king act so humbly? If it were just one prince with the Marquis of Yangon and the Duke of Qin, they wouldn't be too concerned. But if it were two princes, the significance would be entirely different. At this moment Qin Shuahua was genuinely a bit panicked, struggling to organize her words. May I ask your highnesses, who exactly is the big brother mentioned by the Jing king? I apologize for any offenses today from our Marquis residence. I will certainly come to apologize in the future. Apologies are indeed necessary, but not in the future, rather today. The Qi king, with a cold and distant demeanor, declared, someone take down everyone who has insulted the Merchant Association, imprison them in the heavenly prison, and await the judgment of young Master Zhang. Imprisoned in the heavenly prison, awaiting the judgment of young Master Zhang. This was not sending them to the Ministry of Justice for lawful trial, nor was it handing them over to the imperial clan for deliberation, but directly throwing them into the heavenly prison, the highest symbol of imperial punishment. What was even more shocking was that the authority to decide their fate was casually handed over to a young Master Zhang. What did this signify? It meant that before this mysterious figure, the laws of Dewey, the procedures of the court, and even the authority of the imperial family must all take a step back. It meant that the century-long reputation of the Yangon Marquis residence, their illustrious titles, and even their military power in the northern border had all become mere dust that could be trampled upon at will. Wait! Qin Shuahua shouted in a panic. Your Highness, even if we are at fault, it should be dealt with by the authorities according to the law. Our Marquis residence has been loyal for generations, defending the northern border. We may not have merits, but we have made sacrifices. How can you imprison all the direct line of our Marquis residence just because of an unknown young Master Zhang? Wouldn't this cause the soldiers in the border to feel disheartened? What are you afraid of? Afraid that your Yangon Marquis residence will become overbearing? Or afraid that the millions of soldiers in the northern border will revolt? The Qi King Xiao Jingyan coldly interrupted her. Marquise, I advise you not to mention the northern border. There are some lines that your Yangon Marquis residence cannot cross. If there are some people you cannot offend. He slightly raised his hand signaling for the action to continue, showing no disdain for further explanation. The subordinates of the two princes, the Xuanjia Guard and the Jing King's personal soldiers, had already pounced like wolves. The well-trained elite moved with the swiftness of the wind, giving Qin Shuihua and the others no opportunity to resist or argue. With shackles on their limbs, the actions were brutal. The once high and mighty nobles of the Marquis residence felt like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, stripped of all dignity. Mother, save me. Zhang Heng was no longer the spirited youth from before, but rather wailed like a lame dog as he looked at Qin Shuihua. Mother, please think of a way. Zhang Wanning was even more terrified, her exquisite makeup smeared by tears, desperately struggling but to no avail. Qin Shuihua watched her children in such a dire state, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, but what chilled her to the bone even more was the determination and fearlessness evident in the words of the Qi King. They truly were not afraid. Not afraid to provoke the Yangon Marquis residence, which held military power. What did this signify? It signified that in the eyes of that young Master Zhang, the entire Yangon Marquis residence along with the border troops might be insignificant. It meant that the imperial family had already made a choice and they were full of confidence. What kind of existence was that young Master Zhang? Qin Zuihua's mind raced, going through all the top-tier nobles and mysterious figures with the surname Zhang in the capital and even the entire Dawei, but none matched. There were powerful figures with the surname Zhang, but for the imperial family to take such steps, it was unheard of. Fear twisted around her heart like a poisonous vine, followed by an overwhelming regret. Had they known the young Master Zhang behind this merchant association had such immense power that it could make two favored princes scramble to please him, why would they provoke such a terrifying existence for mere profit? This was no longer just stepping on a tough spot, but rather pushing the Marquis residence to the edge of a bottomless cliff. Just as Qin Shuihua and the others fell into a deep panic and regret. Jiang Luohan, who had been watching coldly, felt as if a giant stone had been thrown into a deep pool, suddenly stirring up a tremendous wave in her heart. When the Qi King's cold and merciless command of imprison them in the heavenly prison awaiting the judgment of young Master Zhang echoed, her heart suddenly contracted. Young Master Zhang. These two words were like two intertwining bolts of lightning striking fiercely into her mind. A figure she was all too familiar with suddenly surfaced uncontrollably, Zhang Yu. He also had the surname Zhang, and at this moment wasn't he imprisoned in the heavenly prison? Could it be that the young Master Zhang stirring up the storm and making the two princes scramble to please him, even personally entering the fray, was the very Zhang Yu she had turned down and discarded? This thought sent a shiver through Jiang Luohan's entire being, a tremor mixed with absurdity, shock, and even a hint of indescribable excitement coursed through her limbs. She had witnessed Zhang Ye's hidden methods capable of making the dual cultivation master Chen Dongpeng seek him out for advice, causing the economic lifeline of the Marquis residence to sway like a storm. She knew that Zhang Yu was far from being as simple as he appeared. But to make two favored princes go to such lengths, even risking direct conflict with the militarily powerful Yangon Marquis residence. This completely exceeded Jiang Luohan's understanding of hidden power. No, it was impossible. She madly denied it in her heart. Zhang Yu might have some means, know some powerful figures, and possess innate cultivation. But this was far from enough to warrant such importance from the imperial family, and could never lead to two lofty princes behaving almost humbly in their attempts to curry favor. Innate. Does the imperial family lack innate experts? Perhaps they are valuable, but they are certainly not irreplaceable. As for masters, does the imperial family not have their own masters? With these it was absolutely impossible for the Qi King and Jing King to lose their composure and compete so fiercely, nor could they have the audacity to treat the Yangon Marquis residence so harshly. An icy heavy iron chain clicked shut around Qin Shuihua's wrists. The unfamiliar humiliating sensation sent a violent shiver through her entire body and shattered the last vestige of hope in Zhang Heng and the others. They stared eyes wide with absurdity and utter disbelief. The exalted madam of the Marquisate, the future Marquis himself, could they truly be shackled in public, reduced to prisoners? Qin Shuihua drew a deep steadying breath, forcing composure upon herself. In the face of sudden catastrophe, panic was useless. Yet beside her Zhang Wanning was utterly incapable of bearing this sudden crushing shame and terror. Born and raised as the pampered daughter of the marquisate, she had never endured such treatment. The moment the coarse frigid collar grazed her delicate skin, she shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, thrashing wildly, straining to wrench free from the guard's grip, screaming incoherently, "Release me, you wretched vermin. My father is the Marquis of Yongan, commander of 100,000 border troops in the northern marches. My maternal grandfather is the reigning duke of the realm. Dare you so much as touch a single hair on my head, and both my father and my grandfather will obliterate you without mercy." This had always been her inviolable talisman, her greatest source of power in the capital. In the past, merely uttering those titles had sufficed. Whether noble scions or imperial magistrates, all would blanch and retreat. Even certain members of the imperial clan granted her deference. But this time she was utterly disillusioned. Prince Qi Shao Jingyan cast only a cold, indifferent glance her way, as if observing a noisy, insignificant insect. The two black armor guards restraining her appeared deaf to her threats. Their movements did not falter, not even for an instant, but grew firmer, more unyielding. One wrenched her arm sharply behind her back, the other drove his knee hard into her lower spine, slamming her face first onto the ground. Rough stones scraped her tender cheeks. With a thunderous clang, the heavy wooden collar snapped shut around her neck, smothering every indignant cry into a choked, broken whimper. You, MMPH. Zhang Wanning had never suffered such brutality. Pain and overwhelming humiliation nearly sent her spiraling into unconsciousness. Seeing his sister humiliated, Zhang Heng's blood surged to his head. He thrashed violently, "Cease at once. Release my sister, you, His words died mid-sentence as a palm the size of a fan laced with whistling force struck his already swollen, bruised face, again. A sharp, resonant crack, brutal and absolute. It was Prince Jing Shao Jingfeng. After delivering the blow, he casually shook out his hand and snarled, "What's all this racket? Shut your mouth, or I'll knock every tooth from your skull right now and send you to the celestial prison to slurp thin gruel." That single slap left Zhang Heng stunned, and terrified. Half his face swelled grotesquely before his very eyes. No sound escaped him thereafter, only involuntary trembling convulsions born of pure dread. As the marquisite's entourage writhed and screamed, Jiang Luohan, who had watched the scene unfold with detached icy silence, felt alarm bells blare within her. With chaos fully unleashed and both princes resolute in making an example of the marquisate, she knew remaining here offered no advantage, only peril. She began inching backward, slipping toward the side gate while all attention remained fixed on Qin Shuihua and the others. "Miss Jiang, where do you think you're going?" Two clear crystalline voices, laced with unmistakable mockery and chill, cut off her path, one from the left, one from the right. Jiang Luohan's heart sank. She looked up to see two young women clad in sumptuous robes, exquisitely beautiful, yet their gazes were sharp and hostile, standing before the doorway with faint predatory smiles. It was Princess Xiao Fenghua, eldest legitimate daughter of Prince Jing, and Princess Xiao Meyer, legitimate daughter of Prince Qi, having arrived silently unnoticed, now surveying Jiang Luohan like hunters sizing up prey. Recognizing them, Jiang Luohan's fury surged, old grudges flaring, a new urgency sharpening her tongue. She snapped, "So it's you two little whores, step aside. A good dog doesn't block the road. Dare you speak thus?" Xiao Meyer's eyes turned glacial. Before she could utter another word, a female general standing behind her barked, voice like a blade, "To slander a royal princess is a crime punishable by death 1,000 times over." Before the final syllable faded, the general lunged forward, granting Jiang Luohan no chance to plead, and delivered a vicious sweeping sidekick straight to her abdomen. The strike carried crushing force and zero restraint, clearly intended to deliver an unforgettable lesson. Ugh! With 9th-rank cultivation, the general far surpassed Jiang Luohan's 7th-rank strength. There was no evading it. Jiang Luohan was hurled backward, crashing hard onto the center of the hall floor. She vomited a gout of crimson blood, curling into herself, too racked with agony to utter a single word. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer advanced slowly, looking down upon the broken, crumpled figure of Jiang Luohan. "Princess, you are royal princesses." "Impossible." Clutching her searing abdomen, Jiang Luohan's face twisted, not with physical pain alone but with profound shock and disbelief deeper than any wound. "Blind fool. Before you stand Princess Fenghua, eldest legitimate daughter of Prince Jing, and Princess Mei, legitimate daughter of Prince Qi." The female general's voice cut like frost, her expression venomous. Jiang Luohan lifted her head with great effort, gazing upon these two women, robed in splendor, radiating sovereign grace, and felt her entire worldview collapse in that instant. She had always assumed these two women who served Zhang Yu jointly were mere courtesans plucked from some disreputable quarter. Now cruel reality slapped her across the face. Xiao Fenghua. Xiao Meyer. Legitimate daughters of Prince Jing and Prince Qi. Two genuine exalted royal princesses of the imperial house. And yet, they had both become Zhang Yu's consorts. And done so without regard for rank or decorum. This revelation pushed Jiang Luohan to the brink of madness, a wave of surreal absurdity and bone-deep despair drowning her completely. Zhang Yu, what could possibly justify his authority? What terrifying power, or what incomprehensible charisma, could compel two noble princesses born of imperial blood to abandon dignity and commit such a scandalous act? Gazing upon the two princesses, Jiang Luohan saw how thoroughly they eclipsed her, in beauty, in bearing, in lineage. Xiao Fenghua's radiant majesty, Xiao Meyer's captivating charm, both infused with innate imperial grandeur. Her own celebrated beauty and prestigious family now seemed laughably hollow and pale in comparison. Ever since sensing Zhang Yu's hidden potential and influence, a long-dormant ambition had rekindled within Jiang Luohan, driving her to scheme relentlessly to reclaim his favor at any cost. She believed old affection, her beauty and her cunning still afforded her a chance. But now confronted by Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer, that fragile confidence shattered like ice struck by a boulder, splintering beyond repair. With two such peerless princesses standing before her, how could she possibly compete? How dare she even try? No, impossible. Jiang Luohan murmured blankly, voice hollow, her gaze unfocused, as if her very faith had crumbled to dust. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer, however, had no further patience for this hollow, broken woman. Jiang Luohan had never been their true target, or rather she was merely incidental prey swept up in passing. Take her away. Confine her with the rest. Xiao Fenghua commanded, her tone so casual it might have applied to discarding a piece of unwanted refuse. Immediately female guards seized Jiang Luohan, her spirit shattered, and hauled her away alongside the ashen-faced Qin Shuahua, the trembling Zhang Wanning and the half-conscious Zhang Heng. Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer exchanged a glance. The icy disdain they'd worn toward Jiang Luohan now softened, replaced by something layered, complex, and faintly anticipatory. Sister, tell me, how do you suppose Zhang Yu will react when we deliver this woman to him as well? Xiao Meyer asked softly, her eyes gleaming with sly curiosity. Xiao Fenghua's gaze grew distant, fixed upon the direction of the celestial prison. Hard to say. She paused, her voice subtly taut. Sending her with the Marquisate party serves two purposes: to eliminate these irritating flies and, perhaps, to conduct a test. A test? Xiao Meyer blinked. Xiao Fenghua nodded. To test whether brother Zhang Yu still harbors lingering sentiment for this woman, whether his heart softens at her plight. And to test his approval, or disapproval, of how we handled the matter. Though they owed Zhang Yu immense favors, the greater their debt the more fiercely they sought to understand their true standing in his eyes. This rescue of Li Dagong and suppression of the Marquisate was both obedience to the elder ancestors' decree, and a deliberate gesture of fealty toward Zhang Yu, as well as an opportunity to demonstrate their capability and win his favor. How to handle Jiang Luohan, Zhang Yu's former romantic entanglement, was therefore a delicate, telling trial. Xiao Meyer grasped her sister's meaning instantly, a knowing, enigmatic smile playing upon her lips. Very well. Both wished to witness precisely how Zhang Yu would deal with Jiang Luohan. The members of the Ho family were escorted away by the soldiers, leaving the hall significantly emptier, strewn with debris and thick with the smell of blood. Prince Jing Xiao Jingfeng noticed that Li Dagong and Mo Ji's breathing was becoming weaker, his face turning as pale as paper, and his heart tightened. He did not dare to delay and immediately shouted to his trusted aide, quick, go to the Imperial Medical Office and summon Physician Hu. Physician Hu, whose full name is Hu Qingxuan, was a royal physician hired with immense effort and precious treasures from the Medical Immortal Valley in the Qingmu domain of Yuhua Prefecture. The disciples of the Medical Immortal Valley are renowned for their profound medical skill, said to possess the ability to bring the dead back to life, and are highly revered among the royal families and top powers of various nations, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to hire them. If not for special circumstances, the Wei Kingdom would not be able to hire disciples from the Medical Immortal Valley. Although Hu Qingxian is young, she is one of the current direct descendants of the Medical Immortal Valley, possessing exquisite medical skills, and her character also bears the unique coldness and pride of the valley's heirs. Before long, a woman dressed in a simple blue gown with a visage as beautiful as a painting and an ethereal demeanor hurriedly arrived under the escort of the guards. Her brows were slightly furrowed, clearly displeased at being summoned so urgently, but her good medical ethics prevented her from expressing her frustration. "Your Highness, what is so urgent?" Hu Qingquan's voice was cool like water striking stone. "Physician Hu." Prince Jing quickly pointed to Li Dagong and Mo Ji on the ground. "They have been harmed by treacherous hands and are gravely injured. You must save them." Hu Qingxian did not say more, adjusting her robe as she stepped forward, her delicate fingers gently resting on Li Dagong's wrist. A faint blue glow swirled at her fingertips, a unique diagnostic technique of the medical Immortal Valley. After a moment her brow furrowed even tighter. She then moved to Mo Ji's side and similarly checked his pulse. After a long while she withdrew her hand, her tone calm yet undeniable. "Prepare for the aftermath if there is no hope." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was taken aback. Prince Jing felt a weight in his heart. "Physician Hu, could you please take another careful look?" Hu Qingxian coldly interrupted. "The heart vessels are shattered, the organs are displaced, the meridians are severed, and there is a malevolent energy continuously eroding their life force." The assailant was clearly intent on taking their lives, leaving no room for mercy. Her words were cold and professional, directly pronouncing their death sentence. Prince Jing and Prince Qi both turned pale. If they died, their grand efforts today would be in vain, and they might even provoke the wrath of young Master Zhang. After all, the men died after the rescuers arrived. "Physician Hu, is there really no way to save them?" Prince Qi Shao Jingyan stepped forward and asked solemnly. "Whatever rare medicinal materials are required, the royal treasury is at your disposal." Hu Qingxian shot a glance at Prince Qi, displeased. "When I say there is no hope, there is truly no hope. Unless what?" Prince Jing asked eagerly. "Unless I can summon my master, there might still be a glimmer of hope." Hu Qingquan's tone was indifferent. "However, my master is far away in the Qingmu domain. It is probably too late." This statement utterly extinguished all hope. The Qingmu domain was far more than 10,000 miles away from here. Hearing the words "no hope," Mo Ji, who was on the ground and barely breathing, surprisingly remained calm, showing no reaction. It seemed he had already come to terms with life and death. However, Li Dagong's reaction was entirely different as he cried out, "No. I can't die. My money. My money is not spent yet. The shop in the south of the city. The house in the north of the city. And my newly acquired 18th concubine. She is only 16. If I die, won't everything be taken by others?" His lament was devoid of grandeur or loyalty, only an infinite attachment to worldly wealth and beauty coupled with the pain of parting. Finally he pointed at Hu Qingxian and said, "This young girl is too young and looks unqualified. Get me someone with a long white beard and I think I might still be able to be saved." Hu Qingquan, who was already slightly displeased from being summoned hastily and doubted, showed a flicker of undisguised disdain and disgust on her exquisite face upon hearing Li Dagong's words. Just as everyone was at a loss and the atmosphere grew tense, a slightly hoarse but powerful voice came from outside the crowd. "Let me take a look." A man in a gray robe named Du Jun slowly approached. He was a friend of Zhang Yu who had rushed over upon hearing news of the incident at the Merchant Association. "Grandfather." Upon seeing the newcomer, Hu Qingquan's cool face revealed a hint of barely perceptible warmth, but quickly returned to the certainty brought by professional judgment. "Your medical skills are good, but they are not enough to save them." It turned out that Hu Qingxian was actually Du Jun's granddaughter. Disciples of the medical Immortal Valley would not typically deign to see patients in a remote and impoverished place like the Wei Kingdom, but Du Jun held the position of president of the Alchemist Association here. Thus when Hu Qingxian was about to embark on her journey to find a place to intern, she chose the Wei Kingdom. Du Jun ignored his granddaughter's objections and reached out to check. After a moment Du Jun withdrew his hand and sighed, "Alas. Xianer is right with such injuries. I too am at a loss." "I told you so." Hu Qingxian slightly pouted. "Wah. My money. My shop. My concubine." Li Dagong cried even more woefully upon hearing that. Even Du Jun said the same. Meanwhile Mo Ji remained unchanged, his expression still. At this moment, however, Du Jun slowly spoke again, shifting his tone. "However, within the capital of the Wei Kingdom perhaps there is still one person who can save both of them." "Impossible." Hu Qingxian immediately refuted Du Jun's words, her beautiful face slightly flushed with excitement and disbelief. Her tone was urgent, carrying the inherent pride of the medical immortal valleys. The medical immortal valley has a legacy of 1,000 years. Though I Hu Qingxuan dare not claim to have received its complete teachings, I am deeply versed in medical principles, and my Qingwu rejuvenation technique has reached the 5th level, with my pulse diagnosis never being wrong. The more she spoke, the more she felt that her grandfather was talking nonsense, her tone growing more resolute. The Wei Kingdom is located on the fringes, and the martial arts are already impoverished, let alone the medical arts. Even if there are so-called famous physicians, they are merely rehashing the wisdom of predecessors or acquiring some folk remedies. How can they be compared to the authentic teachings of my medical immortal valley? Grandfather, you must have been deceived or believed exaggerated claims. Having grown up in the medical immortal valley, she had become accustomed to the reverence and awe that various royal families and top sects held for the valley's divine physicians, and that pride rooted in her lineage was deeply ingrained. In her view, her grandfather had long resided in the Wei Kingdom, yet perhaps his perspective was limited, or he had been fooled by some boastful divine physician. Du Jun looked at his granddaughter's defiant and disbelieving expression, shaking his head helplessly. This child certainly has talent, but being overly protected by the prestige of her sect has made her lack some reverence for the vastness of the world and the existence of others. This time could perhaps be an opportunity. Xian'er, Du Jun sighed, speaking earnestly, you must understand that this world is vast and full of wonders. While the medical immortal valley's teachings are indeed profound, they do not necessarily encompass all truths of medicine. There are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens, and never underestimate the talents of the world. He paused, looking at Hu Qingxuan's still skeptical face, and slowly said, since you are unconvinced, then go with the 2 princes and see for yourself. But remember, when you meet that person you must show proper respect and not be disrespectful. Okay. Hu Qingxian readily agreed, eager for the opportunity. Who is this person you speak of? I will go and inquire to see which expert it is that you hold in such high esteem. Her tone was laced with provocation, as she had already regarded this Yetobemed expert as a charlatan. The Prince Jing, Prince Qi and others were already anxiously waiting. Li Dagong was even forcing himself to breathe, looking at Du Jun eagerly. Even Mo Ji, who had been calm, felt a little hurried. After all, a good death is not as good as living poorly. Du Jun did not delay any further and said to Prince Jing and others, that person is none other than Zhang Yu, who is imprisoned in the Sky Prison. Cell A001, the celestial prison of the Ministry of Punishments. Zhang Yu sat cross-legged upon the stone bed, eyes gently closed, expression serene. Yet any cultivator of profound cultivation would instantly sense an invisible yet colossal vortex of qi swirling around him. Spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth surged into his body at a near-frenzied pace. Though its intensity was deliberately confined within the cell's walls, the very nature of that energy fluctuation sent tremors of dread through the 2 guards stationed outside, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yun. Another system reward had arrived. Peering through the peephole in the door, Xiao Sheng fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yu, whose aura continued to ascend relentlessly, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He lowered his voice to murmur to his brother, Xiao Yun, if my memory serves, young Master Zhang broke through to the foremost heaven realm only yesterday. That fresh, unmistakable aura of a newly ascended foremost heaven cultivator, I could smell it from 3 corridors away. Yet now. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling with disbelief. Is he truly surging straight toward the pinnacle of the foremost heaven realm? Xiao Yun stared just as intently, his face grave, so heavy with solemnity it seemed moisture might drip from it. Compared to Xiao Sheng, he was calmer, more erudite, and far better versed in obscure lore. Hearing his brother's exclamation, he slowly shook his head, his voice dry and measured. Perhaps, this is not a breakthrough at all. Not a breakthrough. Xiao Sheng blinked in astonishment. This torrent of spiritual energy flooding his body, this relentless meteoric ascent in cultivation, what else could it possibly be? Xiao Yun's gaze grew deeper, as though sifting through echoes of ancient legend. I once heard, well, not from our ancestor directly, but from certain reclusive elders. There exist beings beyond mortal comprehension, such as mighty cultivators who have undergone reincarnation and resumed cultivation anew. Reincarnated cultivators. Xiao Sheng's eyes widened in shock. Yes, Xiao Yun nodded, lowering his voice further, as if fearing to disturb some sacred silence. Legends tell of celestial immortals or peerless masters who, seeking higher Tao or fleeing catastrophic tribulations, seal away their memories and primordial essence before entering the cycle of rebirth, to begin cultivation afresh. Before awakening their past life memories, they appear utterly ordinary, even mediocre in talent. Yet once memory stirs, or when a pivotal threshold is reached, they gradually unlock the cultivation foundations and profound insights carried over from their former existence. He paused, watching Zhang Yu's aura grow ever more terrifying within the cell, then added hoarsely, "The hallmark of such awakening is a cultivation surge so absurdly rapid it defies logic, yet astonishingly stable, utterly free of superficiality or instability." Xiao Xing drew a sharp breath. "You mean, young Master Zhang may be the reincarnation of some venerable existence, and is now unsealing his past life cultivation?" "No other explanation comes to mind," Xiao Yun replied with a wry smile. "From novice foremost heaven to its apex, in a single day. Such transcendence lies far beyond mere prodigious talent, it violates the fundamental laws of heaven and earth itself. Only an awakening, or unsealing, of legendary magnitude could conceivably account for it." The brothers exchanged a glance, each seeing in the other profound awe, and a quiet instinctive reverence. A celestial immortal reborn. If so, then everything falls into place. Xiao Xian, observing them from afar, understood their speculation instantly. No wonder he commands mastery over alchemy, formation arrays and martial arts at such a tender age. If he indeed carries forward memories and foundational essence from a prior life, every seemingly miraculous feat finds perfect rationale. It is not that he learns swiftly, it is that he already knows. It is not that his insight is extraordinary, it is that he has already stood atop the mountain peak. He merely retraces the path upward and thus ascends with unimaginable speed. Xiao Xian's deduction perfectly resolved every anomaly surrounding Zhang Yu. The system bestowed abilities were interpreted by him as the gradual unsealing of ancestral cultivation legacy. If so, then the fortune our Xiao clan has encountered may exceed our wildest expectations, by 1,000-fold, perhaps even 10,000-fold. Treat him with utmost respect, forge ties with him at any cost. This may well be the singular epoch-defining opportunity, the very ladder to heaven, for our Xiao clan, and for the entire Great Wei dynasty. Inside the cell, Zhang Yu remained utterly oblivious to all external conjecture. He was immersed in the exhilarating rush of cultivation soaring under the system's direct infusion. He felt with crystalline clarity how his foremost heaven true chi condensed and swelled at unprecedented speed, how his meridians were repeatedly broadened and reinforced, and how his divine sense strengthened in parallel. Foremost heaven middle realm. Foremost heaven late realm, unstoppable. Finally, as the torrent of infused energy subsided, the terrifying aura radiating from his body gradually receded, settling into profound stillness. He slowly opened his eyes, brilliance flared across his irises like swirling galaxies, then faded into deep unfathomable blackness. Pinnacle of the foremost heaven realm. In just one day he had soared from the mid-realm to its apex, only a single step now separated him from the venerable master realm. Savoring the overwhelming power surging through his veins, a satisfied smile curved his lips. This prison-based cultivation enhancement system was indeed heaven-defying. Seeing Zhang Yu's celestial aura finally subside, Xiao Yun and Xiao Xing immediately donned their most obsequious grins and rushed forward. Flanking him left and right, they called him brother-in-law, with fervent devotion attending to his every need with tireless zeal. Zhang Yu initially resisted, but could not withstand such relentless honeyed flattery. Within days he had grown accustomed to this decadent indulgence. Now reclining lazily upon the stone couch cushioned with plush silk, he mused inwardly, no wonder so many revolutionary pioneers fell not to enemy gunfire, but to sugar-coated cannonballs. Their corrosive power truly was irresistible. Xiao Yun. Xiao Sheng. Come out here, immediately. A stern commanding voice rang out, Prince Rui himself. The two froze midbow, their ingratiating smiles locking rigidly in place as they slowly turned toward the door. Their hearts sank simultaneously, they feared grave missteps. Yet no sooner had they stepped outside the cell than Prince Rui's countenance underwent a startling metamorphosis. Like winter ice yielding to spring warmth, clouds parting, sunlight breaking through. His face instantly bloomed with the same effusive radiant smile they themselves had worn moments before, a transformation so swift it left Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng stunned speechless. Without glancing at them again, Prince Rui strode directly to Zhang Yu and spoke with syrupy warmth, "Ah, dear nephew-in-law, you must forgive the spectacle. These two reckless lads are young and inexperienced, how could they possibly know how to attend properly? Clumsy and coarse, they'd surely neglect you." As he spoke, he smoothly took the teapot from Xiao Yun's still outstretched hand. With a subtle twist of his wrist he produced an even more exquisite jade cup, and poured tea for Zhang Yu himself, presenting it reverently with both hands. "Here, try this. It's 1,000-year cloud mist heart tea, bestowed upon me last year by His Imperial Majesty. I received only 2 taels, and have cherished every leaf." Zhang Yu. Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng stood frozen, faces drained of color. So, that stern summons was merely to clear the stage, so he could personally take center stage in sycophantic service. Where was your moral compass? Where was your princely dignity? Whom precisely were you performing that grim visage for? Prince Rui, seemingly blind to their wounded glares, leaned in closer to Zhang Yu and whispered conspiratorially, like a trusted kinsman, "Nephew-in-law, there's something I must apprise you of. Your two retainers, Li Dagong and Mod, have been obstructed and humiliated by the Yong'an Marquis at the Merchant Guild. But fear not, I dispatched my two inept brothers with a full retinue the moment I learned of it. I gave them explicit orders: safeguard Master Li and Master Mo at all costs." Truth be told, Prince Rui knew full well his own cultivation was the weakest among them, and even had he rushed to the guild he'd have claimed no credit. So he devised another strategy: arrive first at Zhang Yu's side, claim command of the rescue operation, and reap the glory directly. Indeed, not a single soul in the Shao clan, from the ancient patriarch down to imperial princes and cadet branch heirs, lacked mastery in the twin arts of shameless audacity and opportune alliance building. A true familial inheritance. Zhang Yu, unfamiliar with Prince Rui, found himself bewildered, flustered by the sudden repeated address of nephew-in-law. As the words of the shameless Rui Wang, who was in the middle of orchestrating and dispatching his brothers, fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the prison corridor. "Damn it, Xiao Laosan, you shameless bastard!" The Jing Wang rushed over like a gust of wind, pointing at Rui Wang's nose and cursing, "You shameless piece of work, while I and Lao Er are fighting for our lives up front to save people. And you, on the other hand, come here and claim all the credit for yourself. And still send us. I spit." The Jing Wang, with his short temper, could not hold back at all. Qi Wang Xiao Jingyan followed closely behind, looking quite displeased. Watching his two elder brothers arguing until their faces turned red, he felt a wave of exhaustion. As for Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng beside them, they wished they could find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Seeing their father and uncle quarrel like street vendors, they felt a burning embarrassment. Oh ancestors, should our Xiao family's unity and friendship be toned down a bit? Just as the Jing Wang and Rui Wang were in the middle of their heated argument, one cursing the other for being shameless while the other defended himself as orchestrating the overall situation with calm command. Enough. A clear yet furious reprimand rang out like thunder, instantly drowning out the argument between the two. Xiao Fenghua's delicate face was frostladen, her beautiful eyes wide open as she angrily said, "What time is it, and you still have the mind to quarrel over these trivial matters?" She was truly infuriated by these two elders. Saving people is like putting out a fire, yet they were fighting over who deserved the credit first. With her shout, both the Jing Wang and Rui Wang realized the inappropriateness of the situation and reluctantly closed their mouths, but still glared at each other, continuing their silent battle. Xiao Fenghua couldn't be bothered with them any longer and urgently instructed the guards behind her, "Quick, carefully bring in Manager Li and Mr. Mo." Several guards quickly used a temporary door board to carefully carry in Li Dagong and Mo Zhai. Both men appeared pale as paper, their breaths weak and bloodied. At the moment Zhang Yu saw the tragic state of Li Dagong and Mo Zhai, the calm and playful expression on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. He suddenly stood up. The aura he had just broken through to the peak of the innate level erupted violently, causing the temperature in the entire prison to drop several degrees. Who did this? The three short words, like a cold wind from the depths of hell, carried an intense killing intent. He didn't look at anyone else, his gaze firmly locked onto his two subordinates, but the invisible pressure made the princes and princesses present feel a chill in their hearts. The Jing Wang hurriedly spoke up, "It was that bunch of bastards from the Yangon Marquisate. It was Zhang Heng." Xiao Fenghua interrupted her father's somewhat verbose introduction, quickly summarizing the situation clearly. "The people from the Marquisate, including Zhang Heng, Qin Shuahua, Zhang Wanning and Jiang Luohan, have all been apprehended and are awaiting judgment." Hearing the names of the Yangon Marquis and Zhang Heng, the cold light in Zhang Ye's eyes intensified. He had previously sensed from Rui Wang's vague words that the Marquis might cause trouble, but he never expected Zhang Heng to be so insane as to directly harm his subordinates. This was not the time to pursue the matter. Zhang Yu forcibly suppressed the boiling killing intent, took a deep breath and bent down beside Li Dagong and Mo Zhai. He extended his hands, placing his index and middle fingers on the wrist pulses of both men. At the moment his fingers made contact, an incredibly mysterious aura emanated naturally from him. It was neither the true energy of a martial artist nor the medicinal fragrance of a healer, but rather a rhythm that was even more profound and closer to the essence of life. His eyes were slightly closed, brows furrowed, as if he were listening to the weak flicker of life within the two men or silently battling against the encroaching force of death. Hu Qingxuan, who had been observing coldly, silently shook her head. Zhang Yu was too young. In her view, he did not resemble the legendary healer described by her grandfather. Especially when she saw Zhang Yu merely taking a simple pulse with no sign of the signature life-filled Qingwu true qi of the healer's valley emanating from him. Her doubts intensified. Grandfather, Hu Qingxian couldn't help but tug at the sleeve of Du Jun beside her, lowering her voice with clear discontent and skepticism. The expert you mentioned who can save these two, it won't be him, will it? She pointed at Zhang Yu, her face full of disdain. Du Jun glared at his granddaughter, signaling her to keep quiet. However, Hu Qingxian persisted, speaking softly, he's so young and there's no sign of any profound healer's aura from him. Grandfather, have you been deceived by some trick of his? Or perhaps, are you exaggerating because of his special background? Zhang Yu, however, remained oblivious to Hu Qingxuan's doubts. His mind was completely immersed in the extraordinary perception brought by divine-level medical skills. In his vision, Li Dagong and Mo Zhai's bodies were no longer mere flesh and blood, but a complex three-dimensional picture composed of vitality, death, qi meridians, acupoints, damaged tissues, and foreign energies. Those shocking injuries, the shattered heart meridian, displaced organs, severed meridians, and the sinister qi continuously eroding their life force, were vividly displayed before his eyes. It was troublesome, very troublesome. Hu Qingxian saw Zhang Yu simply take a pulse and then frown in silence, and the last bit of hope in her heart vanished, replaced by disdain as expected. She was already arrogant by nature. Seeing Zhang Yu, who had been praised by her grandfather, seemingly at a loss, she couldn't help but mock him, her tone carrying the inherent pride of the healer's valley's air. No need to look any further, it's a waste of effort. I told you long ago, with shattered heart meridians, displaced organs, and the ominous qi eroding the essence, even a deity can't save them. Prepare for the aftermath. You don't waste everyone's time anymore. Her words were extremely ungracious, especially when Zhang Yu was clearly filled with anger and worry, which made them sound even more piercing. Zhang Yu at this moment was focused on the lives of his two subordinates, with a mix of killing intent and anxiety swelling within him. Hearing Hu Qingxuan's cold and sarcastic words, he felt a surge of anger, his words sharp as if tempered with ice. If you have no ability to save them, just shut your mouth and stop talking nonsense here. These words were utterly merciless, directly hitting Hu Qingxuan's face. Having been adored like a star at the healer's valley since childhood and later considered a guest of honor by the royal family upon arriving in the Wei Kingdom, she had never been scolded publicly like this, nor called incompetent. Hu Qingxuan's face flushed red with anger, her silver teeth clenched tightly as she pointed at Zhang Yu. You! How dare you say I am incompetent? Hu Qingxuan recognized medicinal herbs at the age of 3, discerned pulses at 7, and received the Qingwu revival technique at 12, apprenticing under the valley master of the healer's valley. If I say they can't be saved, then they can't be saved. Under heaven, aside from my master, no one can save them. As she spoke, her anger grew, her chest heaving as she blurted out without thinking, if you can truly bring the two of them back from the gates of hell, I will cut off my head and give it to you as a ball to kick. Her words shocked the entire room. The Jing Wang, Qi Wang and others exchanged glances, not expecting this Hu divine doctor to have such a fierce temper. Du Jun's expression changed and he hastily shouted, Xianer, don't speak recklessly. However, Hu Qingxian was too angry to listen, her beautiful eyes fixed defiantly on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh in anger. What use do I have for your head? I would find it too hard to kick. You! Hu Qingxian was nearly choked by his words, and no one had dared to speak to her like that her entire life. All right. All right. All right. She repeated the word all right 3 times, clearly infuriated. Since you are so arrogant, let's make a bet. If you can save them, I, Hu Qingxuan, will agree to any condition you have. But if you can't save them... She paused, speaking each word clearly. Then you must kneel before me, knock your head 3 times and apologize for your arrogance today. Xianer, no. Du Jun was anxious, stamping his feet, fully aware of Zhang Ye's unpredictable abilities. He feared his granddaughter's arrogance would lead to trouble this time. But Hu Qingxian was too angry to heed his advice, merely raising her chin and defiantly staring at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked at the proud girl before him, then glanced at the increasingly feeble Li Dagong and Mo Zhai on the ground, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had neither the time nor the inclination to bicker with this girl, but this bet was just right. It's a bet. Zhang Ye's voice was calm but carried an undeniable determination. It's a deal, but I hope Miss Hu doesn't regret it later and certainly doesn't end up crying. Regret? A joke. Hu Qingxian had absolute confidence in her medical skills and her school's judgment. I Hu Qingxuan am as good as my word, but you be prepared to kneel and apologize. Hu Qingxuan's bet resonated powerfully, and the authority brought by the deep-rooted heritage of the medical Immortal Valley made most people present subconsciously lean towards her judgment. Xiao Fenghua looked at Zhang Yu's grave profile, thinking he was unwilling to accept the tragic fate of his subordinate and was putting on a brave face. She softly said, Zhang Yu, at this point mourn and accept the change. In everything. Do not force it, as it only adds to the sorrow. Her tone was gentle, filled with consolation. Xiao Meyer also sighed softly, her beautiful eyes filled with sympathy. Shopkeeper Li and Mr. Mo sacrificed their lives for you. Their feelings are commendable. But life and death are fated. You have done your best, and they will know in the afterlife that they would not blame you. She too believed that Zhang Yu was struggling to accept reality. Even Du Jun, who had the most confidence in Zhang Yu, was sweating at this moment. Although he knew Zhang Yu's abilities were supernatural, he was uncertain whether he could truly bring them back to life. His granddaughter had spoken to this extent. What if? He dared not think further. Zhang Yu could sense the doubts surrounding him, both overt and covert. Under normal circumstances he might have had the leisure to spar with this proud girl verbally to retort. But at this moment time was of the essence. He could clearly see the faint life force within Li Dagong and Mo Zhai being rapidly devoured by the sinister energy, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Noisy. Without turning his head he simply uttered two words, yet they carried an undeniable authority. The crowd was taken aback, and before they could react Zhang Yu showed no further restraint. His gaze hardened, and the overwhelming aura of a peak innate master erupted violently. But what was even more chilling was the terrifying pressure held back yet subtly connected to the entire prison's underground formations. He directly utilized his absolute control over the great formation of the prison. Everyone step aside. With a low shout, it was as if his words materialized. Centered around him, an invisible force field rapidly expanded like a tangible wall, forcibly pushing the onlookers 10 zhang away, clearing a space in the center of the cell. This. The Prince Jing and others were startled. They could feel that this power was not Zhang Yu's own true qi, but rather a call upon the unfathomable power of the formation beneath the prison. Hu Qingxian was pushed back a step by this force. After stabilizing her stance, her beautiful eyes were filled with uncertainty but mostly disdain, pretending to be a deity with the injuries in their bodies. Even if you have extraordinary cultivation, do you think you can just brute force the shattered meridians back together? Zhang Yu ignored her mockery. Once the area was cleared, he no longer hesitated. He raised his hands, and Li Dagong and Mo Zhai lying on the ground seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand hovering before him. In the next moment Zhang Yu moved. His movements were not fast but rather carried a unique rhythm. His 10 fingers danced like butterflies among flowers, as if playing the strings of a zither, drawing mysterious and profound trajectories in the air. There were no golden needles, no silver needles, not even any physical medium. Yet with each point and each stroke of his fingertips, brilliant green light points as radiant as stars spontaneously appeared, precisely embedding into the bodies of Li Dagong and Mo Zhai. No, these were not merely points of light. Those with profound vision like Du Jun and Hu Qingxuan could vaguely see that each light point contained nearly imperceptible yet intricately structured green runes. These runes, imbued with an indescribable rhythm of life, transformed once inside the injured individuals, prompting miraculous changes. Transforming qi into needles, making symbols from the void. Du Jun exclaimed in shock, his old eyes wide open, his body shaking with excitement. Is this? Could it be the long-lost spirit pivot transformation finger and Imu return to heaven talisman? No, not just that, it is more exquisite, more closer to the source. A product of the system, must be a masterpiece. These were all divine techniques taught by the system. The disdain and doubt on Hu Qingxuan's face froze the moment the first green light point entered the injured person's body. As a high disciple of the medical Immortal Valley, she felt even more clearly than Du Jun the pure and ultimate life essence contained within that light point. It was a power that completely overshadowed the vitality cultivated from the Qingwu rejuvenation technique. It seemed to be a manifestation of the very rules of life. This is impossible. How can this be? She murmured, her mouth slightly open, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The ultimate secret arts of her proud sect seemed so superficial in the face of this power. What shocked her and everyone else even more was yet to come. As more and more green runes embedded themselves, visible changes began to occur on Li Dagong and Mo Zhai. The terrifying palm imprint on Mo Zhai's chest which had collapsed began to slowly but steadily rise again as if an invisible hand was smoothing it from the inside out. The broken bones made slight cracking sounds as they automatically realigned and reconnected. The pallor and deathly aura on their faces began to show a faint tinge of color. That weak breath which was nearly fading gradually became heavier and more regular. Their shattered and broken meridians wrapped in the green runes began to extend and merge as if they possessed life, becoming even more resilient and wider than before. This was no longer mere treatment, this was a complete reshaping. A resurrection from death, a withered tree finding spring. In the entire cell, aside from the faint humming of Zhang Yu's fingers slicing through the air and the subtle sounds of bones realigning and qi dissolving within the injured, there was no other sound. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide open as if witnessing a miracle, watching this unbelievable scene. Hu Qingxian had long forgotten the bet and her pride. Her hands instinctively covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes fixated on Zhang Yu's inscrutable technique. His mind was blank, only one thought echoed wildly: he was truly reversing life and death. His grandfather did not deceive him, such medical arts truly existed in this world. And Zhang Yu remained fully focused, free from distractions. Time ticked by. Beads of sweat trickled down Zhang Yu's forehead as he simultaneously treated two individuals with such severe injuries, which was a tremendous drain on his mind and the recently achieved cultivation. Yet his gaze remained clear and focused, the green light from his fingertips steady and unceasing. Finally, when the last trace of sinister energy was purified, Zhang Yu suddenly withdrew his hands and Li Dagong and Mo Zhai, suspended in midair, slowly returned to the soft mat laid on the ground. Although both still looked pale, the rise and fall of their chests had become stable and strong, their faces had indeed regained some color. Though weakened, the lingering deathly aura had completely dissipated, replaced by a faint yet tangible vitality. Zhang Yu let out a long breath, his face slightly pale but his gaze remained sharp. He turned to look at Hu Qingxuan, who was already in a daze, and said softly, "I have saved the people. Although they will need some time to recuperate, their lives are safe and their foundational cultivation has not been harmed." He paused, watching the sudden pallor on Hu Qingxuan's lovely face, and slowly said, "Miss Hu, it is now your turn to fulfill the bet." Silence. The entire cell, no one, was enveloped in a strange stillness. Only the gradually steady breathing of Li Dagong and Mo Zhi echoed faintly in the air. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the two pale faces on the soft cushion before abruptly turning to the young man in the green robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Shock, horror, disbelief, ecstasy, confusion. A myriad of complex emotions swirled and intertwined in everyone's hearts. Could it be that he truly accomplished it? The person deemed certain to die by Hu Qingxuan, the disciple of the medical Immortal Valley, was actually pulled back from the brink of death by him. Moreover, judging by this situation, not only was his life preserved but even his foundational cultivation seemed unharmed. This was no longer a mere display of medical prowess, it was truly a defiance of fate. Once again all eyes focused on Hu Qingxian. The talented disciple of the medical Immortal Valley, who had just been confident and proud like a peacock, now had a deathly pale complexion. Her beautiful eyes were filled with extreme shock and a hint of a shattered belief. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but no sound escaped her mouth. The sighing gaze of her grandfather Du Jun and the complex and unspeakable looks from those around her, especially Zhang Yu's calm yet piercing stare, made her wish to immediately find a hole to hide in. She lost. Utterly defeated. Not only was it a bet, but her pride in her medical skills and the centuries-old reputation of her sect had been crushed before that miraculous event. Using qi to transform into needles, turning emptiness into symbols. Guiding the essence of life, reshaping the shattered body. Du Jun murmured, his aged eyes bursting with extraordinary brilliance as he stared intently at Zhang Yu as if trying to see through him. He knew Zhang Yu was a skilled physician, but he never expected him to be this powerful. The princes looked at Zhang Yu with even more fervent gazes filled with an indescribable importance and a hint of reverence. To control the prison's grand formation, master alchemy, arrays and martial arts, and now exhibit such defiant medical skills. How many more secrets was he hiding? In the shadows, Xiao Xian was even more excited. Mastering so many skills with such high proficiency, he must undoubtedly be a reincarnated powerful being. Unbeknownst to Xiao Xian, the system's rewards were quite generous, and in the past 3 years, besides martial arts cultivation, Zhang Yu had nearly maxed out all auxiliary skills. Previously, due to his cultivation level, many skills could not be utilized to their full potential or were even unusable. But now that Zhang Yu's cultivation had risen, he could naturally wield these auxiliary skills with ease. The one whose mind was the most active was Xiao Fenghua. Having dealt with political affairs for years, her calculating brain instantly began to operate at high speed. Hiring an ordinary disciple from the medical Immortal Valley to serve in the royal family or important departments required astronomical sums in compensation and resources each year. Moreover, the other party was demanding with many rules, making it difficult to hire them easily. If she could persuade Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's medical skills were evidently superior to Hu Qingxuan's, and he might even rival the elders of the medical Immortal Valley. Moreover, he was in the Wei Kingdom right here in this prison with close ties to the royal family, especially her sisters. If she could get Zhang Yu to agree to occasionally treat key figures or provide some medical support, how many resources would that save for the Wei Kingdom? And how many troublesome problems could it resolve? This was not just about saving money, it was a strategic advantage. Just think, when the top experts of enemy nations are severely injured and on the brink of death, they would be helpless, while the Wei Kingdom would have Zhang Yu, a divine physician who could bring the dead back to life. The significance of this was self-evident. Just as Xiao Fenghua grew more and more excited, pondering how to approach Zhang Yu and what conditions would persuade him, a soft little hand quietly tugged at her sleeve. Xiao Fenghua turned her head and met her younger sister Xiao Meyer's enchanting eyes, which sparkled with cunning at this moment. Xiao Meyer winked at her, and with a barely audible voice that only the two could hear, conveyed with a hint of pride and teasing, "Sister, look at your excitement, your eyes are about to fall out. Don't worry securing a deal with my brother-in-law. Ah no, getting young Master Zhang settled is on me." She slightly puffed out her impressive chest, throwing Xiao Fenghua a knowing glance, and continued, "However, sisters must keep accounts clear. If this deal goes through, the resources saved from the offerings and the benefits that come with it. Remember to give me half." Xiao Fenghua was initially taken aback, shooting her a glare, but her gaze showed no opposition, instead carrying a hint of anticipation and indulgence. Her younger sister, though lacking in other skills, indeed had quite the knack for dealing with men. Perhaps it could really work. The two sisters secretly communicated, plotting together. On the other side, Zhang Yu's gaze had returned to Hu Qingxuan, who stood there pale and stunned. He did not rush her, but simply watched quietly, waiting for her to fulfill the bet. After experiencing the initial collapse and confusion, Hu Qingxian felt Zhang Yu's calm yet undeniable gaze. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she finally regained her senses from the overwhelming shock and shame. She looked at Zhang Yu, her expression extremely complicated. She opened her mouth, her voice dry and hoarse, tinged with obvious trembling. I accept the bet and will abide by the terms. You won. It was my lack of insight and poor medical skills. Speak, what do you want me to do?" She held her head high, though her gaze flickered. Her tone was exceptionally resolute. This straightforward attitude of conceding defeat made many present regard her with newfound respect. Du Jun observed this and nodded inwardly. Though the girl was proud, she at least dared to take responsibility, showing her character. All eyes turned to Zhang Yu, filled with curiosity about what condition he would propose. Would it be to demand the medical Immortal Valley's secret texts? Or would he seize the opportunity to ask for rare treasures and promises of goodwill? However, Zhang Yu did not answer immediately, but first glanced at Du Jun beside him. Old man Du Jun was currently stroking his beard, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, presenting an expression of "The weather is nice today, I didn't see or hear anything." The meaning was clear: I won't interfere. If this girl is your responsibility, just don't break her or leave her damaged. You can train her as you wish. Zhang Yu understood this. This old man was deliberately using his own hands to discipline his proud granddaughter. It seemed that Hu Qingxuan's character had been spoiled in the medical Immortal Valley. It was time for her to experience some hardship and realize that there are always greater powers beyond her own. Thus, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Zhang Yu stroked his chin, his tone as casual as if discussing dinner. As for my demands, there's nothing particularly special. I need a personal maid to serve me in this prison, someone to bring tea and water, make the bed and tidy up. Since you seem nimble, it would be you. Silence descended once more. However, this time the silence was not filled with shock, but rather with an indescribable absurdity and disbelief. Bringing tea and water. Making the bed. A personal maid. The most favored little sister of the medical Immortal Valley, the direct disciple of the Valley Master Hu Qingxuan, who was revered in the Wei Kingdom. To do this. What? What did you say? Hu Qingxian suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief, as if she had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Her pretty face instantly turned crimson, then pale, and finally transformed into a furious shade of iron blue. You want me, a dignified disciple of the medical Immortal Valley, to be your maid? She was practically going mad with rage. She had anticipated various harsh or humiliating conditions Zhang Yu might propose, but she never imagined he would demand her to do the most menial work. This was more humiliating than a direct slap to her face. It was as if her dignity and that of the medical immortal valley were being trampled underfoot. Pfft! The nearby Xiao Yun and Xiao Sheng were initially stunned by this request, but their faces soon fell as a warning bell rang loudly in their hearts. Not good, they were about to lose their jobs. The two brothers exchanged glances, both seeing a strong sense of crisis in each other's eyes. They had to defend their positions. The position of the first lackey beside the brother-in-law could not be given to this fierce girl. On the other side, Xiao Meyer was also taken aback at first, but then her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. She quietly poked Xiao Fenghua beside her and said in a very low voice, "I didn't see this coming. It turns out this guy has a penchant for made scenarios." Xiao Fenghua was caught off guard by the poke, and upon hearing her sister's words she froze for a moment, then realized two faint blushes appeared on her cheeks. She shot Xiao Meyer an annoyed glance and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, behaving so improperly?" Xiao Meyer however paid no mind and continued in a low voice, "Let's arrange for a few sisters with ideas to dress up as maids to serve him. As for whether it would succeed, it would depend on their skills and luck." Xiao Fenghua's heart skipped a beat at her words, and she instinctively glanced at Zhang Yu's calm profile, unable to suppress her thoughts. Could it be? He really likes this kind of tune. Once this thought emerged, it grew wildly in her heart like weeds, and her gaze towards Zhang Yu began to change. Du Jun, hearing Zhang Yu's request, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, but he maintained his gaze towards the sky, only his fingers twirling his beard moved a little quicker. Letting his own granddaughter be a maid? This kid really dares to say such things. However, it seems not bad. This girl needs some discipline. Letting him temper her character is also good. As the center of the storm, Zhang Yu faced Hu Qingxuan's fury and questioning, only raising an eyebrow slightly, his tone still flat. "What's the matter? Is Miss Hu having second thoughts?" Everyone present heard the wager clearly. Could it be that the heir of the medical immortal valley is actually untrustworthy? This statement, light as a feather, held more weight than any harsh accusation, striking directly at Hu Qingxuan's weak spot. Hu Qingxian trembled with rage, pointing at Zhang Yu. You are twisting my words, deliberately humiliating me." "Humiliation?" Zhang Yu laughed, a hint of coldness in his smile. "Miss Hu, a bet must be honored. It is a matter of principle. The demands I made do not require you to commit any heinous acts or violate moral principles, nor do I ask for the secret teachings of your medical immortal valley. I merely require you to perform some simple tasks like serving tea and tidying up. How can that be considered humiliation? Could it be that in your eyes those who do such tasks are lowly, thus humiliating?" He paused, scanning the crowd before his gaze returned to Hu Qingxuan's flushed face filled with anger and shame, and slowly spoke, "Or do you, as a distinguished disciple of the medical immortal valley, believe that only saving lives and curing illnesses is dignified, while doing small manageable tasks for others is a disgrace to your identity? Is your pride so shallow that it cannot tolerate a speck of dust?" Each word pierced her heart. Hu Qingxian was rendered speechless, her pretty face alternately pale and flushed. She wanted to retort, to say yes, to express that she felt humiliated, but reason told her that although Zhang Yu's words were harsh, they were indeed logical. The wager was set by her, the conditions were fair, and while the other party's demands were unexpected, they did not violate moral principles and could not be considered true humiliation. If she were to back out, it would mean trampling on her sex and personal credibility. However, how could she, a direct descendant of the medical immortal valley, a proud daughter of heaven, ever endure such humiliation? In that moment, humiliation, unwillingness, anger, and a trace of curiosity and vague admiration for Zhang Yu's remarkable medical skills fiercely battled within her. Du Jun finally ceased gazing at the sky side, stepped forward, gently patted his granddaughter's shoulder, and spoke in a complicated tone. "Xianer, the wager was set by you. What Zhang Xiaoyu said is not without reason. There are always greater talents beyond, and today's defeat may not be a bad thing for you. It's up to you to decide whether to keep your promise or not. Your grandfather will not force you." Du Jun's words were like the last straw. Hu Qingxuan's delicate body trembled violently, and she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes red but biting her lip to hold back the tears. She glared fiercely at Zhang Yu as if she wanted to devour him whole. But ultimately all the anger and unwillingness transformed into a trembling yet exceptionally clear response. "All right, I will honor the bet. A maid is a maid, but don't think I will truly bow down to you. I will only do what is within my duty." She nearly shouted this out, then abruptly turned her head, her shoulders slightly quivering, clearly holding back tears. Zhang Yu looked at her aggrieved and stubborn demeanor, feeling little compassion in his heart. This girl was proud and arrogant, looking down on others. If he did not give her a profound lesson today, she might cause trouble in the future. Letting her be a maid for a few days would temper her character, and conveniently, well, it could indeed resolve some issues with the service personnel's attitude in the prison. Fine. Zhang Yu nodded, acknowledging her statement about only doing what was within her duties. He then shifted the topic, pointing at Li Dagong and Mo Ji on the ground. Before that, you should first take care of your own responsibilities. Though they were no longer in danger of death, their bodies remained weak and their meridians needed nurturing. Since you are proficient in medicine, you shall be responsible for their subsequent medication and injury observation, reporting to me daily. Isn't this also part of a maid's duties? Hu Qingxian abruptly turned her head, staring at Zhang Yu in disbelief. To have her a maid treat the two servants she had just sentenced to death. This is simply. But looking at Zhang Yu's undeniable gaze and her grandfather's approving expression, she realized there was no room for negotiation. In the end, she could only squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. All right. Then she smiled strangely and said, Zhang Yu, you'd better hope your fate is strong enough. A storm seemed to temporarily conclude with Hu Qingxian's reluctant admission of defeat. However, everyone knew that the relationship between this genius of the medical Immortal Valley and the mysterious prisoner in the prison would likely not be peaceful. As soon as Hu Qingxian's words fell, Du Jun's fingers that had been twirling his beard abruptly stopped and his expression changed slightly. He had just been focused on giving his granddaughter some lessons and tempering her character, nearly forgetting the trouble she was involved in. He hurriedly stepped forward, clasping his hands in front of Zhang Yu, his tone urgent and apologetic. Zhang Laudi, wait. This matter may not be appropriate. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at Du Jun. Why does Du Lauren say that? The bet is set, she has acknowledged it. Do you think my request is excessive? Not at all. Du Jun quickly waved his hands, forcing a smile. It's not that the request is excessive, but my granddaughter's identity is somewhat special. It may cause you, Zhang Laudi, great trouble, even life-threatening concerns. Life-threatening concerns. Zhang Yu's expression turned serious. Du Jun sighed and quickly explained, what you may not know is that the medical Immortal Valley only accepts female disciples, and each is exceptionally skilled in medicine, holding a transcendent status. In every major dynasty and sect who doesn't have their share of injuries and illnesses. Therefore, disciples of the medical Immortal Valley are highly sought after among various factions, especially those distinguished direct disciples. They are the dream partners of countless outstanding young men. He glanced at the fuming Hu Qingxian and continued, not to boast, but my granddaughter is among the top talents in terms of skill, beauty and status among the current disciples of the medical Immortal Valley. When she traveled outside the valley for internship a few years back, she attracted countless princes and saints from various dynasties, stirring quite a commotion in Yuhua Prefecture. These young men were all proud and haughty, with deep backgrounds, viewing her as their beloved goddess, not allowing anyone else to encroach upon her in the slightest. Now if they were to find out that their beloved goddess was in the Wei Kingdom's prison serving as a personal maid to a man, do you think they would react? The answer was obvious. Those proud and powerful young talents would likely go berserk, seeing the Wei Kingdom prison, especially Zhang Yu, as a thorn in their side. They wouldn't rest until they had torn Zhang Yu into pieces to alleviate their hatred. At that time, Zhang Yu would not be facing just one or two geniuses, but a group of young powerhouses from different formidable factions, driven mad by jealousy and anger and even the forces behind them. Zhang Yu listened, still not fully grasping the situation, feeling somewhat absurd. All I did was win a bet. I just wanted to take in a temporary maid to temper her character and solve a manpower issue. How did it turn into a matter of life and death? However, at that moment Hu Qingxian raised her head. Her eyes were still slightly red, but the aggrieved and stubborn expression on her face had vanished, replaced with a cunning and almost vengeful smile. She looked at Zhang Yu, her voice still a bit hoarse from crying, but her tone was exceptionally clear, having second thoughts now. It's too late. When I agreed to be your maid just now, I had already accidentally revealed this matter through the communication jade plate. I believe the news has already spread in certain circles by now. She emphasized the word accidentally, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous light. What? Du Jun's face changed drastically. Xianyu. You foolish girl. He never expected his granddaughter to have such a strong sense of revenge and act so quickly, practically putting Zhang Yu on the hot seat. The people of Wei Kingdom finally understood the seriousness of the situation. Prince Jing gasped, hiss, those unruly troublemakers from the 36 domains of Yuhua Prefecture are coming to kill us. King Qi's expression was grave, his brows furrowed, already pondering how to cope with the impending storm. Xiao Fenghua pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling overwhelmed, murmuring, now we are in big trouble. If those major forces heirs come together, even if Zhang Yu doesn't die, he will suffer greatly. She glanced at the smiling Hu Qingxian and then at the seemingly innocent Zhang Yu, secretly thinking, he had to provoke that little girl and play those maid and young master games. He must have played himself into a corner this time. Deservedly so. Xiao Meyer's eyes brightened excitedly, saying, sister, the plan has changed. It seems we need to accelerate the maid strategy while he is still intact and quickly move to the next step. Otherwise, if those reckless young men truly come knocking and hurt him, he will be of no use anymore. Her notion of use clearly held deeper meaning. Xiao Fenghua felt her cheeks heat up from her words, unable to resist pinching her, scolding, what time is it and you're still thinking about this? Du Jun on the other hand wore an awkward and guilty expression, rubbing his hands in front of Zhang Yu. Zhang Laodi, I apologize. Rest assured, I will go back right away and try to persuade her to find a way to cover this up if it should. It shouldn't lead to anyone's death, right? He himself felt a lack of confidence in his words. The rage of those young talents was not something that could be easily quelled. Furthermore, it was obvious that Hu Qingxian was doing this on purpose. What do you mean by it shouldn't lead to anyone's death? Zhang Yu finally fully processed this massive amount of information, feeling a wave of speechlessness. Who did I provoke? I merely won a bet. How did I end up with blood on my hands? I'm being tasked with educating your granddaughter while also risking being hunted down by all the young talents of the world. Is this how it works? He looked at Hu Qingxuan, who was gazing back at him with a mixture of pride and provocation, as if to say, are you scared now? Regretting it now? Letting you bully me? Zhang Ye's earlier discomfort about bullying a young girl evaporated in an instant. This girl, did she really need anyone's pity? She was nothing more than a little demon disguised as an angel with a heavy sense of vengeance. However, Zhang Yu thought for a moment. Even if those princes and saints get the news, it would take time for them to rush from Yuhua Prefecture or elsewhere to the Wei Kingdom, right? At least 10 days to half a month or even longer. And what about me? With a day equating to a year of cultivation, by the time those reckless youths truly come knocking, to what extent will my strength grow? Thinking of this, Zhang Ye's earlier worries and absurd feelings gradually dissipated, replaced by a calm anticipation, even a little excitement. Perfect, I can use those so-called talents to test my cultivation. His earlier confusion and speechlessness quickly faded, restoring his calm demeanor, even carrying a hint of an elusive smile. This change elicited different reactions from the onlookers. Hu Qingxian believed he was feigning calmness, sneering inwardly. Du Jun thought he had been frightened into a stupor, feeling even more guilty. In the shadows, Xiao Xian admired him secretly, truly deserving of being a suspected reincarnated immortal, remaining so composed upon hearing that he might be pursued by all the talents of the world. Zhang Yu paid no heed to the varied gazes of those around him, nor did he dwell on the matters of the maid and the hunt. He would face whatever came his way. At present he had more pressing matters to attend to. He turned his gaze towards Xiao Fenghua, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable coldness. Where are the people from the Yangon Marquis Mansion, Qin Shuahua and Zhangheng? Outside the sky prison, the sky had unknowingly darkened with the drizzling rain falling, carrying the chill of late autumn, soaking the mottled stone steps and the cold ground. Qin Shuahua, Zhang Weining, Zhangheng and Jiang Luohan, the once luxurious brocade robes and skirts on their bodies, were now filthy and tattered. They were pressed down into the mud by a group of fierce black-armored guards, the rainwater mixed with mud washing away their carefully maintained appearances. The young master, madam and young lady of the Marquis Mansion, once high and mighty, were now no different from the most wretched of prisoners. Kneeling in the cold muddy water, Jiang Luohan shivered from the cold and fear, her meticulously drawn brows and eyes blurred by the rain making her look even more disheveled. Her heart was filled with endless regret and resentment, not directed at the king of Jing or the king of Qi who captured them, nor at the young master Zhang she was about to meet, but all poured onto the equally disheveled Zhangheng beside her. Zhangheng, this madman, this fool. If it weren't for him provokingly Dagong and Moji, if it weren't for him indulging and even instructing the malicious servants to be ruthless, how could they have fallen to this state? She had painstakingly managed to climb up to the Yangon Marquis Mansion at any cost, thinking she would enjoy wealth and honor, but unexpectedly, after only a few days of splendor, she was to descend into hell. She hated Zhang Heng's foolishness and short-sightedness, hated Qin Zuihua's indulgence, and loathed Zhang Weining, the source of trouble. She despised everyone in the Marquis mansion, believing this group of mad women had dragged her down. Yet she forgot how much effort she had put into currying favor with the Marquis mansion. At this moment Qin Shuihua and Zhang Weining's faces were also ashen, their hearts similarly consumed by endless regret and fear. Although they loved Zhang Heng, the hatred in their hearts could not be erased by the fact that Zhang Heng had caused them such a downfall. Moreover, they could not understand how just a few days ago they were still the high and mighty mistress and young lady of the Marquis mansion, enjoying the flattery of countless people. How did they suddenly become prisoners kneeling in this cold filthy mud awaiting an uncertain fate? And the source of all this seemed to point to the Zhang Yu they had forced to take the blame. Indeed, ever since Zhang Yu left the Marquis mansion. No, since they decided to force Zhang Yu to take the blame, the Marquis mansion seemed to be plagued by misfortune. First there was trouble at the alchemy workshop, then at the goods station. Finally they themselves had become prisoners. Could it really be related to that waste? No, it couldn't be. He was just an incompetent flatterer. How could he have such power? It must be a coincidence. Qin Shuihua and Zhang Weining desperately denied that terrifying association in their hearts. They absolutely refused to admit that their short-sightedness and cruelty had planted the seeds of today's downfall. They pushed the blame onto fate, onto Zhang Heng's foolishness, even onto Zhang Ye's bad luck, as if that could ease their hearts. Zhang Heng himself regretted it to the core. At this moment his hair was disheveled, his face pale, and he had lost the imposing demeanor of the Yangon Marquis. He regretted forcing Li Dagong and Moj. But what use was regret now? It was all too late. He could only hope that the mysterious young Master Zhang would show mercy and spare him a way out. Just as everyone had their own thoughts shivering in the rain, constantly speculating who that young Master Zhang could be. A light yet cold footstep sounded from deep within the rain curtain. They instinctively looked up to see it was Xiao Fenghua. Xiao Fenghua walked up to them, her voice cold and devoid of warmth. "Let's go, young Master Zhang wants to see you." Young Master Zhang. Qin Shuihua, Zhang Weining and Zhang Heng were all taken aback, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Young Master Zhang. How could he be in the sky prison? Only Jiang Luohan, upon hearing the name young Master Zhang, trembled violently. A conjecture she had pondered repeatedly yet deemed too absurd to contemplate exploded in her mind like thunder. Could it be really him? Yes, that Zhang Yu could make two princesses lower their status and even share a man must have some secrets she was unaware of. Jiang Luohan felt a chill surge from her feet straight to her crown, more piercing than the cold rain. She suddenly looked up at Xiao Fenghua, but upon meeting the cold phoenix eyes of Xiao Fenghua all words were stuck in her throat. Xiao Fenghua's gaze spoke volumes. It was not the gaze of a stranger looking at a prisoner, but rather a look filled with faint disdain and pity, as if gazing at a group of wretches about to face judgment. Take them away. Xiao Fenghua did not give them more time to think, casually instructing the black-armored guards behind her. The fierce guards immediately stepped forward, roughly dragging the four from the muddy water, pushing them deeper into the sky prison. The rain fell even heavier. The icy rain mixed with mud flowed down Qin Shuihua and the others' cheeks, indistinguishable from rainwater or tears of despair. They did not know what awaited them, but the words young Master Zhang and Xiao Fenghua's cold demeanor weighed heavily on their chests, making it hard to breathe. However, Jiang Luohan, upon guessing that the young Master Zhang revered by the entire royal family might be Zhang Yu, felt less panic inside. Last time, due to her obsession, Zhang Yu had to let her go. Thus she was convinced that Zhang Yu still harbored feelings for her and would not make things difficult for her. What she did not know was that Zhang Yu had already thought of a way to deal with her obsession. As long as he made the obsession see Jiang Luohan and Qin Zuihua's true colors, it would naturally dissipate into the void. Go. While they contemplated, a low shout from the black-armored guard jolted them, roughly pushing Qin Shuihua and the others forward. Unlike the fear and confusion of Qin Shuihua and the others, Jiang Luohan's mood was quite complex. Upon guessing that the young Master Zhang was likely Zhang Yu, her initial panic and coldness gradually faded, even giving rise to a hint of expectation. Confident in her understanding of Zhang Ye's infatuation, she believed that as long as she lowered her stance slightly, showing remorse and dependence, Zhang Yu would surely soften and fall back under her pomegranate skirt. At that time, not only could she escape her current predicament, but she might also turn misfortune into fortune, becoming the woman of the young Master Zhang whom even the royal family must flatter. She even began to imagine how, relying on Zhang Ye's favor, she would trample the two princesses Xiao Fenghua and Xiao Meyer underfoot. She would be the mistress while the two princesses would only count as concubines. Just thinking about it thrilled her. Thinking of this, Jiang Luohan could hardly contain her laughter. She even felt that the cold shackles on her were merely the unique embellishments of her upcoming ascension. She looked down the deep passage ahead, her eyes no longer filled with fear but rather with anticipation and calculation. Just as Qin Shuahua and the others felt anxious, Jiang Luohan was lost in her impractical dreams when they reached the end of the passage. They finally saw the mysterious young Master Zhang. At the end of the passage was a cell that had been transformed into something nearly luxurious. Soft and thick exotic beast furs covered the ground, making no sound when stepped on. Precious rosewood furniture emitted a faint fragrance, and several rare spiritual plants adorned the corners, exuding a gentle glow. The air was filled with a strange fragrance that calmed the mind, utterly incongruous with the grim atmosphere of the sky prison. Qin Shuahua, Zhang Weining, Zhang Heng and Jiang Luohan were roughly pushed in by the black-armored guards. The clanking of the shackles on the polished floor created a jarring noise, shattering the tranquility of the place. Their gazes instinctively fell upon the figure in the center of the cell, who was subtly surrounded by others seated in the main position. Then their breaths collectively halted. There on the soft couch lounged a figure in a green robe, relaxed in posture. The person was young, with a hint of detachment in his brows, casually fiddling with a warm jade teacup, seemingly indifferent to their intrusion. This figure, this face. Why did it look so familiar? Qin Zuewa's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of needle tips, her heart feeling as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, nearly stopping. A bone-chilling cold rushed up her spine, making her limbs feel stiff and frozen. Then she shook her head violently, thinking she was seeing things.